You've been reborn with your Empress wife, but you're not happy at all, and you've even deliberately stayed away from her. It's only because in your previous life, in order to repay your adoptive parents for raising you, you married their daughter and helped her to unify the world, but she wouldn't even let you touch a single toe for 10,000 years after her marriage. Even though you finally became an invincible being in the world, you still couldn't sensitize this iceberg. She not only took the treasures you gave her and gave them to her white moonlight, she even united 17 top-level powerhouses to kill you. Now that you were reborn back to the day of your wedding with Siyao, you decided not to provoke this white-eyed wolf anymore. Before you open your mouth to end this ridiculous marriage, the opposite side of the Siyao is the first to speak. Wait a minute. That is, the moment this voice rang out, the scene-bustling guests all quieted down, and then have turned their heads to look at Siyao. Do not know what happened, only to see Siyao lifted the red cover on her head, and in front of the many guests at the scene, she said word by word, "I'm not getting married." The voice was not loud, but clearly transmitted to everyone's ears, as if a stone stirred up 1,000 waves in general. Everyone at the scene were all in an uproar. Everyone did not expect that Siyao, the second miss of the Li family, which was one of the 5 great families in Changyue City, would actually repent in public on the day of the wedding. For a while, everyone at the scene was all talking, but only Chen Haoling looked at Siyao calmly. Looking at her pair of biting eyes, Chen Haoling knew that this woman was reborn just like himself. Sure enough, the next second, Siyao casually threw the red cover in her hand towards Chen Haoling's face, then said icily, "I'm not going to tie the knot, so you should be fine with it." Chen Haoling didn't make a sound, just looked at her quietly. After marrying Siyao in his last life, he was basically the one who killed in the front while Siyao just sat back and enjoyed the massive resources that Chen Haoling unilaterally gave her. Unexpectedly, this kind of living a life, she in turn first proposed not to get married, but it was good. At the very least, he didn't have to carry the curse of regretting his marriage. It was also in the middle of Chen Haoling's thoughts that Siyao was directly turning around and walking in a direction before arriving in front of a handsome boy. "Su Yishuan, are you willing to take me away?" This Su Yishuan was Siyao's childhood male best friend, and also Siyao's first love. In her last life, Siyao was the one who saw it as a lifelong regret because she wasn't able to be with Su Yishuan. After her marriage, she hadn't had many arguments with Chen Haoling because of Su Yishuan. Now that he had relived his life, he naturally wanted to make up for this regret. And at this time, Su Yishuan also stood up from his position. He looked at the stunning beauty in front of him and froze for a full 3 seconds before saying seriously, "Take you away? Now?" Su Yishuan obviously thought that he had heard wrong. After all, today was still Siyao's wedding scene, and he was about to become another man's wife. Hearing these words right now naturally caused him to have an illusion. Instead, Siyao revealed a rare and moving smile and asked, "Not willing?" After Su Yishuan was sure that Siyao wasn't joking, he hugged her petite body and said in a somewhat excited tone, "Of course I'm willing. As long as you don't leave me, anything will do." After Siyao heard these words, a touch seemed to show in her eyes. After 10,000 years and spanning 2 eras, she was finally allowed to see this once longed-for lover again. Even in her previous life when Chen Haoling had helped her ascend to the throne of the Divine Empire's first Empress, she had never been in such a happy mood as she was now. When she was in the depths of her emotions, Siyao even unconsciously hugged Su Yishuan's neck, and then kissed Su Yishuan in front of the many guests at the scene. And Su Yishuan actually also came to the rescue, hugged Siyao, seemingly afraid that she would leave from his side again. Such a dramatic scene made almost everyone at the scene's jaws drop. The second miss of the Honorable Li family not only repented of her marriage in public on the wedding day, but also hugged another man in front of the groom. It was hard to imagine how embarrassed the groomer should be at this moment. However, when they looked in Chen Haoling's direction, they unexpectedly realized that Chen Haoling indeed appeared indifferent to the scene in front of him, as if it had nothing to do with him at all. He even yawned, looking bored. Only the Li family stood up in unison, including the Li family head, Li Jiangshan, who was also Siyao's father. Li Jiangshan slammed the table and yelled, "Asshole!" The moment this voice rang out, Siyao and Su Yishuan, who were still kissing, immediately separated. They looked at Li Jiangshan in unison, but they heard Li Jiangshan at this moment roar, "Siyao, do you know what you're doing?" Siyao looked very calm in the face of her father's accusations. "I'm just choosing the life I want for myself." When Li Jiangshan heard this, his face became even more gloomy. He took a few steps forward and came to Chen Haoling's side. When Chen Haoling saw Li Jiangshan, he bowed in a regular manner. Righteous father. Chen Haoling was adopted by Li Jiangshan and brought back to the Li family when he was 9 years old. and it had been almost 10 years today. Therefore, even if Chen Haoling had not married Li Siyao, Li Jiangshan was still considered half a father and teacher to him. Instead, Li Jiangshan looked deeply at Chen Haoling, and then he looked back at Li Siyao and said in a cold voice, "What kind of life you want? As a father, I shouldn't have interfered. But have you ever thought that if you follow this Su Yishuan and leave the Li family, how will you control the demonic power in your body?" As soon as these words came out, Su Yishuan's face changed slightly, and then he couldn't help but look at Li Siyao. Not only Su Yishuan, but all the guests at the scene actually knew very well why Li Jiangnan wanted to marry his second daughter to Chen Haoling, a small mole cricket who had no background or strength in the first place. It was because Chen Haoling could help Li Siyao control the originating demonic power within her body. As the successor of the demon emperor body, Li Siyao's body contained a huge amount of demonic power from the moment she was born. This also meant that he barely needed to cultivate his realm much to grow upwards like crazy. But there was a major downside to the insane increase in strength. That is, this demonic power inside Li Siyao's body. It couldn't be controlled. In the year when Li Siyao was first born, the old ancestor of the Li clan asserted that Li Siyao would end up dying at the age of 16 due to the demonic power in her body backfiring. At that time, many of the Li family's clan elders wanted to give up on Li Siyao because of this matter, and even Li Siyao's mother was in tears every day because of this. And this situation continued until the arrival of Chen Haoling. Before it changed, Chen Haoling, whom Li Jiangshan had taken in outside out of kindness, and the demonic power in Li Siyao's body would actually resonate. This also meant that Li Siyao's demonic power could use Chen Haoling's body as a carrier, thus reducing the impact brought about by the demonic power after the riot. It was precisely because she had discovered this phenomenon that Li Siyao had managed to carry through the calamity of the year she was 16 years old and had survived until today. At the same time, Chen Haoling's position in the Li family could only rise upwards, and by now, it was not even lower than some of the direct descendants. But now, Li Siyao said that she didn't want to get married to Chen Haoling, but if she didn't stay with Chen Haoling, then what should she have to do if the demonic power in her body flared up again? Only Li Siyao but let out a light laugh. She seemed to have guessed that her father would ask this question in general. "Father, if I tell you that I have already mastered the method of controlling demonic power, will you still object to me and brother Yishuan being together?" When Li Jiangshan heard this, his pupils shrunk violently. Not only him, but everyone at the scene including Su Yishuan and even Chen Haoling looked at Li Siyao with some disbelief. Su Yishuan was even more excited. "Siyao, you can control demonic power?" Li Siyao threw a reassuring smile at him. But when she was looking at Chen Haoling, she changed back to that lofty look. "Don't think that you're the only one in this world who can purify the origin demon power. After all, after being with you for so many years, this is a skill I've still mastered." Chen Haoling frowned slightly when he heard this. Li Siyao's words were about the method of purifying the origin demon power that she had grasped from Chen Haoling's hands during the period when she had been together with him in her previous life. At that moment, Chen Haoling said curiously, "Oh, do you have credibility in that?" Li Siyao didn't argue with Chen Haoling, she just calmly raised a hand, and in the next moment, a ball of purple energy materialized 3 centimeters above her palm. With the writhing of the energy ball, a dense demonic fury quietly spread out. For a while, it even made many people at the scene feel like their legs were trembling. Even Su Yishuan looked at the purple ball of energy with a somewhat jaw-dropped expression and whispered under his breath, "Is this the origin demon power? So powerful." But without waiting for Su Yishuan to finish marveling, the next moment, the energy ball changed shape in front of everyone at the scene. "Naru!" A loud and clear phoenix chirping sound rang out, and then the ball of energy actually shaped into a pigeon-sized phoenix. It flapped its wings and flew out of Li Siyao's palm, and then just flew in a circle around the widely clan ancestral hall. This scene was clear for everyone on the scene to see. Even Li Jiangshan revealed a surprised look. As a veteran Earthshan realm powerhouse, he naturally knew what the scene happening in front of him meant. The demonic power materializes and changes in thousands of ways. This was a manifestation that the control of demonic power had reached its peak, thus showing that Li Siyao actually really wasn't bragging. She really no longer needed Chen Haoling to be able to control the demonic power within her body. Only Chen Haoling's eyes gently narrowed, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sneer that was not easily detectable. This time he kind of understood why Li Siyao had just come back from Rebirth and was so impatient to clear her relationship with herself, even going so far as to publicly repent of her marriage rather than marrying herself. So after all, this is because she thinks she can already control the demonic power in her body and no longer needs his help. That's the backbone for her to dare to repent her marriage in public? However, The truth was that Chen Haoling could see the drawbacks that existed within Li Siyao's demonic power almost at a glance. It's like a puddle of sewage that becomes clear and transparent on a sudden day. It's not because the dirt inside the sewage has disappeared, but because all the dirt has settled down, and that's why the water on the surface looks so clear. Similarly, Li Siyao's demonic power seemed to have been controlled by her with ease, but in fact, she had only suppressed the berserk portion of the demonic power, thus creating the situation at hand. But if one day, the raging part couldn't be suppressed anymore, the consequence would be a full-blown backlash of demonic power. And this kind of disadvantage, perhaps even Li Siyao herself was not aware of it, or else she would not dare to mention withdrawing from the marriage with Chen Haoling right now. Chen Haoling, who thought of this, took a deep breath. He didn't point out the drawbacks in Li Siyao's method of control on the spot, and just watched Li Siyao's performance quietly like that. Soon, the flying little phoenix was back in Li Siyao's hands before it turned into a piece of energy and returned to her body. However, he heard Li Siyao proudly ask to his father, "How is it, father? Now you should always believe what I said, right? I, Li Siyao, can already perfectly control the demonic power in my body." Saying that, her gaze went back to Chen Haoling. In just one word, and he, Chen Haoling, no longer has any use for me, and is even less qualified to be my husband. Since that's the case, is there any need for me to be marrying him again? This move, the art of purification of the sacred spring, was something she had exchanged for in her previous life after spending vast amounts of resources to control the demonic power within her body. It was also with this set of gongfu that she managed to control the demonic power in her body without Chen Haoling, and thereafter spent nearly 1,000 years to verify the stability of this set of gongfu. It finally made her certain that there was nothing wrong with the art of purification of the sacred spring. It was perfect and would fulfill almost all of her immediate needs. However, Li Siyao seemed to have forgotten that this set of techniques was only suitable for use by the most powerful people in the Saint King realm. Chapter 3, Death to Make a Point. At this moment, the Li family's crowd, their gazes also looked towards Li Jiangshan, and one of the juniors followed suit. Family head, since second sister's demonic power has been able to be effectively controlled, then in my humble opinion, second sister's public act of repentance today is justifiable, and I hope that family head can understand. Another person followed suit and spoke. Yes, family head. Chen Haoling's marriage to our Siyao was originally because he was able to help Siyao control her demonic power. That's why he was allowed to enter our family's door. But right now, Siyao no longer needs him. So naturally, there's no need for this wedding to continue any longer. An older clan elder also spoke up at this time. The way I see it, Suishuan and our family Siyao are still quite good, both being one of the first sons of the 5 great families. And the two of them are also talented and well-matched. Since Siyao has no more worries and is in love with Mr. Suishuan, why can't we be adults? From here, it was easy to see that the vast majority of the Li family did not want Li Siyao to marry Chen Haoling. The main reason was still because, in their heart of hearts, they thought that Chen Haoling was not worthy of their second young miss at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Haoling was able to help the second young miss control her demonic power, he wouldn't even be worthy of entering the Li family's door as far as his status was concerned. Now that the second young lady has been able to control the demonic power, then Chen Haoling's use value is gone. Since there is no use value anymore, then there is naturally no need for his marriage with the second young lady to continue. In comparison, Su Yishuan, who is a good match for Li Siyao, is more suitable to be Li Siyao's husband of choice, and the two of them have been in love with each other for a long time. So naturally, there are people who want to set up the two of them. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Jiangshan took a deep breath before fiercely chortling. No! This time, it made Li Siyao confused, and even Chen Haoling looked at his righteous father with some surprise. However, I heard Li Jiangshan coldly say, even if you can control the demonic power now, what about in the future? How long can you control it? 1 month or 2 months? If the demonic power in your body turns you back by then, making you a female demon like your big sister, can you bear the consequences caused then? Today, this wedding between you and Chen Haoling has to be concluded even if you don't. If you dare to take half a step out of my Li family's door with this Su Yishuan brat, then I, Li Jiangshan, will not have you as my daughter from now on. As the words fell, everyone fell silent and realized what Li Jiangshan was concerned about. This was because Li Siyao's eldest sister, the current first daughter of the Li family, Li Xinu, she, like Li Siyao, was likewise a host that possessed the origin demon power. However, her physique was different from Li Siyao's. Her physique was the ice phoenix body, and in terms of the total amount of demonic power alone, It was actually only 1/10 of Li Siyao's. However, back then, Li Xinyue did not have Chen Haoling by her side, so naturally, there was no such thing as controlling demonic power for her. Therefore, in the year when Li Xinyue was 18 years old, the demonic power in her body turned her back. However, because the total amount of demonic power was relatively small, it didn't make her perish as a result, but it did make her completely lose control and turn her into a murderous female demon. Until today, Li Xinyue was still locked up in the 9-story demon-suppressing pagoda in the Li family's backyard. Li Jiangshan was naturally worried that his second daughter, Li Siyao, would follow in the footsteps of his eldest daughter. Therefore, even though he had seen that his second daughter, Li Siyao, was able to fully control her demonic power, he was unwilling to take the risk. While Li Siyao was silent after hearing this, she slightly lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. But in the next second, she was the one who suddenly struck out and drew out the saber of one of the guards beside her, and then pressed the saber against her neck as soon as she did so. This action startled almost everyone at the scene. Even Li Jiangshan showed a panicked expression and yelled under his breath, "Asshole, what are you doing? Put the knife down." Even Suishuan persuaded at this time, "Siyao, don't be impulsive. What uncle just said was only in anger. How could he possibly sever the father-daughter relationship with you? You mustn't mess around. Don't forget it's still your big day." The other many sons and daughters of the Li family also spoke up to advise Li Siyao to calm down. However, Li Siyao was never willing to put the knife down and even asked everyone to stay away from her, unable to do anything about it. The people at the scene could only stand a little farther away for fear of her messing up. Only after the crowd had kept a certain distance from Li Siyao did she look at her father once again. After 10,000 years, she saw her father. Say not happy that is false. After all, for human children and how could not love their parents? But how many people can stand it when their father repeatedly forces them to marry someone they hate, even to the point of breaking off their relationship? However, he heard Li Siyao speak aloud. "Father, what makes you think that I will become like my sister and become a female devil? Based on your unilateral belief that I can't control demonic power for a long time? If that's the case, then I can say that you're wrong. Big mistake. I'm not like my sister. Her demonic power will only reduce her to a murderous demoness, whereas my demonic power will only help me ascend to a higher peak, because I know very well that it would be impossible for my demonic power to go out of control, much less turn me back. Taking a step back, even if such a situation does arise, I will bear the consequences of this alone and will not implicate anyone, even though I know that this kind of thing is pressingly unlikely to happen. But if you're still unwilling to believe me, thinking that I just can't leave Chen Haoling, then I, Li Siyao, will have no choice but to die to make it clear." The moment these words came out, all the gazes on the scene looked towards Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling still had a calm face with his hands clasped over his chest, looking calm as he watched Li Siyao perform. Li Jiangshan was silent for a while, then he turned to Li Siyao again and asked, "Why are you suddenly so resistant to marrying Chen Haoling?" Li Siyao let out a cold laugh, and then tears welled up in her eyes as she said in a somewhat choked tone, "Because he, Chen Haoling, under the pretense of helping me regulate my demonic power, crazily drew on the origin in my body, thus enhancing his own mana. What do you guys think? How is it that he, a trash with mediocre qualifications, was able to reach the perfection stage of the chi-gathering realm at the age of 19? It's because everything he's got is based on exploiting me. I don't want to be exploited by him. I don't want to be squeezed by him. I want to have a life of my own." Li Siyao said this very loudly, so that almost everyone in the scene could hear it. And this passage was not only what was in Li Siyao's mind, it was a kind of cry for her own injustice. In her previous life, she was already fed up with the experience of being a blood-filled bag for Chen Haoling, and in her opinion, the reason why Chen Haoling was able to reach the peak of the martial arts path in her previous life was all because of what she had gained by absorbing her original demonic power. Without her, he, Chen Haoling, was not even an ass. Even, in Li Siyao's opinion, everything that Chen Haoling possessed, including his status and wealth, was gained by drawing on her chi. Therefore, now that she was reliving in a new life, she must make her own decisions in her life, and it was absolutely impossible for her to be at the mercy of Chen Haoling's exploitation of her. If her father wanted to use this to threaten her and make her continue to repeat the mistakes of her last life, then she would have no choice but to die. Chapter 4, Chen Haoling's Choice. And after Li Jiangshan heard these words from his daughter, he turned his head to look at Chen Haoling and asked, "Is what Siyao said true?" Chen Haoling thought for a moment before nodding his head graciously and saying, "It's true." With that, Chen Haoling then looked at Li Siyao again and revealed a knowing smile. This woman felt that she had stolen her chance, her chi, and that was why she was displeased with herself and had joined forces with those female disciples of hers to besiege herself. But what about the truth? Only Chen Haoling himself knows. Every time when he was regulating the origin demonic power for Li Siyao, he needed to consume a drop of his own essence blood, thus allowing Li Siyao to grasp the demonic power faster. And in the process of the consumed drop of essence blood, a trace of Li Siyao's origin would also flow uncontrollably into Chen Haoling's body, which could not be artificially controlled. Thus, to Li Siyao, it seemed as if Chen Haoling was pretending to help her regulate her demonic power as a way to draw on the origin power within her body. But in reality, compared to the increase in strength, the surge in longevity, and many other benefits she gained after successfully controlling the demonic power, the loss of that little bit of origin power was almost negligible. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stand in this place all alive and kicking right now and question everyone loudly. Moreover, the little bit of origin power that Chen Haoling had obtained from her was likewise small compared to the essence blood that he had consumed. By helping her to control her demonic power, she was actually the one who suffered a loss, and a big one at that. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Chen Haoling hadn't consumed his own essence blood to help Li Siyao control his demonic power, his strength would have only grown faster and fiercer. But this woman thought that Chen Haoling's progress was dependent on squeezing her? It's really ridiculous. Sure enough, these women are like that. The more you give her everything and help her to reach heights that don't belong to her, the more she'll think that it was all her own hard work that got her there, with no thought that she wouldn't be a piece of without your help. However, all of this, Chen Haoling was too lazy to explain to Li Siyao and the crowd at the scene, as that would fall into the trap of self-incrimination. But while Chen Haoling was too lazy to explain, the others didn't think so. Especially Su Yishuan was even more furious as he pointed at Chen Haoling and said with righteous indignation, "Chen Haoling, you ungrateful villain! Thanks to uncle adopting you back into the Li family, feeding and clothing you, teaching you to read and write, is this how you repay uncle and the Li family?" Other than Su Yishuan, the other Li family children followed suit and made accusations. A boy said in annoyance, "Second sister has always treated people gently and never lost her temper with them. I was curious before why second sister would behave so excessively today. It turns out that the trigger for everything is on you. Chen Haoling, our Li family hasn't treated you badly, right? The head of the family also treats you better than even his own son. But you treat our second sister like this, not only drawing on her origin, but even trying to squeeze her for the rest of her life. Do you still have some humanity?" A girl also spoke up at this time. "I told you a long time ago, didn't I? This Chen Haoling is not a good bird. It was a mistake for him to get together with second sister. You guys didn't listen at that time. Now you are honest, right?" It was also just when the Li family's crowd was still talking and accusing Chen Haoling, Li Jiangshan was suddenly shouting, "Enough, all shut up." In an instant, the pressure of an Earth-Xian realm powerhouse made the crowd, which was in chaos at the scene, all quiet down. They all turned their heads to look at their family heads. However, he saw Li Jiangshan looking at Li Siyao again, and then calmly said, "I'm asking you for the last time, do you really not want to marry Chen Haoling?" These words had obviously been loosened. As a father, Li Jiangshan was equally unable to accept Chen Haoling's private drawing of his daughter's origin. It was also at this point that he realized why his daughter was so resistant to marrying Chen Haoling, but he still didn't immediately agree to his daughter's repentance. However, she heard Li Siyao say righteously, "As long as I don't marry Chen Haoling, what can Li Siyao, do?" The attitude of these words is already very determined. Seeing this, Li Jiangshan let out a helpless sigh. He seemed to have aged a lot at this moment. He had a chair brought to him and sat down. "In just as slowly, whether or not Chen Haoling has drawn on the origin in your body, this is something I can't be sure of. And even though he admitted it himself, I won't completely believe your side of the story. The fact that I believe in is that when Chen Haoling was with you, the demonic power in your body indeed didn't appear to riot once before. You've also been in good health and haven't had any medical problems. Moreover, it is also true that you survived the 16-year-old tribulation because of Chen Haoling's help. He allowed my daughter to grow up healthy and even live to see the day she was married. And those are the facts as I see them." As Li Jiangshan's words were uttered, the Li family's children who had just accused Chen Haoling were all mute. However, he heard Li Jiangshan at this time once again look his eyes towards Chen Haoling's body and said, "Today, you are the groom of this wedding. I'll leave the decision to you. You decide whether Li Siyao will go or stay. If you agree to her leaving with Su Yishuan, then she will still be my Li family's daughter. but she won't have the slightest relationship with you, Chen Haoling, in the future. Of course, if you don't agree with her leaving with Suishuan, then I can also make the decision to force her to stay and continue to walk through the unfinished wedding with you, so that she can continue to be your wife. Choose. As the words fell, the gazes of the entire room steeply focused on Chen Haoling, and even Li Siyao looked at Chen Haoling. At this moment Li Siyao's eyes actually revealed a trace of prayer. Having lived a new life, she only hoped that Chen Haoling could let her go and stop pestering her. If she really can't, she can even kneel and kowtow to Chen Haoling, just begging that the two of them don't have any more affairs in this life. Even Suishuan looked at Chen Haoling with an expectant face as he came to Li Siyao's side and subconsciously held Li Siyao's hand together. The two of them interlocked their fingers and made a show of working together. There were also those Li family children who looked at Chen Haoling with eager anticipation, and one of them even suddenly bowed to Chen Haoling with a clasped fist and said, "Brother Chen, second sister and brother Ishuan truly love each other. Perhaps second sister's temporary remorse today has made you extremely embarrassed, but she was also completely forced to do so. Right now, the family head has already nodded his head, so I'm also begging you to be magnanimous and let second sister as well as brother Ishuan and the others go, right?" His tone was very sincere, and he seemed to be really looking out for his second sister. After that, more children of the Li family also came forward to plead with Chen Haoling on behalf of Li Siyao, and a girl also said in a glutinous manner to Chen Haoling, "Brother Chen, we know that you have always liked second sister, and we also know that you have put in a lot of effort and time over the years to help second sister regulate the demonic power in her body. But one thing is, haven't you enjoyed a lot of benefits in the process? These benefits are also enough to offset your efforts over the years, right? Now that second sister is no longer bound by demonic power and she has her own sweetheart, why can't you be a man of honor and fulfill them as a couple of lovers?" At the same time, a large number of Li clan children also said in unison to Chen Haoling, "I implore brother Chen to fulfill second sister and big brother Ishuan." Chapter 5, Thank you for being willing to let go. Standing in place, Chen Haoling wrapped his hands around his chest and looked at those Li family children who had just accused him, and now came to beg himself to spare Li Siyao as well as Su Ishuan in a unified and good caliber. This way, it made it seem as if he, Chen Haoling, was really some kind of villain who beat up the lovebirds. It immediately made Chen Haoling let out a laugh without holding back his expression. The reason why he would waste his own essence blood to help Li Siyao control the origin demon power within her body was, to put it bluntly, just to repay his adoptive father and mother for their nurturing. Otherwise, is he too much of a lifespan and wants to die faster? How dare he waste his own vital essence blood to fulfill others? Similarly, because of the importance of this grace of nurturing, so until after the adoptive parents are gone, Chen Haoling also Li Siyao is more important than his own life. If there were any superior cultivation resources, they were all not used by themselves and given to Li Siyao at the first opportunity, even at the back. What she, Li Siyao, wanted, Chen Haoling would do everything possible to help her get it. When she wanted the top-quality spirit herb treasure medicine that increased her lifespan by 10,000 years, Chen Haoling put his own life on the line to snatch that spirit herb from the mouth of the guardian beast. She wanted a space teleportation spell across 10,000 miles, so Chen Haoling sold all his wealth in exchange for that spell. She wanted to become the first female emperor of the Divine Empire, and Chen Haoling had decisively surrendered his hard-earned kingdom to her, allowing her to become the lord of a generation. However, Chen Haoling did all this for her. She all accepted it with peace of mind, but never gave Chen Haoling half a good face. She would only feel that she had all of this because of her own hard work. Ridiculous. In his previous life, he had foolishly devoted himself to her for so many years, only to wait for her betrayal. Thinking back to this, Chen Haoling couldn't help but let out a sigh, and then he took out a marriage contract from his own bosom, and then waved it in front of the crowd at the scene, saying, "This piece of paper is the marriage contract that I concluded with your second sister. Today I will destroy it in front of everyone. From now on, I, Chen Haoling, and Li Siyao will no longer have any semblance of a relationship." As the words fell, a ball of flame rose out of thin air in Chen Haoling's hand. Thick smoke billowed out, burning the marriage contract cleanly and turning it into a cloud of ash in a matter of moments. With the destruction of the marriage certificate, Li Siyao was even so excited that tears came out of her eyes, and the blade she was holding in her hand clanked to the ground. At this moment, Li Siyao only felt that she had finally gained her freedom, that she could finally get rid of Chen Haoling, and that she finally didn't have to repeat the experiences of her last life. Ask her how she could not be thrilled. At the same time, all of the Li clan's children at the scene followed suit and cheered. in a manner that seemed to be celebrating the victory of a certain struggle. Even Su Yishuan was so excited that he couldn't help himself, turning his head and hugging Li Siyao tightly. Li Siyao also tightly hugged Su Yishuan's neck, afraid that Su Yishuan would leave in general. Then, the two of them looked over to Chen Haoling's side. For the first time, Li Siyao unfolded a smile at Chen Haoling and said, "Thank you for being willing to let go." Su Yishuan, on the other hand, cupped his fists at Chen Haoling. "Many thanks to Brother Chen for making it possible. Today's day will definitely be remembered by Su." Chen Haoling, however, nodded at this, indicating that he knew, but on the surface, he didn't have any great emotions. Then, Li Siyao and her husband and wife, they brushed their hands together again and made a respectful salute in the direction of Li Jiangshan, and finally turned around and trotted out towards the outside hand in hand. The smile on Li Siyao's face as she left with Su Yishuan was heartfelt and full of joy. During those 10,000 years with Chen Haoling had never seen her show such a happy face. Even if Chen Haoling gave her everything she wanted, he couldn't make her show half a smile. Maybe that's the difference between love and no love? Li Jiangshan, who was sitting on the chair, looked at his daughter's appearance that was full of happiness. The corners of his mouth actually couldn't help but hook upwards as well, only that this action appeared to be very slight, and almost no one noticed it. Perhaps deep in Li Jiangshan's heart, he was equally unwilling to marry Li Siyao to Chen Haoling. After all, what parent wouldn't want their child to marry the person they love? Soon, inside the Li family clan house, everyone followed Li Siyao as well as Su Yishuan out. The clan house, which was still somewhat crowded, became empty and silent in an instant. Only Chen Haoling and also Li Jiangshan remained where they were without leaving. Chen Haoling scratched his hair, then came to sit beside Li Jiangshan, but he was sitting on the steps while Li Jiangshan was sitting on a stool. At this time, Li Jiangshan was the one who suddenly spoke. "I've wronged you for today." Chen Haoling took out a 50-centimeter long smoking gun from inside his storage ring, and then lit the tobacco for himself. And just took a deep breath and exhaled thick white smoke. "Righteous father is joking. I don't have much desire to be with her. Since they are determined to go, why should I force them to stay?" Li Jiangshan laughed, taking Chen Haoling's remarks as all about his anger. "If there's anything you want, you can ask for it now. It's considered a bit of compensation from our Li family to you." Chen Haoling held the 50-centimeter long smoking gun in his mouth. Then after thinking seriously, he said, "What is there to want? There doesn't really seem to be any. Well, if it's possible, I would like the pass warrant to enter the demon suppressing tower. I wonder if you agree with me, righteous father?" When Li Jiangshan heard this, he inclined his head to look at Chen Haoling, who had a somewhat depressed expression, and said, "What are you doing in the demon suppression tower?" Chen Haoling spat out another mouthful of white mist, and then laughed. "Big sister Li Xinyue has been inside the demon suppressing tower for some years, right? I want to go over to see her." Li Jiangshan heard this but smiled. He didn't say anything more as he casually took out a pass warrant and then threw it to Chen Haoling. When he was done, he got up and walked towards the outside, not forgetting to instruct under his breath, "When you go to see her, don't get too close or you might get hurt by her demonic power." Chen Haoling casually took the token and looked at the large demon character engraved on it before he said in a voice that he could only hear, "If we calculate according to the time, Li Xinyue's demonic power shouldn't be big enough to break through the demon suppressing tower yet, so if I go to her now, maybe she can even do me a small favor?" Saying this, Chen Haoling stood up and walked towards a small door. Walking out of the Li family ancestral hall, he passed through the back courtyard and arrived in the middle of a wide courtyard. In this place was situated a building that was more than 10 meters high, shaped like a tower, with a total of 9 floors. This tower was the place built by the old ancestors of the Li family to imprison their ungrateful grandchildren in the early years, and was later converted into a dungeon. A very powerful formation boundary was placed around the perimeter of the tower. Any ungrateful descendant who is imprisoned here will be constrained by the boundary and will not be able to leave this place. Of course, wanting to enter this place was likewise not an easy task, and the only way to pass through the boundary here was to get the pass token of the current generation Li family head. Otherwise, even if a strong person of the true martial realm were to arrive here, they wouldn't be able to shake the boundary in the slightest. Holding the pass token in his hand, Chen Haoling passed through the guardian boundary with an idle step, and then walked towards the interior of the demon suppressing tower. Chapter 6, A Frenemy from a Past Life. Li Xinyue. Soon it was down the stairs to the 9th floor. Only, as soon as he came up, he felt an icy, bone-piercing coolness come over him. It felt like stepping from summer to winter all at once. Chen Haoling's gaze glanced around the 9th floor. The area of this place was not small, at least 200 square feet in visual estimation, surrounded by all kinds of household items, and the decorations were also on the feminine style. The first sensation of walking here is like walking into the middle of some girl's boudoir. Then, Chen Haoling's gaze locked onto a silhouette sitting at the balcony. She had long snow-white hair and wore a blue and white reunion immortal illusion cluster, sitting cross-legged in front of a long case, on which a guzheng was also placed. The woman's white jade-like fingers gently plucked the strings of the zither, and dots of melody skillfully echoed out. Chen Haoling couldn't help but snort when he listened to that nice melody, and he had to say that this song was very nice, but it had a kind of hypnotic effect. At that moment, Chen Haoling didn't rush up to disturb Li Xinyue, but instead came to a soft couch and lay down. This soft couch still had Li Xinyue's body scent left on it, so it didn't take much thought to realize that this should be the place where she usually slept. Chen Haoling then listened to Li Xinyue's melodious tune before he closed his eyes in a daze and ended up falling asleep. This sleep went straight through to Z hour, 12 o'clock at night. As the sound of the zither in Li Xinyue's hands fell, Chen Haoling opened his eyes at the right time. Then, Li Xinyue's melodious voice came over, a hallowed terminal Saint King, actually hiding inside a woman's boudoir to sleep. Spreading the word doesn't scare people to make fun of you. Chen Haoling sat up. Hearing this, he knew that Li Xinyue had been reborn back just like him. However, Li Xinyue and Li Siyao were different. Li Xinyue and Chen Haoling belonged to a hostile relationship and could even be called mortal enemies. In her last life, this female devil had forced Chen Haoling into danger more than once. So although it couldn't be called death to you and death to me between the two, it was at least considered incompatible. However, it was also funny to say that it was the female devil in front of him, who had been fighting with him for almost 10,000 years, who was instead the only one who stepped in to help him at the end, when he was surrounded by Li Siyao and the others, only to see. Chen Haoling stood up and came to Li Xinyue's near front by himself. Then he sat down, and when he was close, he could still smell the touching young girl's body fragrance on her body. Chen Haoling casually picked up a cup of tea next to the long case. Tea cups and fragrant lip prints. Obviously Li Xinyue drank, but he did not care, tilted his head and drank a big mouth. In on the smilingly said, "There's no terminal Saint King here, just a little mole who just got dumped by his fiancée." As the words fell, Chen Haoling put the teacup back on the long case. Then his gaze went to this stunning beauty in front of him and said, "That sword. Thank you for blocking it for me. Otherwise, my head might have blossomed, and it would have been impossible for me to last until the judgment thunder tribulation descended." Li Xinyue didn't have a good face and skimmed her head, saying in a very haughty tone, "Don't get me wrong. I just feel like if you die, then I'm going to lose a lot of fun in my life. That's all." Chen Haoling smiled when he heard this, and casually picked up another piece of pastry on the long case. That piece of pastry had also been eaten by Li Xinyue in one bite, but he didn't care about it, and once again, it was thrown directly into his mouth. Looking at Li Xinyue in front of her, under the moonlight Li Xinyue's face appeared particularly moving, really just like a fairy in a painting, the beauty of which made people linger and become intoxicated. Chen Haoling couldn't help but laugh softly. How about living a new life and canceling our previous grudges? When Li Xinyue heard this, she was silent for a moment. In fact, she also wanted to write off her grudge with Chen Haoling. After all, she had fought for 10,000 years in her previous life, and she was really tired. However, she couldn't pull this face to talk to Chen Haoling, and right now, Chen Haoling actually mentioned it on his own accord, so wouldn't he be able to just use the slope to get off the donkey? Thinking of this, Li Xinyue smiled warmly. "I don't really care. It's just that can you bear not to take revenge on Li Siyao and their several women?" Chen Haoling smiled and picked up the cup of tea that Li Xinyue had drunk again, then took a sip to himself and said, "I've already thought about it. Not going to retaliate against them is a great revenge in itself. Letting them see what the real immortal cultivation world is like might not be bad." When Li Xinyue heard this, she couldn't help but look at Chen Haoling twice more. "Yo, the dead-licking dog has suddenly changed his nature? Sacrificed enough to let your ladies come out and risk their lives?" There was something eerie about the way that sounded. Chen Haoling also did not care, glanced at the bright moon. The feeling of the moonlight shining on his body was quite comfortable. Then he laughed again. "They are no longer my women, and what happens to them subsequently has nothing to do with me." Saying that, he looked seriously at Li Xinyue again and said in a deep voice, "And?" Seeing his serious expression, Li Xinyue subconsciously asked, "What else?" Chen Haoling's eyes gently narrowed, and then said seriously, "In the future, you are not allowed to say that I am a dead-licking dog again." When these words came out, Li Xinyue snorted out a laugh. And that silver bell-like laughter seemed very crisp and nice. The white face became full of redness, like a tantalizing peach giving people the urge to kiss it. But after laughing, Li Xinyue will forehead snow silver color long hair, ruffled to behind the ear. This unintentional action can be described as provocative to the extreme. And then she said in a soft voice, "Okay, I won't call you a dead-licking dog from now on. Only, I don't think you came to me specifically to talk about this, right?" Seeing this, Chen Haoling threw the only remaining pastries in his hand into his mouth as soon as he could, then clapped his hands together and laughed. It's said that the enemy is the one who understands you the most. This saying is not wrong at all. Alright, I'll get right to the point. I'm in urgent need of a yin spirit bead right now. Li Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her gaze sizing up Chen Haoling's body before she said, "Need yin spirit pearls? Are you injured on your body?" Chen Haoling's mouth pursed before he got up, lifted a corner of his clothes, and revealed his abdomen. There was a bright wound right in the center of his abdomen that looked shocking. Seeing this, Li Xinyue's small face turned a few points pale. She looked at Chen Haoling with disbelief and said, "This sword wound is?" Chen Haoling put his clothes back on and sat down again, sighing, "It was the sword that Li Siyao stabbed at me. Originally I thought I'd be fine after being reborn. Hell, I didn't know that this sword wound actually followed me here. Even worse, this sword wound also pierced through my Yuan palace in one piece, which resulted in my mana not being able to pool in and my realm not being able to rise up. Even the mana in my body will flow outward along this wound, ultimately leading to the fall of the realm. Maybe, even the longevity is at risk of accelerated loss." Chen Haoling had said all the things he was worried about in his heart in one go. The reason why he would want the yin spirit bead was also very simple. Because Li Xinyue's yin spirit bead was a special product of the Ice Phoenix demon body. By condensing this Ice Phoenix demon power to a certain level, one could obtain a yin spirit bead. The yin spirit bead, on the other hand, was one of the few sacred healing medicines in this world. Chen Haoling just wanted one of these holy pills for healing, as a way to repair his broken Yuan Gong. That's what he's here for. Chapter 7, Nirvana Heart Sutra. As for Li Xinyue, after seeing Chen Haoling's wounds, a flash of concern flashed in her eyes, but it was only a flash, and then she lightly came up with, "Serves you right." The tone sounded like a complaining feeling, just wondering what Li Xinyue was upset about. Seeing this, Chen Haoling asked, "Can you condense yin spirit beads in your current physical condition?" Li Xinyue said with her hands clasped on her chest and her head looking to the side with an unimpressed look, "I have plenty of yin spirit beads, but who am I to give them to you? Do you have anything worth exchanging with me?" Chen Haoling seemed to have guessed that Li Xinyue would say this. "How about I help you control the Ice Phoenix demonic power in your body?" As soon as these words came out, Li Xinyue's pupils shrunk slightly. Before looking at Chen Haoling curiously, "You can help me control the Ice Phoenix demonic power in my body?" Chen Haoling nodded, then took out a scroll from inside his own storage ring. In just laughed. "This thing is a technique I created in my previous life, called the Nirvana Heart Sutra, and it's a derivative version of my main technique, the Divine Martial Nirvana Sutra. By itself, although it doesn't possess any destructive power, it can effectively adjust the innate energies in the bodies of cultivators with special physiques, including your Ice Phoenix demonic power, and that woman Li Siyao's native demonic power. Moreover, after cultivating this set of techniques, you don't need to consume any cultivation resources to control the demonic power in your body." A flash of movement flashed in Li Xinyue's eyes after she heard this. In her previous life, in order to control the Ice Phoenix demonic power in her body, she had spent a whole 1,000 years and consumed countless heavenly materials before she managed to bring it under control. If this set of techniques that Chen Haoling was talking about was really useful, then she would be able to save countless resources and thus use more of her energy as a means of impacting her current realm. Perhaps, by that time, her strength could even surpass the Chen Haoling of her previous life and ascend to the throne of the #1 person in the northern border continent. But immediately after, Li Xinyue seemed to have thought of something in general, as she inquired while looking at Chen Haoling. "Li Siyao can now control the demonic power within her own body. Is she also practicing this one of your techniques?" Chen Haoling shook his head. "Where the technique she's using now came from, this I'm not sure. The only thing I can be sure of is that that thing can't help her truly control her demonic power. And the reason why it's fine now is purely because that demonic power was suppressed. When it can't be suppressed on a certain day, this demonic force will bottom out and rebound, which in turn will completely backfire on Li Siyao." As soon as these words came out, Li Xinyue contemplated slightly for a moment. She had previously seen the scene inside the Li family's ancestral hall through her spirit pet, White Dove. Judging from the demonic power transformations displayed by Li Siyao, she really didn't notice anything wrong. If even the gongfu that Li Siyao had majored in couldn't guarantee that she had complete control over her demonic power, then how trustworthy was Chen Haoling's current gongfu? Li Xinyue, who thought of this? And then looked at Chen Haoling and sent out a soul question. What makes me believe that this set of techniques in your hands can help me control the Ice Phoenix demonic power within me? Chen Haoling casually threw the gongfu to her, and then laughed. Don't you know if you've been practicing for a while on your own? Time will prove everything. Originally, this set of techniques was something I was going to give to Li Siyao as a gift after my tribulation, but it turned out that I didn't expect that she would bring someone to attack and kill me while I was in the middle of my tribulation. In that case, there's no need to be giving her this thing. When Li Xinyue saw Chen Haoling actually handing over such a precious thing to her, for a moment, her heart actually had a small flutter in it, and then she asked, "You just handed me the thing. Aren't you afraid I'll put something on your spirit bead?" Chen Haoling thought for a moment, then laughed. "We are both at the level of the chi-gathering realm now. Your little gimmick really can't hide from me. And I don't think you're going to make a move on me?" Li Xinyue asked curiously. "Why?" Chen Haoling glanced at the soft couch in the distance. "Because I was really asleep just now. If you wanted to make a move on me, I would have died by now." As the words fell, Li Xinyue's small face turned red as she subconsciously emphasized, "I just didn't realize you were here. Who told you to walk without making a sound? If I'd known you were actually asleep, I would have tied you up and been disemboweling you all over again." Who could have imagined that the absolute demoness who had made all the top powerhouses and super sects in the entire northern border continent tremble with fear in her previous life would actually reveal the shy appearance at this moment? Chen Haoling smiled and did not say anything, and casually picked up a piece of pastry on the long case, in on eating it, and then changed the topic. "Why don't you take a bite of all these pastries? It feels as if the pastries you haven't bitten into aren't good at all." Li Xinyue listened to the scoundrel's tone, then said coldly, "You want me to take a bite of a pastry before you think it's good? Then do you want me to put these pastries directly into my mouth and feed them to you mouth to mouth?" Chen Haoling's eyes lit up. "Is that okay? I certainly have no problem with it if it's okay." Li Xinyue took a deep breath. Obviously all relived a life. Chen Haoling, this is still very mouthy as in the previous life. Even just hearing him speak gives you the urge to cut him. But Li Xinyue did not really do it after all. But when she thought that this actually dared to molest herself so much, she was a little angry in her heart, so she had to let him eat a little loss too. But what to do? After thinking about it, Li Xinyue's beautiful eyes just lit up. Then she took out a small jade bottle from inside her storage ring, and poured a small white bead the size of a thumb from inside. She waved the small bead in front of Chen Haoling. "This is the spirit bead you wanted." Seeing this, Chen Haoling's eyes went straight, and then said excitedly, "Just waiting for you to take it out. Hurry up and give it to me." With that, Chen Haoling smiled and stretched out a hand, signaling Li Xinyue to give it to him. However, after seeing Chen Haoling's impatient look, Li Xinyue put that spirit bead into her mouth in front of him. Then, as if she was eating a lollipop, she held that spirit bead in her mouth as she said to Chen Haoling, "Want this spirit bead? Ha! Use your mouth to catch it." In an instant, Chen Haoling's expression immediately froze on his face, and the corners of his mouth even twitched. Li Xinyue looked at Chen Haoling's constipated expression and snorted again. She only felt that Chen Haoling's silly look was really cute. At that moment, she casually poured another clean spirit bead out of the jade bottle, and then threw it to Chen Haoling. "Here, take it. Don't lose it. If you lose it, you won't have it anymore." As soon as the words fell, Li Xinyue got up and bounced towards the inner bedroom, and Chen Haoling then picked up the spirit bead with a handful of hands. But after seeing Li Xinyue walking away, he added, "No, you're just leaving? Not chatting for a while?" Li Xinyue turned her head and made a face at Chen Haoling. "Go to hell you." Chapter 8, Clan Competition. 10 days later, Changyue City, Inner City, Central Martial Arts Arena. Chen Haoling followed Li Jiangshan and a few other Li clan children into it. Perhaps it was because of the late arrival. The audience seats of the martial arts arena were already filled with people at this moment. Luckily, the 5 great families all had special seats in this place, so even if they came late, they didn't have to worry about not having a place to sit. Only after Chen Haoling and the others were seated did Li Jiangshan open his mouth and said to Chen Haoling, "I know you're still angry with Siyao, but after all, she's been your elder sister for 10 years, and today's clan competition assembly, she's in her first battle, so you should more or less show her some support." Chen Haoling gave an expressionless "oh," but didn't say anything. Looking at him, it was obvious that he couldn't muster much interest in this clan competition today. If his righteous father hadn't dragged him over to support Li Siyao, he really wouldn't have come over. At this time, a Li family descendant behind Chen Haoling, Li Mingxiao, suddenly opened his mouth. In previous years, the Zhou family basically dominated, always bagging the top 3 places in the clan competition. The remaining 5 great clans can only barely share one advanced cultivator quota, and I don't know if this situation can be improved this year. A girl next to her, Li Ruoshang, also spoke up at this time. The Zhou family is the city's main family. With their heritage they could have hijacked all 10 slots for advanced practitioners in the clan competition, but they still split 5 slots out for us. Just like that, you still expect to have any improvement? When Li Mingxiao heard this, he let out a strange laugh as he felt that what Li Ruoshang said seemed to be quite reasonable. Only Chen Haoling listened to their conversation without saying a word. The Chinese City Clan Competition Assembly was more accurately described as an examination rather than a martial arts competition, because any young talent that comes here has only one purpose. That was to squeeze into the top 10, become an advanced cultivator, and then represent Changyu City and travel to the imperial capital, sacred city of Shinra, for further training. For the vast majority of people born in the borderlands, being able to travel to the imperial capital to further their education was undoubtedly a matter of honor for their ancestors. The most important thing is that after graduating from the Imperial Academy, you can be incorporated into the system, and from then on, you can join the government as an official, or be assigned to the army to serve the country. It was also because of these many benefits that so many young talents were rushing to grab an advanced cultivator slot even by any means necessary. In his previous life, Chen Haoling had traveled to the sacred city of Shinra with the first place in the clan competition, and it was from that moment that Chen Haoling's path to rise was laid. But perhaps for the reason that the same path had already been traveled once. This life Chen Haoling was not very interested in participating in the clan competition. The main thing was that he had already learned everything he needed to learn. It was just that the cultivation resources were hard to find. Remembering his last life, Chen Haoling was assigned to the army after graduating from his studies, and as a result, the following year, the Tianzhu Empire had a large-scale border battle, and he was unsurprisingly assigned to the front line of battle. And it was a battle that lasted a full decade. Seriously, that kind of knife-edge day. Chen Haoling had already had enough of it and really didn't want to do it again. And he also hated the feeling of being bound. In comparison, being a free-spirited casual cultivator was still relatively comfortable. At this time, Li Mingxiao suddenly said excitedly, "Look guys, Sister Siyao has come out." As the words fell, Chen Haoling's gaze subconsciously looked towards the ring, and sure enough, he saw that Li Siyao, who was clad in red soft armor, was holding a long sword in her hand as she mounted the ring in a graceful manner. Her temperament was noble and cold, and just by standing there, she gave people a feeling of a king in the world. This, coupled with her stunning beauty, was a thrill for the nearly 10,000 people in the audience. Beside Chen Haoling, that little girl, Li Ruoshang, was also wailing with excitement. "Sister Siyao! Sister Siyao! Ah!" That look was almost like a fan seeing their favorite idol. It seemed that the little girl's shouting had worked, and in the martial arts arena below, Li Siyao actually did look sideways to her side. However, more accurately speaking, it should be looking at Chen Haoling. When Li Ruoshang saw this scene, she was so excited that she couldn't help herself, and even pulled Chen Haoling's sleeve, tugging frantically and emotionally. "Chen Haoling, did you see that? Sister Siyao, she's looking at me, she's looking at me." Chen Haoling laughed and subconsciously tried to draw his elbow back, but at this time, he was seeing Li Siyao below, her mouth actually moving. It was a special kind of lip language, one that only Chen Haoling and Li Siyao could read. "What a wretch! In these 10 days of my absence, your strength really hasn't grown at all, and there's even a hint of regression. I say Chen Haoling, have you had such a bad time without me?" Li Siyao's words could be described as full of mockery. Obviously she should have already seen that Chen Haoling's aura wasn't as strong as it was 10 days ago. However, Chen Haoling did not refute her, and similarly responded with the same lips. "My days are okay, my body is great, I eat well, but you actually came to participate in this kind of competition, which makes me feel a bit unbelievable." Li Siyao snorted. "In your previous life, this was the place where you rose to power. So what? I'm not allowed to walk the same path again from once?" Chen Haoling's mouth pursed. In his last life, he had traveled to the imperial capital to further his studies with the first place in the clan competition, and according to the current laws of the Tianzhu Empire, All large city-states with a population size of more than 500,000 people or more were allowed to allow those who were furthering their studies to bring along 3 accompanying schoolchildren with them to the imperial capital. At that time, there was Li Siyao inside the accompanying scholar children that Chen Haoling brought with him, so she had also traveled the path of Chen Haoling's rise once. But why would she want to be going through the process a second time when she was living again? Was it because she didn't want to find the resources herself? Chen Haoling couldn't figure it out, and he didn't bother to ask Li Siyao about it. He just calmly responded, "The clan competition assembly is not a child's play. You'd better be careful." Li Siyao sneered, "Don't need you to worry about it." Chen Haoling put his head away to not look at her, and by the way, he cursed himself with a dog with a rat. The next moment, Li Siyao's competitors also took the stage. The crowd's eyes craned to look over. The visitor was a young man of about 23 or so, with dark skin and a strong body, and the weapon in his hand was a heavy giant axe. This person Chen Haoling also recognized, the third concubine's son of the Chen clan, Chen He. Don't look at him as just the common son of the Chen family, but his combat power is quite strong. A strong mana has already reached the level of limit Qi Gathering Realm, which is much stronger than the current Chen Haoling. Cultivation realms are categorized into Qi Gathering Realm, Earth Metaphysical Realm, True Martial Realm, and Inyang Realm. Each major realm is further subdivided into Minor, Major, Perfect, and Ultimate. With the addition of his rigid and domineering physical strength, he could even be ranked in the top 10 amongst the young generation of Changyu City. I didn't expect Li Siyao to run into an expert of this level just as soon as she stepped into the ring. I just didn't know how she would deal with it. Chen Haoling revealed a playful smile at this moment. The clan competition assembly, which was still feeling boring, suddenly turned interesting at this moment. Chapter 9, Demon Power Riot. The beginning. With that, the bell for the start of the clan competition rang, announcing that the competition between Li Siyao and Chen He had precisely begun. However, just in the instant the bell rang, Li Siyao's figure disappeared as fast as a ghost, and in the next second, she appeared in front of Chen He's close proximity. Chen He's pupils shrunk, his large dark face even turned pale at this moment. His mouth exclaimed in shock, "So fast!" But without waiting for Chen He to react, one of Li Siyao's beautiful legs flung towards Chen He's neck. Chen He was anxious in his mind and immediately raised his arm to space her. Knock! Li Siyao's beautiful leg landed heavily on Chen He's arm, and in an instant, it sent him flying backwards towards the side. This strong leg style immediately made Chen He feel as if his entire arm was about to be kicked off, and the battle axe in his hand even came out of his hand. But at this time, Li Siyao actually appeared in front of Chen He again. Without even giving Chen He time to react, she stomped on his chest, as if stepping on ants. He heaved Chen He to the ground. The strong force of the foot even made the thick martial arts stage sink, and a loud rumbling sound quickly echoed out. Pust! Chen He only felt a ball of blood spitting out of his mouth, and his chest ribs seemed to be breaking. Then, he saw that an ice-cold long sword was pressed against his neck and said in a cold voice, "You lost." Chen He felt the touch coming from his skin, and although he was very unwilling in his heart, he still said, "I admit defeat." With that, money and surrender. The bell rings again for the end of the match. Still, the audience of nearly 10,000 people at the scene was silent at the moment. Not a sound at all. And everyone was looking at the scene with wide eyes. That's gone? Holy, this is too much. Right, how long has it been? 3 breaths of time? This is the end of the fight? No, this Chen He is also too much of a waste, thanks to the fact that I even bet so much money on him to win. But it turns out that he didn't even last a single photo, and he just lost? No, it should be that Li Siyao who is too strong. The auditorium, which had been silent for a while, soon resounded with murmurs from the audience. It was also in the midst of their suspicions that on the martial arts stage, Li Siyao suddenly erupted with a strong demonic force. In an instant, it was like a hurricane whistling, instantly sweeping towards everyone on the scene, and vaguely one could even hear the sound of phoenixes. Above a spectator's seat, the lord of Changyu City, Zhou Hongshang, quietly watched the scene and whispered under his breath, "Is this the power of the demon phoenix body possessor? It is indeed ridiculously strong. I think her strength should have already reached the level of the minor achievement Earth-Shen realm, right?" The long butler at the side said respectfully, reporting back to the city lord. "This Li Siyao is the girl who fled the wedding with the Su family brat 10 days ago. During her time in the Su clan, she has advanced from her original limit Qi Gathering realm to her current minor achievement Earth-Shen realm in only 7 days. And, relying on the origin demon power enhancement, there should already be no one within the same realm who is her opponent. When Zhou Hongsheng heard this, he let out a soft "oh," and immediately revealed a playful expression and laughed. So it seems that this little girl made a very wise choice to run away at the wedding, and with one less vampire around, her strength immediately skyrocketed. I don't know if that old man, Li Jiangshan, will regret bringing that Chen Haoling back to the Li family in the first place. Butler Long, however, pondered for a moment. In the case of vampires, it shouldn't be called that yet. At least Chen Haoling also did help Li Siyao get through her 16-year-old calamity. But when Chen Haoling had no value to utilize, she decisively discarded it, and with such a heart, the old slave thought that this girl would become a great power in the future. Zhou Hongsheng glanced at Butler Long in surprise. Uncle Long, you have such a high opinion of this girl? Butler Long smiled. None of the demon phoenix body possessors are generalized. As long as she can keep up this state in the follow-up, perhaps becoming a party of princes and lords is not out of the realm of possibility. Zhou Hongsheng nodded in silence when he heard this. In that case, it seems that I should be pulling more strings with her. If she can really accomplish something great in the future, that would be a major benefit to my Zhou family. With that, he looked to one of the attendants at the side and said, "Go, send that golden cloud phoenix Luan hairpin inside the treasury to this Li Siyao, and say that this city lord thinks that this hairpin is a perfect match for her, and I hope that she won't disappoint this city lord in the competition afterward as well." That made Oda bow, then turned around and went to do it. Outside, in the audience, the Li family's crowd was similarly overwhelmed with excitement after seeing Li Xiao's outstanding performance, especially that little girl Li Ruoshang, who was already incoherent with excitement. Sister Siyao is so powerful. She actually broke through to the earthly Xin realm, a 20-year-old earthly Xin realm. With such talent, even if it's placed in the imperial capital, it's not that bad, right? If only I could become as powerful as Sister Siyao. Li Mingxiao, however, spat from the side. Pull back you. Other Sister Siyao is the possessor of the demon phoenix body, relying on the enchantment of the origin demon power. She is almost invincible in the same realm. In looking at you, what do you have? Li Ruoshan was ridiculed by him and immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Don't talk about me? You yourself are no better." When she said that, she gave a petulant grunt and then averted her head. Even the head of the family sitting at the front, Li Jiangshan, nodded his head gently and stroked his goatee with a smile, clearly satisfied with his daughter's performance today. Now it seemed that his previous decision to agree to his daughter's escape from marriage with Su Yishuan was really a correct one. However, Li Jiangshan suddenly remembered that Chen Haoling was still sitting beside him, so he hurriedly collected his smile and said to Chen Haoling with a dry cough, "It's still a credit to you that Siyao is where she is today." Chen Haoling gave a soft "oh" as he said expressionlessly, "With a share of credit from me?" Li Jiangshan nodded. "If it wasn't for you letting go and fulfilling them, perhaps Siyao wouldn't have been able to usher in her high moment today." Chen Haoling blinked, not knowing why he always felt that his righteous father's words sounded a bit eerie, but he still interjected, "She was good enough on her own to get where she is, and it has nothing to do with anyone." When Li Jiangshan heard this, he smiled again and nodded. He could hear that Chen Haoling was deliberately saying good things about Li Siyao in front of him, but he didn't refute it and chose to acquiesce. However, the next second, the crowd at the scene suddenly saw that Li Siyao, who was on top of the martial arts arena, suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Chen Haoling's side. This scene immediately caused everyone at the scene to freeze, and then they all turned their heads to look in the direction that Li Xiao's finger was pointing. Even Chen Haoling noticed this scene. Li Ruoshang blinked her eyes and said to Chen Haoling, "Chen Haoling, is Sister Siyao she referring to you?" Chen Haoling didn't say anything, just staring straight at Li Siyao like that. Then, Chen Haoling and everyone else at the scene saw that Li Xiao's finger suddenly changed into a thumbs down motion, while a sneer appeared on her face. This action is provocative to the core. Even Chen Haoling looked at Li Siyao with some annoyance, and Li Siyao raised her lofty head and said with her lips, "If you had also come to the clan competition today, I would have stomped you down with even more perfection." Chen Haoling understood after seeing this. She was feeling a bit upset because she hadn't defeated herself personally. However, it was right that she would have such thoughts. After all, she had been suppressed by Chen Haoling for her entire life in her previous life, and it was not easy for her to succeed in catching up with Chen Haoling in this life, so she naturally wanted to get all her points back in front of him. And Chen Haoling just smiled at this and replied, "It's been almost 10 days. Can you still control the demonic power in your body?" The moment Li Siyao saw these words, suddenly she felt her heart pounding and let out a pfft sound. Not a moment later, the sound of her heart beating rang very clearly in her ears, and at the same time, A strong chill spread steeply deep within her body. The feeling was like falling into an ice cellar. Siyao looked at her body in shock and whispered under her breath, "What's going on? Why has the demonic power started to riot again?" Chapter 10, A Look. Although she didn't know why this was happening, Siyao decided to go down first. At the same time, she struggled to maintain her current expression, thus preventing anyone from noticing her abnormality. After seeing her go down, Chen Haoling also lost interest in the next clan competition and got up to leave. But at this time, Li Mingxiao suddenly shouted at Chen Haoling, "Sister Siyao won't see you now. It's useless if you go over there. Maybe if you're unlucky, there's a chance that you'll be beaten up by the Su family." As soon as these words came out, Chen Haoling's footsteps paused for a moment, and he turned his head to look at the teenager who was a few years younger than himself, and he said slowly, "What makes you think I'm going after Li Siyao?" Li Mingxiao snorted. Everyone at the scene could have seen that when Sister Siyao pointed at you just now. Right now, Sister Siyao has already left the field, and you're also preparing to leave. Under these circumstances, what else could you be doing if not going to find Sister Siyao? With that, Li Mingxiao stood up, then came close to Chen Haoling and said in a cold voice, "So, you'd better not unknowingly run over to disturb her." Chen Haoling heard this, immediately a little annoyed. In the past when he was still the aunt of the Li family, this Li Mingxiao see him as if he had seen his grandfather, well behaved, and now, he lost power, but is the first to come forward to talk about the sarcasm. Chen Haoling, who thought of this, subconsciously touched the wound on his abdomen before looking at Li Mingxiao and said, "If you don't want to lie on the ground, get the hell away from me now. I don't want to talk so much nonsense with you." Although 10 days ago, Chen Haoling had already obtained the Yin Spirit Bead from Li Xinyue's hands as a way to heal his damaged Yuan Palace. However, for some unknown reason, the deterioration of the wound did not get better as a result. So right now, after watching Li Xiao's match, Chen Haoling just wanted to immediately get off the field and rest, pressing on and not wanting to stay here. As for Li Mingxiao, after hearing Chen Haoling's unceremonious words, he was also annoyed. He took a step closer in Chen Haoling's direction and said with a step of a very tugging tone, "I told you not to bother Sister Siyao. Was I wrong? Chen Haoling, don't forget that you are now also just an adopted son of the Li family. To put it badly, there is no difference with a dog raised by our Li family." As the words fell, Li Mingxiao suddenly pointed at the seat where Chen Haoling had just sat and yelled, "Sit down, don't go anywhere, or else I'll break your legs." As he spoke, the aura of the perfection Qi gathering realm was quietly released on his body, which happened to be at the same realm level as Chen Haoling. However, this time, it attracted the attention of quite a few spectators around, who looked over to Chen Haoling's side, and then pointed their fingers at Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling took a deep breath and suddenly sighed from the bottom of his heart. It's really a dragon swimming in shallow water being teased by shrimps, and a tiger falling down in Pingyang being bullied by dogs. With that, he then looked at Li Myung-hyo in front of him again, and then he violently threw a slap over. The speed of the slap was so amazing that it even made Li Myung-hyo unable to dodge before he was hit squarely. Pa! The force of the slap was so strong that it almost deformed the left side of Li Myung-hyo's face and twisted his entire head towards the side. At the same time, Chen Haoling in his spinning turn, violently threw a kick onto Li Mingxiao's abdomen. Knock! In an instant, Li Mingxiao's body was like a meteor as it flew backwards. Boom boom boom. This one even knocked over quite a few spectators, and so many people lost their voices and screamed because of it. Even Li Ruoshang, who was behind Chen Haoling, and his righteous father, Li Jiangshan, noticed this scene. Li Ruoshang suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong? What happened? Why did you suddenly make a move?" In the distance, Li Myung-hyo, who had been slapped, immediately climbed up from the ground. The left side of his face became very red and swollen. The corners of his mouth had blood seeping through them, and his whole person looked very funny as he angrily yelled at Chen Haoling, "Son of a! How dare you hit me!" Chen Haoling didn't want to talk to this idiot and turned around, wanting to leave. However, Li Mingxiao actually directly rushed over, looking like he wanted to resolve life and death with Chen Haoling. However, Chen Haoling raised his head at this time and gave him a cold look. In an instant, Li Mingxiao's figure that had rushed to Chen Haoling's proximity came to a standstill, and for a split second, he suddenly felt a strong fear of death enveloping his entire body. It wasn't an illusion, but his subconscious was telling him that once he did strike again then he would die. After realizing this, Li Myung-hyo's entire body seemed to have turned into a zombie, stopping motionless in place. Chen Haoling wasn't paying any attention to him, but instead bypassed his body and walked straight towards the outside. Seeing this, Li Ruoshang subconsciously wanted to go and pull Chen Haoling back and ask them what they were up to and why they suddenly made a move. But Li Jiangshan spoke up. Ruoshang, don't chase after him. Let him be alone and quiet for a while. Li Ruoshang twisted her head and looked at Li Jiangshan. Then said, but, Li Jiangshan sighed and shook his head. The achievements that Siyao has now are a big blow to him. We should give him a little bit of space to be alone and let him figure some things out. After Li Ruoshang heard this, her mouth pursed. In on the glutinous said, I'm just afraid that he'll really go to Sister Siyao, and at that time, if he were to be given a beating by someone from the Su family, it would still be our Li family making a fool of themselves. Li Jiangshan smiled. Don't worry, it won't happen. He can't do that kind of thing yet. When Li Ruoshang heard this, she then resumed her seat again, but her gaze still looked at Li Mingxiao who was on the side. He was now still maintaining the same movement on which he had just sprinted towards Chen Haoling. Li Ruoshang directly shouted, Li Mingxiao, what are you doing? Hearing the voice, Li Mingxiao instantly came back to his senses, and it was only at this moment that he realized that Chen Haoling had already gone somewhere. In an instant, it was as if he was relieved of his burden, and his entire body sat down helplessly on the ground before gasping for air. Just now, what happened? Why did it feel that way? Li Nianghyo still felt some chills down his back until now. Obviously just a look. Li Nianghyo felt every cell in his body tremble. But this was strange. Obviously both his and Chen Haoling's strength was only perfection, she-gathering realm. But why did he feel that there was a very huge distance between himself and the other party? It was as if a weak and powerless little sheep was facing up to a savage beast that was the size of a mountain. It seemed as if the other party only needed a snort to make him go up in smoke. Li Mingxiao couldn't figure it out and didn't dare to continue to think deeply about it, so he could only sit back honestly, thinking that in the future, it would be better not to provoke that madman. Chen Haoling, who had returned to the rest area of the martial arts arena, found a seat where no one was sitting, and he gently lifted the upper half of his body's clothes, only to see a thick layer of white bandages wrapped around his abdominal position, with a strong odor of Chinese herbs lingering in the bandages. But it didn't take long for those odors to be permeated by the smell of blood. At the same time, the white bandage turned blood red. Seeing this scene, Chen Haoling's brows furrowed. Just for the sake of slapping that Li Mingxiao, he actually caused his wound to split open again. Oh, come on, that's good. We'll have to re-bandage it again. It was also while Chen Haoling was thinking like this that his shadow suddenly squirmed, and immediately after, a voice that was exactly the same as Chen Haoling's voice rang out. This Li family is no longer fit to continue. When are you going to leave? Chen Haoling's brows knitted tightly when he heard that voice that was the same as his own. In then said, at least get my sword back before I can do that, right? Chapter 11, Li Siyao's Obsession. In his previous life, before Chen Haoling left for the sacred city of Silla, his righteous father gave him a Tang sword, which was the sword that had been following Chen Haoling before he entered the Li family. Its origin might be related to Chen Haoling's biological parents, and subsequently it was also this knife that followed Chen Haoling in his quest to fight in all directions, living a new life. Although Chen Haoling's feelings towards the Li family had also faded countless times, he still wanted to get his sword back. After all, at this stage of his current life, there was no magic weapon that would suit him better than that sword. Just as Chen Haoling was thinking, his shadow wriggled once again, and then it shapeshifted into a person exactly like Chen Haoling. When he came to Chen Haoling's side, he sat down with a big swagger and said with a look of a social big brother, after the boundless blade is found, how about taking a few Li family members to try out the blade? He said, and excitedly licked his lips with his tongue. But Chen Haoling said perfunctorily, let's talk about it. As soon as the words fell, he took out a new bandage as well as ointment from his own storage ring and prepared to reapply medicine to himself. But Shadow was annoyed and said, those Li family members have bullied you into what kind of situation and you're still so indifferent? Far from it. Just the last time that Li Siyao eloped with that piece of Suishuan, did any of those Li family children ever say a word for you? All of them are accusing you, saying you're wrong here and there. Mother asterisk 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 asterisk, if I could have gotten out then I would have killed them all. Shadow's frantic complaining voice however did not make Chen Haoling move a bit, as he continued to change his own medicine. Only after the wounds were all taken care of did Chen Haoling say without any hesitation, anyway, in a while, the Li family will be exterminated, and I won't need to do anything then. So what am I wasting that energy for? The expression on Shadow's face was only a little better when he heard this, but he still inquired to Chen Haoling for insurance purposes. It's just that you're not going to get soft and then intervene when you're down, are you? Shadow was truly afraid that Chen Haoling, a brain-dead fellow, would help the Li family survive this extinction. Inside the Shadow's memory, from the moment Chen Haoling entered the Li family, he had suffered too many grievances and had been beaten too many times. In the case of holding back such anger, it would be really hard to help the Li family through the danger of extinction. But see, at this time Chen Haoling lightly laughed. He in the wound will be treated well. Then casually took out the smoking gun and giving himself some tobacco, said, "If by that time, my righteous father and mother are both still around, I may not really be able to make a move. It's just a pity that my righteous mother died 4 years ago after a long illness, and my righteous father won't live for a few days if he does." Although this was said without thinking, Shadow was able to hear the helplessness in Chen Haoling's voice. Instead of yelling as he had done earlier, Shadow just asked cautiously, "Why does your righteous father refuse to receive treatment when he knows he has a divine brain tumor? If he would have gotten treatment, maybe he could have lived a few more years?" Chen Haoling, however, smiled, because he himself doesn't want to live anymore. "During those 10 days, I offered countless times to help him heal, and he refused, saying something about how death is also some kind of relief. That's when I knew that he would have missed my righteous mother and wanted to go down to her." With that, Chen Haoling's mouth spat out a mouthful of white mist, relying on the anesthesia from the tobacco, which allowed the pain on his abdomen to lessen a bit. The Shadow wasn't uttering a word anymore, and with a shake of his body, he merged into the black shadows once again. Soon, only Chen Haoling was left alone inside the rest area again. His brows once again furrowed as he said slowly under his breath, "If I really can't find my sword, I can only take the initiative to ask my righteous father for it. I just don't know if he will give it to me now." Thinking back to his last life, Chen Haoling was on the verge of leaving for the sacred city of Silla when his righteous father gave him the sword during his parting. But if we go by that point in time, he'll be waiting another 10 days or so, and his patience in the Li household was really about to wear thin. Inside Li Siyao's private room and the resting area of the Su family's contestants in the martial arts arena. Being in the middle of the room, Li Siyao sat cross-legged on the futon, frantically running the sacred spring purification technique, wanting to purify the riotous demonic power in her body. But for some reason, the total amount of purification power needed this time was very large, and the process was accompanied by very intense pain. And this pain even made Li Siyao lose her voice and shriek uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the soundproof boundary she had set up when she came in, it was estimated that the sound of just this one click would have been heard by the people outside. This agonizing process lasted for a full hour before it ended. And then, Li Siyao collapsed on the ground powerlessly, gasping for air from her mouth. A mere 10 days had passed since she had left the Li family, but during this process, the frequency of the demonic power riots within her body had begun to become more and more frequent. First, it was once every 3 days, then once every 2 days, then once a day, and now, there are 3 riots a day. Moreover, the scale of a single riot was getting bigger and bigger, and the amount of purification power that needed to be consumed became larger and larger. But this situation clearly doesn't match the last one. In her previous life, she had used the sacred spring purification technique to purify the riotous demonic power within her body, all with ease. Moreover, after each purification, the frequency of the demonic power riots in the body would become lower and lower, and the longest time, it even appeared that the demonic power riots had only occurred once in 10 years. But why was the situation completely reversed after the rebirth? Li Siyao was lying on the ground and couldn't figure out what had gone wrong, and in a trance she suddenly remembered Chen Haoling's figure. In her last life, when he was around, Li Siyao almost never had to worry about the problem of rioting demonic power in her body, because every time, Chen Haoling would arrange to come ahead of time, thus allowing her to pass through those sufferings smoothly in a painless state. Without him in this life, all the pain had turned into her own. Is it true that you can't do without him? Li Siyao thought like this, but suddenly her eyes became firm again. She got up from the ground and said angrily under her breath, "Not without him? Are you kidding me? I, Li Siyao, can be soft in front of Brother Ishuan. I can be soft in front of my father, but there's absolutely no way I can be soft in front of you." Chen Haoling. Li Siyao thought back to earlier when Chen Haoling lip-synced again and asked her rhetorically, "Can you still control the demonic power in your body?" Every time she thought back to this scene, it made her feel furious, and she kicked away the futon by her feet and said in a cold voice, "Don't you just want to see me unable to control my demonic power?" Then half dead from the pain, and finally running back to you in tears, begging you to save me? Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous, just ridiculous. Do you really think I will do as you wish? I'm telling you, you're dreaming. Don't even think about it. To live a new life, Even without you Chen Haoling, I, Li Siyao, can still become the #1 female emperor of the Divine State Empire? I can still be ranked as one of the 9 holy monarchs, and I can still accomplish great feats. When that time comes, let's see which one of us cries and begs for forgiveness. Chapter 12, This Old Man is Lying. In the 3 days since then, Li Siyao had practically rushed to the second place in the clan competition with a crushing attitude, second only to the first genius of Chanyu City, Zhou Haoren. For such a scene, even Chen Haoling was somewhat moved. This was because he could tell that the demonic power within Li Siyao's body was already on the verge of exploding. But even so, he didn't stop himself, only to see Chen Haoling, who was sitting in the audience seat, smoking the smoking gun in his hand while looking at the competition below, said slowly under his breath, "Is it necessary to fight so hard? Even if we do win first place in the clan competition and enter the Imperial Capital Academy, but if the demonic power completely backfires, wouldn't everything we're doing now be meaningless?" Chen Haoling didn't know how Li Siyao thought, so he simply didn't think much in this regard. He twisted his head to the side, but saw his righteous father walking over with Li Ruoshang and Li Mingxiao and a few others. Perhaps because of the reason that he had been violently beaten by Chen Haoling last time, this time Li Mingxiao did not go up to provoke Chen Haoling, but instead sat in his seat in a disciplined manner and did not say anything. Chen Haoling didn't care about him either, and just said to his righteous father after taking his seat, "Righteous father, is it true that I can't find my things?" Li Jiangshan sighed at that moment. "I've already sent people to rummage through the treasury, only it might take a little more time to find it." Saying that, he took another curious glance at Chen Haoling inquiring, "What are you so anxious to have that knife for now?" Chen Haoling casually made up a reason and said, "It's nothing much, I just think that my strength might be about to break through in the near future, and I would like to have a handful of weapons to take advantage of at that time. It just so happens that the knife my real parents left me seems to be pretty good, so I want to get it back." Li Jiangshan was sort of more agreeable to this reason, and he subconsciously nodded his head. "You've also reached this age, so it's fine. Turn around and take you inside the storehouse to choose a few handy weapons. As for your knife, after I send someone to find it, and immediately send it to you." Chen Haoling nodded, indicating that there was no problem, but his shadow squirmed, and a voice followed. "This old man is lying. He didn't even send for your knife. He hid it on purpose." The voice was loud, but only Chen Haoling could hear it. Chen Haoling glanced at his shadow, then said in his heart, "How do you know?" Shadow immediately responded, "When he lies, his eyes flutter and he's obviously not telling the truth." Chen Haoling sniffed, and sneakily glanced at his righteous father again, before looking at the shadow again. "Why is righteous father doing this?" Shadow exclaimed strangely, "And how would I know?" After a pause, he went on to add, "According to me, we should just sneak off and get the knife back ourselves. If you tell him directly and explicitly what you want, it will in turn cause him to be wary, and when the time comes, the knife will be hidden by him, and we'll have an even harder time finding it." Chen Haoling took a deep breath of the smoking gun before exhaling a mouthful of white mist. "If we can find it ourselves, why would I take the initiative to ask him for it?" Shadow was dumbfounded at this point, and then he asked back, "Then what should we do now? If he doesn't bring out the knife, then won't we be locked up in the Li family for the rest of our lives?" Chen Haoling also fell silent at this time. He quietly thought for a while, and then responded, "Let's wait and see. If it's not possible, I'll have to wait until my strength is promoted to the Earth Shen realm, and then I'll be able to find it with my divine sense." When Shadow sniffed, he let out a long ah sound, obviously not wanting to wait that long, but there didn't seem to be any other way at the moment. "Then how long will it take for your strength to reach the Earth Shen realm?" Chen Haoling sniffed and glanced down at the wound on his abdomen again. "Before the Yuan Palace is repaired, it should be impossible to advance to the Earth Shen realm, right?" Shadow, however, said with some chagrin, "Not that I'm saying, what the hell is the situation with this wound of yours? It's been almost half a ing month, and it's actually not good yet. Is that Li Siyao using a divine weapon? It can make you hurt for such a long time." As soon as these words came out, Chen Haoling's mind flashed, as if he had thought of something, and one hand gently stroked on top of his abdomen. At this moment, he seemed to have guessed the reason why his injuries had not been healed. It was also in the middle of his thinking that a loud bang suddenly rang out, a moment that made everyone's eyes on the scene focus on the field at the same time, only to see that Li Siyao had already exchanged blows with Chanyu City's current #1 genius, Zhou Haoren, and the speed between both parties was incredibly fast. It could even be described as chasing clouds and chasing electricity and swiftly flowing electricity. Facing Zhou Haoren, Li Siyao obviously did not have the same kind of ease and calmness that she had in the previous days, because Zhou Haoran's strength was really strong. Although he belonged to the same level of minor achievement Earthxian realm as Li Siyao, but because his foundation was more solid, and various moves were endless, so even if Li Siyao had the support of the origin demon power, she would still find it difficult to fight, only to see Li Siyao's figure continuously retreated under Zhou Haoran's stormy attack, while her mind continued to recall the scenes from her last life when Chen Haoling fought this monster. In his previous life, Chen Haoling and Zhou Haoran had fought for an entire day and night, almost spelling out a lose-lose situation before defeating this monster Zhou Haoran. Just from that alone, you can imagine how difficult this guy really is, and the method by which Chen Haoling finally defeated him was exactly the same as boiling him to death. Yes, it was the simmering to death. The Chen Haoling at that time, with the strength of the limit Qi-gathering realm, simmered Zhou Haoran to death, and managed to defeat him under the first exhaustion of his physical strength and mana. And Li Siyao, who thought back to this, felt like her sky was about to collapse, because the thing she was least good at was protracted battles, and in that case, how could she possibly wear Zhou Haoran down? Li Siyao, who thought of this, was actually a bit flustered for a while. Even the movements of her hands were a bit unable to keep up with her reactions, while Zhou Haoran, who was opposite her, sneered, "Yo, Mrs. Su, can't you do this? Weren't you a very capable fighter before? How come you've disorganized yourself so quickly?" As the words fell, Zhou Haoran kicked at Li Siyao, who subconsciously raised her sword to fend off the situation. Knock! Zhou Haoran flung his foot onto Li Siyao's longsword, hard kicking her backward tens of steps continuously before she managed to stabilize herself. Chapter 13, Demon Power Backfire, Li Siyao cries. However, at this time, Zhou Haoran's long sword was once again attacking. He was a strong person who ruled over the wind attribute, and every swing of his sword was shadowless and invisible, but was able to create real destructive power. Soon, the clothes on Li Siyao's body were scratched by countless wind blades, and even the skin under her clothes was scratched with a shallow blood mark. Seeing this, Li Siyao instinctively felt a hint of annoyance, but in the next second, the demonic power in her body actually rioted once again. Immediately afterward, a strong intent of regicide lingered in Li Siyao's heart. Zhou Haoran's eyes widened slightly when he noticed this, and he exclaimed under his breath, "Is this the origin demon power? It's really powerful. Let me just come and get a good taste of it." As the words fell, the Qingfeng sword in his hand swung once again, and at this moment, a whirlwind air mass actually formed and swept straight towards Li Siyao's direction, and at this moment, Li Siyao's eyes began to become blood red, while the demonic energy up and down her body also gathered into a shadow at this moment. The moment the whirlwind air mass neared Li Siyao, a phoenix sound abruptly sounded. Then, behind Li Siyao, a Nirvana phoenix silhouette emerged. Wow! The approaching whirlwind air mass instantly dissipated, barely affecting her in the slightest. When Zhou Haoran saw this scene, he was slightly stunned, and then he said with some surprise, "Oh, the defense is good. How about this?" Zhou Haoran once again rushed towards Li Siyao's direction. The long sword in his hand waved, bringing up a sharp wind blade scythe to cut towards all parts of Li Siyao's body. However, at this moment, Li Siyao was completely ignoring those attacks, and her body was being devoured by the demonic power bit by bit. The feeling was like that of a drowning person whose body was completely submerged. Bang! 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 As the phoenix shadow around Li Siyao gradually solidified, Zhou Haoran's attacks became more and more powerless, as if it was a water pistol shot on a wall, barely able to construct any impact. What's going on? It wasn't until this time that Zhou Haoran began to notice that something was wrong. This was because the demonic power that had erupted from Li Siyao's body had become stronger and stronger, and it was even directly approaching the aura of a real demonic beast. When Zhou Hongshang, the lord of Changyu City, saw this scene from afar, he followed suit and was somewhat puzzled as he whispered under his breath, "What is Li Siyao up to? Why is she standing still? Why has that demonic power in her body become so bizarre as well?" After saying that, Zhou Hongshang looked behind him at Butler Long and asked, "Uncle Long, do you notice anything unusual?" Butler Long was staring at Li Siyao carefully for a while. Then, his pupils shrunk violently as he exclaimed under his breath, "Her demonic power, it's turning her back?" As soon as these words came out, even Zhou Hongshang violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air and exclaimed under his breath, "What?" In the Li family's audience, Li Jiangshan, as well as Li Ruoshan, Li Mingxiao, and a few other members of the Li family also noticed that something was wrong with Li Siyao. Especially Li Jiangshan even stood up from his position. looking at Li Siyao's direction and said somewhat nervously, "Siyao?" Li Ruoshang also exclaimed, "Sister Siyao." Only Chen Haoling looked at all of this with a calm face, obviously having guessed that there would be such a day. As for the field, Li Siyao's entire body had been completely enveloped in the Red Phoenix demonic power. That intense feeling of suffocation made Li Siyao want to escape, but her body was unable to move. At the same time, an intense pain from the depths of the soul kept coming. It hurts. It really hurts. Painfully, Li Siyao felt as if all the bones in her body had been crushed over and over again. Her flesh and blood had been given a knife to cut. Her meridians had been stripped away bit by bit, and all her organs had been removed. This feeling like being dismantled in a big way was what Li Siyao was most truly feeling right now. She was almost frantic with pain, but couldn't make a sound. In a trance, Li Siyao's gaze looked towards the audience in the distance, separated by a few hundred meters, but she caught a glimpse of a calm figure in the middle of the audience. Li Siyao subconsciously stretched out her hand, wanting to grab him, but realized that she couldn't reach him at all, and at the same time, her mind kept recalling the scene that happened half a month ago, on the day she ran away from the wedding. She kissed another man in front of Chen Haoling and told her father, "I'm just choosing what I want in life." Then he swore to Chen Haoling, "Don't think that you're the only one in this world who can purify the origin demon power. After all, after being with you for so many years, this is a skill I've still mastered." Then he added to all the guests at the scene, "I, Li Siyao, can already perfectly control the demonic power in my body, and he, Chen Haoling, no longer has any use for me, and is even less qualified to be my husband. Since that's the case, is there any need for me to be marrying him again?" And in the face of her father blackmailing her into continuing to marry Chen Haoling by severing her relationship, she actually held a knife to her neck and said, "Father, what makes you think I'll become a she-devil like my sister? Based on your unilateral belief that I can't control demonic power for a long time? If that's the case, then I can say that you're wrong. Big mistake. I'm not like my sister. Her demonic power will only reduce her to a murderous demoness, whereas my demonic power will only help me ascend to a higher peak. Because I know very well that it would be impossible for my demonic power to go out of control, much less turn me back. But if you're still unwilling to believe me, thinking that I just can't leave Chen Haoling, then I, Li Siyao, will have no choice but to die to make it clear." When asked why she was so resistant to marrying Chen Haoling, she explained, "Because he, Chen Haoling, under the pretense of helping me regulate my demonic power, crazily drew on the origin in my body, thus enhancing his own mana. Everything he's got is based on exploiting me. I don't want to be exploited by him. I don't want to be squeezed by him. I want to have a life of my own." Li Siyao, who thought back to this, instantly laughed out loud, her laughter filled with heartache and irony. Once upon a time, she swore that she no longer needed Chen Haoling, and that even without him, she could still control her demonic power just as well. As a result, in less than half a month's time, her demonic power had all gone out of control and was gradually turning her back. There was not a single thing she could do to cope with this tragedy. Inside, there was resentment and despair that made her want to kill herself, but she couldn't control her body to do anything. Slowly, she could feel her consciousness gradually being replaced, and the feeling of drowsiness made her want to just sleep. Only, while closing her eyes, Li Siyao still raised her hand and reached out towards Chen Haoling's direction. "Chen Haoling, husband, I'm sorry." In the next moment, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Chapter 14, Out of Control. Li Siyao rushes at Chen Haoling, immediately followed by an even more violent Phoenix demonic power sweeping. It was like a storm spreading in all directions. Zhou Haoran, who was on top of the ring, subconsciously put his hands against himself when faced with the surging airwaves, and his clothes were blown and grinned. Then, Li Siyao's figure levitated. Her entire person was enveloped in the Phoenix shadow. Her entire consciousness had been swallowed by the demonic power. At this moment, it was even more completely indistinguishable from whether it was a friend or foe. Her gaze went to Zhou Haoran on the field, so she raised her hand and waved it in that direction towards him. In an instant, a piece of feather was like a ray of laser light, shooting towards Zhou Haoran's direction. Zhou Haoran was startled in his heart and raised the Qingfeng sword in his hand to frantically resist that terrifying might. The sharp Qingfeng sword actually cut out a trail of residual shadows under Zhou Haoran's all-out dance, and at this moment, it actually allowed him to block Li Siyao's casual attack. However, Li Siyao on the stage let out a cold smile and spat out a word indifferently from her mouth. "Explode." As the words fell, the feathers that were shot at Zhou Haoran actually exploded on the spot. Boom boom boom. Successive explosions rang out at once, and in a moment's effort, Zhou Haoran was blown backwards. The scorching flames, even the clothes on Zhou Haoran's body were burned. The original immortal airy male, at this time was in a sorry state just like a beggar, only to see Zhou Haoran immediately climbed up after rolling around on the ground a few times, and looking towards Li Siyao in the sky, his teeth clenched as he cursed under his breath. Phoenix demonic power, it's really powerful. With that, his mouth violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body half-kneeled helplessly on the ground again, one hand covering his chest, his breath gradually withering. At this moment, above his skin, large areas of burns had manifested, even giving off an oozing feeling. While Li Siyao in the sky looked at this scene, there was no pity in her eyes. It was as if she was looking at a piece of trash. She raised one hand once more, and a bow made of flames materialized, before she gently pulled the bowstring. A sharp flaming arrow also manifested along with it, with the arrow pointing straight at Zhou Haoran below. When Zhou Haoran saw this, he exclaimed, "I admit defeat. You win this competition." However, Li Siyao above the sky did not stop moving because of Zhou Haoran's surrender. Her eyes filled with indifference and ruthlessness. The finger that was pulling on the bowstring gently loosened, and then the sharp flaming arrows carried a strong offense and shot straight towards Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran's heart was shocked. His entire body froze in place. The speed of the arrow was too fast, so fast that he could not dodge in time. Is he going to die here? However, just as Zhou Haoran was thinking this way, an old silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him, and raised his hand as he faced the flaming arrow. Phew! One could only see a huge palm transformed by a huge golden shadow of light grasping straight out. That light shadow palm increased to 10 meters long in the blink of an eye, and it actually grabbed the flying arrow. But the next second, the arrow exploded on the palm of the light shadow hand. Boom! The tumbling airwaves exploded above the sky, even causing the ground below to tremble violently. Zhou Haoran said excitedly after seeing that someone had come to his rescue. Master Dragon! The person who came was none other than the City Lord's Mansion's Long Butler, an expert of the extreme Earth Xian realm, just one step away from reaching the level of the true martial realm. This strength was one small realm stronger than Li Jiangshan, the head of the Li family. Cultivation realms, Qi gathering realm, Earth metaphysical realm, true martial realm, Inyang realm. Each major realm is further subdivided into minor, major, perfect, and ultimate. And after Butler Long blocked the powerful arrow, he glanced at Li Siyao in the sky before turning to Zhou Haoran behind him. Grand Duke, this Li Siyao's consciousness has already been devoured by the Phoenix demon power, and now she has completely turned into a killing machine. So stay away from her. The old slave will come and clean her up personally. Zhou Haoran's entire body was shocked when he heard this, and he roared lowly under his breath. Devoured by demonic power? No, didn't she say before that she had mastered the method of controlling demonic power? How come it was suddenly devoured? Li Siyao's previous escape from marriage was already well known amongst the entire Changyu city. Thus, including her reason for escaping from marriage was also known by everyone. That was why Zhou Haoran was overwhelmed after learning that the Li Siyao under his eyes had been devoured by demonic power. And Butler Long only responded indifferently in the face of Zhou Haoran's shock. What exactly is the reason for this old slave doesn't know. But right now, if she isn't suppressed as soon as possible, then she will threaten the safety of everyone in the entire changing Moon City. Naturally, Butler Long would never forget the massacre incident that was brought about when Li Xinyue's Ice Phoenix demonic power erupted. Thus, when facing Li Siyao, whose total amount of demonic power exceeded Li Xinyue's by a factor of 10, his face was filled with deep scorn. But in the next second, Li Siyao above the sky made a turn and flew in a direction. She also seemed to have sensed how strong the dragon Butler was, and thus, turned away without the slightest hint of a fight, and the speed was so fast that it gave people a feeling of being deterred. But Butler Long wouldn't let her leave that easily, and at that moment, Butler Long yelled, "Where to go?" As the words fell, he chased after Li Siyao in her direction. At the same time, many of the city lord's houseguards on the martial arts arena began to arrange for the evacuation of the spectators at the scene in a well-organized manner. The same was true including on the side of the Li family. Only, Li Jiangshan had been refusing to go because he was worried about his daughter's condition, and so many people around him were trying to persuade him. But the old man just refused to do so, and he even wanted to personally go out and bring his daughter back. However, in the next second, Li Ruoshan was suddenly pointing at the distant sky and said, "Look guys, Sister Siyao is rushing over towards us." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked to see that Li Siyao, who was wrapped in the phoenix shadow, was rushing towards the side of the Li clan's crowd at a very astonishing speed. However, Only Chen Haoling looked at this scene with a pale face as he realized that Li Siyao seemed to be rushing towards himself. Almost without thinking too much, Chen Haoling lunged in one direction. Just in the moment Chen Haoling dodged away, Li Siyao had already approached, and she stomped on the spot where Chen Haoling had just stood, directly stomping out a deep crater in the ground there. If she stepped on her this time, Chen Haoling would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. When the crowd at the scene saw this scene, they couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Li Jiangshan was even more excited. Siyao! Li Ruoshang also shouted, "Sister Siyao!" However, Li Siyao completely ignored their cries and instead turned her gaze towards Chen Haoling. At this time, after Chen Haoling dodged Li Siyao's attack, his footsteps quietly fell backward to ensure that he and his opponent remained at a safe distance. And Chen Haoling's shadow shouted at that moment, "This woman is coming for you. Don't get tainted by her demonic power, or else you might get sucked into a dry corpse by her." Chen Haoling said to the shadow in annoyance, "I know what she's coming over for. I don't need you to remind me." Chen Haoling could strengthen his own mana by absorbing the phoenix's demonic power, and similarly, Li Siyao's demonic power could devour Chen Haoling's mana to gain an increase in strength. Therefore, Li Siyao came to Chen Haoling with only one purpose, which was to absorb the mana within Chen Haoling's body as a way to strengthen her own strength. In the next moment, Li Siyao let out a sharp phoenix chirp, and then she rushed over in the direction of Chen Haoling. Seeing this, Chen Haoling could only turn around and escape, and when this scene was seen by the Li family members in the distance, they all panicked. Li Ruoshang and Li Jiangshan and the others hurriedly chased after Chen Haoling and the others in the direction they left. Only Li Mingxiao had a gloating expression on his face. Who let Chen Haoling step on him in front of so many people before? And now that Chen Haoling was being chased and beaten by Li Siyao, he was naturally happy. In the outside world, Chen Haoling jumped back and forth on the beams of a house after rushing out of the martial arts arena. Battle skill, solitary step was immediately executed. In an instant, Chen Haoling's weight was reduced to about half of its original weight, and the explosive power of his legs had skyrocketed by a large margin. This caused his entire body to even bring up a residual shadow between prancing back and forth on the beams of the room. However, what runs on the ground is ultimately no match for what flies in the sky. The phoenix silhouette that Li Siyao had conjured up caught up with Chen Haoling in a moment. She threw a kick at Chen Haoling's back. Chen Haoling's face sank, and right away, he made a spinning turn, and his foot clashed with the kick that Li Siyao had kicked over. Boom! Between their feet clashing, they immediately brought up a circle of white airwaves spreading in all directions. Under the pressure exerted by this powerful force, it even blew the countless tiles on the house backwards. At the same time, Chen Haoling was given a kick by Li Siyao. Boom! Chen Haoling's body was like a meteor, smashing straight into the streets of the downtown area. This instantly scared the passers-by around them into losing their voices and screaming. Chen Haoling, however, was forcibly enduring the intense pain in his legs and also on his body, immediately getting back up again. On his abdomen, the bright sword wound was acting up again. Chapter 15, Chen Haoling's injuries completely healed. A faint tingling sensation kept hitting Chen Haoling's pain nerves, and in a glance down one would realize that the bandage at Chen Haoling's abdominal position was starting to stain red again. Apparently the wound started bleeding again. Chen Haoling looked at the bleeding wound. His face looked rather bitter. If it wasn't for this damn sword wound, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state right now. As Li Siyao approached again, the stabbing pain on Chen Haoling's abdomen became more and more obvious. Until this moment, Chen Haoling completely determined why the wound on his abdomen had been unable to heal. It was the tip of the sword that Li Siyao stabbed at Chen Haoling in his last life that broke off inside Chen Haoling's body, and that was why his wounds couldn't heal until now. At that moment, Chen Haoling ripped off the bandage with one hand and revealed the bloody wound. Then, he yelled at Li Siyao, "Bitch, I'll give you back your stuff." With that said, one of Chen Haoling's hands plunged into his wound, wanting to pull out the tip of the sword that was broken inside of him with his bare hands. However, the intense pain was so painful that Chen Haoling's entire face was distorted, and at that moment, Li Siyao then once again rushed over in Chen Haoling's direction. Chen Haoling relied on his stance and tried to avoid all of Li Siyao's attacks, but he was still hit by her from time to time, and he had no choice but to run away and block at the same time. At the same time, the shadow's voice rang out, "Chen Haoling, that sword tip in your body is drilling deeper into your body, so don't pick at it with your own hands anymore." Chen Haoling sniffed, and could only bring his hand out from amongst his own wounds. The scarlet palm looked oozing. At that moment, Chen Haoling inquired, "So what now?" Shadow hurriedly said, There seems to be a connection between that sword tip and the Phoenix demonic power. Why don't you try to inhale a portion of her demonic power within yourself and see if you can reverse that sword tip to repel it? Chen Haoling listened to this statement and said, somewhat puzzled, are you sure this will work? Shadow crumbled. So what else could you do now? Chen Haoling thought about it and felt as if it was. In the next moment, his wildly running footsteps suddenly stopped, and as he looked towards the chasing Li Siyao, Chen Haoling fiercely took in a deep breath before exhaling in the direction of Li Siyao. Battle technique Vermilion Bird. Phew! A flying bird made up of flames steeply flew out from Chen Haoling's mouth, before it collided straight towards Li Siyao's direction. However, the phoenix silhouette illuminated by Li Siyao did not panic at all when facing the vermilion bird flame, and actually collided straight into it. Boom! The moment the vermilion bird and the phoenix collided, a dense fire was set off, and this time, even the stores on both sides of the road were directly set ablaze. Numerous passers-by were confronted with the situation and wailed in fear, and some even yelled to put out the fire. Only Li Siyao, after crashing through the vermilion bird flame, realized that Chen Haoling had actually disappeared in place. The next moment, Li Siyao looked around, trying to find Chen Haoling. However, at this time, Chen Haoling suddenly appeared behind her and hugged her. Li Siyao was startled and once again let out a phoenix sound, and with that, she took Chen Haoling's body along with her and flew above the sky. Relying on her strong speed, she attempted to throw Chen Haoling out from behind herself, but Chen Haoling just held on to her for dear life and wouldn't let go. Of course, his hands were holding on Li Siyao's waist, not touching any other parts. Absolutely not. In the next moment, Chen Haoling opened his mouth and took a bite on Li Siyao's neck, before sucking violently. Then, a strand of pure phoenix demonic power began to be crazily inhaled into Chen Haoling's body. As the phoenix demonic power entered his body, Chen Haoling was pleasantly surprised to find that the broken sword tip on his body actually did appear to be repelled out. It's true that it's still the same old saying, you have to unring the bell to ring the bell. The corresponding Li Siyao, on the other hand, became even more frantic, as she struggled madly in the sky, attempting to break free from Chen Haoling, but Chen Haoling was just holding on to her for dear life and wouldn't let go. And at this time, the Li family's crowd, including Butler Long, and the others had also rushed over. When Li Jianshan saw Chen Haoling in the sky holding Li Siyao to death, he exclaimed, Haoling, Siyao. With that, he wanted to step in and save the two, but Butler Long said, it's best not to act rashly, beware of your little life. As the words fell, Li Jianshan's footsteps that had just stepped out shrank back, and the man at the moment was looking straight at the scene in the sky not daring to make any moves, and Butler Long was thinking about how he should be able to catch Li Siyao down from such a high distance. Above the sky, as time continued to move backwards, the total amount of phoenix demonic power inhaled by Chen Haoling became more and more. At the same time, the tip of the disconnected sword inside him had emerged from Chen Haoling's wound by this time. It was that thumb-length sword tip that hardened and tortured Chen Haoling for half a month. At that moment, he absorbed the phoenix demonic power even more crazily, and at the same time, the shadow surfaced, and he turned into Chen Haoling's appearance, then wrapped around Chen Haoling's body like a snake, and lifted his hand, and grabbed the tip of that sword with one hand. In addressing Chen Haoling, after absorbing a little more demonic power, let's try to pull it out in one breath. When Chen Haoling heard this, he once again increased the rate of absorption, but this also caused Li Siyao to shriek in pain, and at the same time, the phoenix demonic power in her body was actually dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Another unknown amount of time passed, and with a forceful jerk from the shadow, the tip of the sword that was stuck in Chen Haoling's wound was violently pulled out by him. Pulled out. The tip of the sword is drawn out. The shadow held the tip of that sword aloft, exclaiming with excitement. As for Chen Haoling, after feeling that the foreign object on his body was finally gone, it was as if he had lost the strength of his entire body. Instead of grabbing onto Li Siyao's body, he fell straight down from the sky above. At the same time, Li Siyao was similarly falling towards the bottom because she had been absorbed with too much demonic power. However, while falling, the power of the divine martial nirvana scripture within Chen Haoling's body quietly operated openly. What is divine martial nirvana? It was that after every battle, no matter how severe the injuries were, as long as there was still a breath left, one would be able to immediately be reborn in nirvana and have their strength skyrocket by a large margin. And Chen Haoling's current state just happened to fulfill the characteristics of the divine martial nirvana scripture. In an instant, a special strand of pure yuan qi gathered towards his body in the air around him. These pure yuan qi were special energies used to repair the injured body. although they could not be compared to a real spiritual medicine. At this moment, they were crazily repairing Chen Haoling's broken body. At the same time, the spirit stones in his storage ring flew out uncontrollably. Spirit stones were essential materials needed for a cultivator's advancement, and this could not be filled by absorbing aura alone, as that one single spirit stone turned into pure energy and was absorbed by Chen Haoling. In an instant, Chen Haoling's aura began to surge wildly. It was during this process of him falling down from above the sky that his wounds began to recover at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the strength that hadn't seen any growth for a long time was rapidly expanding at this moment. In just a few breaths of time, Chen Haoling's aura actually advanced from the perfection Qi-gathering realm to the limit Qi-gathering realm level. Then, there was also a strange qualitative change in his Yuan Palace. A strong spatial force actually surged towards Chen Haoling's Yuan Palace uncontrollably. Below, Li Jiangshan was caught in a brief moment of choice when he saw his daughter and adopted son fall down at the same time. But then he made a decisive dash to his daughter's side. Just as Li Siyao was about to fall to the ground, he immediately rushed over and caught it. Instead, Chen Haoling landed lightly on a house. With that, his body stood up straight and his abdomen was displayed for all to see. Only to see that on that smooth skin, where were the wounds of the past? Not even a little scar. It was hard to imagine that shocking wound had completely healed in such a short period of time. At the same time, an extremely strong mana fluctuation spread out from Chen Haoling's body. Not far away, Butler Long exclaimed after sensing the aura on Chen Haoling's body. Great perfection, Earth-Xian realm? Yes. At this moment, Chen Haoling's strength had skyrocketed by several realms the moment after his Yuan Palace was repaired. From the original perfection Qi-gathering realm, it was promoted to the limit Qi-gathering realm, then the minor achievement Earth-Xian realm, and finally the current major achievement Earth-Xian realm. Not only that, Chen Haoling's Yuan Palace had actually undergone a qualitative change after the previous trauma. One could only see Chen Haoling at this time, calmly looking at his palm, his face filled with a look of incomparable enjoyment as he whispered under his breath, "The Yuan Palace has evolved into a Yuan world? It really fulfills the old saying, misfortune and blessings come together." Saying that, Chen Haoling took a deep breath. This feeling of gradually recovering strength, true fruit is wonderful. However, just as Chen Haoling was enjoying the pleasure brought about by this increase in strength, the next second, a loud roar was suddenly heard not far away. "That's the guy. He's Chen Haoling. He's the one who injured Siyao." After Chen Haoling heard the voice, he subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction the voice came from, and upon seeing that it was Su Yishuan with a group of Su family experts, surging in unison, Chen Haoling let out an evil laugh. "It seems like there's a good show about to start again." Chapter 16. I was acting in self-defense. As the words fell, Su Yishuan took the lead and rushed over in Chen Haoling's direction. In his hand a sharp green dragon blade was given a high lift by him and slashed down violently when he came close to Chen Haoling. With a distance of a few meters, Chen Haoling had already felt the might of the spiritual energy contained in the green dragon blade. It had at least reached the level of medium-grade Xian weapon. A magic weapon of this level was already enough to decimate a great completion Earth-Xian realm expert. And for Su Yishuan, a tiny limit Qi-gathering realm cultivator, to actually be able to hold such treasures, it was evident just how amazing the Su family's heritage was. The next second he saw, when the green dragon blade was about to cut into Chen Haoling's head, Chen Haoling was lightly lifting a finger against his forehead. Bang! The blade of the green dragon sword landed steadily on Chen Haoling's fingers, but it did not cause any damage to him. Not even a single wound appeared on his skin. However, the slashing force on the blade was applied to Chen Haoling's body. In a matter of moments, the premises that Chen Haoling was standing in let out a rumbling explosion. The tiles on the roof were all lifted off, and a large number of cracks appeared on the walls, and the entire house became shaky at this moment. Su Yishuan's entire body was shocked after seeing this scene as his mouth whispered, "What?" However, Chen Haoling didn't care about his shock, and with a backhand, he grabbed the green dragon blade. Then in a spin, he threw a kick on his abdomen. Knock! Su Yishuan was kicked and his body crashed straight towards a house in the distance. Boom! The wall of the house was smashed through and his whole body smashed inside. And this scene also caused the Su family members who arrived afterward to exclaim, "Grand Duke! Grand Duke!" Then, a large group of people surged over and helped Su Yishuan out. At this moment, Su Yishuan's entire body was cloaked in hair, spitting out a large amount of blood from his mouth, and his entire body was in a sorry state just like a barker. His gaze was sinister as he looked at Chen Haoling. However, he saw that at that moment, Chen Haoling jumped down from the rickety house while playing with the green dragon sword in his hand. What shoddy workmanship! Even the materials don't work. If it wasn't for the ample spiritual energy inside, it probably wouldn't even reach the level of lower grade Shin weapon. With that said, Chen Haoling casually threw the green dragon blade toward Suishuan and said slowly under his breath, "Give it back to you." Only a swooshing sound could be heard as the green dragon blade pierced through Suishuan's body, before plunging straight into the main trunk of a tree behind him. In the next moment, a trace of blood surfaced on Suishuan's face. Just now, if the distance of the green dragon blade had been a little bit off, his head would probably have been directly split open. For a while, Suishuan's legs were trembling, looking at Chen Haoling with eyes that could be described as filled with intense fear. And when Chen Haoling saw that guy's wimpy appearance, he let out a cold laugh. He wasn't bothering with him, but turned around and left. Right now, since the Yuan Palace had been repaired and his strength had been restored to the level of the Great Success Earthshin realm, it was natural that he had to go back to the Li family first and get his saber back before saying anything. However, just as Chen Haoling was about to leave, the city lord's housekeeper, Long Butler, suddenly blocked in front of him. "Mr. Chen, please stay." Chen Haoling's footsteps paused as he glanced at this old fellow in front of him and said in a cold voice, "What for?" Butler Long had his hands behind his back. He was very tall. Coming in front of Chen Haoling was a head taller than Chen Haoling. Just like that, he condescendingly looked down at Chen Haoling and said in a deep voice, "You injured the Li family's second Miss Li Siyao. You also destroyed many public facilities here, and you even tried to kill the Su family's son, Suishuan. According to the laws of my Tianju Empire, your behavior is enough to be sentenced to 3 years in prison." Once Chen Haoling heard these words, he took another look at the Li family's crowd not far away. At this moment, his righteous father, Li Jiangshan, sat cross-legged behind Li Siyao, and he put his hands on Li Siyao's back, by injecting mana into her body, as a way to heal Li Siyao's injuries. Seeing this scene, Chen Haoling glanced at the destroyed facilities around him again, as well as the scared and pissed Suishuan, then laughed in disbelief. "So, are you going to take me to the government office and judge me?" Butler Long didn't say anything, but not far behind him, a large number of city lords' officials and soldiers were already surging over. There was no lack of cultivators of the Qi-gathering realm, and there were also experts of the Earth Shin realm. Just the Perfection Earth Shin realm, or even the Limit Earth Shin realm that Chen Haoling had noticed, actually had a full 5 people. From this, it could be seen that the city lord's mansion was really taking today's matter very seriously. Instead, Chen Haoling said slowly, "I only came to the martial arts arena today to watch the competition, and it was that woman Li Siyao who took the lead in attacking me. I was only acting in self-defense. Moreover, there is no injury on her body, and that Suishuan, his head is still on his own neck, and as for the destroyed houses around, I'll pay for them as much as they deserve. So, I'm just kinda curious, are all the people in your city lord's mansion that idle? To mobilize so many people over for such a trivial matter?" Butler Long was serious and said, "Li Siyao took the lead in attacking you, that was her fault, but you fought back and knocked her out. Then you have the same unshirkable responsibility. If you say that you should do whatever you think is right when it comes to anything, then what's the point of having imperial laws? What do you need us law enforcers for?" At this time, Li Mingxiao suddenly walked over and scolded Chen Haoling. "Elder Long is right. Sister Siyao will now become like this. Do you dare to say that you are not at fault at all? You knew that the demonic power within Sister Siyao's body possessed a very high degree of instability, yet you still agreed to her leaving with Suishuan in the first place. That's what led to the situation where she was backfired by demonic power today. So you're solely responsible for everything that happened today." Chen Haoling subconsciously turned his head to his side when he heard Li Mingxiao's inexplicable words. After seeing that behind Li Mingxiao, a large number of Li clan's experts had actually surged over as well. He instantly understood why this goon suddenly dared to come forward to provoke himself again. "And still," Chen Haoling said to Li Mingxiao carelessly, "who was it that begged me to let Li Siyao go in the first place? And who was the one who said that I no longer have any use for Li Siyao? Nor am I worthy of Li Siyao anymore? Did I say that? Or did the dog say it?" The moment these words came out, those Li clan experts who had rushed here all showed a small amount of anger on their faces, as a significant portion of these people had admonished Chen Haoling to fulfill Li Siyao and Suishuan together. Now that Chen Haoling was saying in front of them that the words they had said in the first place were spoken by a dog, it naturally made them feel extremely annoyed. One of the boys even took a step forward and said angrily, "Even if we were the ones who begged you to let it go in the first place, it was only because we were overwhelmed by the situation that we said that." As the person involved and the one who knows the most about Sister Siyao's demonic power, you should have had to forcefully refuse Sister Siyao's departure at that time. If you had held on a little bit at that time, how could Sister Siyao's demonic power have turned her back? And how could she have become like this? To put it bluntly, you're the one who started it all. The culprit. Many of these rushing Li family members had already learned the full picture of what happened in the martial arts arena through the Communication Jade ultimatum, which was why they appeared to be able to cope comfortably in the face of Chen Haoling's questioning. And Chen Haoling heard the words of the other party, then was angry laugh. Feelings in the end, everything is all their own fault, they have no responsibility at all. Chapter 17, Storming the Li family. It's really funny why there are so many oddballs in the Li family. So Chen Haoling sneered, if you guys think so, then I can't do anything about it. I won't take any responsibility for all the accidents today anyway. The words were already a clear indication of a scoundrel, an attitude of what can you do to me. However, one of the elders of the Li family was enraged at this time. He walked out and rebuked at Chen Haoling, unbridled. Chen Haoling glanced at that elder. This person he recognized. He was Li Jiangshan's elder brother, named Li Jiangshui. His strength was even stronger than Li Jiangshan by a large margin, and was at the level of the limit Earth Xian realm. At this level, it's comparable to even Butler Long. However, he saw that Li Jiangshui took a few steps forward and came close to Chen Haoling. Raising his hand, he wanted to slap Chen Haoling. However, Chen Haoling took a few steps backwards and froze without letting him touch half of it. And when Li Jiangshui saw that Chen Haoling actually dared to hide, he became even more furious, and he yelled at Chen Haoling, Chen Haoling, don't forget who took you in and raised you. It was the Li family. If it wasn't for us, you would have starved to death out there. Now we're just asking you to admit you're wrong. Is that so hard? After Chen Haoling heard this, his mind just flashed with a sudden reaction. He glanced at the arriving Li clan's crowd and then glanced at the many experts from the city lord's mansion, completely understanding why they wanted to make him admit his mistake as soon as he came up. So after all this time, they want to make themselves the backstabber? For the city lord's mansion, Li Siyao was a seated candidate to pass the clan competition, a super potential stock capable of cracking the earth and sealing the borders. Thus it was naturally impossible for her to be arrested and squatted inside the prison. As for the Li family, Li Siyao was the hope of their family's rise. Thus it was even more impossible to let Li Siyao take on these existing responsibilities. But if Li Siyao doesn't come to take the blame, then who should take the responsibility for seriously injuring the son of the city lord, destroying a large number of public facilities and causing hundreds of casualties among the general public? The answer is obvious. Whether it's the city lord's office or the Li family, they all want Chen Haoling to be the backstabber. After thinking about this point, Chen Haoling took a deep breath and said, the one who adopted me was my righteous father, Li Jiangshan. The one who raised me to adulthood and taught me to read and write was my righteous mother, Zhao Chunfeng. With that, he looked up at Li Jiangshui and smiled faintly. Everything I eat and wear in my life is also basically maintained by my righteous mother's dowry, and I have almost no relationship with the Li family. When these words came out, Li Jiangshui could be said to be furious with his eyes, but he didn't know what words to use to retort at this time. At that moment, another voice rang out. Li Jiangshui, what are you wasting words with this kid? Can't you just knock him out and throw him to the government office? The officials will naturally judge him in the aftermath. As soon as these words came out, the crowd at the scene saw that more than 20 more experts had appeared on the houses on the opposite side. They landed in unison, then looked at Chen Haoling with a sardonic smile on their faces. Chen Haoling also recognized these people. They were the Su family's guarding experts. The person who spoke just now was none other than the current Grand Elder of the Su family, Su Jingtian, an old monster who had reached the half-step true martial realm. In the distance, Su Yishuan excitedly ran over after seeing his family's Grand Elder arrive, calling out under his breath, Uncle Jingtian. Su Jingtian nodded at Su Yishuan, then once again looked at Chen Haoling and said, will you obediently come with us to the government office on your own? Or will we break your arms and legs and send you to the government office tied up? As he spoke, the gazes of everyone on the scene landed on Chen Haoling in unison, and Chen Haoling was still looking at all this on the scene with a calm face. On the street that was only less than 5 meters wide, there were 3 parties of forces coming at the moment: the Li family, the Su family, and the city lord's mansion. There were more than 70 people in total, and among them, there were as many as 5 people in the limit Earth Xian realm alone. Even Su Jingtian, a half-step, true martial realm powerhouse, had come. You can see how scary the scale is. After seeing this, Chen Haoling smiled as he glanced at his righteous father who was still healing Li Xiao's injuries in the distance. His attention was clearly on Li Xiao at the moment, and it looked as if he was completely oblivious to the situation on their side. Then, Chen Haoling then looked at the Su family, the Li family, and the group of experts from the city lord's mansion, before just lightly saying, "Want me to be Li Xiao's backstabber? Sorry, I'm not a very good backer. I can't carry it." With that, Chen Haoling violently punched the ground. Boom! A white flame rose steeply, centering on Chen Haoling's fist and spreading out rapidly. In just this instant, those tripartite forces that surrounded Chen Haoling were shaken backward in unison by an invisible chi force. Then, Chen Haoling's footsteps made another point on the ground, and his body jumped up in the air, his body slowly rotating several times in mid-air. Battle technique, Flame Dragon Rain, launched. In an instant, Chen Haoling's spinning speed steeply accelerated, and at first glance, it looked like a small humanoid whirlwind. Then, a ball of white flame flew out from that small whirlwind. Boom boom boom. Those balls of flame began to launch a frantic bombardment against the three major forces, and in an instant, many people who were weak were blown over. At that moment, Li Jiangshui, the eldest uncle of the Li family, yelled, "Chen Haoling, you dare to take action against your own family." Chen Haoling stopped spinning above midair and then stomped his foot towards Li Jiangshui's direction. Li Jiangshui was startled and subconsciously raised his hands to cross them against his face. In an instant, a golden shield formed in front of him. Knock! Chen Haoling's foot palm collapsed hard on the Vajra cover, as if it had kicked on an ancient bell, and the loud and clear sound of the bell echoed out. What Chen Haoling didn't expect was that this small Vajra cover actually resisted his own kick. However, when the strong force was still applied on Li Jiangshui's body, it still kicked him backwards. At the same time, a large amount of blood was spat out of his mouth, and his entire person appeared to be in a sorry state. But without waiting for him to react, Chen Haoling came in front of him once again and raised one palm to violently slap him across the face. Snap! This slap sound appeared to be very crisp, and it even deformed Li Jiangshui's face, and he had several teeth in his mouth that he spat out. Dabu! Eldest uncle! A large number of the Li family juniors who had followed them all exclaimed in shock. And then they looked at Chen Haoling in annoyance before they all yelled, "I'll kill you." However, when Chen Haoling faced these juniors, he just raised one palm and then violently rushed into the crowd. Snap! 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 In an instant, whether it was the juniors of the Li family or the elders, even if they were experts who had reached the Earth Xian realm, they were all slapped by Chen Haoling, and that slap was so hard that it almost deformed their faces, and even some of the better-faced girls had their mouths knocked askew. When it finally came to Li Mingxiao, Chen Haoling rushed towards him as if he was a madman. When Li Mingyao saw this, he was immediately frightened and wowed. Brother Chen, I'm your younger brother. Li Mingxiao, you can't hit me. If you hit me, the family head, and sister Siyao, they won't forgive you. But Chen Haoling was still laughing coldly, directly stepping on him, and then swinging both palms, left and right, in a frenzy of smacking Li Mingxiao's face. Pop, pop. Pop! The sound of successive slaps resounded once again, and in no time at all, Li Mingyau's entire face was beaten into a pig's head. But at this time, the experts of the city lord's mansion, as well as the Su family's experts, all reacted as well, and they hurriedly surged over in Chen Haoling's direction. Chapter 18, Li Xiao awakens, joining hands with Su family to suppress Chen Haoling, and as soon as Chen Haoling twisted his head, he took a deep breath, while at the same time, his eyes followed and closed gently. Upanishad, the law of Koan-Peng breathing, unleashed. Hu. Chen Haoling's breathing began to enter into a mysterious pattern. All of his senses were turned on to the limit at this moment, and his ears could clearly hear the heartbeats of each and every one of them. His nose could smell any odor lingering in the air. In the next moment, Chen Haoling closed his eyes and rushed straight towards those many experts who were surging towards him. But the scene was as if it were a tiger like a sheep. And it seemed that someone was falling every second. Although Chen Haoling's eyes were closed, he was able to accurately dodge each and every one of their attacks, while at the same time returning them violently. Relying on the Koan-Peng breathing method, Chen Haoling's physical energy was conserved to a very astonishing extent. He gave off the impression as if he wouldn't get tired at all, and was still able to do so with ease in the face of so many people surrounding him. At the same time, his figure came and went as if he was in no man's land, and his moves were wide open, quickly causing 4/5 of the people to fall. In the end, there were only 8 masters left who were still barely standing. There were 4 Perfection Earth Shin Realm, 3 limit Earth Xian realm, and 1 half-step true martial realm among these 8 people. The 7 experts of the Earth Xian realm among them had all suffered injuries of varying degrees, and only that half-step true martial realm powerhouse had not yet been able to make a move. He seemed to be waiting for something, or maybe he was observing Chen Haoling's moves. In short, he just kept watching the show from the side. In the next moment, Butler Long charged towards Chen Haoling's direction once again, and you 6 remaining high-level Earth Xian realm members also struck out at the same time. The 7 of them seemed to have formed some sort of tacit cooperation, and during this period of fighting with Chen Haoling, they even forced Chen Haoling to fall backwards several times. For a while, Chen Haoling actually began to fall into the wind. As for the Su family's grand elder, Su Jingtian, the half-step true martial realm powerhouse, it seemed that he was ready to make a move as well when he saw this place. Chen Haoling was already struggling a bit when he was facing 7 high-level Earth Xian realms, so if he added this half-step true martial realm to the mix, it was estimated that there was a real possibility that he would have to plant himself here. In the distance, over at the Li family's side, Li Siyao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened her eyes. Since Chen Haoling had sucked away the vast majority of the riotous demonic power in her body earlier, at this time, she had already regained her consciousness again. At the same time, Li Siyao also noticed her father behind her, and at that moment, she said weakly, "Father." After Li Jiangshan saw that his daughter had awakened, he hurriedly withdrew his energy, then said feebly, "How are you? Is it all right?" Li Siyao turned around at that moment, her gaze looking around, after seeing a large portion of the Li family's crowd had fallen. Although not dead, most of them were very seriously injured. The lightest one even had his jawbone fall off. Seeing this, Li Siyao immediately said to her father, "Father, what happened here? Who injured all of our Li family members?" When Li Jiangshan heard the words, he also subconsciously turned his head to look around. After seeing a group of Li family children and his elder brother Li Jiangshui all collapsed on the ground, his pupils just shrunk, and he exclaimed under his breath, "What's going on? What happened here?" At this time, Li Mingxiao, who had already been beaten into a pig's head, trembled and climbed over, and he said to Li Siyao as well as Li Jiangshan, "Family head, that Chen Haoling is simply not a human being." He trembled and gave a full account of what had happened before, and then said, "Right now, Su Jingtian as well as Butler Long and the others are still besieging Chen Haoling, so it's estimated that Chen Haoling can be taken down in a short while." When Li Jiangshan heard this, he instantly became enraged, and his mouth roared, "You guys actually helped outsiders to deal with Haoling together?" Li Mingxiao cried, "Family master, it was Chen Haoling who started it. We didn't even hurt a single finger of his." Li Jiangshan angrily got up, wanting to immediately head to Chen Haoling's side of the battlefield to support him. Li Jiangshan knew very well how brutal that bastard Su Jingtian really was, not to mention that he was only at half-step true martial realm, but if he exploded at full strength, his strength was even comparable to the minor true martial realm. If Chen Haoling fell into his hands, he was only afraid that half of his bones would be broken. However, just as Li Jiangshan stood up, he reverted back to being paralyzed. Just now, healing Li Siyao's wounds had consumed too much of his mana, coupled with the fact that at this moment, the divine brain cancer had begun to flare up in his body again. This caused him to barely have any spare energy left in helping Chen Haoling. Seeing that he almost collapsed, Li Siyao rushed to support him, but Li Jiangshan said excitedly, "Quick, go save Haoling. He's now surrounded by a large group of experts, and there's a half-step true martial realm among them. If we don't go over and help him, he could die." But Li Siyao's face turned pale. After she settled her father down, she took out her own magic weapon flying sword, and just said to the Li family crowd at the scene, "How many others can move now?" As soon as these words came out, a portion of the Li family barely managed to get up from the ground, and one man said with difficulty, "Sister Siyao, Chen Haoling has offended too many people now. Just a few of us going over there won't be able to help him." Another member of the Li family followed, "Yes, Sister Siyao. Offending a half-step true martial realm powerhouse for the sake of a Chen Haoling, this really isn't a cost-effective deal. Please think twice." In the face of the prayers of these Li family members, Li Siyao, however, yelled, "I didn't say that I'd let you guys rush to Chen Haoling's aid." Everyone froze at the words, "Not to save Chen Haoling? Then what are you going to do?" Li Siyao took a deep breath, and then said, "Let's go and help the Su family's grand elder. Together we will deal with Chen Haoling, and find a way to suppress Chen Haoling and say." As soon as the words fell, Li Siyao took the lead and rushed towards the battlefield where Chen Haoling was, and when the Li family members heard this, They first looked at each other, and then they immediately followed. If they were to help Chen Haoling, then they were naturally unwilling to do so. After all, the fiery slaps on their faces could still hurt. However, if they were to deal with Chen Haoling together with the Su family, then they would not be trapped. It was only natural to reclaim the slap he had just received. The family head, Li Jiangshan, who was sitting on the side, became anxious when he heard his daughter's words, and he said angrily, "Asshole, I asked you to help Chen Haoling. Who asked you to help an outsider?" With that, Li Jiangshan wanted to stand up and chase after him, but Li Mingxiao said, "Family head, don't be moving around. Sister Siyao should have her considerations if she would do this. Let's not be meddling." How could Li Jiangshan not care? If Chen Haoling was really killed, then where would he have the face to go underground to see his dead wife? Thinking like this, Li Jiangshan braced himself and tried to chase after him. However, the divine brain cancer in his body was attacking even more strongly at this time, and at that moment, his legs went limp and he actually fainted on the spot. Li Siyao led many Li family members to frantically charge towards the battlefield where Chen Haoling was at this time. Just as Li Mingxiao had said, the reason why Li Siyao had called on the Li family to help the Su family as well as the city lord's mansion's experts to suppress Chen Haoling together was indeed due to her considerations. Because Li Siyao knew Chen Haoling too well, she hadn't forgotten the name of the insane king from her previous life. The reason why Chen Haoling had gotten this name was for no other reason than Chen Haoling's strength was simply insurmountable. He grows stronger with the number of battles he fights and recovers quickly from any injuries he sustains. At the same time, every power surge comes with the risk of briefly losing control. In other words, as long as he couldn't be killed instantly, then he would grow stronger and more terrifying. At that time, the entire changing Moon City's population of 600,000 would probably be killed by Chen Haoling. Chapter 19, Is Chen Haoling really dead? Thinking of this, Li Siyao, to the crowd behind her, then said, "The speed of the people in the back is a little faster." With that said, she increased her own speed by a large margin. In fact, deep in Li Siyao's heart, she still hoped that Chen Haoling hadn't been pushed to a dead end yet, because then there would be room for a turnaround. At that time, she was bringing people to help Chen Haoling to deal with the Su family together. Then everything would still be too late. But if, however, Chen Haoling had already been pushed to a dead end, then there was nothing to do but to follow the Su family members and combine their efforts to suppress Chen Haoling, or else, even she herself would die. In Li Siyao's eyes at this time, there were already tears flowing down uncontrollably, and her heart began to pray, "Haoling, please don't be okay, please, you must wait for me to pass. I'll never make you angry again. Never fool around. We'll go back to the Li family together, remarry together, and live a good life together. Please, you must wait for me." As Li Siyao prayed like this in her heart, tears flowed uncontrollably. At this moment, the battlefield that Chen Haoling was in, Su Jingtian utilized the power of the half-step true martial realm to the maximum, and his sharp longsword in his hand steeply became 100 times larger, as if it was a pillar through the sky, shooting straight towards Chen Haoling. And by this time, Chen Haoling was already covered in scales and blood after he had knocked down all the 7 remaining high-level Earthshian realms. At that moment, in the face of the long sword that was like a pillar of the sky attacking and killing, he didn't even have the ability to dodge, and fiercely clasped the thick tip of the sword with both hands. Then, his body kept falling backward. This feeling was like being hit by an elephant, and when the strong impact struck, it didn't even leave him with any semblance of resistance. Put! Chen Haoling violently spat out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth as he clutched the thick longsword, his body continuously falling backward. His feet cut 2 long grooves in the ground while his back crashed backward through several houses, trees, and large rocks. This stopped when they finally came to a small hill. A loud rumble echoed out at once, and looking from afar, one would realize that Chen Haoling's body had been penetrated by the super-huge sword on top of a small mountain. Then he didn't move a muscle, and after Su Jingtian saw this scene, he took a big hard breath and said with a trembling mouth, "Asshole, actually able to fight so well. If old me had struck a little later, I guess I really would have died by your hands." At this time, Long Butler, who was also beaten all over his body, limped out, and he looked at Chen Haoling, who was already immobile, and said, "We just captured him to take the fall. Now that we've just gotten him killed, what should the city lord's side say?" Su Jingtian sniffed but snorted coldly. The hell knows that this kid's fighting strength is so fierce, and he's also a stubborn bastard, refusing to even lower his head. With that, he then looked at the large number of people who had already fallen at the scene, before just saying, Try to find someone else, and see who else you can use to take the fall. When Butler Long sniffed, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face, but it seemed that this was all that could be done at the moment. However, at this time, Siyao was the one who rushed over with her people, and when she saw Chen Haoling, who was pinned on top of a small mountain peak, her face turned white, and a single tear flowed down uncontrollably, and she exclaimed under her breath, "Husband!" In an instant, the 10,000 years of conjugal life in her previous life was quickly played over and over in her mind as if it were a movie. Inside those years, Chen Haoling was like a boy who couldn't grow up. He liked to stick to her every day and tell her a bunch of bad jokes that weren't funny. No matter what she wanted, Chen Haoling would do everything in his power to come and get it for her. Life in those days was very boring but very restful. Now I look back on it, but it feels full of happiness. But now, when she saw Chen Haoling die in front of her, she was feeling as if her sky had collapsed. It seems as if your life, your dreams, everything about you has become meaningless. Even in his previous life when Siyao ganged up with Chen Haoling's group of female disciples to lay siege to him, Siyao was not as desperate as she was now. Because, in her previous life, Siyao knew that it was impossible for Chen Haoling to die, and she didn't really intend to kill Chen Haoling, so she didn't feel anything. But now, it was different. She could no longer feel Chen Haoling's breath, and that meant that the man who had spoiled her for 10,000 years was really gone, really disappeared from the middle of her world. With that, she wanted to rush over and save Chen Haoling. However, the Li family members said, "Sister Siyao, don't go over there. He's already dead. Don't go over there." Siyao angrily pushed them away and yelled under her breath, "All of you get out. Stay away from my husband." But at this time, Su Jingtian was annoyed and said, "Siyao, have you forgotten your identity? You're the daughter-in-law of our Su family, the one who's going to marry my nephew Su Yishuan, and you're actually calling another man husband in public?" When Siyao heard Su Jingtian's voice, she coldly twisted her head to look at him, and without saying a word, she directly copied her long sword and pointed it at Su Jingtian, saying in a cold voice, "You murdered my husband, didn't you?" Su Jingtian instantly became furious when he saw this scene, and he chided Siyao, "You dare to point your sword at me?" Siyao then laughed cruelly and coldly, "My husband is no longer here. Everything is meaningless. Ha 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 ha. There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do now. Ah ha 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 ha." Saying that, the phoenix demonic power that had originally been suppressed in Siyao's body actually rioted once again. Only at this moment, she seemed to be able to control this power very well. Su Jingtian's entire face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water after seeing Siyao's seizure-like appearance. At that moment, he said, "That's fine. Since you're determined to seek death, then I'll teach Chen a lesson on behalf of him. A new daughter-in-law who hasn't even gotten married yet." With that, Su Jingtian wanted to mobilize the mana within his body. However, in the next second, a weird laughter suddenly sounded. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was very treacherous, as if it came from all directions, and as if it was just within earshot. It was a moment that even stunned everyone on the scene. When Su Jingtian heard that familiar laughter, he jerked his head in the direction of Chen Haoling, and Siyao followed a piece of it and looked over after hearing the laughter. As expected, he saw that Chen Haoling single-handedly pulled the supergiant heavy sword, which was 100 meters long, off of his own body, and then lightly threw it towards the back. The huge sword weighing tens of tons was thrown thousands of meters above the sky before falling straight down towards the bottom. Boom! As if it was a missile, the giant sword hardened and penetrated a distant mountain on the spot, even inducing a violent earthquake. Then, Chen Haoling's laughter came again, while his body levitated in the air uncontrollably. At the same time, a Kuan-Pang's shadow emerged behind him. Siyao instinctively rejoiced at the sight and exclaimed under her breath, "Husband!" However, not waiting for her to be happy for long, her pupils contracted violently as she saw that the wounds on Chen Haoling's body were healing at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Chen Haoling's strength was insanely skyrocketing. In feeling this, Siyao, her face turned white as she yelled at all the Li family members at the scene, "Quickly escape! Everyone get out of here quickly!" Chapter 20, The 9 True Martial Realms. However, it was also the moment Siyao's words fell that Chen Haoling's figure abruptly disappeared in place. The next moment, in front of Su Jingtian, Chen Haoling suddenly appeared as if he were a ghost. So fast, Su Jingtian was shocked in his heart and subconsciously tried to fall backward. However, Chen Haoling was suddenly grabbing his hair and then pulling his head downwards. At the same time, Chen Haoling's own knee went upwards in a smooth manner. Knock! the knee came into a head-to-head collision with Su Jingtian's forehead, and with that, his head was violently flipped backward, and his body followed suit, while a large amount of blood was spat out from his mouth and nose, and his footsteps continued to fall backward. Immediately afterward, Chen Haoling's left hand clenched into a fist, and a white flame rose steeply. Before Su Jingtian could react, Chen Haoling's fist threw a punch towards his chest. Boom! The extremely strong fist, accompanied by the scorching heat, as well as the super strong impact, hardened and pierced Su Jingtian's chest on the spot. It was only at this point that fear truly appeared on Su Jingtian's face, and with blood flowing out of his mouth, he said with difficulty as he looked at Chen Haoling, "The Su family won't let you go." Chen Haoling said expressionlessly, "Then I will exterminate the entire Su family." As the words fell, Chen Haoling violently pulled his fist out of Su Jingtian's body, and then in a kick threw it at his body and sent him flying. Grand Elder, not far away, a group of fallen Su family's children, as well as Su Yishuan, all roared with eyes wide open after seeing this scene. Su Yishuan, in particular, was furious as he rushed at Chen Haoling. "Demon, I'll fight you." Saying that, he actually stood up from the ground, and just exploded towards Chen Haoling's direction. Chen Haoling looked at these people indifferently. Just now when Su Jingtian used the prime giant sword to sneak attack himself, they were all as excited as anything. Now that they saw that they had killed Su Jingtian back, they said that they were devils? It was really laughable. At that moment, Chen Haoling slowly raised one palm and swung it violently in Su Yishuan's direction. Battle technique, scythe, launch, brush, an invisible half-moon-shaped chi blade, as if it was the scythe of the god of death, flew straight towards Su Yishuan's direction. Scything was one of Chen Haoling's famous stunts. By gathering a ball of chi astral wind in the palm of his hand, compressing it to the extreme point, and then swinging it out so that a sharp scythe blade could be formed. Strong people below the true martial realm could barely capture the flight path of the sickle blade, and even if they did, they could not necessarily dodge it. This was because the flight trajectory of the sickle blade could be changed through Chen Haoling's intention. In short, this skill was just like the rattlesnake missile, combining the high destructive performance of the trinity of stealth, penetration, and tracking. However, just as the blade of the scythe was about to slice Su Yishuan's head in half, a figure was the first to rush over, and she pounced on Su Yishuan, which narrowly dodged the side cut. When he raised his eyes to look over, he realized that it was actually Siyao who suddenly made a move, which saved Su Yishuan's little life. The two of them fell to the ground, holding each other's movements, but it seemed ambiguous to the extreme. Chen Haoling clasped his hands on his chest and said slowly, "It's quite a quick reaction, but you guys didn't really think you'd dodge it, did you?" In the next moment, the scythe blade that had originally flown out actually swooped down from above the sky with a twist of its head, slashing straight at Siyao, while Siyao was the one who immediately got up. Having been with Chen Haoling for 10,000 years, she was the most aware of the scythe's dreadfulness, but likewise knew where the weakness of this move was. At that moment, Siyao swung the magic weapon flying sword in her hand and slashed straight against the scythe blade. Ding! The loud and clear sound of metal clashing echoed out at once, and the magic flying sword in Siyao's hand even sputtered out a metallic electric spark. The strong impact caused Siyao's figure to continuously fall back dozens of steps before she managed to stabilize herself. But fortunately, the scythe blade dissipated after being slashed by Siyao. Hoo hoo hoo! Siyao panted heavily, looking at Chen Haoling with a nervous expression, while Chen Haoling's eyes had already turned scarlet, bursting with an eerie light under the evening sky. "Not bad. You actually know that the scythe's weakness is in the side blade area. It seems that you are not eating a dry job during the years you have followed me." Although the move was cracked, Chen Haoling's face didn't show any expression of frustration, and even became more excited. The whole person was like a pervert as he laughed maliciously. "In that case, how about this?" Saying that, Chen Haoling compared a sword finger with one hand, before lifting it upwards. In the next moment, a huge tornado rose steeply behind him and shot straight up into the clouds. And around this huge tornado, thousands of scythe blades were gathered. The volume of these scythe blades was compressed to only the size of a palm, and then as if they were circular cutting blades, they rotated at high speed. Don't look at their small size, but the penetration and attack power has become stronger, and Siyao in wanting to cut in the side of the blade part is more difficult. Seeing the scene here, Siyao's little face went white. As for Su Yishuan, he also realized Chen Haoling's frighteningness at this time, and he turned to Siyao and then said in horror, "Siyao, what should we do now?" A drop of cold sweat slid down on Siyao's forehead as she calmly thought for a second before saying, "Hurry up and get help." Call as many as you can. It's best to call all the strongest people above the true martial realm. Those below the true martial realm don't come over. They're all dead if they come. When Su Yishuan heard this, he was dumbfounded. Just to deal with a Chen Haoling, he had to call over all the true martial realm powerhouses? Isn't that a bit of a killjoy? But the next second, Siyao was yelling at him, "Don't go yet." After Su Yishuan was rebuked, he hurriedly got up then ran to get help. After that, Siyao's gaze went back to Chen Haoling, and then she said, "Haoling, is it okay to call it quits today? Whether it's the city lord's office, the Li family, or the Su family, they didn't mean for you to take the blame for me. It was just a moment of confusion not thinking through the consequences that led to that stupid decision. Now, the Su Jingtian who harmed you has been killed by you, and you've already fought the Su and Li families as well as those juniors from the city lord's mansion. Let's not fight anymore, shall we?" Chen Haoling indifferently looked at Siyao and said slowly, "Speaking of which, I haven't even settled the score between you and me yet. It's just as well. Since you're here, I'll slaughter you piece by piece." As the words fell, Chen Haoling's face twisted, laughing as if he were a pervert as he raised his hand and waved it forward. In the next moment, a large number of scythe blades shot in unison towards Siyao's direction. At the same time, there was that Su Yishuan who had just escaped. He couldn't escape either. And in the face of those high-speed rotating scythe blades, Siyao took a deep breath. She didn't make any resisting stance, not to mention escaping. Instead, she lifted her hand and stuck her magic weapon flying sword on the ground. And then she knelt down with a plop in the direction of Chen Haoling. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Chen Haoling dead on. Inyang said to himself, "Husband, I know that your heart must hate me very much. Hating me for betraying you in my last life. Hating me for failing you. Hating me for abandoning you at the wedding scene and turning around to choose Su Yishuan. Now that I've learned that I'm not capable of controlling the origin demon power in my body at all, and I also know that you haven't exploited anything in my body from the beginning to the end, I likewise know exactly how much you hate me right now. I'll kneel here today, at your disposal, as if I'm making up for the mistakes of my last life. As long as you can relieve your anger, even if you break me into pieces, I have no regrets. I only hope that if there is an afterlife, I can still be your wife and spend an entire life with you as I did in the last one." As soon as the words left her mouth, she spread her face and smiled, facing the hundreds of scythe blades that were already approaching, but her face did not show the slightest bit of fear. At the same time, her eyes gently closed, and a tear quietly slipped from her eye. In her previous life, the scene where she had united all of Chen Haoling's female disciples and attacked and killed Chen Haoling together still echoed in her mind even now. Every time she thought of that scene, a deep ache went through her, especially just now, when she saw that Chen Haoling had died in front of her. That extreme remorse, that extreme despair, exploded to a kind of peak. In her next life, she would definitely try her hardest to compensate Chen Haoling as a way to make up for those mistakes she had made. However, just at the moment when she was ready to be beheaded by Chen Haoling himself, a sudden thunderous sound abruptly resounded. Then, a falling thunderbolt struck straight down above the sky, and then resisted in front of Siyao. In an instant, this falling thunder actually formed a large net of thunder and lightning, and then stiffly blocked the attacks of those scythe blades. Boom boom boom. The high-speed rotating scythe blades let out a loud and clear popping sound when they came into contact with the large net of lightning, and then the scythe blades all exploded. Seeing this scene, Siyao slightly froze and subconsciously looked towards the sky not far away. Chen Haoling, who was on the opposite side, also revealed a small amount of surprise as his eyes moved upwards before he saw a handsome figure riding on the back of a Shen eagle beast and flying over in this direction. In addition to that, in several other directions, there were likewise different silhouettes flying over. They either stepped on flying magical beasts, or harnessed flying swords of magic weapons, or used air-robbing vestments, and landed on all sides of Chen Haoling in various different postures. At a glance, there were 9 silhouettes, and judging from their aura, one would realize that all of their strength had actually reached the level of the true martial realm. Moreover, judging from the costumes, almost all of them belonged to different forces, from the city lord's mansion, to the 5 great clans, and some other mercenary forces. Thinking that the true martial realm powerhouses that came here should have accounted for a third of the entire Chinese city? Chapter 21, Siyao desperately protects Chen Haoling. The next thing he saw was that the handsome figure that had just triggered the falling thunder jumped straight down from the back of the Shen eagle beast, and then arrived beside Siyao. He glanced at the kneeling Siyao, so he gently helped her up. Inyang said softly, "You are the daughter-in-law of my Su family. How can you kneel for another man?" Li Siyao looked at this man, and then said, Uncle Su. The person who came was none other than the current head of the Su family, Su Jingyang, a true minor achievement true martial realm powerhouse. At the same time, he was also Su Yishuan's biological father and Li Siyao's prospective father-in-law. Su Jingyang smiled gently and said, You and Yishuan are about to get married, and you're still calling uncle? It's time to change your name, right? When Li Siyao heard this, she subconsciously took a few steps backward, a few moments of panic appearing on her face. Su Jingyang saw this, but he didn't say anything else, just assuming that she was a little shocked and that's why she reacted the way she did now. At that moment, Su Jingyang looked at Chen Haoling on the opposite side of the table. You're the one who killed Jing Tian, aren't you? Chen Haoling returned to his expressionless state and said, He made the first move to try to kill me. Can I still fight back? Su Jingyang nodded when he heard this. Of course you can. It's just that the price you need to pay after you return the favor is a little big. Chen Haoling said in an unimpressed manner. So it seems like you're here to take my life as well? Su Jingyang smiled, not picking up on Chen Haoling's words, but instead looked at the other bald old man. Elder Jianghe, I'm seeking justice for my dead brother. You should be okay with that, right? Li Jianghe leaned on his crutches and said with a lazy look, This son is no longer a member of my Li family, so it's none of my business if you want to kill or die. Li Jianghe's attitude has been very clear. Is to the scene of the crowd that he will not harbor Chen Haoling, to kill or die at your disposal. Chen Haoling however glanced at Li Jianghe. This person he recognized, the third brother of his righteous father Li Jiangshan. In terms of seniority, Chen Haoling would have to respectfully address him as third uncle. At the same time, this fellow was also the number one strongest amongst the fathers of the Li family, a super expert of the small completion true martial realm, a great deal stronger than Li Jiangshan. It was just that what Chen Haoling didn't expect was that this time, Li Jianghe would actually come to participate in the siege of himself, facing 9 true martial realm powerhouses. Chen Haoling actually did not have the certainty of winning the fight, after all. As strong as his talent was and as solid as his foundation was, he was ultimately only a minion of the Deshang Di Xian realm. However, looking at them it was also clear that they wouldn't let Chen Haoling off easily, so since that was the case, Chen Haoling could only drag them down with him. Right away, Chen Haoling took a deep breath and prepared to start the fight. However, Li Siyao, who was not far away, trotted over at this time, and she stood straight in front of Chen Haoling in the midst of everyone's shocked gazes. Then he looked at Li Jianghe, and the crowd of true martial realm powerhouses on the scene and said, If you want to kill him, step over my corpse first. The scene made everyone look on in awe. Su Yishuan also returned to this side of the battlefield at this time, and when he saw that his bride-to-be was actually protecting another man, he immediately exclaimed, What are you doing, Li Siyao? Don't hurry up and get back here. Do you know how dangerous that asshole is? You're so close to him. Be careful, he'll kill you too. Su Yishuan's words could be said to be filled with anger, but he still tried to restrain himself and didn't say anything too unpleasant. But Li Siyao laughed. This life of mine was originally owed to him. If he wants to take it back, I will end myself without him doing anything. But, before that, if any of you dare to harm him with a single finger, I, Li Siyao, will die with you even if I have to spell out my life. This was said in a very decisive way, obviously not in jest. The children of the Li family, who were on the side, all came over at this time. They came to Li Jianghe's side. Then one of the girls said with a bold voice, Sister Siyao, when you called us over together earlier, didn't you say that you were going to join forces with the others to suppress Chen Haoling? Now why are you taking his side again? These words undoubtedly asked the question in the minds of many people. And Li Siyao then carefully twisted her head to look at Chen Haoling behind her, and after clearly seeing that the rune at his brow did not surface, she said to these Li family juniors, The situation has changed. There's no way for me to tell you in detail what exactly it is. I can only tell you that from now on, I won't allow anyone to harm Chen Haoling. Originally, Li Siyao's plan was that if Chen Haoling was pushed to a dead end, causing the fighting god bloodline in his body to be aroused, which in turn would cause him to fall into that state of getting stronger and stronger the more he fought, then she would help the others to suppress Chen Haoling together. Because, once Chen Haoling entered fighting god mode when he would completely lose control, at that time, the entire 600,000 population of Changyu City, including these true martial realms, as well as her, Li Siyao, would all die. But on the contrary, if Chen Haoling hadn't entered the fighting god mode, then the scene could be controlled. And as long as it could be controlled, then there was still room for maneuver for everything. In that case, then it was naturally impossible for her to let these people harm Chen Haoling. Then how could one determine whether Chen Haoling had entered the fighting god mode? The answer was the rune on Chen Haoling's brow. Li Siyao knew that Chen Haoling hadn't actually lost control after seeing that the rune hadn't appeared. Or rather, he hadn't been pushed to a dead end at all in the battle he had fought with Su Jingtian earlier. It was precisely because she was certain of this that she stood out to protect Chen Haoling at this time. But while Li Siyao wanted to protect Chen Haoling, the others were not doing so, especially Su Jingyang, the head of the Su family, who said in a cold voice, "Chen Haoling is the culprit who killed my Su family's grand elder. Li Siyao, as the Su family's daughter-in-law-to-be, you actually harbor a murderer in public. Do you really think that our Su family doesn't dare to do anything to you?" When Li Siyao was chided, her mouth pursed, and then said, "Uncle Su, if you feel that I, as your family's daughter-in-law-to-be, am harboring Chen Haoling and have disgraced you as a result, then from today onwards, the engagement agreement between Yi Xian and I is also off." When Su Jingyang heard this, the killing intent in his eyes uncontrollably crept up, and beside him, Su Yishuan was even more enraged as he yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? Just for the sake of a Chen Haoling, you actually want to withdraw from my marriage? Li Siyao, are you crazy?" Li Siyao said calmly, "I'm sober, very sober, and I know what I should do." Her gaze went back to Li Jianghe. "Third uncle, is it alright to call it a day? Continuing to fight will only result in more casualties. Look at the corpses on this ground and the injured. Isn't that enough?" Li Jianghe didn't say anything. He just stared at Chen Haoling dead on. He seemed to be calculating what to do next, but on the other side, a strong person from the city lord's mansion spoke up. "Stop here? Li Siyao really thanks you for saying that. We can leave him alone. But what about these dead people? Whose lives are they? If you can absolve him of all responsibility for his crimes simply by saying that you don't want more casualties, then what's the point of having my Tianju law? What's the use of having us law enforcers?" Chen Haoling spoke at this time. "Did I take the initiative to kill them?" The words were not spoken loudly, but they were clearly conveyed in every ear. Chen Haoling gazed at the city lord's office powerhouse and said coldly, "Thousand household Zhang, you'd better figure out the ins and outs of the scene before you come back to talk about Tianju laws. If it wasn't for you people from the city lord's mansion wanting me to take the blame for this stupid woman, Li Siyao, and even trying to fight me, how could I possibly be moved to fight back?" Li Xiao's face involuntarily reddened when she heard Chen Haoling call her a stupid woman in public, because Chen Haoling wasn't wrong. If she hadn't thought she could control the demonic power, she wouldn't have been devoured by the demonic power during the clan competition, and it would be even more unlikely that this latter incident would have occurred. However, the man on the opposite side of the room, whom Chen Haoling called Zheng Qiandu, roared lowly, "No matter what your reasons are, in short, one thing, you got into a fight in the middle of the city and caused bloodshed. For that alone, you should have to be punished for your crimes." To Zhang Qiandu and the crowd of experts at the scene, right now, if Li Siyao hadn't been protecting Chen Haoling, they would only have made a direct move. After all, a Chen Haoling was not in their eyes. Chen Haoling snorted at this moment. He stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "Want to condemn me? Fine. Let's see if you guys have the ability to take me down." Saying that, an inexplicable aura was abruptly released from Chen Haoling's body. On his forehead, a faint rune also quietly emerged, and Li Siyao's pupils shrunk slightly when she saw this scene. Chen Haoling was actually actively stimulating the fighting god bloodline in his body? Chapter 22, I am saving you. Li Siyao subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to stop Chen Haoling. However, without waiting for her mouth to open, a tree vine suddenly shot over, wrapping around her waist with one hand, and then, it carried her body away from Chen Haoling. Li Siyao let out a cry of fright, and her gaze then turned her head in the direction where the vines were shooting from. However, he saw that the third elder of the Li family, Li Jianghe, had a gloomy face and said to Li Siyao, "Although I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup this brat has fed you to make you suddenly turn back to him, as your third uncle it's still your duty to tell you what's right and what's wrong." When the words fell, Li Jianghe's palm swung, and in an instant, Li Siyao was bound by vines on top of an ancient tree. Li Jianghe was a tree cultivator, and he could control any plant within 10 meters of himself as a way to achieve the effect of attacking the enemy. And right now, Li Siyao was precisely confined to a tree with vines by Li Jianghe's wood kuei technique. With Li Siyao being bound, the 9 true martial realm powerhouses on the scene no longer had any scruples, as they almost simultaneously erupted the massive true yuan mana within their bodies. Even Li Jianghe was no longer prepared to stay his hand, wanting to clean up this scourge for the Li family. Only Li Siyao was still struggling desperately, shouting along under her breath, "Third uncle, let go of me, please let go of me." There was even a sobbing tone in her voice, obviously panicked to the extreme. But no matter how much she struggled, she was never able to get rid of the Mukue no Jutsu. Even if she possessed the origin demon power, she still appeared weak when facing Li Jianghe, who was a whole great realm above her. And when Li Jianghe heard Li Siyao's crying, he angrily scolded, "Li Siyao, you are the daughter of my Li family. Right now you are actually pleading for an outsider. Do you still have me as your third uncle in your heart? And do you still have the Li family? Listen up. If you continue to fool around, I'll do it on your father's behalf and put you in solitary confinement for a month." Li Jianghe was really angry at this time. He just couldn't figure out. A small Chen Haoling, in the end, what is so good about him? Worth Li Siyao's desperate efforts to protect him like this? But the next second, Li Siyao said in a shocking voice, "I'm not fooling around. I'm saving you guys." When these words came out, Li Jianghe was confused. And even Su Jingyang curiously twisted his head to look at Li Siyao at this time and asked, "Save us? What does that mean? Why don't I understand?" Li Siyao said emotionally, "You guys are no match for Chen Haoling. If you continue to pressure him and push him to the brink of extinction, he will kill all of you." Perhaps everyone at the scene, including Li Jianghe, thought that Li Siyao didn't care about the Li family at all, and that was why she would protect Chen Haoling over and over again. Unbeknownst to her, Li Siyao was because she cared too much about the Li family, too much about the Su family, and too much about these people who were still alive at the scene, and that was why she was desperately trying to stop them from starting a conflict with Chen Haoling. In her previous life, she had already seen too many times how Chen Haoling looked after entering the fighting god mode, the eyes that scorned all life, until now when he thought back on it, would make Li Siyao feel weak in the legs and even fearful. She was afraid that this scene would occur again, and even more so, she was afraid that the Chinese city that she had lived in since she was a child would be massacred by Chen Haoling without a single survivor, which was why she had to fight to the death to stop them. However, Li Jianghe, who heard Li Siyao's words, and Su Jingyang all froze in place. A moment later, Su Jingyang let out a sigh and said to Li Jianghe, "Wait and find a healer for your niece. Her mind may have already been controlled by Chen Haoling a long time ago." Li Jianghe also shook his head. Looking at Li Siyao's eyes were even more filled with disappointment, and with a wave of his hand, he directly wrapped Li Siyao's mouth with a piece of leaf, preventing her from continuing to speak. "Originally, I wanted to keep that kid alive for your father's sake, but now, seeing you like this, I can't keep him. If we let him continue to stay in the Li family it will ultimately be a scourge, and as time goes on, it's impossible to say that there will be more juniors who will be mesmerized by him." As the words fell, Li Jianghe's gaze looked ahead, and at this moment, Chen Haoling was already fighting with a true martial realm powerhouse. Only, after seeing Chen Haoling's unilateral beaten appearance, Li Jianghe felt that he shouldn't even need to make a move. At this moment, one of the 5 great families, the Chen family elder Qian Yunhe, came over, and as he glanced at Li Siyao, who was still struggling desperately, a small amount of sympathy appeared in his eyes. Such a young girl, just like this, was spoiled by Chen Haoling, more or less. It is still regrettable. At that moment, Qian Yunhe said to Li Jianghe, "After killing Chen Haoling, my Qian family will be responsible for treating Li Siyao, right? After all, when it comes to medical skills, there aren't many people in the entire Chinese city that can compare to our Qian family." Li Jianghe snorted when he heard this. "You're trying to get that brat of yours a chance to get in touch with our Siyao, aren't you?" Qian Yunhe, however, laughed. "Anyway, Siyao hasn't officially gotten married yet, and technically she's still in the waiting room, and my Qian family's first son, Qian Yaohui, is also considered to be a talented person with an illustrious family lineage. So if these 2 children are able to fall in love with each other and tie the knot, then why wouldn't that be a joyous event for both your family and mine?" Su Jingyang coughed dryly at this time, then said with a displeased face, "Brother Qian, Siyao is already engaged to our family-ish one. Don't you think it's a bit too much if you're openly digging around like this?" When Chen Yunhe saw that Su Jingyang was still beside him, he awkwardly laughed a few times. The 3 old guys actually laughed and talked to each other right in the middle of such a fierce battlefield, seemingly unaware of the approaching crisis. Only the clan elder of another clan not far away watched the exchange of blows between Chen Haoling and Zhang Qinhu with a gloomy expression. Only a young inquired beside this clan elder. "Clan elder, this Chen Haoling is a member of the Li family, and this today is also a conflict between Chen Haoling and the Su and Li families. So I can't figure out why our Sun family has to get involved as well." Sun Nianhua put his hands behind his back and said with a gloomy face, because this Chen Haoling is a genius. A top genius. Other than that, just based on the fact that he can single-handedly challenge a true martial realm powerhouse despite being 19 years old, he must die. The moment these words came out, that junior's pupils shrunk violently, and it was only at this moment, when the clan elder reminded him, that he reacted violently. This Chen Haoling was actually a teenager younger than him, but it was such a youngster who was only 19 years old, yet he could fight a veteran powerhouse, so his future achievements were bound to be unlimited. At that moment, this junior asked again, since this Chen Haoling is a super genius, then why don't we go and rope him in, just like we did with Li Siyao? Wouldn't we not have to do anything that way? Why waste so much effort? Sun Nianhua then revealed an annoyed expression looking at this junior and said angrily, what exactly is your brain filled with? Can't you even see this point? Why should we get this Chen Haoling killed? It's because he's crushingly uncontrollable. He even dared to beat up the Li family's eldest uncle Li Jianshui, and even seriously injured so many of the Li family's juniors. What else does that kid not dare to do? Wait until his righteous father, Li Jiangshan, passes away. Then he will be completely without any restraints. What will happen then? Do you dare to think? Saying that, Sun Nianhua took another deep breath, and a trace of regret appeared in his eyes as he looked at Chen Haoling again. In how it was considered a good seedling, to die like this was too much of a pity. His brow furrowed as he added to himself, if he could be like Li Siyao, and marry or have interests with any of our 5 great clans, then we wouldn't have to take a shot at him, but even now he's all alone. And you little brats have bullied him like that, and that completely puts him against us? If he doesn't hold a grudge, that would be fine, but what if he does? Then the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 23, 9 True Martial Realms, 7 Killed in Action. When that junior heard this, he immediately felt his back spine tingle and even broke out in a cold sweat. In the early years before Chen Haoling had become the Li family's son-in-law, who among the juniors of the 5 great families had not bullied Chen Haoling? That seemingly insignificant act of suppression, persecution, will most likely turn into a sharp blade stabbing them at some point in the future. After thinking of this, that junior also revealed a cold killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Chen Haoling. But then, he looked at Sun Nianhua and said weakly, Clan Elder, didn't you guys suppress him after he became the Li family's dragon son-in-law? I feel that you have suppressed him much more ruthlessly than all of us juniors, and now you're putting the blame all on us. It's a bit too much, isn't it? When Sun Nianhua heard this, he was immediately enraged and subconsciously raised his hand to try to slap this little brat. That junior was so scared that he immediately dodged away. Sun Nianhua shook his head again when he saw this. Honestly, he did regret having suppressed Chen Haoling in the first place. Back then, when Chen Haoling had come to train among their Sun family martial arts school, many elders of the Sun family had often used the name of training to beat Chen Haoling, a denizen who had dared to get his hands on Li Siyao, all over his body. That shocking injury was still clearly seared in Sun Nianhua's brain until now. As for the other clans, they should have had a similar experience of suppressing Chen Haoling, or else their strong men wouldn't have been able to appear here. With this thought, Sun Nianhua said to himself with another slight sigh of relief, it's also good that there was an accident at the clan competition conference today, allowing Chen Haoling's strength to be unintentionally exposed to us. Otherwise, if we really waited for him to grow up, I'm afraid that all of us from the 5 great clans would have been killed by him. At this time, that junior of the Sun family walked back again and asked at Sun Nianhua, Clan Elder, do you need me to go give a hand? Zhang Qianhu and that Chen Haoling have been fighting for so long, and they still haven't taken it down. It's a bit too crotch-pulling, isn't it? When Sun Nianhua heard this, his heart was slightly startled. Yes, how long has Chen Haoling been fighting with Zhang Qianhu? How come he hasn't been able to take him down? Even the exchanges between the two were reversed, from Chen Haoling being pressed all the time to Chen Haoling reversing and hammering Zhang Qianhu to the ground. It was at this time that Li Siyao's mouth, which had been plastered shut, reopened, and the first words she spoke after opening her mouth were, run away. Chen Haoling is going to storm out. The moment this voice rang out, the 8 surrounding true martial realm powerhouses saw that Chen Haoling slammed his fist onto Zhang Qianhu's face. Under the application of that strong fist force, it actually hardened Zhang Qianhu's head and sent it flying. Yes, it was the entire head that was sent flying. At the broken neck, thick blood sprayed out like a fountain. Poof! The body fell straight to the ground. Zhang Qianhu died. At the same time, Chen Haoling's body, a powerful aura skyrocketed, and at this moment, it unexpectedly broke through to the level of the limit Earthshian realm in a hard way. A circle of airwaves spread out with Chen Haoling himself as the center, and the several experts who were in the surrounding area were simultaneously blown away by the airwaves, unable to open their eyes. Li Jianghe, who was originally still laughing and talking, as well as Su Jingyang and the rest of the crowd, were simultaneously nonplussed after seeing this scene. Su Jingyang in particular said with a puzzled expression, "What's going on? His strength has broken through?" Li Jianghe said with a grave expression on his face, "Are you kidding? How is he going to make a breakthrough when he doesn't even have any spirit stones?" Everyone in the cultivation world knew that absorbing the aura in the air could only be used to restore mana, but if one wanted to have their realm elevated, they could only use spirit stones, because only the energy in the spirit stones was enough to support a cultivator to impact from one realm to a higher realm. Instead, right now, they were seeing Chen Haoling allow his strength to rise from the Great Completion Earth-Xian realm and then advance all the way to the ultimate Earth-Xian realm without a spirit stone. Ask them how they could possibly show a look of having seen a ghost. At this moment, Qian Yunhe, the elder of the Qian family, saw the corpse of Zhang Qianhu that had fallen to the ground, and immediately reacted after seeing the cracks in the storage ring on his ring finger, and exclaimed under his breath, "This kid took Zhang Qiandu's spirit stone." The reason why he fought with Qianta Zhang for so long just now was actually stealing his spirit stones as a way to buy time for his own breakthrough. It was only when these words came out that all of them saw the storage ring on Zhang Qianhu's ring finger, and they reacted only after seeing the cracks appearing on it, because a crack in the storage ring meant that the prohibition on it had been forcibly broken. So the spirit stone that Chen Haoling used when he made his breakthrough was with Zhang Qiandu's. After figuring this out, the 8 strongest people on the scene no longer dared to belittle Chen Haoling, and after they glanced at each other, they rushed towards Chen Haoling at the same time with a heartfelt feeling. Chen Haoling stood in place. At this moment, all his senses were open to the maximum. At the same time, a white demonic fire lingered around him. As he faced the 8 true martial realm powerhouses that burst forth, his hands suddenly joined together and he whispered under his breath, "Infernal hell, open!" Phew! In an instant, a special air current steeply reverberated out, and then, those 8 strong men who rushed towards Chen Haoling's near front actually spontaneously ignited white demonic flames out of thin air on their bodies. The rise of the flames was so amazing that in the blink of an eye, it wrapped all 8 of their bodies at the same time. The hot burning sensation even burned through the body protection Dharma deity on their bodies. The intense burns that suddenly appeared on their flesh caused them to let out simultaneous yells of panic, and they couldn't even mobilize their mana smoothly. Moreover, because of the influence of inertia, the momentum that caused them to rush towards Chen Haoling did not diminish. From an onlooker's perspective, it looked as if 8 firemen were charging straight towards Chen Haoling's direction, and Chen Haoling did not choose to dodge, much less resist, but simply propped his hands on the ground, then lifted his feet upwards before spreading them out to the sides. Then, his hands were spinning hard, and along with them, his feet were spinning rapidly as if they were the propellers of a helicopter. Those 8 strong men who rushed over were directly kicked away by Chen Haoling. Knock knock. Such a simple attack had actually sent the 8 true martial realm powerhouses flying out at the same time. A scene that if the other true martial realm powerhouses had seen, they would have only mocked the few of them as being trash. Then, Chen Haoling was standing straight, his eyes looking towards a true martial realm powerhouse, before violently bursting over. Battle technique Vermilion Bird. It was instantly launched. In an instant, Chen Haoling's body was wrapped in a ball of flames as if it was a Vermilion Bird divine bird, and along with it, his speed steeply skyrocketed by more than 5 times. When Chen Haoling arrived close to that true martial realm powerhouse, he fiercely punched out. Snap! As if it was an exploding watermelon. That true martial realm powerhouse didn't even have time to make a sound of begging for mercy before his head was blown off. Chen Haoling didn't stop moving, and with the same move, he blew off the head of a second true martial realm powerhouse. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Soon, only Su Jingyang and Li Jianghe, the 2 old bastards, were left undead at the scene. However, when Chen Haoling rushed towards Li Jianghe, the white spirit demon flame on his body dissipated. Apparently, the effects of infernal hell have worn off. Only, Li Jianghe had also been burned beyond recognition by the white spirit demon flame. When Chen Haoling rushed towards him, he stood up straight and raised one palm to grab it as he faced the punch that Chen Haoling had thrown. Knock! Although Li Jianghe had taken several steps backwards, he had managed to block Chen Haoling's ferocious punch, and the number 1 strongest man amongst the fathers of the Li family was truly living up to his name. At that moment, Li Jianghe said to Chen Haoling with a twisted face, "Asshole." But Chen Haoling let out a cold laugh. Battle technique Voiding was instantly launched. In the next moment, Li Jianghe's palm that was grasping Chen Haoling suddenly grabbed an empty hand, as if the fist in his hand had turned into a ghost, which could not be seen or touched. Then, Chen Haoling backhanded Li Jianghe's chin. Battle skill Yin-Yang explosion was instantly unleashed. Boom! It was as if Li Jianghe's jaw had been hit by explosives, and after a loud bang, his entire jawbone was blown apart while his body flew backwards. The look was more or less oozing. Chapter 24, Waiting to Die. But at this time, Chen Haoling did not immediately go after Li Jianghe, but instead, he made a spin and threw a kick towards the back. Battle technique solo activated. In an instant, Chen Haoling's leg that was thrown out seemed to be covered with a special protective shield that protected the leg while strengthening the impact in terms of strength. Knock! Behind Chen Haoling's back, Su Jingyang slashed at Chen Haoling's feet, but because his feet were wrapped by a shield, Su Jingyang's knife hard didn't hurt Chen Haoling by half. But the next second, Su Jingyang yelled, "Die!" As the words fell on Su Jingyang's machete, it was steeply filled with dense electric arcs, and in an instant, these electric arcs covered Chen Haoling's body, making his body unable to move. At the same time, Li Jianghe, who had been sent flying out by Chen Haoling's punch, also stood up, and he immediately exerted his mana, controlling the roots of the trees underground and forming a sharp spear. In this instant, when Chen Haoling was unable to move, he pierced through towards various vital parts of Chen Haoling's body. Chen Haoling's teeth clenched as voiding was once again executed. In the next moment, it was as if his body had turned into a ghost that could not be seen or touched, and those root spears that pierced through also all pierced an empty hole. Chen Haoling immediately broke free from Su Jingyang's thunderbolt bindings and broke away from the control range of these two old guys. It had to be said that the strength of these two people was indeed formidable. At least at this stage right now, there really weren't many people who could force Chen Haoling to such a point, and after panting for a while, those two were ready to step forward again and fight for their lives with Chen Haoling. However, Chen Haoling was not prepared to dwell on them. Immortal Art Flame Dragon Rain was immediately cast, only to see that a ball of tornado rushed out steeply under Chen Haoling's body and carried his body into midair. The rotational speed of the tornado reached the level of hundreds of revolutions in a single breath in a short period of time. But that wasn't all. Chen Haoling, who was in the center of the tornado, spat out a ball of flame from his mouth and landed on top of the tornado. Then, it was as if an oil field had been tainted with fire, and in the blink of an eye, it was transformed into a blaze. And as far as the eyes of outsiders could see, this tornado summoned by Chen Haoling actually turned into a ball of flame tornado. The scorching heat was as if it was a small sun that had fallen into the mortal dust, burning the surrounding air to become extremely dry. But immediately afterward, on top of the tornado, a ball of flame, as if it didn't need money, shot out in all directions. Boom boom boom. Inside a short period of time of just one breath, there were thousands of flame balls that were thrown out, and then indiscriminately attacked everything in the surroundings. It was as if the entire city had been carpet bombed by bombers, and a large number of houses and buildings had been destroyed. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was an abandoned urban area that was no longer inhabited, it was estimated that this one hit would have resulted in a large number of civilian casualties. As for Su Jingyang and also Li Jianghe, there was almost a panic on their faces when they saw the dense balls of flame falling from the sky. It was hard to imagine that two strong true martial realm practitioners would actually feel fear in the face of a cultivator of the Earth Xian realm. They tried to fend off those falling balls of flame, but they were blasted backwards. Especially Su Jingyang, who had a look of disbelief, shouted under his breath, "How is that possible? He's a tiny Earthshian realm, sending out so many balls of high-powered flames?" At this time, Li Siyao, who was still bound to the tree, had her hanging heart completely die after seeing this scene. As someone who had lived with Chen Haoling for nearly 10,000 years, she certainly knew how terrifying Chen Haoling's move Flame Dragon Rain was, because this skill is immortal technique, and the so-called immortal technique is, to put it simply, the power of nature. Chen Haoling only needed to use a little bit of his own mana to mobilize the power of nature and thus fight against the enemy. For example, this current move, Flame Dragon Rain, was mobilizing the natural power of the wind attribute, and the natural power of the fire attribute. The reason why the power of those fireballs could blow up a true martial realm powerhouse was because the fireballs were able to absorb the aura energy in the air the moment they were shot out, thus growing themselves, and the high-speed rotation of the tornado increased the shooting speed of these flame balls, and that was what caused this terrifying destructive power. Li Siyao looked at the flaming tornado in the distance that was still slowly moving. And then she said to Su Jingyang, who had already been blown into a black man in the distance, as well as Li Jianghe. I told you a long time ago, don't push him to the brink, otherwise he'll go berserk, and you and I, and everyone else in Changyue City, will die, but you guys just won't listen. Now it's okay. At this time, Su Jingyang, who had no strength left, and Li Jianghe then simultaneously turned their heads to look at Li Siyao. Since Li Jianghe's jawbone had been blown out, there was no way to speak now. Only Su Jingyang asked in a somewhat disheveled manner, so what now? At the rate this trend is going, we're all going to meet the king of hell. Li Siyao, however, yelled, what to do? How do I know what to do? It's better to wait for death. Saying that, Li Siyao then suddenly realized that the vines on her body had become loose. At that moment, she exerted her strength to hold up, and actually spoke the vines hard to break them. It was thought that it should be that after Li Jianghe was injured, his mana was weakened, so that caused the bindings on Li Siyao to be lowered piece by piece. As for Su Jingyang, after hearing Li Siyao's words, a strong emotion of regret began to arise within him. Hell knows that damn Chen Haoling was so powerful that he actually relied on Zhang Qinhu's few spirit stones to accomplish a breakthrough in strength. Well, now, Chen Haoling didn't kill them, but instead, the true martial realm sent out by the great clans all fell here. Even his Su family had suffered heavy losses, with so many juniors and the mainstay of the family being taken out. If he had known that such a situation would arise, when he had surrounded Chen Haoling earlier, he should have had to let him go so that it wouldn't have caused him to storm out. No, Su Jingyang felt that he shouldn't have come to get involved in the here. That damn Zhang Qiandu, when he sent a message to them saying that they were going to join forces together to apprehend Chen Haoling, he shouldn't have gotten into this mess. After all, who would have thought that a very small thing could become so complicated? Originally, it wasn't a big deal for Li Siyao to injure Zhou Haoren, the son of the city lord, because of his uncontrolled demonic power at the clan competition. Bring back Li Siyao, and it'll be fine if you lock her up for a while. Nay, the city lord cherished his talent and didn't want to let Li Siyao go to jail, but he didn't want to pretend that this matter never happened, so he hinted to Butler Long to find a backstabber. As a result, this Long butler was also a lack of heart, who was not good enough to choose, but chose Chen Haoling to be this backstabber. And this Chen Haoling was also a stubborn kind of person who refused to take the blame for Li Siyao, and as a result, he caused very huge casualties. Then, just because Chen Haoling had displayed too much battle power, he ended up attracting 9 true martial realm powerhouses, who joined forces to besiege him. At this moment, Butler Long had gone up to nowhere, and Chateau Zhan became the representative of the city lord's mansion. At this point, things moved to the second stage. Zhang Qiandu's reason for apprehending Chen Haoling had also changed from the original reason of looking for a backstabber, to wanting to arrest Chen Haoling for vandalizing public facilities, and wanting to bring him to the government office for trial. This is not that Zhang Qiandu wronged Chen Haoling, but Chen Haoling did cause too much damage. If Zhang Qiandu didn't arrest Chen Haoling, then this Qiandu of his would have made it to the end, and he wouldn't even have to mix in the city lord's mansion in the future. But in the final analysis, if it wasn't for Butler Long's slanderous wrongful accusation, perhaps Chen Haoling wouldn't have fought. Finally, things moved on to the third stage. Once Zhang Qiandu died, the reasons for the great clans to target Chen Haoling changed again. It turned into scorn for Chen Haoling, including Su Jingyang as well. Among the 5 great families of Changyue City, almost every family had crossed paths with Chen Haoling. With the terrifying potential that Chen Haoling was displaying at this moment, it was enough to make all 5 great clans tremble with fear. Coupled with the fact that Chen Haoling himself was completely uncontrollable, it made the great clans even more worried that Chen Haoling would retaliate against them after he grew up. And so they all became murderous towards Chen Haoling. But what happened? They were all countered by Chen Haoling. Chapter 25. Are you leaving the Li family? Su Jingyang looked up at the gradually approaching flame tornado and actually had the idea of sitting on his butt and dying. However, a careless voice rang out. Young Sir Chen, how about we call it a day? With the instant this voice rang out, the flame tornado that Chen Haoling had manifested actually dissipated out of thin air at this moment. At the same time, the madness as well as the bloodlust in Chen Haoling's eyes disappeared, and the rune at the center of his brow also faded. Then, Chen Haoling's figure also fell down from above mid-air. He raised his head to look at the source of the voice, and then he saw that the Chinese city lord Zhou Hongsheng had his hands behind his back as he came through the air. Without borrowing any magic weapon or riding on any demonic beasts, he came through the air completely on his own. Seeing this, Chen Haoling's pupils slightly shrunk. What he didn't expect was that this small Chanyu city actually still had such a strong person, only to see the city lord Zhou Hongsheng landed down from above the sky. He took a look at the dilapidated scene, as well as the urban area that was as if it was the ruins of a battlefield. He then shook his head, and then said to Chen Haoling, "The cause of the matter is all due to this seat. If this seat hadn't signaled Uncle Long to find a scapegoat for Li Siyao, perhaps this current mess wouldn't have happened. This seat apologizes. This matter is my fault." Saying that, Zhou Hongsheng actually arched his hand at Chen Haoling and apologized. Chen Haoling had also come to his senses by this time, and didn't have much of a reaction to this Zhou Hongsheng's apology. After all, it was because of this fellow's one thought that caused him to almost die on several occasions. So naturally, it was impossible to give him a good face. However, the so-called reaching out does not hit a smiling person, since the other party had already apologized. And, with Chen Haoling's current strength, it was also far from possible to be the opponent of the other party. So Chen Haoling didn't bother about anything. After calmly thinking for a few seconds, he said to City Lord Zhou Hongsheng, "When you just said that today's matter ends here, does that mean that you won't be pursuing me for the killing of these people? Nor will you pursue me for destroying the houses here?" When Zhou Hongsheng heard this, he smiled. "This seat has already said that the matter was caused by me. If it wasn't for me, naturally, there wouldn't be all these things right now. Thus, naturally, I won't be pursuing you for your responsibility. It's just that, for those clans that have lost true martial realm powerhouses, whether or not they'll come to retaliate against you, this seat can't guarantee it." Chen Haoling was surprisingly slightly relieved after hearing this. For him, as long as the city lord in front of him would not be targeting him. As for the other clans, they were simply not enough to worry about. At that moment, Chen Haoling calmly said, "Alright, then today's matter will end here, and neither of us are allowed to mention it again in the future." Zhou Hongsheng nodded in satisfaction, indicating that there was no problem. Then, the folding fan in his hand was gently waved, and in the next moment, a mist drifted away. The mist seemed to be some kind of herb, very fragrant and good smelling, and in a moment they spread over those wounded men who had fallen on the scene. Then, Chen Haoling was shocked to see that those who were already dying from serious injuries had their wounds rapidly healed the moment their bodies came into contact with the mist. Even Li Jianghe, who had his jawbone shattered by Chen Haoling, had returned to his original appearance at this time. When Chen Haoling saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He should have known that he should have killed Li Jianghe first. At the same time, many of the juniors on the scene all stood up from the ground. Since these juniors were not the main targets of Chen Haoling's previous killings, most of the injuries on their bodies were not fatal. With the healing of the city lord's misty breath, he quickly recovered from his injuries and got back on his feet. Li Siyao trotted over at that moment. She glanced at the city lord, then slightly owed a bow, and then looked at Chen Haoling and said nervously, "Haoling, are you alright? It didn't hurt you just now, did it?" Saying that, she even wanted to reach out to inspect Chen Haoling's body. However, Chen Haoling was a step backwards, taking the initiative to distance himself from her, before just coldly saying, "Mrs. Su, you should be caring about your brother Ishuan right now instead of coming to ask if I'm hurt." When Li Siyao heard this, a trace of depression appeared on her face, but she didn't refute anything. At this moment, his righteous father, Li Jiangshan, trotted over with a bunch of juniors from the Li family, and he shouted at Chen Haoling and the others, "Haoling, Siyao, Jianghe." Several people simultaneously turned their heads in the direction of Li Jiangshan, and after seeing Li Jiangshan come closer, they all gave a greeting each, and Li Jiangshan then looked at Chen Haoling first and said nervously, "Haoling, how are you? Where are you hurt? Come and show your righteous father." Chen Haoling looked a little uncomfortable with his righteous father's concern, and was even a little upset in his heart. After all, when he was surrounded by people just now, his righteous father didn't make a move to help him a bit, but instead, he had been healing Li Siyao's injuries. Now that it's all over, it's more or less a horse's ass for him to show up. However, as the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea. Chen Haoling didn't make a face to his righteous father and just said calmly, "I'm fine, and they didn't hurt me, so don't worry, righteous father." When Li Jiangshan heard this, he let out a slight sigh of relief before turning his head to look at Li Siyao, inquiring about his daughter's well-being. And behind Li Jiangshan, Li Jiangxue, the eldest uncle of the Li family, couldn't help but clench his teeth when he saw that Chen Haoling actually didn't have any problems at all, and said in a very low voice, "Mother asterisk 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 her, a bunch of losers. So many people couldn't defeat a tiny Chen Haoling." Obviously, Li Jianshui still remembered the slap that Chen Haoling had given him earlier, so he felt a bit upset at seeing Chen Haoling not receiving a single injury after being surrounded by people. On the other hand, Li Jianghe, the third uncle of the Li family, came close to him at that moment and said, "Big brother, let's go back." After seeing his third brother's disheveled look, Li Jianshui said with some surprise, "Third brother? What's wrong with you?" Li Jianghe twisted his head and glanced at Chen Haoling. After seeing Chen Haoling's terrifying battle strength with his own eyes, his confidence could be said to be greatly damaged. Perhaps from today onwards, he would no longer show his name as the number one strongest person of the Li family. Li Jianghe didn't answer his big brother's words. He just said in a tired tone, "After fighting all night, it's almost dawn. Let's go back to bed." With that, Li Jianghe pulled his elder brother along to return to the Li family, and many of the Li family juniors at the scene, after seeing the scene of this urban area which was like a broken wall, were curious to ask Li Siyao what had happened before, and why this urban area had fallen into such a state of disrepair. Li Siyao wasn't in a good mood right now because she was disliked by Chen Haoling, so in the face of these younger siblings' questions, she only answered a few sentences very perfunctorily. Perhaps because the misunderstanding with Chen Haoling had been solved, Li Siyao suddenly didn't have so much desire to marry Su Yishuan anymore. So instead of returning to the Su family with Su Yishuan, she followed her father back to the Li family. Of course, Li Jianshan didn't forget to call Chen Haoling along when he went back. Along the way, Li Jianshan had also been asking Chen Haoling and also Li Siyao if they were uncomfortable anywhere and if they wanted to see a physician or something like that, but both replied absent-mindedly. At this time, Chen Haoling suddenly said to his righteous father, "By the way, righteous father, can I have my sword back?" Li Jianshan's expression changed when he heard Chen Haoling's words. Then he looked at Chen Haoling and said seriously, "Have you already thought about leaving the Li family?" Chen Haoling didn't deny it. On the other hand, Li Siyao looked at Chen Haoling with her pupils shrinking. Chapter 26, The Blade of Infinity arrives. But, you didn't sign up for the clan competition, much less need to travel to the sacred city of Shinra to further your training. So why did you leave the Li clan for good reason? Li Siyao came close to Chen Haoling, her eyes full of incomprehension and complaints. Chen Haoling, however, just asked indifferently in response, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Li Siyao was enraged and argued, "Even if I'm not your wife, I've been your sister for 10 years. Can't I even ask you where you're planning to go?" Chen Haoling was silent for a moment, and spat out 4 words from his mouth, "Beginningless sword sect." As soon as these words came out, Li Siyao froze, and even her righteous father revealed a hint of surprise as he inquired. The Beginningless Sword Sect is the number 1 force in the 12 cities of the heavenly capital province, and there are many top-tier powerhouses in the sect. Even though a batch of new disciples are recruited every year, their threshold is extremely high, even more difficult than ascending to first place in the Standing Moon City Clan Competition Assembly. As the words fell, the eyes of the righteous father that looked at Chen Haoling became somewhat complicated. "It's not that my father is striking you down. With your current seniority wanting to join the Beginningless Sword Sect, it's not very likely." Chen Haoling was smiling at this time. "It's not like I said I'm going to become a disciple of the Beginningless Sword Sect. I'm just going to make a trip to that place." Li Siyao heard this, seems to be thinking of something, her mouth pursed, and then said, "If you're looking for her, I'd advise you not to go over there at this time. With her heart, it's very likely that she'll put you to death on the spot." Chen Haoling didn't take care of Li Siyao, only looking at his righteous father once again. "Anyway, the Li family's clan rules stipulate that all descendants and grandchildren who have reached the age of 20 are required to go out for training. It just so happens that I'm about the same age, and there's nothing wrong with going out to practice at this time." After the righteous father heard this, he let out a deep sigh. Although he had long known that this day would come, his heart still revealed a trace of reluctance. After all, it was the son that he had brought up since childhood. Although there was no blood relationship, he had also long since treated Chen Haoling as his own son. After thinking for a moment, the righteous father said in a tentative tone, "Your knife can be returned to you, but can you stay at the Li family for a few more days before leaving?" Chen Haoling blinked his eyes and asked with some doubt, "Does it make a difference if it's a little early or a little late?" Righteous father gave a somewhat despondent light laugh. 3 days later, it will be the time for our Li family to conclude an alliance with the Su family. I hope that you will be able to participate in it piece by piece, and if you want to leave afterward, my father will by no means stop you. What righteous father didn't say was that with his current physical condition, he probably wouldn't be able to make it after making it to the 3rd day. He hoped that before he died, he could still see Chen Haoling and Li Siyao all by his side. It was perhaps a little selfishness on his part. As for Chen Haoling, his expression changed slightly when he heard this, and even Li Siyao's face revealed a hint of panic at this time, because both of them almost knew that the day of the Li family's destruction was coming. Chen Haoling frowned slightly before nodding his head and saying, "Alright, I'll wait until the Su and Li families finish their alliance." When Li Jiangshan heard this, he nodded with satisfaction. "Your sword is in the storage room underneath the Li family ancestral shrine. If you follow the corridor to the innermost part, you will be able to see it." Saying that, Li Jiangshan took out a jade pendant and on handing it to Chen Haoling. "This is the key to open the treasury. Go over and get it yourself." Chen Haoling picked up the jade pendant and then said gratefully, "Many thanks, righteous father." When the words fell, Chen Haoling couldn't wait to quickly walk over in the direction of the Li family mansion. At this time, righteous father's gaze went back to Li Siyao, and after seeing her trance-like appearance, he called out, "Siyao?" Only then did Li Siyao come back to her senses from her daze and asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Righteous father asked with some confusion, "What are you thinking about? Thinking so intently?" A hint of panic appeared in Li Siyao's eyes as she gave an awkward smile. "No, it's nothing." When the righteous father saw this, although he felt that there was something wrong with his daughter's appearance, he did not ask more questions when he saw that she was not willing to say more. In the middle of the storehouse below the Li family ancestral hall. Originally, Chen Haoling thought that this place would hide a lot of treasures of the Li family. That's why it was built so secretly, causing him to search for so long without finding it. But it wasn't until he came in that he realized that the place was a very ordinary utility room. Really just a place to pile up miscellaneous items. There were few treasures of value to be found here, and it was no wonder there wasn't even a guard. Chen Haoling followed the direction indicated by his righteous father, and soon found his boundless blade inside a wooden box. Only a gold-colored dragon scale pattern was carved on the pitch-black ink-like sheath. The lines wrapped around the sheath in circles, and although it hadn't been used again for many years, there wasn't a speck of rust on it. Chen Haoling raised his hand and gently removed the boundless blade from the groove. Unlike a traditional machete, this borderless blade of Chen Haoling should more accurately be described as a Tang horizontal blade. The blade was very straight and slender, just 3 fingers wide in total, but it could be about 3 feet long, or close to a meter. Chen Haoling looked at this knife that had been searched for so long finally returning to his hands. The sourness in his heart was something that no one could appreciate. Then, he raised his hand and wanted to pull the sword out of its sheath to try to see if its power was still as strong as it was in his previous life. However, when his hand gripped the hilt of the blade, he realized that the blade seemed to be stuck in the sheath, and he was actually unable to pull it out. The shadow surfaced at this time, sitting on the table in front of Chen Haoling with his legs crossed, and said slowly, "This knife hasn't been enlightened yet. How could you possibly pull it out?" As soon as these words came out, Chen Haoling's mind was a flash of light, fiercely recalling the fact that the boundless blade needed to be unsheathed first to open the light, or else it would be affixed to the sheath, thus making it unusable. Right away, Chen Haoling said, "I almost forgot if you didn't mention it, but then again, how did I enlighten this sword in my last life?" He scratched his hair, a thoughtful look on his face. Shadow reminded, "Didn't you decapitate a group of alien creatures that possessed the blood of the Spiritine, and that's why this blade was opened?" Chen Haoling sniffed and then oh-oh'd twice. He almost didn't think of it. In his last life, after he furthered his education and graduated from the Imperial Capital Academy in the sacred city of Xinluo, he was assigned to the frontline battlefield. At the time, it was in response to the foreigners who raided the frontier. Chen Haoling had attacked and killed an unknown number of monsters in that process before the boundless blade was successfully sheathed. Chen Haoling, who thought back to this point, was slightly startled and exclaimed under his breath, "Now that the foreigners aren't coming to invade, where can I find someone who possesses the blood of Spiritine to sacrifice the sword?" However, the shadow reminded, "Aren't those clan elders of the Li family, as well as high-ranking Earth-Shen realm, and true martial realm powerhouses, all of them people who have awakened the Spiritine blood? 4 days later, the full moon arrives, and then you slaughter them. Won't that be just enough to complete the sword sacrifice ceremony?" When Chen Haoling heard that he was taking the Li family, a look of resistance subconsciously appeared in his eyes. But when he thought back to the face that the Li family had previously treated him with, this resistance was all converged. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, "All right, on the night of the full moon 4 days from now, we'll take the Li family to sacrifice the sword. Anyway, by that time, my righteous father will be gone, and I won't have any ties to the Li family. So it's just as well to let them utilize that last bit of residual value." Chapter 27, Li Siyao's plan to save the Li family. It was also while Chen Haoling was thinking like this that suddenly Li Siyao's voice came in from outside. Chen Haoling, are you there? Chen Haoling twisted his head to look in the direction the voice came from, a hint of displeasure appearing on his face. Why is this stupid bastard here? Although a little disgruntled, he walked straight out. After coming to the corridor, he saw Li Siyao still looking around, obviously looking for Chen Haoling, and when she saw Chen Haoling, she hurriedly trotted over, with a subconsciously delighted look on her face. Husband. However, Chen Haoling was raising his hand to signal to stop and not to approach himself. What is it that you want from me? Straight up. Li Siyao's mood went down again when she saw the cold attitude Chen Haoling had treated herself with, but then she quickly set her mind right again. I want Ruoshang to marry Su Yishuan. It's just that I don't have a good relationship with her. She probably won't listen to me, so I hope you'll go and persuade her. After all, in the entire Li family, you're the only one who's closer to her. When Chen Haoling heard this, his eyes snapped open, then stared straight at Li Siyao. For that little girl Li Ruoshang, Chen Haoling was indeed quite favorable. After all, among the entire younger generation of the Li family, she was the only one who would sincerely treat Chen Haoling as an elder brother. During the time when Chen Haoling had just come to the Li family when he was 10 years old, she was the only one who would stand up and scold others not to bully Chen Haoling when he was being bullied. So, in a way, he also subconsciously took care of this girl as his own sister. But right now, Li Siyao actually said to him that she was going to marry Li Ruoshang to Su Yishuan, so how could Chen Haoling possibly endure it? In a matter of moments, Chen Haoling then abruptly stretched out a palm, then violently pinched Li Siyao's neck, before pressing her against the wall with a hand. As the force was a bit heavy, it caused the wall behind Li Siyao to sway a bit as a result. However, he heard Chen Haoling gnash his teeth and say, "You don't want that trash Su Yishuan yourself, and you want to push it on someone else? Li Siyao, have you slept yourself silly? Only then would you think that I would agree to help you persuade Li Ruoshang?" Li Siyao coughed forcefully, and as she felt that strong sense of suffocation coming on, she said with difficulty, "Let me finish my sentence." Chen Haoling took a deep breath, and with a backhanded throw, he tossed Li Siyao inside the pile of clutter on the side. This time, it was Li Siyao who was extremely messed up. However, she still immediately stood up, and then wiped the blood that was spilling out from the corners of her mouth, before addressing Chen Haoling. "I also don't want Ruoshang to marry that guy Su Yishuan, but if I don't, then the covenant between the Su and Li families 3 days from now won't be able to be signed successfully, and at that time, the tragedy of the last life will repeat itself once again." With that, Li Siyao carefully approached Chen Haoling and said in an almost pleading tone, "Husband, I know that you still hate me very much right now, and I understand. But, the Li family is about to enter a life and death situation, so I hope you can temporarily abandon that little grudge between us and help the Li family get through this danger of extinction first, then come back to discuss what's going on between us. Is that okay?" Chen Haoling, however, suddenly came back to his senses at this time, and he glanced down at the Tang horizontal blade in his hand. He had actually forgotten that the Li family in his previous life was exterminated 3 days later. But the key point of the problem was that if the Li family was exterminated 3 days later, then at that time, whose blood would he take to sacrifice the sword? One must know that the time for the sword offering could only be set on the night of the full moon, otherwise the boundless blade would not be able to open successfully, and then the blade would not be able to be withdrawn from its sheath, so everything would be meaningless, and the full moon is 4 days later. Thinking back to your last life, were there any survivors in the Li family on the night of the full moon 4 days later? The answer is no. Thinking back to this, Chen Haoling almost subconsciously said, "Holy Grandma, we can't let the Li family be destroyed so quickly." After hearing Chen Haoling say this, Li Siyao let out a slight sigh of relief. She knew that Chen Haoling was still more thorough in the issue of right and wrong, and would not hold a grudge against the entire Li family just because of that bit of grudge between her and her. At that moment, Li Siyao inquired to Chen Haoling, "Husband, then are you willing to go and persuade Ruoshang to marry Su Yishuan?" It was only then that Chen Haoling recalled that there was still a lack of heart beside him, and then he asked, "What does Li Ruoshang's marriage to Su Yishuan have to do with the imminent annihilation of the Li family?" Li Xiao's eyes widened as she said with some dissatisfaction, "Have you forgotten how the Li family was destroyed in the last life? It's because 3 days later, when the Su and Li families were concluding their alliance, because they didn't come to an agreement, and then both sides had a huge fight, which ultimately led to the loss of the two families' main battle force and their fall as one of the 5 great families. But if we let Li Ruoshang go and marry Su Yishuan, the effect would be different. As long as the two families have a layer of in-laws, then regardless of whether or not this covenant can ultimately be successfully concluded and completed, the two families will not strike out as a result. As long as they don't clash, then the tragedy of the last life won't happen again, will it? In fact, when Siyao had just returned from her rebirth, she had already planned this idea. Only, the original plan was for her to marry Su Yishuan herself, and then use herself as a pivot to reconcile the Su and Li families, thus avoiding the two families from clashing again. And that was the purpose of her participation in the clan competition. It was because he wanted to increase his weight in the Su and Li families by getting a good ranking in the clan competition, as a way to make the two families have a few more scruples and considerations when they were at odds. Only since the demonic power had gone out of control did Siyao realize that she had wrongly blamed Chen Haoling, and from that moment on, she already didn't want to be with Su Yishuan anymore. On the contrary, the bits and pieces of her life with Chen Haoling in her last life had instead become her most frequent thoughts. But, if she didn't marry Su Yishuan, then who should take her place in this position? Siyao thought of Li Ruoshang almost immediately, because she was also a direct daughter of the Li family. In terms of identity and background, in terms of appearance, in terms of learning, enough to be worthy of Su Yishuan. However, Siyao and Li Ruoshang were not familiar with each other, so they could only come to Chen Haoling. As for Chen Haoling, after listening to Siyao's statement, he lightly spat out two words, "Idiot." Then he took it upon himself to head outside. Siyao was not happy when she heard this. She hurriedly jogged to catch up with Chen Haoling and said, "Who are you calling an idiot? Chen Haoling, can you think of a better way than me?" Chen Haoling didn't say anything, but walked straight out of the ancestral shrine before trying to walk towards his righteous father's room. But at this time, Siyao was blocking in front of him and huffed, "Chen Haoling, are you listening to me?" Chen Haoling's footsteps were forced to stop by her. Just wanted to rebuke her to get away from her. But on second thought, wanting to keep the Li family from being destroyed in a short period of time, it seemed that she also needed to make a contribution. So he pressed down the discontent in his heart and said, "What did you just say to me? That the Su and Li family's alliance broke down, and then the two families fought, and as a result, it led to the battle power being fractured, and finally falling down to the five great families. Where did you hear all that from?" Siyao said very straightforwardly, "Isn't it on the Changyu City Lord's office bulletin? In our last life, when we had already traveled to the sacred city of Shinra to further our studies, there just happened to be an extermination incident that occurred in Changyu City inside a newspaper. I remember telling you all these things. Have you forgotten them so soon?" In the imperial capital of the Tianzhu Empire, the postal and newspaper media had already been developed, which was why Siyao in her previous life could learn about what was happening in Changyu City from the distant imperial capital. At that time, she even cried for a long time after learning of her family's demise. And after Chen Haoling heard Siyao's words, he revealed a look at a little cutie expression as he looked at her and said, "You believe what the postal newspaper says? Then if it says that I, Chen Haoling, have ascended by feather, will you believe it too?" This is a statement that could be described as full of shade. Chapter 28, The Truth of the Li Family's Destruction. Siyao's willow brows then wrinkled slightly. "This is an incident officially reported by Changyu City. Why can't I believe it?" Chen Haoling casually took out his smoking gun, and then after lighting the tobacco, he casually found a stone bench and sat down, smoking the gun while saying, "The destruction of the Su and Li families had other hidden reasons. It's far from as simple as you see." Siyao sat across from Chen Haoling at this time, and subconsciously asked, "Hidden message?" Chen Haoling thought about it and finally decided to tell her all the truth about the overthrow of the Su and Li families. "At first, like you, I also believed those claims in the postal newspaper, but it wasn't until later, after I had advanced to the Sing King realm and used the heavenly chance deduction method to deduce the events that had occurred in the past, that I realized that things weren't at all like what the changing Moon City Lord's mansion had informed me." When Siyao heard this, a trace of nervousness instinctively appeared on her face, and she carefully asked, "Could it be that the forces of other families intervened in this, which led to the demise of the Su and Li families?" Chen Haoling shook his head and said succinctly, "The Su family has kept a demonic fetus about 100 meters below the ground of their family's main hall. They want to hatch this demonic fetus so that they can gain powerful greatness. However, in order to hatch the demonic fetus, a key medicinal guide is needed. That's the blood of the spiritine. And this kind of blood, among the entire Changyu City, only the people of the Li family have this kind of blood flowing in their bodies. By concluding the so-called covenant, the Su family is trying to lure the Li family members to the Su family, and then use it to kill all of the Li family members before throwing their plasma into the demonic fetus. However, What the Su clan ancestor didn't expect was that after the demonic fetus successfully hatched, a person of the demon clan with a demon god bloodline actually came out. It was that monster that killed off the Su and Li families. Later, the killing behavior of the demonic creature caught the attention of the city lord's mansion, in which the city lord Zhou Hongshang was attracted to the power of this demonic creature. He also developed the idea of wanting to push up his current realm through the demonic artifacts, so he secretly brought the demonic artifacts back to the city lord's mansion, and he ordered that all those in the know who knew about this demonic creature be killed, while at the same time forging a reason for the world to falsely believe that the demise of the Su and Li families was the result of a conflict between them. After saying this, Chen Haoling looked at Li Siyao once again. Do you understand now? It was that group of the Su family who made their own deaths and raised a demonic creature under the mansion, which led to the simultaneous fall of the Su and Li families. So, what you said about letting Li Ruoshang marry Su Yishuan to avoid the tragedy of the Su and Li families being wiped out is a joke in itself, and after 3 days, it can be more than just the loss of the main battle force, but the tragic death of the entire Su and Li families from top to bottom. So, what we need to do is not to find anyone to marry the Su family, but to find a way to stop the Li family from traveling to the Su family to conclude that bull covenant 3 days later. After Chen Haoling finished saying so many words in one breath, he let out a long breath, and when he was done, he took another puff of his smoking gun, thinking in his heart, if all the people of the Li family died out after 3 days, then there would be no one to sacrifice the sword to himself. But at this time, Li Siyao was the one who stood up from her position. Her face looked a bit gloomy, and without saying anything, she wanted to walk out. Chen Haoling was calling out to her at this time. Where are you going? This woman could help herself persuade the people of the Li family, so she still had use for herself now. And Li Siyao turned her head to look at Chen Haoling at that moment, her eyes filled with deep disappointment and anger. Chen Haoling, I originally thought that you were a person who could nonetheless be clear about the lesser of right and wrong in the face of the greater good, but I didn't expect that you would still be as selfish as before. Are you going to slander and insult the Su family like this just because I had a kiss with Su Yishuan at the scene of the wedding? Just because? I want Li Ruoshang to be able to marry Su Yishuan, so you're going to force those false-headed conjectures on the Su family's head? Yes, it's true that I've wronged you, and I know I owe you so much that I probably won't be able to pay you back in this lifetime, but that's no reason for you to treat me like a monkey. What demonic fetus? What spiritine blood? Why don't you go write a novel if you have such a rich imagination? Maybe even earn a fortune by writing novels. Or maybe you simply can't see Li Ruoshang find happiness of her own before you slander Su Yishuan and the Su family like this? Chen Haoling became enraged at this moment, and he slammed the stone table, the force of the palm of a limited Earthshian realm powerhouse almost shattering the stone table as soon as he did so. He stood up and stared straight at Li Siyao, saying viciously, I defamed the Su family? Li Siyao, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Li Siyao seemed to be no longer afraid of Chen Haoling at this time, especially after seeing the shattered table. She sneered. What? Did I say that and then get annoyed? You really haven't changed at all. After being poked and prodded, all you know how to do is use force to appease your fragile and sensitive ego. Saying that, Li Siyao thought carefully again and then said, I see. It's because those juniors of our Li family once bullied you, and those elders of the Su family taunted you, so you can't see the Su and Li families living well? Don't want their covenant to be concluded smoothly? You just want to see the Su and Li family's alliance break down and end up in a big fight, fighting both sides of the battle. Then you'll feel comfortable in your heart, right? That's what's really in your heart, right? Chen Haoling suddenly yelled. Fart. The Su and Li families aren't my mother clan, so what does it matter to me if they're doing well? I just don't want them to die so quickly. That's why I'm kindly reminding you, wanting you to go piece by piece to persuade the Li family's top management. Let them not believe in the Su family's bull *******. But you stupid bastard thinks that I'm measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart? Fine then. Just wait. When the Su family's demonic fetus hatches and causes everyone to die, you'll know how to write the word cry? Li Siyao also argued again. Devil fetus. Chen Haoling, get it straight. This is the Tianzhu Empire, not the abyssal devil realm. Can a demonic fetus that hasn't hatched yet survive outside of the demon realm? Can you make a draft before you talk nonsense? If you are not willing to help me along to persuade Li Ruoshang, you can completely tell me in a big way. There is no need to find these bull ***** reasons. I am not a little cutie. The Li family is likewise not a little cutie. You're not the only smart one in the world either. If you're still going to treat everyone like a little cutie, then one day, you'll be a pathetic size cutie too. Chen Haoling was disliked by Li Siyao, But then again, Li Xiao's words had really stumped him. Indeed, as the product of a person in the demon realm, it was reasonably impossible for a demon fetus to break away from the abyssal demon realm before it had hatched. It is just like the tadpoles spawned by frogs, which likewise cannot survive if they leave the pond. Which is the same reason. After a few moments of silence, Chen Haoling suddenly calmed himself down. He felt that he really didn't need to argue with this stupid woman. As you wish. I have said what I had to say, and I have reminded you of what I had to remind you of. And that's all I can do. The rest is up to God. As the words fell, Chen Haoling looked like he was swinging for the fences. Chapter 29, The Drawbacks of the Shenwu Nirvana Sutra. The Tribulation of Calamity. He also didn't bother in talking nonsense with Li Siyao. He turned around and left. Li Siyao stood in place. She wanted to catch up with Chen Haoling and then talk to him clearly, but once she thought of his remarks, she stood in place again and didn't move. Eventually, Li Siyao also grunted in dissatisfaction and said, "It's really inexplicable. Anyway, I will definitely push for an alliance between the Su and Li families. I will definitely protect everyone in the Li family. And I definitely won't let the tragedy of the last life repeat itself again." The words fell out of her mouth, and she too turned to leave. It was evident that Li Siyao really didn't believe a single word of Chen Haoling's words. Or maybe she still preferred to believe what she believed. Chen Haoling huffed and puffed as he walked down the road, cursing under his breath. "I'm so sick that I would actually talk so much to that stupid woman and be half pissed off by her, which unbeknownst to me might have thought I was the cutie. What about it?" The shadow turned into Chen Haoling's appearance and surfaced at this time. He followed behind Chen Haoling and said, "Do you want to go find your righteous father again and see if he can stop the alliance between the Su and Li families in 3 days?" Chen Haoling said irritably, "Even Li Siyao doesn't believe what I say. Would my righteous father believe it? He probably doesn't even know what a demonic fetus is. So how could he possibly help me along to stop the alliance from being concluded 3 days later?" Shadow followed Chen Haoling's footsteps. "There's no need to make him completely believe your words. Just find a way to make them postpone the day of concluding the alliance by 1 day. Just postpone it until the 4th day, when the full moon descends, and then there will be enough Li family members who can sacrifice their swords to you." When Chen Haoling heard this, his brows furrowed. Indeed, what the shadow said was not wrong, and he didn't need to convince his righteous father, or the Li family hierarchy of the demonic fetus. As long as he could find a way to delay the conclusion of the alliance for a day, then the matter of the sacrificial knife could be resolved. Just, once he thought of Li Xiao's face, Chen Haoling still said with some annoyance, "Didn't that idiot Li Siyao say that pushing for an alliance between the Su and Li families would save the Li family? I'm curious to see how she'll react if she really sees the Li family after it's been bloodied by the demons." Shadow was shocked when he heard this, and he hurriedly stopped in front of Chen Haoling before saying seriously, "Hey, Chen Haoling, you're not serious, are you? Just because you were irritated by that stupid woman Li Siyao, you want to let the demons slaughter the Li family members?" Chen Haoling said in a couldn't-care-less tone. "Anyway, it's not like the Li family is the only one who possesses the blood of Spirit Yin. Big deal. I'll just turn over the entire 12 cities of the Tendu province. Am I still afraid that I won't be able to find 30 people who possess the blood of Spirit Yin?" Shadow was also annoyed at this time, and he suddenly said loudly, "Then do you still want to head to the beginningless sword sect? Do you still want your blood wheel pupils to open your eyes? Do you still want to deal with the tribulation a month from now?" As soon as these words came out, Chen Haoling's expression froze slightly, while a drop of cold sweat still flowed down on his forehead. Mother asterisk 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 her. Just because he was angered by that Li Siyao woman, he almost forgot about his proper business. The reason why he wanted to go to the beginningless sword sect was actually for one reason. He needed one of the treasures there, the blood of hell. And this drop of hellish blood was precisely the important drug guide to help Chen Haoling open his blood wheel pupil. However, if one wanted to obtain the blood of hell, there was an important prerequisite, and that was this boundless blade in Chen Haoling's hand. For only the boundless blade can shatter the tomb of hell's blood and bring out the blood. Chen Haoling, who thought of this, smiled awkwardly when he looked at the exasperated shadow. "It's me who was reckless, and I was so angry by Li Siyao that I almost forgot about my business. I'll go to my righteous father now and try to find a way to get him to delay the matter of the alliance between the Su and Li families. The lives of the Li family can only be left for me to reap." After the shadow saw that Chen Haoling had finally regained his composure, he let out a sigh of relief before saying, "Li Siyao is now on the verge of becoming your heart disease. Turn around and find some time to get rid of her." Chen Haoling nodded seriously, and at that moment, he walked towards the study where his righteous father was, while at the same time inquiring at the shadow again, By the way, Shadow, how do you know that the tribulation of calamity will break out within a month? Shadow said coldly. Guess. Guessed? Chen Haoling looked at him with some surprise, not expecting that the always strict Shadow would also use the word guess. No, you should always have a basis even if you are guessing, right? It's not your character to make wild guesses with a false head. The Shadow wrapped his hands around his chest and said in on a serious note, let me ask you, in your last life, how long in total did it take for you to obtain the divine martial nirvana scripture and then the first tribulation of calamity to break out? When Chen Haoling heard this, he thought for a moment. The divine martial nirvana sutra was obtained by me in the middle of a tomb of the dead on the Dragon's Head Plains battlefield. From the time we first started cultivating, into the first tribulation of calamity descending, there was almost an interval of about 2 months, wasn't it? When he said this, Chen Haoling's pupils jerked as he jerked his head around to look at the Shadow and said, are you saying that counting from the day I was reborn and came back, at the end of the month that comes next month, is the time that corresponds to the outbreak of the tribulation of calamity in the last life? Shadow's mouth pursed. In on that, as I said just now, this is just my guess. When exactly the tribulation of calamity will break out, this cannot be determined yet. We can only start with a guaranteed time of 1 month. If the tribulation of calamity really descends within this 1 month's time, and your boundless blade has not yet been enlightened, and your blood will pupil has likewise not been turned on, may I ask how you can protect yourself? A cold sweat broke out on Chen Haoling's back when he heard it. He recalled the scene in his previous life when he had just obtained the divine martial nirvana sutra. At that time, the preface of this gongfu had actually reminded Chen Haoling that the so-called divine martial nirvana scripture actually had another alias called the art of 9 deaths to become a god. In short, it was that by cultivating this technique, one would experience 9 great catastrophes of life and death. And these great catastrophes were what the Shadow called tribulations of calamity. As long as one was able to carry through these 9 tribulations, then one could break through the limits of the existing cultivation system and ascend to a higher realm of martial arts. But if you can't carry it through, then the next step is death. Until today, Chen Haoling could not forget the scene when the first tribulation of calamity descended. That time, the havoc was centered on Chen Haoling himself, and the top 100 strongest people in terms of combat power within a 100-mile radius surrounded Chen Haoling at the same time. As for those powerhouses, Chen Haoling didn't recognize any of them at all, and the reason why they had come to surround and kill Chen Haoling was entirely under the control of the tribulation of calamity. It was also that one encounter that allowed Chen Haoling to clearly feel the dreadfulness of the tribulation for the first time, because that was also the closest he had ever come to death in his life. The second plague of tribulation thereafter was a 100-fold quantum increase in size as well as difficulty, and the patterns that emerge have become bizarre. There were extraterrestrial meteorites falling and smashing into Chen Haoling, as well as dead spirit creatures going out of control and chasing after Chen Haoling, and tens of billions of bugs besieging Chen Haoling. But no matter which calamity was close for Chen Haoling, who thought back to here, took a deep breath in and just said to the Shadow, now I really kind of regret cultivating the divine martial nirvana sutra. Otherwise there wouldn't be so much going on right now. The Shadow said slowly, if there was no divine martial nirvana scripture, then would you still be able to grow to the level of the Saint King realm? Chen Haoling smiled again when he heard this. What the Shadow said didn't seem wrong. Forget it, do not bother about those. As the saying goes, the meal should be eaten 1 bite at a time. The road should be taken 1 step at a time. First of all, the matter in front of you to do a good job and then go to think about other things, right? Chapter 30, Chen Haoling's spirit stones ran out. Saying that, Chen Haoling retraced his steps, but the Shadow said once again, the spirit stones inside your storage ring are already empty. Turn around and find a way to get some more spirit stones over here. Otherwise you won't be able to break through to the true martial realm in this lifetime. In the cultivation world, any cultivator who wanted to increase their strength and break through the existing realm needed one important material, and that was spirit stones. Even Chen Haoling was no exception. Previously, Chen Haoling's promotion from the perfection Qi gathering realm to the great completion Earthshan realm was the result of consuming all of the spirit stones in his storage ring. Before he managed to promote up, there were only 3 realms in total, but it took 537 spirit stones, on average, to advance 1 realm. One would have to consume 179 spirit stones. It didn't look like much, but it almost ate up all of Chen Haoling's fortune. And what's worse, as the cultivation realm gets higher, the amount of spirit stones that need to be consumed will also rise exponentially. For example, later on, Chen Haoling had advanced from the grand completion Earthshan realm, to the ultimate Earth Xian realm, a total of just 2 realms. Yet he had hard consumed 380-foot spirit stones. Although these spirit stones were used from that Zheng Qindu's family fortune, it still made Chen Haoling feel a bit of a meaty pain in the ass. From here, it was also easy to see how staggering the amount of spirit stones needed to be used as one's strength increased. At that moment, Chen Haoling's face was grim as he said, I'm already at the limit Earth Xian realm now. In the event that I want to advance, it would be at the level of the true martial realm. The total amount of spirit stones required would then have to be at least 600 spirit stones to be able to do so. No, I just can't figure out why other cultivators advance to the true martial realm with just over 860 pills while I need over 2,600 pills. That's more than 3 times the difference. Hey, Shadow came in lightly. Whoever made your foundation so firm will definitely need to consume more spirit stones in total than others. Chen Haoling, however, said with an innocent face, if you don't lay a firm foundation, how can you be invincible at the same rank? Or even fight across ranks? When Shadow sniffed, the corners of his mouth twitched. He felt that Chen Haoling really belonged to that both want and need type. Wanting to build a strong foundation of the realm and not wanting to consume too many spirit stones. Was it possible? In the end, the Shadow wasn't talking to Chen Haoling that much anymore, as he turned around and reintegrated back inside Chen Haoling's black shadow. And at this time, Chen Haoling had also arrived in his righteous father's study. Only, when he came in, he realized that there were many other people coming inside the study. This included the eldest uncle Li Jiangshui, the third uncle Li Jianghe, and some grandfatherly clan elders, as well as some teenage girls of the same generation as Chen Haoling. Get out! The moment Chen Haoling stepped into the study, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Chen Haoling turned his head to look at the person who spoke. It was actually his eldest uncle, Li Jiangshui, who at the moment was pointing at Chen Haoling with an angry face. Didn't you understand my words? I told you to get out. Chen Haoling directly ignored this guy, walked straight into the study. To the righteous father on the rules of a salute, is considered to give his old man please. Li Jiangshan nodded before turning to Li Jiangshui. Big brother, we are not discussing some confidential meeting. There is no need to let outsiders leave. In Li Jiangshan's mouth, Chen Haoling had turned into an outsider. And even though Chen Haoling had long since stopped caring, there were still some changes in his expression. As for the eldest uncle, Li Jiangshui, he said without mercy, family head, it's because you've indulged this brat too much that he's now becoming more and more ungrateful. Li Jiangshan, however, waved his hand, signaling that there was no harm in it, and then said to Chen Haoling, since you're here, sit down. It just so happens that the clan is discussing the alliance with the Su family in 3 days, so you can also sit in as well. Chen Haoling nodded, and then he found a place to sit down, and it was only at this point that Chen Haoling noticed that Li Siyao had actually come, and happened to be sitting right across from him, and Li Ruoshan wasn't sure what she was talking about. The two girls seemed to be chatting quite well, and it didn't take much thought to realize that it should be Li Siyao who was encouraging Li Ruoshan to marry Su Yishuan. While beside the two girls, third uncle Li Jianghe did not say a word, but his gaze would look over to Chen Haoling's side from time to time. However, when Chen Haoling locked eyes with him, he immediately averted his gaze again. Obviously after seeing Chen Haoling's true battle power, Li Jianghe was already very jealous of Chen Haoling. Perhaps, at this moment, he didn't even dare to call himself the #1 expert among the fathers of the Li family anymore. At that moment, family head Li Jiangshan said to the crowd at the scene, the Su family has offered to exchange the right to use the Third World Bronze Mirror for 1 month in exchange for the ownership of 1/3 of our Li family's spirit fields. Should that be fine with everyone? A clan elder of the Li family's grandfather generation, Li Zhaokong, spoke faintly. Although the 3 Worlds Bronze Mirror can help our Li family's descendants and grandchildren awaken their own natural aptitudes, the 1-month period of use is ultimately a bit too short. Moreover, using 1/3 of our Li family's spirit fields as an exchange isn't too cost-effective. Family Master, I think it's very necessary for us to negotiate with the Su family's people in order to at least extend the usage period of the Third World Bronze Mirror to more than half a year. Or, the total amount of spirit fields given to them is reduced to between 1/10 and 1/20 of the original amount, which is in the interest of our Li family. With these words there were quite a few people who nodded slightly, indicating that the Grand Clan Elder was right. And as Chen Haoling listened to this, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He had previously wondered why the Li family had agreed to make an alliance with the Su family for good reason. After all, the two families were not close enough to take a blood oath. Now that he heard the conversation between his righteous father and the clan elder, this made Chen Haoling understand. Together, After half a day, it turned out to be the Su family took out their own treasure of the Town family 3 times bronze mirror right of use as bait, so as to lure the people of the Li family into a trap, and at the same time, they also offered to let the Li family use 1/3 of the total amount of spirit fields as a bargaining chip in exchange. In this way, it increased the credibility of this alliance again. It seemed that the Su family had indeed made sufficient plans in order to take the blood of the Li family's top management to feed the demonic fetus. Chen Haoling, who thought of this once again, looked at his righteous father, Li Jiangshan, but heard Li Jiangshan slowly say, "We've been negotiating for a long time regarding the extension of the right to use the 3rd bronze mirror, and 1 month's use is the bottom line that the Su family can give. If we don't accept it, they're saying this alliance is a no-go." Eldest uncle Li Jiangshui spoke up at this time. "Even if we can't extend the right to use the 3rd world bronze mirror, then we can't just give out 1/3 of our spiritual fields like this. Don't look at this 1/3 of the spirit field as if it's not much, but it took 3 generations of my Li family to accumulate it, and now in our generation it's all going to be given away. That's too much of a loss, isn't it, family master? As I see it, this Su family doesn't have the intention of wanting to ally with us, and we don't want the right to use the 3rd world bronze mirror, so let's just call it a day." When these words came out, quite a few juniors chimed in, almost all of them stating that the Su family was too bullying, and that it wasn't cost-effective to ally with them at all. However, at this time, 3rd uncle Li Jianghe spoke up. "The 3rd world bronze mirror can stimulate the innate aptitude of future generations of children and grandchildren, and even awaken the power of the bloodline. Think about how long it has been since my Li family has been in the midst of a genius as of today." Once these words came out, those who were originally clamoring for non-alignment were all mute, but the eldest uncle, Li Jiangshui, then said, "The Su family is nothing more than certain that we won't give up the right to use the 3rd bronze mirror. That's why they're making such a lion's share of the money. If you ask me, we can't show too much eagerness. At least we have to air out those people, or else they really think that our Li family is something that can be taken by them at will." The crowd nodded again. Li Jiangshan looked at the reactions of the people at the scene. Then he looked at Chen Haoling, who was at the side, and asked, "Haoling, what do you think about this matter?" Chapter 31, Get it? Stupid? Chen Haoling smiled, then stood up and said aloud, "I agree with great uncle. The Su family dares to ask for as much as they want from us on the strength of the 3rd bronze mirror. Do they really think that our Li family is a beggar? However, as 3rd uncle said, our Li family's demand for the 3rd age bronze mirror is also really great, so an alliance is indeed imperative. Then how can we maintain the existing interests of our Li family while still obtaining the right to use the 3rd bronze mirror?" Chen Haoling walked to the center of the study and said to his righteous father and the many clan elders, "On the day of concluding the covenant 3 days later, our Li family will directly break the covenant. When the time comes, the first to get anxious will definitely be their Su family, not our Li family. The reason for this should be clear to all of you. That 3rd world bronze mirror is not something that other families can use at all, except for our Li family. Because each of the great families have their own set of ways to awaken the power of their bloodline amongst themselves. So that thing will only be of some use to our Li family. Just imagine, if this 3rd life bronze mirror can't be used to make a deal with our Li family, then what's the difference between this bronze mirror and a slap for the Su family? So that's the point. Whoever can sink their teeth into it the most between our 2 families will get the most out of it. As long as we can wait until the Su family, can't sit still and take the initiative to come to us for negotiations, then at this time, it will be our Li family's turn to make conditions." Chen Haoling's current thought process was simple. If he couldn't stop the alliance between the Su and Li families, then he would find a way to make the Li family postpone the date of the alliance, even if it was just for a day, because the 4th day would be the night of the full moon, and by then the Li family would have more than enough live victims to use to sacrifice their swords to him. But if this Li Jianghe and these clan elders were just determined to go to the alliance after 3 days, then there would be no need to wait until the 4th day, and the Li family would be killed by all the demons. As for the Li family members on the scene, after hearing Chen Haoling's remarks, their eyes were all slightly bright, and it was obvious that they all felt that Chen Haoling's approach was indeed good. However, the 3rd uncle Li Jianghe stood up at this time and said in just a cold voice, "It's really ridiculous. The date of the alliance between the Su and Li families was set 3 months ago. Should the date be postponed just because of your remarks alone? If at that time, if the Su family no longer accepts an alliance with us because of our refusal this time, how should we respond? Don't forget, even if that 3rd world bronze mirror has no more use within Changyu City, could it be that no one in the entire 12 cities of the heavenly capital province would need it as well? As long as that thing can produce value, they won't even think twice about allying with our Li family. But our Li family needs the children and grandchildren who activate the power of the bloodline. But we have a real need for their third life bronze mirror. Moreover, these children and grandchildren can't wait long, once they miss the age, resulting in the bloodline not being activated. Who should bear this responsibility at that time? Is that you? Chen Haoling. Li Jianghe obviously did not agree with Chen Haoling's proposed strategy of refraining from the appointment. He still insisted on honoring the agreement after 3 days. Chen Haoling, however, looked at Li Jianghe and said, "Third uncle, our Li family has its own magic weapon that can be used to activate the bloodline of our descendants. It's just that it's broken and can't be used for the time being, so when the thing is repaired, again, do we still need to be looking at their Su family's face? Plus, can't those kids even wait that long?" Li Jianghe questioned in a cold voice. "Do you dare to be sure that something can be fixed well, even if it can be fixed? And can you guarantee that you can use it before the day those children's bloodline activates?" As Li Jianghe's words left his mouth, many of the clan elders at the scene sighed. It was because they didn't know if the magic weapon used by the Li family to activate their bloodline could still be repaired that they considered borrowing the Su family's third world bronze mirror to use. Although the cost would be a bit high, it was not really unbearable for them to bite the bullet when it was a matter of future generations. Chen Haoling, however, laughed coldly. According to third uncle's meaning, he is determined to hand over 1/3 of my Li family's spiritual fields to the Su family in exchange for 1 month's use of the third world bronze mirror? 1/3 of the spiritual field? Nah. Third uncle, you wouldn't be unaware of how large this amount is, would you? Furthermore, on what basis do you conclude that if we miss our appointments so much as once, the Su family will definitely not be in an alliance with us? But at this time, Li Siyao suddenly stood up and chided Chen Haoling. "Enough, Chen Haoling, are you finished or not? Could it be that you can't see that the Li family is doing well?" Chen Haoling's gaze went back to her. "I'm giving you guys advice. How come I can't see the Li family doing well?" Li Siyao also walked out at this time, and she said to the family head, "Father, when we were outside just now, Chen Haoling discussed with me about the alliance between the Su and Li families. His meaning is clear. It's to stop the matter of the alliance between our two families. At that time, I even severely reprimanded him, but I didn't expect that he would actually come here to cause trouble again now." When Li Jiangshan heard this, he was slightly startled as he inclined his head towards Chen Haoling and asked, "Why are you stopping the alliance between the two families?" Chen Haoling stared viciously at Li Siyao. "In on arguing. At that time, I just felt that the alliance between the Su and Li families might be the result of the Su family's malicious intent to harm the people of my Li family, which is why I opposed this alliance. But then I thought about it and realized that the alliance is really a two-family affair, so that's why I came here to follow everyone else in negotiating this." Li Siyao, however, turned her head and cursed angrily at Chen Haoling. "You fart. Chen Haoling, thanks to my father taking you back to the Li family and raising you so well, is this how you repay the Li family now?" With that, she looked at Li Jiangshan again and said, "Father, Chen Haoling has always remembered the suppression and bullying that our Li family's juniors did to him when he was small, as well as the Su family's previous offenses against him, so that's why he deliberately stirred up trouble. If he really wanted to facilitate an alliance between the Su and Li families, why would he make such a strange remark as breaking the appointment? To put it bluntly, he's still trying to muddy the waters, trying to destroy the alliance between our two families." Chen Haoling frowned tightly as he twisted his head to look at Li Siyao, directly communicating with a look that only two people could understand. "Are you out of your mind?" Li Siyao similarly exchanged eye contact. "I've already said that in my second life, I will definitely protect the Li family and everyone, and I will definitely not let the tragedy of my last life repeat itself again," Chen Haoling argued. "How are you going to protect the Li family? Just by relying on your so-called marriage? By allowing Li Ruosheng to marry into the Su family, you can avoid conflicts between the two families?" Li Siyao asked rhetorically. "No." Chen Haoling used a look at a little cutie expression as he looked at her. Before making eye contact, the best way to avoid conflict is that both Su and Li families had better not meet. You're supposed to be standing with me and stopping the alliance, not talking out of your ass. Li Siyao sneered. "You really did want to stop the conclusion of the alliance after all. I really did guess correctly. Chen Haoling, you've disappointed me too much. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Chen Haoling asked back. "Then how do you guarantee that the Su and Li families won't clash after their marriage?" "I still say that as long as the two families don't come into contact, there won't be any of that behind it. Why the hell can't you figure it out?" Li Siyao pursued. "If the Su and Li families don't ally, how will they deal with the Beast Tide crisis a year from now? Only with a smooth alliance between the two families will they be able to maximize their strength and seek a chance of survival in the midst of that crisis. If the two families go their own way and fight alone, then even if the Li family isn't exterminated 3 days later, it will completely fall due to the beast tide crisis a year later. Get it? Stupid. Chen Haoling took a deep breath. He now knew Li Siyao's concern. After half a day, she was actually worried that the Li family would not be able to carry through the crisis of the beast tide in Chanyu City a year later. As much as it was tempting to talk to her in, what happens a year from now happens a year from now. He really didn't want to be talking to this woman anymore. At that moment, he turned his gaze back to his righteous father. Although he and Li Siyao exchanged a lot of words with their eyes, when viewed from an outsider's eyes, it was actually just the two of them glancing at each other. And just a second passed, so almost no one could tell what was going on. Chapter 32, Li Jianshan got angry and put Chen Haoling in confinement. However, he heard Chen Haoling say to his righteous father, "Is my proposed strategy of refraining from an appointment beneficial or detrimental to the Li family? You should be able to tell the difference. The many clan elders present, the uncles should be able to tell the difference as well. I wouldn't have made those remarks if I hadn't fully considered the interests of the Li family." However, Li Jianshan pulled the topic back to the very first question and inquired to Chen Haoling, "You just said that you suspected that the Su family had evil intentions and wanted to harm our Li family members. Father would like to know why you have such a suspicion?" Chen Haoling was shocked in his heart. What should he answer now? Should he tell his righteous father that he was a reborn person and that was why he knew about the subsequent incident where the Su family would take the blood of the Li family members to feed the demonic fetus? I guess as soon as he dared to say that, he would be treated like a psychopath and thrown out. Chen Haoling, who thought of this, pondered for a few seconds before saying, reporting back to righteous father, "The Su family and our Li family have always been at odds, and this alliance was again spearheaded by them. They even took out their town treasure as a bargaining chip, so I suspected that there might be some hidden agenda." As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd at the scene burst into laughter, and then each and every one of them used an expression like looking at a little cutie. Expression as if they were looking at Chen Haoling. Even Li Jiangshan shook his head. Our Li family and the Su family have been friends for many generations for many years, and have been related by marriage since the generation of Siyao's grandfather? And now you're saying that our two families don't get along. Isn't this being funny? Chen Haoling's expression stiffened, and even his eldest uncle Li Jianshui said, "The entire Changyu city knows how good the relationship between the Su and Li families is, but you, as a member of the Li family, don't know anything about it. I really don't know how you've been mixing in the Li family all these years. Just based on your remarks alone, we can basically conclude that Siyao is right. You are indeed trying to destroy the alliance between us and the Su family." Just now, Li Jianshui was still talking about how disgusting the Su family was, but now when it comes to Chen Haoling, his attitude towards the Su family has changed 180 degrees? It somehow gives the impression of being targeted. Chen Haoling said aloud, "So what if the relationship is good? Even if they are brothers as close as brothers, as long as it involves issues of interest, there will be a day when they will kill each other." Does eldest uncle dare to guarantee that the Su family does not have other intentions towards the Li family? Chen Haoling's words were already an indirect admission that he wanted to stir up the alliance between the Su and Li families. At this time, the righteous father was standing up, and said aloud right at Chen Haoling, "I can guarantee that the Su family has no other intentions towards the Li family." Chen Haoling gazed at his righteous father, his eyes filled with incredulity. Why? Only to see his righteous father walk out from behind the table. He came in front of Chen Haoling, looking at this son who had been raised since he was a child. A hint of hateful disappointment appeared in his eyes. The next moment, however, a soft pop was heard. Then, amidst the unbelieving gazes of everyone at the scene, Li Jianshan actually raised his hand and slapped Chen Haoling's face. The slap wasn't hard, but the insult was truly too strong in front of so many people. For a moment, Chen Haoling's face turned red, and he just looked straight at the man who had adopted him like that. "Righteous father, you hit me?" Li Jianshan said angrily. "Su Jingyang, the head of the Su family, and I are life and death friends. When we joined the army back then, we saved each other's lives more than once. Even Siyao and their family Yixian were betrothed in the very beginning. If it wasn't for the fact that you can regulate the demonic power in Siyao's body, do you think I would let you take Yixian's place to marry Siyao? The Su and Li families weren't related by marriage only in your generation. It's the ancestor generation, the high ancestor generation, and the great ancestor generation when they already had this relationship. And you, Chen Haoling, you're just a foster son that I adopted back from outside. What qualifications do you have to slander the Su family so much in front of me?" and even said that they would victimize our Li family members. If it wasn't for the Su family's kindness and willingness to lend the Third World Bronze Mirror to our Li family, how would these children of our Li family have their bloodline power activated? The Su family's deep sense of righteousness. But in your mouth, it becomes so sordid and unpleasant, even trying to sow discord between our two families. Chen Haoling, what on earth do you have in mind? Chen Haoling stared straight at Li Jiangshan. It seems that in his eyes, he is not as trustworthy as a Su family. And the next moment, he said, "Righteous father, do you think? Don't call me a righteous father. I don't have a righteous son like you." Chen Haoling's words were interrupted by Li Jiangshan before he could finish. This time, it made Chen Haoling dumbfounded. Then, Li Jiangshan was furious to the core and said, "Someone come." As the words fell, a large group of guards rushed in from outside the door, cupping their fists at Li Jiangshan and saying, "Family master, what are your orders?" However, he heard Li Jiangshan say in a cold voice, "Chen Haoling slandered a friendly country with the intention of provoking the relationship between the Su and Li families and maliciously obstructing the alliance between the two families. His crime should be punished. However, considering that this is a first offense and the crime is not punishable by death, I hereby declare that with immediate effect, I sever the father-son relationship with Chen Haoling, and I will imprison him in the demon-suppressing tower, along with Li Xinyue, for life." When the crowd heard this, they were all shocked. Even the eldest uncle, the third uncle, and the other uncles, the clan elders all revealed unbelievable eyes. Even Li Siyao was dumbfounded. She didn't expect her father to throw such a big tantrum. Was this too much? Even Chen Haoling laughed at this time. He licked the corner of his mouth. Just because he said a few bad words about the Su family, Li Jiangshan was going to sever his father-son relationship with himself? Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. It's really hard for the Li family not to be exterminated right away. Chen Haoling cupped his fists at Li Jiangshan and said, "I respectfully follow the orders of Family Master Li." From this moment onwards, Chen Haoling's address to Li Jiangshan changed from the original righteous father to the Li family lord, and Li Jiangshan's old face that had already been reddened with anger, at this time, actually flashed a trace of intolerance, but in no time, it was collected by him again. He raised his hand and waved, signaling the guards that they could imprison Chen Haoling down. But just as those guards were about to go forward to detain Chen Haoling, he raised his hand and said, "There's no need. I can walk by myself, and I know the way to the demon suppression tower." When the words fell, Chen Haoling put his hands in his pockets and walked straight towards the outside. The attendants could only follow Chen Haoling's side, monitoring him as he walked inside the demon suppressing tower. But Li Siyao was a bit flustered after seeing this scene. She rushed forward and said, "Father, Chen Haoling might just be drunk or not awake before saying those nonsense. You don't need to fight with him like this. Punishing him for copying the family rules a few times is fine. Imprisoning him for life is a bit too harsh." Although Li Siyao was also not used to seeing Chen Haoling's remarks of denigrating the Su family to denigrate Su Yishuan, if she really wanted to lock Chen Haoling into the demon suppressing tower for the rest of her life, then she really couldn't afford to do so, so she could only come to plead with her father right away. But Li Jiangshan twisted his head to look at her and said, "If you dare to plead for him again, you'll be guilty of the same crime as him." Li Siyao was shocked and immediately shut up, not daring to say anything anymore. She recognized the look in her father's eyes. It was a look that would only be displayed after being furious to the extreme, so it was evident that Chen Haoling should have really pissed him off today. At that moment, an ant then pulled Li Siyao outside the study and then made a shushing gesture to her, signaling her not to say anything else. When Li Siyao glanced at the scene inside the study, she said with some aggravation, "It's not like I've said anything wrong, so why should he be mad at me too?" The ant let out a helpless sigh as she patted the back of Li Siyao's hand in relief. "There are too many relationships between your father and the Su family, and he has received too many favors from the Su family, and in his heart, he has long regarded the Su family as his second family. His trust in the Su family has even reached the point where he can trust his own life out. Or else why do you think that when the Su family offered to let the Li family hand over 1/3 of their spiritual fields to them, why would the family head hesitate instead of flatly refusing? That's why he won't allow anyone to discredit the Su family, and that includes Chen Haoling, and you too." Li Siyao sniffed, but said in a somewhat odd manner, "He has received a lot of favors from the Su family? How come I didn't know that?" Auntie smiled. "You were still very young at that time, and you didn't understand many things, so just be careful in the future." Li Siyao's mouth pursed, and it suddenly occurred to her that if her father knew that Chen Haoling had even executed Su Jingtian, the Su family's grand elder, last night, she didn't know how he would feel. Would he carry his sword to find Chen Haoling as a way to avenge Su Jingtian? If the circumstances of this scene really occurred, it was estimated that Chen Haoling would go berserk again. Moreover, without Lord City Lord's intervention, the entire Li family might be doomed. And at that moment, within the study, Li Jiangshan's voice came. The Su and Li family's conclusion of an alliance is settled, with 1/3 of the Li family's spiritual fields being handed over to the Su family in exchange for 1 month's access to their third life bronze mirror. Any objections? As this voice opened its mouth, but no one in the study said anything, it was obvious that Li Jiangshan's means of disposing of Chen Haoling just now had silenced everyone, and they didn't dare to offend the family head's brow again at this time, so they all had no more objections. Chapter 33, Li Family Spy. Li Jianghe. On the way to the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Haoling spat towards the ground next to him with some annoyance. His face was still a little hot and sore to this day. At this time, if anyone dared to come forward to provoke Chen Haoling, they would definitely be given a palm strike by him without any mercy. However, at this time of the year, everyone who saw him was like the plague, avoiding him one by one, and would not even come forward to frown at him. At that moment, the shadow resurfaced again, and he shook his head in disbelief when he glanced at the slap marks on Chen Haoling's face. I didn't expect that old man Li Jiangshan to be so pedantic that he would actually trust the Su family to such an extent. Chen Haoling took his smoking gun out of his storage ring and then lit it up, cursing under his breath as he followed. It's really heavenly for the Li family not to be exterminated. Just a bunch of old guys like this. They deserve to be eaten by demons. It could be seen that the current Chen Haoling was still very much on fire. Shadow pursed his lips somewhat sheepishly at this. After all, he was the one who had previously encouraged Chen Haoling to go to Li Jiangshan to discuss the matter of delaying the alliance. As a result, now, Chen Haoling was not only slapped by Li Jiangshan, but was also severed from his father-son relationship, and was also ordered to be imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower. Who would be comfortable with this? Thinking of this, the Shadow, at this time, proposed again. Since it is impossible to stop the alliance between the Su and Li families, can you find an opportunity to capture 30 people from the Li family? Then hide them and wait until the full moon when you kill them? Chen Haoling laughed. Do you still think that I still retain my cultivation from my last life? 30 high-level Earthshan Realm Li clan members are required to fulfill the conditions for the opening of the Boundless Blade. With so many powerful people, with my current strength, even if I wanted to kill them all, it wouldn't be an easy task, let alone capturing them alive and imprisoning them until the night of the full moon? What do you think I am, a fairy? Shadow, however, said with some chagrin, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, so how should your Boundless Blade be enlightened by then? Chen Haoling cursed and said, how should I know? Let's talk about it when the time comes. Behind Chen Haoling, several of the guards who were responsible for escorting him all revealed a suspicious look at this moment, because from their perspective, it felt as if Chen Haoling was talking to someone, but there was no one next to him. The look was almost as if he was possessed. One of the chief guards, Li Qingyun, said with a hint of regret on his face, the fact that the family head broke off relations with him must have hit him hard. It's a pity that such a young and promising young man was turned upside down like this. That night, in an underground cave 100 meters deep beneath the ground of the Su family ancestral shrine, more than 40 major Su family executives had all gathered here at this moment, including family head Su Jingyang, and old ancestor Su Luoyang. Even that little lover of Li Siyao's, Su Yixian, was here. The crowd all gathered around a pool of blood. The plasma in the blood pool was still gurgling and bubbling, just like boiling hot water. Although it was blood, it was permeated with an oozing red light, and the air also wafted with a strong smell of blood that was sickening to smell. Instead, in the middle of this blood pool, which was about 7 meters in diameter, there was a huge egg towering. Yes, that's right, it was the egg, standing straight up in the middle of the blood pool, at least about 4 meters in height. It was dark-colored and oval-shaped, and on the surface of the eggshell there was also a large blood vessel emerging, which wriggled a little from time to time, as if it were a worm crawling. If you look closely, you will realize that those veins are actually drawing plasma from the blood pool as a way to feed that life form in the eggshell. At this time, Su Luoyang, the old ancestor of the Su family, took a step forward, and he took the lead in kneeling in front of this primordial demon fetus, and then his mouth chanted a spell that was obscure and difficult to understand. In the surrounding area, the other Su family executives followed suit. It was as if their worship had caused this demonic tire to be sensed, and at this moment, it actually shook gently, while at the same time, a strong aura spread out along the way. But not a moment later, this huge demonic fetus fell silent again. It was as if nothing had happened. Only after the Su family's crowd's worship ceremony was over did they slowly rise from the ground. Then, Su Luoyang, the old ancestor of the Su family, turned his head to look at Su Yishuan and asked, "Has that womanly Siyao not returned yet?" When Su Yishuan was asked, a look of panic first appeared on his face. Then he explained, reporting back to old ancestor, "Ever since Li Siyao's demonic power erupted, she hasn't been in active contact with me, and I'm not quite sure what the exact reason is." When he said this, his tone was a little shaky, as if he was very afraid of this old ancestor in front of him. And with a sniff, Su Luoyang removed the black cloak he was wearing, and revealed his bare upper body. When he raised his eyes, he would be horrified to find that his dry body was actually covered with densely packed poisonous scorpions. Those poisonous scorpions were gnawing on Su Luoyang's flesh and blood all the time, but he didn't care in the slightest, and seemed to have completely ignored the pain in his body. However, he heard Su Luoyang lightly say, "The spiriting blood inside Li Siyao's body is the purest amongst the entire Li clan. If you can't capture her to worship our Lord God, I'll throw you inside this blood pool." As soon as these words came out, Su Yishuan plopped down and kowtowed vigorously, saying, "Sunner will definitely bring back Li Siyao. Please ask old ancestor to give Sunner some time." When Su Luoyang heard this, he then looked at Su Jingyang, the head of the Su family, who was at the side. "How are all the preparations for the alliance matters 3 days later?" Su Jingyang stepped forward and reporting back to the old ancestor, "Everything has been arranged. As long as Li Jiangshan and the others come, I guarantee that they won't be able to fly with their wings." Only then did Su Luoyang nod his head in satisfaction, his gaze once again looking towards the huge demon tiger giant egg in front of him, and he said aloud under his breath, "Whether or not the gods can be successfully resurrected is related to my Su family's 100-year plan, and on the day of the blood sacrifice 3 days from now, there must not be any accidents. If I find out that someone has spoiled the great things of my Su family, I will break him into pieces, bones and ashes." Su Luoyang's tone was very calm when he said this, but it gave off a chilling feeling. All of the Su family knelt down and said in unison under their breath, "I respectfully follow the old ancestor's orders." Su Luoyang didn't say anything anymore. He walked down the steps towards the edge of the blood pool. Then in front of everyone, he slowly walked into the middle of that scalding blood pool. Seeing this, Su Jingyang, the head of the Su family, said to the crowd, "All of you go out, the old ancestor is going to cultivate." The crowd then retreated like a tidal wave, and at this moment, a junior member of the Su family suddenly came to Su Jingyang's front and bowed. "Family master, the third oldest member of the Li family, Li Jianghe, has come." As soon as these words came out, Su Jingyang was slightly startled as he turned his head to look at this junior and said, "Li Jianghe? What is he doing here?" Junior shook his head in disbelief. "Oh yeah, he brought a girl with him." Su Jingyang frowned, then his gaze went to his son Su Yishuan. Su Yishuan hurriedly explained, "Other than Li Siyao, I'm not in the process of messing with any other girls from the Li family." Su Jingyang pondered for a moment, then followed the junior along towards the outside. Su Yishuan naturally followed. Soon, the crowd arrived at the Su family's meeting hall. As soon as he came in, he really saw Li Jianghe, who was wearing a mask. He took off his mask and said to Su Jingyang, "I've already taken care of the matter of the alliance. Li Jiangshan has agreed to lead a third of the Li family's top management to come and conclude the matter of the alliance 3 days later." When Su Jingyang heard this, he was instinctively slightly pleased. He took a few steps forward and then smiled. "Is that so? It's really hard for Brother Li. Come and sit down." With that, his eyes went back to a girl next to him. It was clearly Li Jianghe's own daughter, Li Ruoshang. Only, at this moment, Li Ruoshang's mouth was plastered, her hands were bound, and even the mana in her body was all sealed. With this look, people who didn't know thought that Li Jianghe was a human trafficker. Su Jingyang said with some confusion, "Brother Li, what is this for?" Li Jianghe casually found a seat and sat down, then poured himself a cup of tea, and then said, "My family Ruoshang and your family Yishuan are of similar age, and can be considered as a talented man and a beautiful woman. A perfect match. I think it would be better for us to add an in-law relationship on top of the original layer of relationship. How about it?" As soon as these words came out, Su Jingyang then looked at his son Su Yishuan again, but Su Yishuan was alarmed. "Uncle Li, I've already made a marriage contract with Siyao. It's not appropriate to talk about other girls now. Please take back Uncle Li's order." Li Jianghe sniffed but sneered. He did not look at Su Yishuan but stared at Su Jingyang and said, "I promised you that I would lure Li Jiangshan and my big brother and a bunch of others all to your Su family, and after you get rid of them later, you will elect me as the new Li family head. But if Li Jiangshan and the others are really dead, who can guarantee that your Su family won't make a move against me? To be on the safe side, I need a layer of in-laws as a bailout. Of course, half of the spirit fields that I promised you before will also be given in full. You don't have to worry about that. Su Jingyang smiled when he heard this. He had understood the other party's meaning, and then laughed. Brother Li is indeed a thoughtful person. If I were to continue to excuse myself, it would seem a bit unkind, and so be it. It just so happens that the marriage between our family Yishuan and Li Siyao has not been completely finalized, and it's not too late to change it. Why don't we just pick 3 days from now, the day of our Su and Li family alliance, and then we'll officially organize the wedding? Li Jianhe clapped his hands together and laughed out loud. I just like to talk to such a refreshing person like Su family master. When Su Yishuan, who was beside him, heard this, he subconsciously wanted to say something, but Su Jingyang waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to say anything, and that he would take care of it himself. Only then did Su Yishuan shut his mouth again. On the other side, Li Ruoshang, at this time, began to struggle hard. She looked at her father incredulously, and her mouth followed with a whimper. Obviously, Li Ruoshang could never have imagined that her father would actually cooperate with the Su family to get rid of Li Jiangshan and a bunch of other Li family executives in order to become the Li family head, to even marry himself off to that lewd man Su Yishuan in order to ensure that the Su family wouldn't seek to liquidate him afterward, as a way to add a point of insurance for him. This was simply ridiculous to the extreme. At that moment, the first thought in Li Ruoshang's mind was to immediately escape from this place and tell everything here to the family head Li Jiangshan. Tell him that the Su-Li alliance is a fake, that everything is just a setup, and that the Su family's goal is to embezzle more than half of the Li family's spiritual fields. Her father, Li Jianghe, chose to become a traitor to the Su family in order to become the head of the Li family. However, the more she tried to struggle, the tighter the ropes on her body were bound, and at the back, they even strangled her to the ground. Chapter 34, Li Ruoshang's Self-Help. Seeing this, Su Jingyang said to Su Yishuan, who was on the side, in a fake manner, what are you still standing there for? Can't you see that your wife has fallen? Hurry up and go give her a hand. Only then did Su Yishuan make 2 sounds, and then gently helped Li Ruoshang up, and said under his breath, is Ruoshang alright? Did it hurt? His tone was very gentle, but in Li Ruoshang's ears, it was extraordinarily disgusting. If not for the fact that her mouth was sealed and she couldn't open her mouth, she was only afraid that she would immediately yell, stay away from me. But Su Yishuan seemed to completely fail to see the disgust in her eyes, and even backhanded her to the waist, before saying to Li Jianghe and Su Jingyang, Father, Uncle Li, you guys take your time to chat, so I'll take Ruoshang down first. Su Jingyang, however, reminded, be gentle with the other girl, don't be in the process of losing people. Su Yishuan let out an A, then smilingly carried Li Ruoshang towards the backyard, and Li Ruoshang was still whimpering and struggling at this time, as she screamed straight in the direction of Li Jianghe, seemingly asking for help from her own father. However, at this moment, Li Jianghe was expressionlessly drinking the tea in his hand, and for Li Ruoshang's plea for help, he even ignored it. This scene left a crystal clear tear in Li Ruoshang's eyes, and at that moment, it was as if despair filled her heart. Soon, Li Ruoshang was carried by Su Yishuan to a compartment, and then, she was brutally thrown onto the bed. Then, Su Yishuan immediately closed the doors and windows, and only after finishing did he come to Li Ruoshang's near front. Looking at this dainty little beauty, Su Yishuan then backhanded the sticker on her mouth, and then Li Ruoshang's tirade followed. Asterisk 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 get the hell off me. If I lose a hair, I'll make sure you don't die. Li Ruoshang's tirade, although it sounded crazy, but when it reached Su Yishuan's ears, it seemed light and without any force. He glanced at the ropes on Li Ruoshang's body, and then said slowly, get this straight. It wasn't me who took the initiative to hook up with you. It was your father who took the initiative to send you to my bed. Even if I let you go now, where else would you go? Li Ruoshang, however, immediately argued, I'm going to go back to the Li family and tell everything here, all to the family head, Li Jiangshan, and tell everyone, so that they can step in and kill all of you disgusting bugbears. Su Yishuan laughed coldly. He raised a palm gently while Li Ruoshang's forehead long hair, ruffled to behind the ear. In just laugh. If that's the case, then it's even more unlikely that I'll let you go. Just now, you heard the conversation between your father and my father, right? Your father wants to use our hands to get rid of Li Jiangshan and the rest of the people in the top echelons of the Li family, so that he can sit on the family head position himself, and as a price, He'll give up half of the Li family's total assets as a reward for offering it to our Su family. It's just a pity that his character is too cautious. Fearing that after our Su family got rid of Li Jiangshan, we would get rid of him in the process, so that's why he decided to betroth you to me. Although, right, you're not as good looking as Li Siyao, and your body isn't as good as hers, but in the end, you're still considered a little beauty. So if you're willing to get down to earth and live a life with me, I wouldn't mind accepting you as my wife. But then, if you still insist on being a deadbeat and want to tell the Li family about today's events, then I can only shut you up forever. Li Ruoshang's heart bristled with coldness when she heard these words. Her nostrils turned red and tears flowed down in big drops. Although her heart was desperate to the top, she still stubbornly said, "You will not succeed in your purpose. Even if I don't go and report to the family head and the others, they will still know about your plans all the same." When Su Yishuan heard this, the hand that originally wanted to go and take off Li Ruoshang's clothes stopped, and he suddenly asked in curiosity, "How did Li Jiangshan and the others know about our plan? Speak clearly." Li Ruoshang sniffled hard. On the aggrieved Baba said, "You shouldn't know yet, right? Just this morning, Chen Haoling had already spoken to our family head about this. He had long guessed that your Su family did not have good intentions and might make a move against our Li family on the day of the alliance, so he informed the family head of this in advance. Before long, you will have to bear the wrath from the Li family. At that time, you, your father, and all of your Su family will not be able to escape." When Su Yishuan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh dumbfoundedly. I don't deny that Chen Haoling does have a few skills, to have battle power, to have eye power. Unfortunately, he's now locked up inside the demon suppressor tower, so it's estimated that he won't even be able to come out until the day of the alliance arrives. If you're counting on him to save the Li family, you might as well just strip naked and lie in bed waiting for me earlier. When Li Ruoshang heard this, her eyes widened in anger. She seemed to want to retort, but she didn't know how to return the favor. After Su Yishuan saw that look on her face, he knew that she should have already compromised. At that moment, he nonchalantly stood up and took off the jacket he was wearing, ready to enjoy this great beauty. However, Li Ruoshang said suddenly, "Is it okay to give me some time to get used to it? If you touch me now, I'll fight to the death, and I'm sure you'll cause yourself no pleasure and even get all bruised up by then. But if you'll give me a little time to take it all in, I'll be a good girl and offer to take off my clothes and even offer to serve you." Su Yishuan's movements slightly lurched, and he pondered slightly after hearing this. It's true that the best experience is when you're in love with each other, and if the other person resists or even fights to the death, the experience will be greatly diminished. Su Yishuan, who thought of this, then said, "Alright, then I'll give you a few days, so that you can slowly accept it all. However, don't think of playing any tricks. No one can escape from my Su family's defense boundary." When the words fell, Su Yishuan casually waved his hand. He even loosened the ropes on Li Ruoshang's body, and then strutted out of this room. But it was followed by the sound of the room door being unlocked. Li Ruoshang immediately got up when she saw this, and she first checked around to see if there were any surveillance-type spells. After making sure there were none, she opened her mouth and removed a storage ring she had hidden under her tongue. However, due to the confinement of the mana on her body, she was unable to open the confinement inside the storage ring, so she simply, Li Ruoshang slammed the storage ring to the ground with force. Snap! With this one hit, the storage ring was actually smashed, and then a communication jade ultimatum stored inside surfaced. Due to the fact that she hadn't made any preparations when she was previously caught by Li Jianghe, the communication jade ultimatums on her body with Li Jiangshan or the other Li family executives were all taken away. And now this only remaining communication jade ultimatum was actually contacting another person. The other party was none other than the Li family's female devil, Li Xinyue. Although, she was also imprisoned in the Li family's demon suppressor tower right now, but as long as she was told everything about this place, she should have a way to pass the message on. At that moment, Li Ruoshang picked up the communication jade ultimatum, then wrote words on it, raised her hand and pressed on a button, and the message was sent out. After doing this, Li Ruoshang put away the jade ultimatum, and the next thing she could do was to wait. On the other side, inside the Li family's demon suppression tower, in the middle of Li Xinyue's boudoir, Chen Haoling was lying on Li Xinyue's soft couch like that with his bare bladder. Beside him, Li Xinyue, wearing only a thin white belly band, gently medicated his back. Looking at the bruises on Chen Haoling's body, he couldn't help but giggle. A hallowed terminal Saint King would actually be injured like this by 8 tiny true martial realms. If this were to be known to those old farts in the middle of the savage land realm, they would more than likely laugh you to death. Although Li Xinyue's mouth was filled with a mocking tone, her hands were constantly diffusing dense ice phoenix demonic power as a way to dissolve those wounds on Chen Haoling's body. However, he heard Chen Haoling say with some displeasure, "It's all been said. There's no terminal Saint King here. Only a Earthxian realm little mole cricket." Chapter 35, Rich Beauty Sister Sticky Sticky. Li Xinyue rolled her eyes in a good-natured manner. Fine. Don't say it anymore." With that, she then suddenly came to Chen Haoling's ear and exhaled. "By the way, were those things you said to Siyao earlier true or false? A small Su family is that capable of getting a demon fetus flesh egg, and want to hatch it? Could it be that they're not afraid of being copied and destroyed after being found out by the city lord's office?" Chen Haoling opened his eyes and glanced at her. He had to say that Li Xinyue was also very good looking. Her features were very delicate. Her skin was also very fair and watery. Even without any makeup, she was still stunningly beautiful. However, he heard Chen Haoling slowly say, "How exactly did the demon fetus flesh egg come about? This I'm really not too sure. As for whether or not they would be afraid of being found out by the city lord's office, then they should definitely be afraid, or else they wouldn't have made this matter so secretive." Li Xinyue leaned her chin on Chen Haoling's shoulder, a white finger pointing at the edge of her red lips, revealing a thoughtful look. "If we really let the Su family successfully hatch that demonic fetus, presumably, everyone in our Li family will die." With that, she looked at Chen Haoling and said with a smile, "Should we participate in it together when the time comes?" Chen Haoling froze and said carelessly, "Involved in what?" Li Xinyue said rightfully, "Of course we're going to slaughter the Li family together. Are you just going to watch and do nothing?" As soon as these words came out, Chen Haoling was slightly startled, and after turning his head to look at Li Xinyue's small face that was too good to be true, he suddenly remembered that this woman was the evil phoenix demon concubine who was known for her bloodthirsty brutality in her previous life. It didn't seem like a very strange thing to come out of her mouth to slaughter some family. At that moment, Chen Haoling inquired, "Did the Li family mess with you as well?" Li Xinyue opened her eyes wide and said in a disgruntled tone, "From the year I was 16 when the demonic power in my body erupted, then I was locked up inside this demon-suppressing tower by those old guys of the Li family. Until now, almost 10 years have passed. How do you think they offended me? Even if it was my father, I'd hate to give him 2 slaps, let alone anyone else." Chen Haoling was dazed upon hearing this, and he leisurely sighed. "If the demonic creature is really hatched out, we are probably no match for it, so when the time comes, it's better to stay in this place." When Li Xinyue heard this, she glanced at Chen Haoling in disgust and said slowly under her breath, "Goons, isn't it just a demonic creature? Sister, I've killed as many demon emperors and even demon emperors in my last life. Why should I be afraid of them?" Chen Haoling said with a speechless face, "Sister, do you still have the cultivation from your last life now? You just take it out and show it off?" Li Xinyue sat up, then raised her hand and formed a magic seal. The next moment, a strong wave of mana spread out. Chen Haoling's eyes widened as soon as he felt that mana, and he exclaimed under his breath, "Limit True Martial Realm? No, you were only at the Qi Gathering Realm half a month ago. How long has it been? You're in the True Martial Realm?" Li Xinyue hummed daintily and raised her hand to tease the long hair in front of her forehead behind her ear, then said with a haughty face, "Do you think anyone is as wasted as you?" With that, she gave a little look of disgust. This scene happened to be seen by Chen Haoling, and for a moment, Chen Haoling's face actually reddened a bit. In his last life, Chen Haoling had actually had an affair with Li Xinyue, but it was not publicized because the relationship between the two was so special. I remembered that during one act, Chen Haoling made Li Xinyue angry because of his poor condition. After that time, Li Xinyue would call Chen Haoling a waste whenever she looked at him in a bad light. Even later, when Chen Haoling's majestic style rose again, she did not change this habit. As soon as he thought of this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Chen Haoling's face as he came to Li Xinyue's side and accompanied him with a smile. "Tell me about it. How did you do it? Even if you don't lack spirit stones, you shouldn't have broken through so quickly, right?" Li Xinyue's face only looked a little better at this time. Then, she said arrogantly, "Kiss me and I'll tell you." Chen Haoling's eyes blinked as if he was hesitating. Li Xinyue's small face crossed, then said unhappily, "What? You're not willing?" Without saying a word, Chen Haoling gently kissed Li Xinyue's small face, and only then did Li Xinyue reveal a contented expression. "Can we talk now?" I don't know why, but at this moment Chen Haoling actually had a sense of shame of being a rich little white girl, and at that moment, Li Xinyue laughed playfully. "It's mainly thanks to that Nirvana Heart Sutra of yours that the Ice Phoenix demonic power in my body has undergone a mutation. and now this demonic power has already evolved to the level of extremely cold ice phoenix power. Relying on this power is what allowed me to instantly impact my strength to the limit true martial realm level. With that, she looked at Chen Haoling again, wrapped her hands around Chen Haoling's neck, and said with a smile, "Now do you still think that I can't defeat that demonic creature?" When Chen Haoling heard this, a trace of dawning realization appeared on his face, and immediately afterward, he seemed to have thought of something else, and then he hemmed and hawed. "Since your strength has skyrocketed so much, no whatever, can you help me in passing?" When Li Xinyue heard this, she said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, a hallmark terminal Saint King, wanting to raise his strength actually asked me, a little woman?" Chen Haoling was a bit uncomfortable by her conspiratorial accent, but still said with a thick skin, "I need 2,600 spirit stones to advance to the true martial realm. Only that when I fought with those 8 true martial realm powerhouses last night, I consumed all the spirit stones on my body. So, I was thinking, if you have more spirit stones, could you lend me some first? I'll return it to you immediately when I have the money." When Li Xinyue heard this, she was first slightly stunned, and then she giggled without being able to hold it back, and her laughter could be described as flamboyant. It even gave Chen Haoling the urge to find a crack in the ground and drill into it. Subsequently, Li Xinyue pulled out a brocade pouch specializing in storing spirit stones from inside her own storage ring, and then she waved it in front of Chen Haoling, before she laughed daintily. "Spirit stones? I have plenty. There are 4,000 fine spirit stones in here. Enough for your promotion. Only, who am I to give it to you?" Chen Haoling blinked and asked, "Then what do you want?" Li Xinyue thought for a moment, and then, sitting on Chen Haoling's lap, she exhaled and said, "Be my male consort. I'll give you a fixed 30,000 spirit stones every month. Of course, if you perform well and can make Sister Me happy every night, I can also raise you to 60,000 spirit stones. How about that?" Chen Haoling's eyes widened, almost gritting his teeth. "You really want me to be your gigolo?" Li Xinyue rolled her eyes without any good reason. "I didn't force you. You're willing to accept it. If you don't want to accept it, just pull back." Saying that, Li Xinyue wanted to reload the brocade pouch back into the storage ring. Chen Haoling hurriedly said, Wait. Li Xinyue looked at Chen Haoling with another dimpled smile and asked, "You agree?" Chapter 36, Li Siyao's arrival. Chen Haoling's mouth pursed, and then suddenly said, "You must first give me a try to see if your spirit stone is good, right? If it doesn't work well, then won't I lose a lot of money?" Saying that, he took another look at Li Xinyue's pretty face and hot body, and thought to himself that it wasn't really a loss. After Li Xinyue heard Chen Haoling's shameless words, she chided, ******* off. You want to whore for nothing?" But without waiting for her to say more, the communication jade ultimatum on the side suddenly rang. She twisted her head to look over, and Chen Haoling also subconsciously asked, "Who sent you a message in the middle of the night?" Li Xinyue didn't say anything, just gently got down from the bed, and in the process, threw the brocade pouch containing the spirit stones in her hand to Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling's heart instinctively rejoiced as soon as he caught it, but at this time, Li Xinyue was the one who said, "It was Li Ruoshan who sent me the message." As soon as Chen Haoling looked up, he asked, "Li Ruoshan? What is she doing messaging you in the middle of the night?" Li Xinyue shook her head and was just about to click in to see what was said, but at that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door, followed by a shivering voice. "Sis, are you asleep?" The moment she heard the voice, Li Xinyue was shocked in her heart, and even Chen Haoling was confused. The voice was certainly heard by both of them. "Li Siyao, it's just, what is she doing here so late?" Li Xinyue rushed outside and shouted, "Wait, I'll put on a piece of clothing and come out." Saying that, Li Xinyue came to Chen Haoling's front and said viciously, "Listen, you stay here honestly now and don't go anywhere. Do you understand?" Chen Haoling said with a speechless face, "She and I have long since ceased to be husband and wife. What are you afraid of?" Li Xinyue said savagely, "What do you care what I'm afraid of?" Chen Haoling listened carefully. "If you dare to let my sister know about our relationship, you'll never want to get a single spirit stone from me again. Got it?" The corners of Chen Haoling's mouth twitched, and although there was still some dissatisfaction in his heart, he still nodded his head to indicate that he knew. Only then was Li Xinyue satisfied and picked up a nearby dress jacket, then draped it over her body before walking towards the outside. Chen Haoling showed his teeth at her back. If he didn't have to rely on her spirit stones to improve his strength now, he would have turned his face away. Outside, Li Xinyue had just walked out when she saw Li Siyao collapsed on the ground, her body curled up, and that look seemed to be very hard to bear. When Li Xinyue saw this, she exclaimed, Siyao, Siyao, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Li Siyao opened her eyes with difficulty and said in a trembling tone after seeing her sister come out, Sister, the demonic power in my body has flared up again and I can't restrain it now. I wanted to find Chen Haoling and ask him to help me, but I didn't find anyone else, so I came to you. With that, Li Siyao looked at Li Xinyue with teary eyes, with a look of pity. Sister, can you help me send a message to Chen Haoling, begging him to save me? At this rate, I might actually die. After hearing this, Li Xinyue sort of understood that she could still feel the churning demonic power in the other party's body. Only, with Chen Haoling's character would he really dissolve the demonic power for Li Siyao? But in the next second, Li Xinyue seemed to have thought of something else. She immediately made a point on her storage ring, and with that, a scroll surfaced. She handed the scroll to Li Siyao's hand, and then said, Follow this set of gongfu to maintain the operation of the mana in your body. Li Siyao took the scroll and subconsciously said, Will this work? Li Xinyue said with some annoyance, What am I giving you if it can't work? Li Siyao sniffed, then sat down on the ground with her knees crossed, then looked at the running path on it, as well as the heart mnemonic. With just one glance, she was immersed in the world of this gongfu. Without thinking too much, Li Siyao began to follow the path above to run the mana in her body. In no time, the demonic power in Li Siyao's body eased down and stopped rioting. At the same time, her left and right hands were slowly raised to the sides. From an onlooker's perspective one would see that Li Siyao's left palm was drawing in dense yuan qi and then pouring it into her body. And in the palm of her right hand there was a black fury being released. The set of gongfu that Li Xinyue had given to Li Siyao was the same set of Nirvana Heart Sutra that Chen Haoling had previously given to Li Xinyue. The principle of the method it used to regulate demonic power was simple. It was to use the left hand to absorb yuan power to neutralize the violent qi in the demonic power, and these violent qi would be transformed into fury qi by running through a special path. Eventually, this baneful qi was expelled from the body through Li Siyao's right palm. It's like pouring a large amount of water purification tablets inside a pool full of filth. After all the dirt in these pools has settled, the sludge is pumped out from the bottom to purify the pools. Under the support of the Nirvana Heart Sutra, the demonic power in Li Siyao's body quickly stabilized, and her face looked much better. Li Xinyue let out a slight sigh of relief when she saw this scene, but in the next second, she was suddenly seeing that Li Siyao violently spat out a large mouthful of blood from her mouth, and her face became flushed once again. When Li Xinyue saw this, she exclaimed, Siyao. Li Siyao's face was hard to bear, and her mouth was gasping for air, but she couldn't say anything. Li Xinyue immediately got up and jogged towards the inside of the room. At this time, Chen Haoling was already lying on Li Xinyue's bed, huffing and puffing, but in the next second, Li Xinyue was pulling Chen Haoling up, following with her mouth. Chen Haoling, wake up! Chen Haoling was woken up somewhat annoyed and said, What's wrong again? Li Xinyue said anxiously, Something happened to Siyao. Hurry over and help me look. Chen Haoling froze, then said, Something happened to Li Siyao? What's it got to do with me? Li Xinyue became annoyed at this point and spoke. She used the Nirvana Heart Sutra you gave me earlier to temper the demonic power in her body, and now the qi and blood in her body are flopping around. And you're still saying it's none of your business? At that moment, Li Xinyue couldn't care less if Chen Haoling was willing to make a move or not. She directly pulled Chen Haoling's arm, and led him to trot towards the outside. Chen Haoling exclaimed under his breath, Hey, you should at least let me put on some clothes before saying anything. The next moment, Li Xinyue pulled Chen Haoling to the door, but at this time, Li Siyao's qi and blood actually eased up again, while the demonic power in her body was completely controlled. Seeing this scene, Li Xinyue's expression then stiffened slightly and said, Is it done? But wasn't the riot still very strong just now? Chen Haoling, however, said lightly, The Nirvana Heart Sutra is just like medicine. It needs a little bit of time to exert itself. Can't you be patient? Li Xinyue's small face reddened for a moment, then said with some embarrassment, Wasn't I in too much of a hurry? Chen Haoling laughed, and at that moment, Li Siyao also opened her eyes, her gaze locking onto Chen Haoling's body almost instantly, because at this time, Chen Haoling was only wearing a pair of shorts on his body, and his hand was still being pulled by Li Xinyue. The two men's movements were rather ambiguous at this point, and that's when Li Xinyue violently let go of Chen Haoling's hand, and then said to Li Siyao, Siyao, we're not what you think we are. Listen to your sister's explanation. Li Siyao's gaze went back to her sister. On her sister's neck, a bright red strawberry hickey stood out at this moment. after looking at Chen Haoling, who walked out from inside his sister's boudoir. In an instant Li Siyao understood. No wonder he couldn't find Chen Haoling just now. It turned out that he hadn't escaped from the demon-suppressing tower at all, but rather he was inside his sister's boudoir. After realizing this, Li Siyao, her gaze once again looked towards Chen Haoling, tears brushing down her face before she said with an aggrieved face, "Why?" Chapter 37, Li Jiangshan's Great Limit is approaching. Chen Haoling did not directly answer this question, but casually found a stool to sit down. Inyang said slowly, "Go back once your demonic power is under control. This is not the place for you." Saying that, Chen Haoling also glanced at the volume of Nirvana Heart Sutra placed next to Li Siyao, and it didn't take a brain to realize who had given it to her. However, Li Siyao was the one who wiped away the tears on her own face, and then grabbed the Nirvana Heart Sutra on her body, before coming to Chen Haoling's face and questioning, "Okay, I won't ask about you and my sister. So are you going to answer me what's going on with this volume of the Nirvana Heart Sutra?" Chen Haoling took out his own bong before taking a puff as he asked with a somewhat odd expression, "What's going on?" Li Siyao said sadly, "You've long had a way to help me control the demonic power in my body, so why didn't you give this to me earlier? If you had given it to me earlier, would I have betrayed you in my last life? Good fellow." These words were tantamount to putting all the main responsibility for Chen Haoling being attacked and killed by them in the previous life onto Chen Haoling's own head. Chen Haoling, faced with the other party's question, instantly had the feeling of his intelligence being insulted, but still responded for Li Xinyue's sake. "The Nirvana Heart Sutra was perfected by me only a day before the tribulation, and I was originally going to give it to you after the completion of the tribulation. It's just that on the day of my tribulation, you suddenly brought someone to attack and kill me. And if it wasn't for your sister stepping in midway to help me block one of your fatal sword attacks, I probably wouldn't have been able to carry on with the descent of the heavenly tribulation. You should have known about it even after what happened later. After being reborn, you said that you could already control the demonic power on your own and no longer needed me. So naturally I wouldn't rush up to put a hot face on a cold ass. Solely, give this volume of the Nirvana Heart Sutra to your sister. It's just that what I didn't expect was for her to turn around and give it to you again." With that, Chen Haoling's gaze went back to Li Xinyue. Li Xinyue's little face also reddened a bit at this time, and her appearance looked a little embarrassed. But Li Siyao was frozen in place. The hands of the Nirvana Heart Sutra also followed the fall on the ground. She was a little incredulous to look at Chen Haoling. "In on the hard to say, perfected just a day before the crossing? No, it can't be. You wouldn't necessarily give it to me even if you had perfected it, or else why haven't you even mentioned this to me before? It must be that you're lying to me, right?" Li Siyao obviously couldn't accept all of this that Chen Haoling had said, because, once she admitted it, then her motive of attacking and killing Chen Haoling would become a joke. But Chen Haoling was spitting out a mouthful of white smoke. Inyang said to himself, "I originally wanted to give you a surprise. That's why I didn't tell you. Instead, you were the one who gave me a big surprise first." After Li Siyao heard these words, her entire body couldn't tense up. The intense aggression in her heart, as well as her grief, were all of a sudden intertwined together. And when she looked at Chen Haoling at this moment, it seemed that she had a lot of words that she wanted to say, but she didn't know from where to open her mouth. In the end, she didn't utter a single word, but instead, she plopped down and knelt in front of Chen Haoling, saying with tearful eyes, "Husband, I was wrong. Can you give me one more chance? Please, don't leave me behind. I won't dare to do it again. And you can consider my previous behavior as a small caprice. I'll do whatever you want me to do as long as you can forgive me. Okay? Please." Chen Haoling looked at Li Siyao in front of him, but he couldn't help but sneer. After living with her for so many years in his last life, he really knew this woman's character too well. Does she really know it's wrong? Was she really hoping that Chen Haoling could forgive her? Not necessarily. If the demonic power in Li Siyao's body hadn't flared up again today, would she still be saying these words? In the morning, Li Siyao's wild dislike of Chen Haoling in front of everyone in the entire Li family could still be reverberating in Chen Haoling's mind until now. Of course, Chen Haoling also understood that she might really just want to rescue her family, which was why she didn't hesitate to argue with Chen Haoling in the middle of the study. But that was no reason for her to stomp Chen Haoling's face into the ground. Even if she didn't agree with Chen Haoling's viewpoint, she could have sat in place and not said a word. Did she have to come out and help all of them to surround Chen Haoling together? Chen Haoling ultimately ignored Li Siyao, and he didn't bother to care about the Nirvana Heart Sutra being learned by Li Siyao as he turned around and walked towards another room. He definitely couldn't stay in Li Xinyue's boudoir, so he could only return to his own room now. But when Li Siyao saw that Chen Haoling was about to leave, she once again begged bitterly, "Chen Haoling, husband." However, Chen Haoling just didn't even look at her. Only Li Siyao was left sobbing uncontrollably. Li Xinyue came to her side at that moment and said softly, "He's already gone." Large drops of tears were still falling from Li Siyao's eyes, and the emotions in her heart were never able to be calmed. And then, she yelled at Chen Haoling's back again. "Chen Haoling, listen to me. No matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you hate me, I don't care. Unless you kill me, I will do everything I can to make you forgive me." The corner of Chen Haoling's mouth twitched when he heard these words from afar, and at this moment, killing intent was even truly revealed in his eyes. But in the end, he didn't really make a move. When Chen Haoling returned to the middle of his room, ready to lie down and take a nap, Li Xinyue was the one who walked in. The clothes she was wearing were still very light as they were a moment ago, and even the thin corset could be seen through the neckline. Only to see Li Xinyue come to sit beside Chen Haoling with some embarrassment. In then said, "Siyao has already left." Chen Haoling slowly spat out a word, "Oh." When he was done, he turned around and didn't want to talk to Li Xinyue, but when Li Xinyue saw this, she said in a condescending tone, "Li Siyao is my sister after all. After spending so many years together in the last life, it's naturally impossible for me to see her die, isn't it?" Chen Haoling said without thinking, "It's not like I said you did anything wrong. Since the thing is given to you, it's yours, and it's not like I have anything to do with who you subsequently give it to." When Li Xinyue heard this, she knew that Chen Haoling was still angry, and at that moment, she came over to Chen Haoling's side, then said in a gentle voice, "Tell you what, from now on, until you advance to the limit true martial realm, I'll contract all the cultivation resources you need, including spirit stones. Now, that should take the edge off, shouldn't it?" When Chen Haoling heard this, his eyes widened. He sat up from the bed and looked at Li Xinyue seriously and said, "Are you serious?" Li Xinyue gave a dainty As the first eldest daughter of the Li family, although Li Xinyue had been imprisoned in the demon suppressing tower for 10 years, the cultivation resources provided to her by the Li family during this period had not been cut off. Only, the special nature of Li Xinyue's Ice Phoenix demonic power caused her to store all of these resources since she couldn't use them all. Imagine how huge the cultivation resources accumulated over 10 years should be? Only then did the face of Chen Haoling, who thought of this, soften. 3 days later, at Chen hour, 4:30 p.m., in the middle of the Li family's courtyard, Li Jiangshan had already put on a very grand set of attire under the service of his subordinates, but at that moment, Li Jiangshan coughed a few times with great force, and then, his face became flushed. This scene startled quite a few of the underlings, and some were even ready to call for a physician, but Li Jiangshan said, "Don't be nervous, it's fine." Those subordinates saw this, but they still said with some concern, "Family Master, today is the day that the Suanli families will conclude their covenant. Can you really do it in such a physical state?" Li Jiangshan, however, waved his hand, indicating that there was no harm. Then, he said in a slow voice, "After today, the Li family should be completely stabilized, and by then, my existence will not matter." Obviously, Li Jiangshan also already knew that his end was approaching, and thus, physical treatment was no longer expected at all. But perhaps because of the thought that the covenant would soon be signed, Li Jiangshan's mood was also much better, and his face followed suit. Then, he suddenly said to the people under his hand, "Where's Haoling? Tell him to hurry up and change his clothes. He'll be leaving in half an hour." As soon as these words came out, several underlings at the scene looked at each other in disbelief, and one of them stood out and spoke. "Family Master, the male son has already been imprisoned by you inside the demon suppressing tower." Chapter 38, Chen Haoling, you've disappointed father too much. When Li Jiangshan heard this, he remembered the argument that happened 3 days ago in the middle of the study. The original excited look dimmed again. After a moment of silence, he rose from his position. "Come on, let's go over and check on him." Saying that, Li Jiangshan took the lead and walked towards the outside. Before leaving, he didn't forget to have someone prepare some gifts for Chen Haoling and also Li Xinyue. After all, they were all his sons and daughters, and he didn't want to favor any of them. When he arrived at the 9th floor of the demon suppressing tower, Li Jiangshan suddenly felt a strong mana energy sweeping through quickly. When he walked up to take a look, he ended up seeing that Chen Haoling was competing with Li Xinyue. Chen Haoling's aura was still hovering at the limit Earth Xian realm, always in a state where he was about to break through but was never able to do so. Instead, Li Xinyue's strength had already reached the true martial realm, and it was the limit true martial realm, almost a full realm higher than Chen Haoling. But in this situation, Chen Haoling could actually fight back and forth with Li Xinyue, and it was a no-contest fight with Li Xinyue barely holding back. Li Jiangshan, who saw the scene, was even a bit shocked. On the one hand, it was joy at the fact that Chen Haoling's strength had actually grown another large amount in a short period of time. On the other hand, it was because he saw that his eldest daughter, Li Xinyue, had actually reached a meticulous level of control over the Ice Phoenix demonic power. This looked very different from 10 years ago when Li Xinyue was devoured by demonic power and then turned into a murderous female demon. Only to see, Chen Haoling raised his hand and threw a punch in the direction of Li Xinyue. With that, a ball of vermilion bird flame flew straight out from Chen Haoling's fist and shot straight towards Li Xinyue's direction. Instead, Li Xinyue let out a cold smile and clapped her hands together, before taking a deep breath and exhaling towards the front. Phew! Ice-cold and bone-piercing cold air swept out, and the white-blue cold air formed a flying ice phoenix in an instant, and then collided with Chen Haoling's vermilion bird in a straight line. Boom! An ice and a fire, two completely opposite energy attributes against each other. In an instant, let the Haoling demon tower are gently shaking up. It was also accompanied by a dense water vapor sweeping out. After the energies were all silenced, Li Jiangshan stepped forward and clapped his hands afterward, praising under his breath. Good. Not bad. At this moment, Chen Haoling and also Li Xinyue then simultaneously turned their heads to look in the direction Li Jiangshan had come from. After seeing that it was Li Jiangshan himself who had arrived at the demon-suppressing tower, Li Xinyue revealed an indifferent attitude, turning her head to the side as if she had not seen it. Chen Haoling was not as icy, but instead greeted Li Jiangshan with a fist. Greetings to the Li family master. Li Jiangshan's expression slightly lurched after hearing this Li family master title from Chen Haoling. It seemed that until this time he suddenly remembered that he had already severed his relationship with Chen Haoling 3 days ago. For a moment, the expression on Li Jiangshan's face became a bit awkward, and he didn't even know what to say. But, in the end, he still chose to pretend that he didn't hear it, and then whispered to Chen Haoling, "Are you still adapting to living in the demon suppressor tower these past few days?" Looking at him, it was obvious that he wanted to ease his relationship with Chen Haoling. It was only Chen Haoling who replied indifferently, "It's all alright. What is it that family master Li has to do?" In the face of such a cold reply, it would be a lie for Li Jiangshan to say that it wasn't difficult, but he still said with a leathery smile, "Today is the day of the alliance between the Su and Li families. My father has brought you a new dress, so if you are free, go with your righteous father to the Su family. By the way, in giving people Su old master, kowtow, recognize a mistake. This matter even in the past, how about it?" Chen Haoling raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Jiangshan with some doubt. Kowtowing and admitting your mistake? Why should I kowtow to the Su family and apologize? When Li Jiangshan heard this, his originally pleasant expression sank, but he still said in a tone that was as calm as possible, "The last time you accidentally killed Su Jingtian, an elder of the Su family, have you forgotten about it so quickly? The Su family is very angry at your behavior. It even wanted to make a scene at the city lord's residence, so maybe even today's Su-Li alliance will be called off. If father hadn't given them a large amount of compensation, how do you think they would have stopped? Isn't it right for you to take this opportunity today to personally come to the door and apologize and kowtow to the person?" When Chen Haoling heard this, he laughed. "Li family master, there are times when I'm really quite curious. Are you surnamed Li or Su? Why are you so willing to go and be a licking dog for the Su family? Also, I'm reiterating, it was that Su Jingtian who made the first move against me, and every move was a lethal attack. I was only passively defending myself. If I had been the one who died at that time, would you have let the Su family come over to kowtow to you and apologize?" These words immediately made Li Jiangshan a bit annoyed. He originally wanted to come over to ease his relationship with Chen Haoling, but as a result, he had once again rushed himself and even said these treacherous words. At that moment, Li Jiangshan said angrily, "The Su family just didn't know what was going on at the time, and that's why they clashed like that? It's not like they were saving it? What's more, aren't you fine and dandy now? Do you have to bring the relationship to such a stalemate before you feel comfortable?" Chen Haoling also yelled at this time, "The group of the Su family is coming to cut off my head. Do I still have to reason with them? Or is it that you will only realize how wolfish those dog thieves of the Su family are if the entire Li clan is killed by them? How dare you?" Li Jiangshan suddenly picked up a mouthful of teapot and then smashed it on the ground. At this moment he was once again infuriated by Chen Haoling and his face flushed red. He pointed, and Chen Haoling cursed angrily. "Who are you talking to? Chen Haoling was dumbfounded at this point as he said slowly, I'm just stating a fact. Li Jiangshan took a few steps forward and said angrily, are you saying that how to be the head of this Li family still needs you, a foreigner, to teach me? Yes, that's right, I'm old and dying, but I'm not blind. I can still tell what people are sincerely working for the good of the Li family and what people are trying to harm the Li family. Li Xinyue then hurriedly stopped between the two and hurriedly said, Father, don't be talking about it. Chen Haoling doesn't want to go to the Su family even if he doesn't. It doesn't matter if he stays here with me. After Li Jiangshan heard his eldest daughter's discouragement, his original violent anger was only somewhat soothed, but his eyes were filled with disappointment as he looked at Chen Haoling. Siyao said earlier that you didn't want Su Li to conclude an alliance because you were bullied by the juniors of our Su and Li families in your early years. At that time, I didn't believe it because I didn't think my son would be that graceless to hold a grudge for that long over something that small, especially on such issues of right and wrong. One should also be able to distinguish between right and wrong. Now it looks like it's me who's punching myself in the face. How many resources did the Su family give to help our Li family, only to have them turn into wolves in your mouth? Chen Haoling, you have disappointed father too much. As the words fell, Li Jiangshan, hands behind his back, turned around and walked in the direction of the stairway. At this time, an underling was still carrying a variety of exquisite pastries for Chen Haoling in his hands. He glanced at Chen Haoling and then looked at Li Jiangshan and said, Family head, what about these gifts? The result was that Li Jiangshan overturned the various exquisite pastries on that tray with one hand, and even stomped on them with his foot. Seeing this, several subordinates hurriedly knelt on the ground, not daring to mess with Li Jiangshan anymore. Only Chen Haoling quietly watched all of this, obviously being infuriated to death, but unable to do anything. Chapter 39, Li Ruoshang escaped, going to tip off Li Jiangshan. After Li Jiangshan and the others had all left, Li Xinyue stepped forward and said indifferently to Chen Haoling, if I were you, I'd just do it, before I piss myself off. Chen Haoling glanced at this woman beside him, and then said indifferently, you want to borrow my hand to get rid of your father? Li Xinyue clasped her hands on her chest in on an evil smile. As early as the day he had my own mother killed, he was no longer my father. Calling him dad is just a way to give him face in front of outsiders. When Chen Haoling heard this, he remembered that Li Xinyue and Li Siyao just weren't the same mother. When Li Xinyue's mother was seriously ill and needed a very expensive medicinal herb, Li Jiangshan refused to pay for that exorbitant medicinal herb on the grounds that the Li family's finances were in serious crisis. As a result, Xinyue Li's mother missed the best time to save her life and passed away. Li Xinyue also hated Li Jiangshan for the rest of her life because of that incident. Chen Haoling, who thought of this, suddenly glanced out the window. After seeing that the sun was about to set, he said to Li Xinyue, it's about to get dark, so it's almost time for us to leave this place. Li Xinyue sniffed but came arrogantly, if you want to go, you go, I'm not going. With that, she made her way to a table and sat down. Chen Haoling, however, said suspiciously, what's wrong? Living in the demon-suppressing tower for a long time still makes you live out your feelings? Li Xinyue poured herself a cup of tea. Inan said with a smiling face, I'll be able to see the scene of the demons slaughtering the Li family members later. If I miss it, it'll be too much for this lifetime. Chen Haoling sniffed, but smiled lewdly. It seems right. Anyway, there is no lack of this moment, so it's not too late to wait for this big show to fall before leaving. However, as the words fell, Chen Haoling's breath suddenly began to rise and fall violently, and at the same time, his heart beat a few times with force. In an instant, Chen Haoling's face turned pale, as if he could barely even stand. When Li Siyao saw this, she was slightly startled and subconsciously said, Hey, Chen Haoling, what's wrong with you? With that, she went forward and wanted to assist Chen Haoling. However, Chen Haoling said excitedly, it seems like I'm going to break through the true martial realm. When these words came out, Li Xinyue was also slightly delighted. Holy, this is really the right time for you to make a breakthrough. With that, she took out a brocade bag packed with spirit stones before throwing it to Chen Haoling. Here, it's filled with 3,000 spirit stones. It should be enough for you. Chen Haoling was not polite and raised his hand to catch it. Thanks, I'll return it to you later. When the words fell, Chen Haoling didn't give Li Xinyue a chance to reply before walking directly into the cultivation chamber. When Li Xinyue saw this, but she suddenly hung a grim, cold smile. She then resumed her seat in her seat, before just talking to herself. Those spirit stones I gave you, of course you need to pay them back, just not now, and not in the form of spirit stones. Saying that, her pink and tender tongue she licked on her own lips, with a look of eating Chen Haoling. At 5 p.m. 6 p.m. The front yard of the Su family clan house. Su Jingyang's father and son were checking the various organs that had been set up. They had been preparing for nearly half a year for this day to take down the Li family in one fell swoop. Make or break. It's today. At this time, Su Yishuan suddenly asked Su Jingyang, "Father, why can't we secretly get rid of that Li Ruoshang?" Su Jingyang inclined his head to look at his son. "It's already been 3 days. Haven't you fixed her yet?" Su Yishuan bowed his head in some shame. "That woman has never been submissive. And if I force her, she will even bite me. And with goods like this, I'm really not in the mood to do that kind of thing with her. Seriously, there are times when I'm thinking that I might as well just kill her and save all that wasted effort." However, as soon as these words were uttered, Su Jingyang turned around and violently slapped Su Yishuan's face. Pop! The sound of this slap seemed extraordinarily clear, and instantly confused Su Yishuan. He covered his beaten face with one hand, and his eyes were even staring straight at his father. "Father, what are you hitting me for?" Su Jingyang, however, said with hatred, "Is your brain clogged with too many spirit stones? Do you know what that Li Ruoshang is? She is a pocket card that Li Jianghe has planted in our Su family. If you kill her off, will Li Jianghe still help us lure the Li family's group over?" Su Yishuan was somewhat aggrieved by the beating, but after hearing his father's words, he added, "I know I'm wrong." Su Jingyang coldly grunted at this time. There are times when Su Jingyang even doubted whether this Su Yishuan was his own biological or not. Why just have a good skin but a pig brain? But at this time, a servant was rushing over with a roll, his face terrified as he shouted at Su Jingyang's father and son. Family master, it's not good. That Li Ruoshang. She's gone." When the father and son heard this, they almost simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and then, Su Yishuan was the one who grabbed that servant and yelled, "People are missing? Are you kidding me? I was talking to her an hour ago, and she's gone in just a moment?" That servant was on the verge of tears at this point, his finger pointing in the direction of the room and calling out, "My lord, the entire room has been searched, and the other compartments have been rummaged through, and indeed there is no sign of her person." Su Yishuan's face went white when he heard this, as he threw down that servant before looking at his father. Su Jingyang's face was similarly gloomy at the moment, but he didn't say much, turned around and walked quickly towards the room where Li Ruoshang was. Su Yishuan also hurriedly followed. "Are you kidding me? If Li Ruoshang escaped and then gave away the Su family's plan to deal with the Li family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if those old guys from Li Jiangshan don't believe it, it is possible to increase the cost of the Su family to deal with the Li family. And the biggest fear is that the Li family will be alerted and simply not come. Then in wanting to hatch the devil's tire, it will be almost impossible." Su Jingyang, who thought of this, that advancing footsteps could not help but speed up a few points. Soon, father and son arrived in Li Ruoshang's room. As expected, inside the already small room, it had long been empty. Where was Li Ruoshang's shadow? Seeing this, Su Jingyang turned his head to his son, Su Yishuan, and questioned, "Where are the people? This girl was always under your guard. Why is the person gone now?" Su Yishuan plopped down on his knees and said in a stuttering tone, "Father, I don't know. She was still here before, but I don't know how. She was suddenly gone." When Su Jingyang heard this, he angrily slapped Su Yishuan's face again, this time, once again knocking Su Yishuan to the ground. Su Jingyang just wanted to hit a few more times to get out his breath when he suddenly felt an inexplicable energy fluctuation. He craned his head to look at a picture of a character, and then he walked over to it. The moment his finger touched the word painting, a faint spatial suction force struck. Seeing this scene, Su Jingyang's pupils shrunk violently, and his mouth roared lowly. "Spatial transfer artifact?" Saying that, he seemed to understand something, and then, he said to the Su family guards around him, "Someone come." A group of Su family guards rushed forward and cupped their fists at Su Jingyang. "See you, family master." Su Jingyang pointed his finger at the painting and said, "Go down this passageway for me to get that woman Li Ruoshang back. And if you can't, bring your heads to me." The many guards simultaneously clasped their fists in response, and then, they came to the calligraphy and painting and raised their hands to make a point on it. Immediately afterward, the spatial power from the word painting carried their bodies teleporting out. Su Jingyang stared at the calligraphy and painting dead on, then and looked at Su Yishuan. "You follow them piece by piece to go after them. If you can't chase anyone, don't come back." Su Yishuan hurriedly clasped his hands and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." With that, he followed a piece into the word painting. After a feeling of heavenly rotation surfaced, Suishuan saw that he had already arrived at the western district of Changyue City, and from this place to the Li family, there was only less than 1,000 meters of distance left. If according to Li Ruoshang escaped from this place a long time ago, wouldn't that mean that she had already arrived at the Li family by now? Chapter 40, The Trap. The truth was just as Suishuan thought. At this moment, the gray-headed Li Ruoshang, all the way to the fast horse, almost half a moment without stopping running wildly. Soon, she could see the gate of the Li family's residence. In an instant, the light of hope lit up in Li Ruoshang's eyes. Saved. The Li family was saved. All she had to do was to tell everything that had happened in the Su family to the Li family head, Li Jiangshan. Then everyone would be saved. And at the same time, Li Jiangshan, Li Siyao, Li Jianghe, Li Jiangshui, and a host of other Li family executives had also walked out from within the gates of the mansion. The crowd looked happy as they talked and laughed with each other. Even Li Jiangshan, who was tormented by his illness, was smiling at this moment. However, just as they walked out of the gate, they were the ones who suddenly saw a wretched figure running in their direction. A fixed look revealed that the visitor was actually Li Ruoshang, who hadn't seen him for a few days. Only, what kind of look is this for her now? With a red wedding dress on her body and a hair crown on her head, she looked just like a bride who had run away from the wedding. But I saw that Li Ruoshang at this time shouted at Li Jiangshan. Second uncle. Fake. Everything is fake. Su Li alliance is a game. Before Li Ruoshang could finish her sentence, Li Jianghe suddenly rushed towards her, and the moment he was close to her, he threw a ball of spirit scattering between her mouth and nose. This massive soul scatter instantly caused Li Ruoshang to lose consciousness, and the only two words left in her mouth, conspiracy, were not even uttered by her before she collapsed straight down. Li Jianghe smoothly wrapped his arms around her body and exclaimed under his breath, Ruoshang, Ruoshang, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Somebody! Somebody! This sudden scene instantly caused all of the Li family's senior management to walk up. However, he heard. Li Jiangshan inquired suspiciously, what happened? As soon as Li Jianghe picked up Li Ruoshang's body horizontally, he said to Li Jiangshan with a mixture of grief, second brother, Ruoshang, she fainted. Her body is very weak right now. Please hurry and help me find a physician to come and take a look at her. I'm afraid her life will be in danger if she waits for a while. Saying that, Li Jianghe even cried with a snotty nose and tears. It was as if he really was an old father who cared for his daughter. Although Li Jiangshan was a bit puzzled, he still turned to a few guards and said, quickly, take someone to Dr. Zhao's side for treatment. Don't delay. A few guards sniffed and rushed forward. They took Li Ruoshang from Li Jianghe's hands and then jogged towards the backyard of the Li family with her on their backs. Li Jiangshan looked at Li Jianghe again and said, you should go over there as well. Ruoshang looks very weak and needs someone to accompany her. But Li Jianghe wiped the tears from his own eyes, then said with great righteousness, no, big brother, the matter of our alliance between the Li family and the Su family is what's important. I can talk about this point later. At this time, another Li family elder also said, family master, it's almost time, we should get on the carriage. Don't let the Su family wait impatiently. When Li Jiangshan heard this, he nodded, and then said, all right, let's get in the car. Then, a group of more than 40 Li family executives boarded the carriage one after another before heading to the Su family residence. In the distance, Suishuan stood on the beams of a house, quietly watching this scene. He said to the few guards behind him then, let's go back. One of the guards suddenly asked, my lord, if we go back like this without catching that Li Ruoshang, will we be chastised by the family head? Suishuan, however, chided, are you stupid? My father is afraid that that stupid woman will stop the Li family executives from traveling to the Su family. Now that she's been knocked out by Li Jianghe, Li Jiangshan and the others are heading to our Su family as planned in the same place. In that case, that woman has no use for her. So what are we doing arresting her just like that? With that, Suishuan stood up and said to the few people, if you guys want to wait, go ahead and wait. I'm going back anyway. A few people sniffed, but they were still reluctant to leave. After all, the family head could have said that if he didn't take the person back, he would have to take his own head back. They can't afford to do that. On the carriage of the Li family heading to the Su family, Li Jiangshan inquired to his daughter Li Siyao, I haven't seen Ruoshang for the past 2 days. I thought she was in seclusion, but I didn't expect her to suddenly appear here. And the words she said were a bit too strange. Li Siyao then revealed a puzzled look and said, she said that everything is fake, and the back also said what Su Li alliance is a joke. Li Siyao tried to recall the words Li Ruoshang said just now, before continuing again, Unfortunately, she didn't even finish her sentence before she fainted, and this fainting time is also a little too coincidental, as if he was deliberately fainted by Li Jianghe. As soon as these words came out, Li Jiangshan's eyes widened slightly as he turned his head to look at Li Siyao and asked, "Are you saying that the girl disappeared for a few days, got some special information, and then was bewitched by her father when she tried to tell us about it?" Li Siyao shook her head. "I'm not too sure of the exact reason, but one thing we can be sure of is that today's Suli alliance doesn't seem to be as simple as what we see on the surface." When Li Jiangshan sniffed, a few more worries suddenly appeared on his face, and for some reason, he suddenly remembered the words that Chen Haoling had said to him before. So what if the relationship between the Su and Li families is no longer good? Even if they are blood brothers who are as close as brothers and sisters, as long as they are involved in matters of interest, there will be a day when they will fight each other. Who dares to guarantee that the Su family doesn't have other thoughts about the Li family? After recalling this, Li Jiangshan raised his hand and took out a talisman from his storage ring, then handed it to Li Siyao. Li Siyao subconsciously picked it up and asked, "What's this?" Li Jiangshan said for no reason, "This is a spatial teleportation talisman. You fold it up and put it in your mouth. Once you find something wrong, bite it and it will quickly teleport you out." When Li Siyao heard this, she then looked at her father again before asking, "Father, are you worried that the Su family really has bad intentions towards us?" Li Jiangshan, however, shook his head and said firmly, "My father has never doubted the character of the Su family, and he absolutely believes in their promises. But I'm worried that a third-party force other than the Su family will intervene in our two families' alliance." When Li Siyao heard this, she instantly revealed a dawning realization. She subconsciously nodded her head before folding the teleportation talisman, before just gently placing it under her tongue. Soon enough, the Li family and a group of other senior officials had arrived in front of the Su family's residence. At this moment, the Su family had already decorated a grand welcome ceremony, and the one who came to greet the Li family's crowd was even the head of the family, Su Jingyang. He even personally came forward to assist Li Jiangshan when he saw him getting off the carriage. "Big brother Jiangshan, after not seeing you for many days, your spirit is getting better and better." Su Jingyang held Li Jiangshan's hand, then walked towards the Su family residence. Li Jiangshan laughed cheerfully. "All are already dying people. How can there be anything getting better and better?" Su Jingyang laughed. "What big brother Jiangshan said, after this year, you are only 50. You can still live for several hundred more years." Li Jiangshan laughed twice more. The two of them just laughed and talked while walking inside the Su family mansion. At the same time, the other 40 or so people that followed also entered them one after another, during which Li Siyao was involuntarily looking back at the gate behind her. Once all the Li family members had entered, the Su family's door closed quietly. Looking at the closed door, Li Siyao suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness that haunted her heart. At the same time, she also smelled that there seemed to be a wisp of dense fragrance permeating the air. Although the aroma is not so pronounced that it's easy to think it might be some sort of floral scent, but Li Siyao brought with her the experience of her previous life. Naturally, she couldn't be fooled that easily. She almost instantly detected that it wasn't the scent of a flower, but a kind of ecstasy. But why did the Su family still place this special kind of ecstasy? This question made Li Siyao's face brush white, because, at this moment in time, she suddenly thought of a certain possibility. At that moment, instead of dwelling on whether those scents were floral or ecstasy, she quickly rushed over in her father's direction. But Li Jiangshan also smelled the strange floral fragrance at this time. In an instant, his legs went limp and his entire body nearly fell to the ground. Su Jingyang, however, held him up and then said with a smile, "Big brother Jiangshan, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright?" Li Jiangshan looked a bit dazed, and his face as he looked at Su Jingyang became hazy, and even had heavy shadows. Then, the miserable screams of the Li family members rang in Li Jiangshan's ears. He twisted his head with difficulty to look behind him. A group of black-clothed men suddenly struck out at the Li family, and in an instant blood sprayed all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Li Jiangshan's eyes were suddenly glazed over, and his mouth shrieked in shock. What kind of person? Surprisingly sneak attacking my Li clan members. With that, he wanted to make a move to save all of his people. However, how could he, a tiny perfection Earth Shin realm, walk after inhaling a large amount of spirit vertigo scatter? Almost immediately after taking the first step forward, his entire body fell straight and softly. Consciousness also became very blurry at this moment. He looked at Su Jingyang with difficulty, then stretched out a hand, trying to grab the corner of Su Jingyang's coat, while saying in a feeble tone, "Jingyang, virtuous brother, quickly make a move to save my clan. Quickly." After Li Jiangshan spat out the last word, his raised hand went soft to the ground, until the last moment before he fell unconscious. He had never suspected that it was the Su family who had moved against them, so it was evident that Li Jiangshan exactly how much he believed in this group of outsiders from the Su family. At the same time, the other senior members of the Li family also fell one after another at this moment. Chapter 41, Li Jiangshan cried. Li Siyao went crazy. Even Li Siyao felt that strong feeling of powerlessness coming from within her body. If it wasn't for the fact that she had detected the toxin of the spirit ecstasy in advance and held her breath, it was estimated that this time would be the end of the line as well. At that moment, she wanted to bite the shuttle talisman inside her teeth, preparing to escape from this place and then going to move help to save the Li family. But at that moment, a silhouette appeared behind her almost silently, and then violently struck the back of her head with a stick. Knock! With this one blow, it directly knocked Li Siyao out of consciousness. But as she struggled to see the person who had sneaked up on her before she finally collapsed, Suishuan. After she spat out these 3 words with great difficulty, her eyes just closed, and then she completely fainted. Yes, the person who suddenly appeared behind Li Siyao at this moment was none other than Li Siyao's young lover, Suishuan. He was also the one who wanted to be together at the time when Li Siyao didn't hesitate to skip out on the wedding. But at this time, he was the one who suddenly made a sneak attack on Li Siyao. And at this time, Suishuan then condescendingly looked down at Li Siyao and coldly laughed. What a fool! Having already escaped from the Su family, now you're actually taking the initiative to come back. Just as well, since it's like this, let you become one of the nourishments for our Su clan's gods. When Li Jiangshan and Li Siyao woke up, they were already tied up and locked inside an iron cage. Then, Li Siyao saw that outside the iron cage, a large group of Su family members were kowtowing and worshipping around a huge demonic fetal flesh egg. By the looks of it, it seemed to be some kind of ancient ritual. Li Siyao recognized what that thing was the moment she saw the demonic flesh egg. Unexpectedly, everything that Chen Haoling had said to her back then was actually true. The Su family had really raised a demonic fetus, and it was still an extra-large demonic fetus flesh egg that had reached over 4 meters. It looks as if it is about to break out of its shell. Then, the Su family's worship ceremony ended, and under Su Jingyang's orders, they began to drag one by one the Li family members from inside the iron cage. Then, they wiped that Li family member's neck with a knife in front of Li Siyao and also Li Jiangshan. That blood-soaked scene was gut-wrenching to watch. The next moment, that Li family member was thrown straight into the pool of blood, and then hysterical screams rang out. In no time, the Li family member who was thrown in turned into a white bone, completely turning into the nutrients of the demonic fetus flesh egg. At the same time, more Li family members were carried out one after another, and they were methodically cut their necks before being thrown inside the blood pool. During that time, there were also quite a few people who rushed in the direction of Li Siyao as well as Li Jiangshan and begged for help. Family Master, Second Miss, save me, I don't want to die, save me. However, no matter how much that person wailed, he still couldn't escape being thrown into the pool of blood. When Li Siyao saw this scene, her eyes instantly snapped up, and she directly cursed at Suishuan and the others. Suishuan, you bastard. Thanks to our Li family trusting you so much, you actually harmed us. *******. You shall not die well. You will go to the 18 layers of hell sooner or later. However, Suishuan only looked at the execution platform indifferently. It was only after a moment that he suddenly turned his head and smiled sorrowfully at Li Siyao. If you had honestly married me in the first place, I might have even begged the old ancestor to let you live. It's just a shame. You shouldn't have repented of your marriage to me, Li Siyao. Just based on this, I can have you lynched without any semblance of life. Or maybe you think of me as that trash Chen Haoling? Thinking that, even if you privately repented of your marriage, nothing would happen. If you really think that, then you're very wrong. I'll torture you little by little and make you regret coming into this world. Suishuan's expression looked very sinister and filled with hateful anger as he said this. And as Li Siyao watched this scene, her entire body froze. The childhood friend she once grew up with, the boy who was as if he was the brother next door, the real side of him was actually so vicious. After realizing this, Li Siyao sat down on the ground powerlessly. She had abandoned Chen Haoling for this man in the first place, abandoning the man who had dutifully taken care of her for over 10,000 years? Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Li Siyao suddenly began to laugh maniacally. While laughing at the same time, she also madly smacked her own mouth. Chen Haoling was so good to herself, but she was all blind to it. That bastard Suishuan didn't do anything. yet he made himself pull out his heart for him. Why would she be so stupid and brainless as to give up a mountain of gold for a stone? Snap! 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 The sound of frantically smacking her own mouth echoed even more, and at the same time, her mouth wailed. Husband, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Ah ha 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 ha. Looking at Li Siyao's maniacal appearance, everyone tacitly remained calm and almost silent. In comparison, Li Jiangshan, who was behind Li Siyao, was much calmer. He just sat dumbfounded in his seat, looking straight at his most trusted Su family members, cutting off the heads of his people, one after another, and then throwing them into the pool of scalding blood. Those clansmen were still pleading towards him for help before they died, but he couldn't do anything. Pitiful, ridiculous, pathetic. Li Jiangshan's eyes at this time likewise had a tear flowing down, and his mouth murmured, Haoling, you're right, it's righteous father who misjudged you. Thinking back to the beginning, Chen Haoling had also told him more than once that he should not easily trust the Su family, or else there was a possibility that his family would be destroyed, but he didn't even believe it, so he thought that it was Chen Haoling who was measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart. And the truth is, every word that Chen Haoling said was right, but he didn't believe a single word, and even slapped Chen Haoling, and severed the relationship between father and son, and even ordered to be imprisoned for life in the demon suppression tower. From the beginning to the end, the person who was so stupid was he, Li Jiangshan, himself. In realizing this here, Li Jiangshan's whole person's emotions completely collapsed, although his face was expressionless, but the tears in his eyes were big drops of flow. If he had properly had a long talk with Chen Haoling at that time and asked him about his views on the Su family, wouldn't all this have happened now? Retribution? Is it really retribution? Li Jiangshan closed his eyes in despair, not daring to look at those beheaded Li family members, because in Li Jiangshan's heart, he was the one who personally pushed his own clan to the guillotine. Chapter 42, Li Jiangshan wants to die with the Su family. It was also at the moment of Li Jiangshan's despair that he saw that his younger brother, Li Jianghe, was dragged out from the iron cage by Su family members. Then Li Jianghe cursed at the Su family like a mad dog. Su Jingyang, Su Luoyang, you bunch of wordsless, you shall not die a good death. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Instead, Su Jingyang was somewhat annoyed and yanked up his hair, saying viciously, we go back on our word? Li Jianghe, don't forget who sent Li Ruoshan to our Su family? What did you say yourself back then? Pledge her to us as a hostage, and wait until we get rid of Li Jiangshan and then help you to ascend to the position of Li family head before letting her marry our Xian. But what happened? She actually fled. She even tried to tell this group of fools from the Li family about our plan, causing our grand plan to almost be destroyed. Based on this alone, I can't wait to dismantle you and cut you into 1,000 pieces. As Li Jianghe listened to these words, his originally furious emotions were suddenly stabilized, and then, he revealed an oozing smile. It's also fortunate that she managed to escape, or else if she really fell into the hands of your Su family, it might be hard to escape death as well. Just as well, this time, I, Li Jianghe, admit defeat. But, Su Jingyang, don't be too complacent, dare to keep that kind of thing. Sooner or later, your Su family will be destroyed in its hands as well. I'll be waiting for you right below. With that, Li Jianghe violently detonated his spirit palace. However, a soft thud was heard, and Li Jianghe's abdomen was as if he had been hit by a rocket, and a large piece of flesh and blood exploded on the spot. Then, his entire body collapsed straight down, his breath completely disappearing. When Su Jingyang looked at this scene, his eyes then gently narrowed and he kicked on Li Jianghe's corpse, kicking him into the middle of the blood pool. Li Jianghe died, barely making any waves. The remaining Li family members were still being slaughtered, and the screams still continued. However, that bloody scene was clearly visible to Li Jiangshan as well as Li Siyao's father and daughter. In an instant, Li Jiangshan understood why Li Jianghe had previously been so keen to push for an alliance between the Su and Li families. It turned out that he wanted to use the Su family's hand to get rid of all the current Li family's main executives, and then sit on the head of the family himself. Nay, the Su family turned against him in the middle of the day and killed him in one piece. After realizing this, Li Jiangshan, suddenly he laughed out loud. To think that my Li clan has stood in Changyu City for over 200 years. I didn't expect to end up dying in the hands of my own people. Ha 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 ha. This laughter is filled with heartache, desolation. But then, his laughter came to a screeching halt, and then, his gaze coldly looked at these Su family members on the scene, and at the same time, he looked at Li Siyao on the side. At this moment, Li Siyao was like a subverted woman, sitting paralyzed on the ground, her eyes lifeless, and her mouth heatedly giggling. Obviously, today's scene had dealt a very big blow to Li Siyao. Li Jiangshan came to her side, grabbed her shoulders with both hands and shook her a few times with force, before just whispering, "Li Siyao." Li Siyao twisted her head very woodenly to look at Li Jiangshan, but she couldn't say a single word. Li Jiangshan took a deep breath, then said solemnly, "After escaping later, immediately go to the people of the City Lord's mansion and ask them to invite Lord City Lord over. Right now, other than Lord City Lord, perhaps no one can deal with that thing." Hearing this, Li Xiao's originally lax eyes suddenly regained a trace of clarity as she suddenly grabbed her father's arm. "Father, what are you doing?" Li Jiangshan twisted his head and glanced at the Li family members who were still being massacred, before just calmly saying, "I'm going to correct my mistake." Saying that, Li Jiangshan pulled away Li Xiao's palm. Then he slowly stood up and formed an obscure seal absolute with both hands. At the same time, a special spirit source energy in his brain began to riot. Then, his aura began to surge crazily, all of a sudden advancing from the perfection Earth Xian realm to the limit Earth Xian realm, and even immediately on the verge of arriving at the true martial realm level. When Li Siyao saw this scene, her pupils shrunk slightly. Her father is actually stimulating the god brain cancer tumor in his brain at the moment, because the divine brain cancer tumor was a disease that only immortal cultivators would be infected with. This tumor would pool all the mana in the cultivator's body in the brain. Therefore, when a cultivator stimulates this tumor in the brain, it will cause the mana contained therein to flow backward rapidly, thus doing the effect of skyrocketing cultivation, even more than in full strength. But there is a serious consequence to doing so. That is, the brain will be very seriously damaged, and all the organs in the body will rapidly atrophy, and within 3 hours at the earliest, it will die a violent death. After realizing this, Li Siyao immediately opened her mouth to stop it. "Father, quickly stop. You'll die." However, the seal absolute in Li Jiangshan's hand did not stop changing, and his aura was still increasing. However, he couldn't help but twist his head to look at Li Siyao behind him and laughed. "After you go out, remember to say sorry to Haoling for me. It's father who misjudged him. If he is still willing to call me his righteous father, burn me a little more paper money on this day next year. By the way, in telling him that my father is very proud to have a righteous son like him in his life." As the words fell, the breath in Li Jiangshan's body swelled once again, and surprisingly, at this moment, it rushed to the level of the minor achievement true martial realm. This scene also quickly attracted the attention of many of the Su family's guards, and even Su Jingyang turned his head incredulously to Li Jiangshan's side. "What's going on? Hasn't the toxin of the 10 incense mystic spirit dispersion sealed all of their cultivation? Why does he still have such strong power?" The old ancestor of the Su family also looked over at this time, his eyes gently narrowed. Then he said in a cold voice, "It's the divine brain cancer tumor." He activated the divine brain cancer tumor, causing the mana to appear to be pouring out. As soon as these words came out, Su Jingyang's pupils shrunk slightly before a chagrined look appeared on his face. He actually forgot that this bastard Li Jiangshan had this hand of cards. If he had known, he should have gotten rid of Li Jiangshan earlier. "Everyone together, slaughter Li Jiangshan for me. Definitely don't let his aura continue to increase any further." Su Jingyang roared and took the lead himself to rush towards the direction of the mouth of the iron cage where Li Jiangshan was. But at that moment, the iron cage was violently letting out an explosion, and then a silhouette rushed straight out. He punched a Su clan guard and actually hardened the body of this high-level Earth Xian realm. With a soft thud, a cloud of blood mist bloomed as if it were a flower. Su Jingyang and the others were slightly stunned, and their forward rushing steps followed and stopped. And immediately after, Li Jiangshan's image at the moment was displayed in front of them. The originally skinny and bony Li Jiangshan had actually turned into a 2-meter-tall super strong man with gnarled muscles at this moment. The fluctuation of his aura was even at the level of the great perfection, true martial realm. Seeing this scene, Su Jingyang's face instantly became extremely ugly, and the 40 or so Su family experts in the surrounding area were similarly like enemies. Chapter 43, What are you yelling about? However, Su Luoyang, the old ancestor of the Su family, was the first to walk out, and he said slowly to Li Jiangshan, "The mana pouring time of the divine brain cancer tumor can only last for less than a quarter of an hour, and after a quarter of an hour, without us having to do anything you'll die a violent death, and the death will be extremely miserable." "Li Jiangshan, why do you need to do it?" Li Jiangshan said with a relaxed face. "A quarter of an hour? It's enough. It's impossible for me to see the next day's sun in my physical condition anyway, so why not take advantage of a wave of residual heat to play out before I die?" As soon as the words fell, Li Jiangshan let out a loud roar. and his aura once again swelled by a large margin. This time, his strength actually expanded once again, reaching the level of the perfection true martial realm. This level was also the heyday strength of Li Jiangshan when he became the head of the Li family, and if it wasn't for the divine brain cancer, his strength wouldn't have been able to fall to the level of the earthly Shen realm. Then, Li Jiangshan charged straight into the middle of the Su family's many experts, and terrifying mana fluctuations swept out, instantly sending countless people scrambling. Even Su Jingyang was surprisingly knocked backward. It was only Su Luoyang, the old ancestor of the Su family, who could still barely cope. It was also at the same time that Li Jiangshan was still frantically fighting with these people, but Li Siyao quietly slipped out from the original iron cage. She twisted her head to look at her father, who had attracted almost all of the Su family's power, and with tears in her eyes, she took a bite out of the hidden shuttle talisman in her mouth. In the next moment, Li Siyao's body seemed to have turned into a soul body, which could not be seen or touched. Only a soft sound of swoosh was heard, and Li Siyao flew straight out. The speed was so fast that even Chen Haoling could hardly look at it. Soon after, Li Siyao flew out of the Su family residence with the power of the shuttle talisman. Only, she didn't go to the city lord's mansion as the family head had intended, but instead, she hoofed it to the Li family residence without stopping, because Li Siyao knew very well how terrifying the demon fetus flesh egg really was. Once the demonic creature was successfully hatched, then even if Lord City Lord himself were to come, it would be absolutely impossible to subdue it. What's worse, the first thing a demonic creature would do when it appeared in the world would be to seek out spiritine blood possessors to provide sustenance for its own growth. Just ask, which family in the entire changing Moon City had the highest number of spiritine blood possessors? There is only one answer: the Li family. Therefore, once the demonic creature descended into the world, then it would be the first to come to the Li family and carry out a crazy massacre on the people in the Li family. Therefore, right now, in order to protect the Li family, there was only one thing Li Siyao could do, and that was to take all the Li family members and hide before fleeing. Soon after, Li Siyao returned to the middle of the Li family residence. The head of the Li family's guards, Li Qingyun, who was walking towards them, went up to Li Siyao and asked after seeing her, "Second miss? Didn't you go to the conclusion ceremony of the Suli Alliance? Why are you back now?" Li Siyao, however, stepped forward and said loudly to Li Qingyun and the other Li family guards, "Go, wake up everyone in the Li family, whether it's the first line, or the side line, as long as it's surnamed Li, all of them, then have them immediately head to the demon suppressing tower. Hurry!" Li Siyao spoke very sharply. Obviously something very serious had happened. Although Li Qingyun was a bit puzzled, he still instinctively honored the orders of his master's family and began to ask all the guards to go wake up those Li family members who were still asleep. As for Li Siyao, she was the first to rush inside her father's room and began to frantically rummage for her father's family master's warrant, because only a family master's warrant can open the guardian boundary of the demon suppressing tower. Otherwise, even if all the Li family members were gathered, they wouldn't be able to enter that hellish place. While frantically rummaging, Li Siyao was still calculating the time in her mind. According to the knowledge of the abyssal demons in his previous life, that demon fetus flesh egg had already reached the critical point of hatching out. In 10 minutes at most, the demonic fetus will hatch. From the time she escaped from the Su family, until now, almost 5 minutes had passed, which made it only 5 minutes until the demonic fetus hatched, even counting the fact that the demonic creature would prioritize slaughtering the Su family after it hatched. But that would only delay it for about 20 minutes at most. Once the Su family was killed off, then her Li family would be next. So, all in all, the time left for her was only about 25 minutes, not even half an hour. However, in this short 25 minutes, she needed to find the family head's warrant, and then let the entire Li clan's 765 people, all hiding inside the demon suppressing pagoda. Relying on the super strong defense boundary of the demon suppressing pagoda, it was possible to resist the attack of the demons, as long as they can hold out until dawn. When the sun comes out, the demons will leave on their own. By then, she would have enough time to escape Changyu City with the Li family. This was Li Siyao's hide first, flee later plan. However, just as Li Siyao was still frantically rummaging through the family master's warrant, a tirade of abuse rang out. "Who is it? What's the noise in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping?" Li Siyao twisted her head to see that the visitor was actually her third aunt Shenjingi, the wife of her third uncle Li Jianhe. Strange, how could Uncle Sam's wife be inside her father's room and dressed so revealingly and coolly? But without waiting for Li Siyao to figure out what was going on, she was able to see a jade pendant hanging around Shenjingi's neck. Isn't that the family head's warrant that opens the protective boundary of the demon suppression tower? She had searched for it for so long without finding it, and it turned out to be around her third aunt's neck. At that moment, Li Siyao stepped forward, wanting to take the family head's warrant from Chen Jingyi's neck. But when Chen Jingyi saw this, she let out a delicate cry. "What are you doing, Li Siyao?" Saying that, Chen Jingyi retreated backward, actually avoiding Li Siyao's grasp. This moment even shocked Li Siyao as she looked towards Chen Jingyi in surprise and whispered under her breath, "True martial realm?" She didn't realize that her third aunt, who had always been unassuming, was actually a true martial realm powerhouse. Chen Jingyi also noticed Li Siyao's purpose at this time, which seemed to be the family master's warrant around her neck. At that moment, she removed the jade pendant and then questioned in a cold voice, "What do you want the family master's warrant for? Li Siyao, you'd better get one thing straight. Your father isn't dead yet. Moreover, even if he is dead, it's not your turn to be the head of the family." But Li Siyao eagerly stretched out a hand and said, "Give me the warrant first. The exact reason is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you later." Chen Jingyi, however, arrogantly placed the warrant behind her. "That won't do? This is something that your father has instructed me to do, and it absolutely cannot be given to anyone, including his daughter, Li Siyao." Li Siyao, however, said angrily, "It's about the lives of 765 people up and down my Li clan. Do you think I'm joking with you?" When Chen Jingyi heard that Li Siyao actually dared to be mean to her, she instantly stopped and straightened up and disliked her hard. "What are you yelling about, Li Siyao? Don't think that just because you're the daughter of the Li family's head that you can be so uncaring. Even if I'm an outsider, I'm at the very least your elder. Is this the attitude you take when you talk to your elders?" Li Siyao couldn't hold back any longer and yelled under her breath, "Hurry up and give it to me. Don't be pulling my leg, or else everyone will die." Chapter 44, Angry Li Siyao. Chen Jingyi was also infuriated at this time. Her little face was red, and her heart was even more rebellious. "The more you want, then the more I can't give it to you." She took a few steps backwards, then said with an aggrieved face, "Fine, if you dare to be mean to me, turn around and I'll tell your father, so that he can discipline you motherless thing." With that, Chen Jingyi pulled out the communication jade ultimatum as soon as she did so, to send a message with Li Jiangshan. However, Li Siyao was violently rushing forward. She wanted to directly make a move to snatch the family head's warrant. However, Chen Jingyi already knew Li Siyao's purpose, so naturally, it was impossible to let her get her hands on her easily. With a spin, she easily dodged Li Siyao's grabbing shot. Although Chen Jingyi was not an extremely strong cultivator in battle, she still had a lot of skills in escaping, and even though Li Siyao's demon phoenix power had been effectively controlled, it was difficult to catch Chen Jingyi. After Li Siyao failed to capture Chen Jingyi after several consecutive grabs, she angrily pulled out her magic longsword and pointed it straight at Chen Jingyi, saying angrily under her breath, "Chen Jingyi, you'd better not force me." When Chen Jingyi saw that Li Siyao actually dared to point her sword at her, she instantly cried out in a hurry and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Reversed, reversed, really reversed. The Li family juniors actually dared to assassinate their own aunt. There's no heavenly reason for this." With that, Chen Jingyi rushed straight out towards the outside with a speed that was simply astounding. After all, as a true martial realm cultivator, after putting all her energy into escaping under the ridge domain, naturally, no one would be able to catch her easily. But Li Siyao also immediately followed him out. From just now until now, another 5 minutes had passed, and it was this stupid woman, Chen Jingyi, who had caused her to waste so much valuable time. At this moment, Li Siyao couldn't wait any longer. The demonic phoenix power in her body was immediately released, and in an instant, Li Siyao's strength was promoted from the perfection earthly Shen realm to the limit earthly Shen realm. In the end, she broke through again to the small completion true martial realm. Such a cultivation level was only temporary, and when tomorrow morning came, it would fall back down again. But as a matter of urgency, she couldn't care less. Soon, Li Siyao's speed steeply accelerated under the full force of her outburst, quickly catching up with Chen Jingyi's escape speed, and when Chen Jingyi saw this scene, she lost her voice and screamed, "Murder! Murder! Quickly come someone!" However, without waiting for her to make the commotion a bit louder, Li Siyao managed to catch up with her, stomping her to the ground with one foot before raising her hand in an attempt to snatch the family master's warrant from her hand. However, it was also at this time that a loud roar rang out, unbridled. The next moment, Li Siyao saw that a wave of mana swept over in her direction. Boom! Li Siyao was shocked and fell backward. Then, as she was looking up, she saw, the Li family's supreme elder, Li Haiping, standing straight in front of Qian Jingyi. And when Qian Jingyi saw that someone had come to her rescue, she immediately got up, then hid behind Li Haiping, crying, "Elder, Li Siyao has gone crazy. She actually tried to kill me. Please, Elder, make sure to take down Li Siyao." As he spoke, 3 more Taishan elders walked out. Almost all of them were at the true martial realm, and then stared intently at Li Siyao. Among them, the chief Taishan elder, Li Haiping, turned to Li Siyao and said angrily, "Li Siyao, what the hell are you mad about? Do you realize what you were doing just now? If your third uncle sees that you're actually killing his wife, do you know how serious the consequences will be?" Li Siyao shouted angrily after seeing so many Taishan elders arrive. "Li Jianghe is dead. My father is also dead. And everyone who went to the Su Li alliance. They were all killed by the people of the Su family. Those bastards from the Su family want to use the blood of our Li family members to raise a demonic fetus as a way to gain great power. So, this Su Li alliance was planned. My father, in order to cover me from the trap, stimulated the god brain cancer tumor in his body and died with the enemy. I've come back now to save the entire Li family." In her anger, Li Siyao told everything that had happened before. However, the many supreme elders who heard these words all looked at each other. Li Haiping, however, opened his mouth and asked, "How do you prove that everything you say is true?" Li Siyao only felt her head buzzing at this moment. She asked rhetorically, "A matter of life and death. Who would use it to joke? What's more, how am I supposed to prove it now?" Li Haiping, however, raised his hand and waved, signaling that there was no need to say anymore. And at that moment, he said seriously, "What does what you said have to do with you going after your third aunt?" Li Siyao took a deep breath. In order to get the family master's warrant as soon as possible, she still tried to force herself to be calm. "In just said, the demon fetus flesh egg should have hatched by now, and with my knowledge of that thing, it's already slaughtering the Su family by now. In 10 minutes at most, the Su family will all be killed, and then its next target will be our Li family, because the blood inside our Li family members happens to be the nutrient it needs the most. Therefore, I want to get the family master's warrant as a way to open the boundary of the demon suppressing tower, and then have the entire clan hide in the demon suppressing tower piece by piece. As long as we wait until dawn, when the sun rises, the demons will leave on their own, and at that time, my Li family will be able to escape this calamity and then flee Changyue City. But Qian Jingyi refused to give me the family master's warrant anyhow, so I did those things." Li Siyao told all of her plans, thinking that the old man should always believe it now, right? However, the second elder spoke up. "Since that demonic creature you mentioned was so powerful, why didn't you go and inform the city lord's office in the first place, but return to the Li family first? As long as City Lord steps in, even if that demonic creature is powerful, it will be suppressed." Saying that, the second elder took a step forward, his eyes coldly staring at Li Siyao. "Li Siyao, your current behavior is extremely suspicious. I seriously doubt the credibility of your words." When Li Siyao heard this, she only felt a surge of anger that she had nowhere to vent, so she immediately continued, City Lord can't suppress that thing. Even if he personally takes action, he will still be killed. If you guys still don't believe what I said, then I'll swear on my life that I, Li Siyao, am absolutely not half false in this statement. If there is half a lie, and will be shattered to pieces and suffer the pain of 10,000 ants devouring his heart. This was already considered a poisonous oath, so it was evident how anxious Li Siyao really was right now. But the chief supreme elder, Li Haiping, yelled, "No!" As this loud roar rang out, Li Siyao once again froze in place. Then, Li Haiping said with a serious face, "I'll send someone to seek proof that what you said is true or false. If it's true, then I will naturally arrange for the clan to evacuate. But if it's false, then I will also punish you severely in your father's place." With that, Li Haiping turned his head to look at Qian Jingyi behind him and said in a cold voice, "Until then, this family head's warrant stays here with me. No one is allowed to take it." Chapter 45, Li Siyao locked up in the demon suppressor tower. Li Siyao people have been stupid. She stared straight at Li Haiping and said, "Another 7 or 8 minutes. The demon is going to kill over. You still beg for proof of a ghost? Ah?" Li Haiping, however, completely ignored Li Siyao. And just like that, in front of Li Siyao, he put the family head's warrant into his own storage ring. At this time, the head guard, Li Qingyun, trotted over and said to Li Siyao and also Li Haiping, "Miss, Elder, it's not good. Someone from the clan has clashed with our guards." Li Siyao turned her head to look at Li Qingyun and asked, "A conflict?" What kind of conflict? Li Qingyun said succinctly. We just went to wake up those Li family members who were still asleep as per your orders, miss, and as a result, they cursed at us after they were woken up by us. Even though our guards have told him very clearly that this is Mrs. Order, he continues to be tongue-tied and swears very badly. One of our guards, unable to listen, got into a verbal altercation with him, which resulted in the two sides rising to a physical altercation. Then the other clansmen had joined in by this time, and our guards didn't dare to fight back and ended up getting their heads bashed in. After Li Siyao heard this, her entire body almost fainted on the ground. Is it possible that the reborn are unable to change the way things end? In the last life, God let the Li family be wiped out. And in this life, the same ending is destined to happen all over again? Is the Li family destined to be annihilated in the river of history? It was also while Li Siyao was thinking like this that a large group of angry Li family members, holding those 20 to 30 guards, came straight to Li Haiping and the others close by. They threw those guards who were beaten and bloody to Li Siyao's face. Then a leading boy, Li Yuza, questioned Li Siyao. Second miss, please explain? What is the meaning of not sleeping in the middle of the night and sending people over to disturb our dreams? When these words came out, the subsequent hundreds of Li family members, they also questioned Li Siyao. Obviously because he was angered by Li Siyao's behavior. After all, who can sleep halfway and then be woken up with a pain in their heart? Li Siyao said angrily at them, disturbing your dreams? In a little while, even your lives will be lost, and you still have the leisure time to sleep? When Li Yuza heard this, he was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, what do you mean? Li Siyao repeated what she had just said to Li Haiping back to these people, and after she was done, was looking at these people in annoyance. I wanted to save you. I wanted to keep all of you alive. But what about you? This one wants to obstruct me. That one wants to oppose me? Do I have to get down on my knees and beg you to hurry up and run for your lives before you'll move a foot? When Li Yuza heard this, he was the one who smashed a wine jug in his hand on the ground, pointing at Li Siyao and then yelled, put your mother's bull **********. Li Siyao. Normally I give you face before I call you second miss. You really think you have a lot of face, don't you? And what's this blind bull ***** about demonic fetuses and demonic creatures? Are you out of your mind? Or have you read too many novels to go crazy here? So you're the only one in the entire Li family who's smart, and you're the only one who knows everything? What do you think our Li family's intelligence department is? Are they all blind? If the Su family really had any movement, wouldn't our intelligence department be unaware of it? What's the need for you to play the hero here? What the is wrong with it? Saying that, Li Ziyu also cursed and spat towards the side. Li Ziyu was the son of the Li family's eldest uncle, Li Jiangshui, and among his peers, he was the only one who dared to speak to Li Siyao in that tone. And it wasn't hard to hear from his words that what Li Siyao and these said about demonic fetuses and demonic creatures had caused a great impact on all of their perceptions. So, they just instinctively thought that Li Siyao was drunk or not awake to say such nonsense. Not only these juniors, but even those few supreme elders felt that Li Siyao's claim was too much of a ripoff, and hardly had any credibility. Even Qian Jingyi stood out. This woman was already like a psychopath, and when she came to the family master's room just now, she didn't say anything and opened her mouth to want the family master's warrant. I won't give it to her. She even tried to kill me. Ziyu, elder, you guys must punish her properly, even if she's the daughter of the family head. She can't be so reckless, right? The chief Taishan elder, Li Haiping, at this time was raising his hand to indicate that all the people should stop talking. The noisy crowd quieted down then. However, he heard Li Haiping say indifferently, I've already sent our Li family's scouts to the Su family to spy on the news. Soon they will be able to send the news back, and at that time, we'll judge whether Li Siyao's words are true or not. If she's really just making things up, then old me will definitely not let her go. Of course, if what she says is true, then it's time to evacuate and make preparations. Although there were still some people who felt dissatisfied with this statement from the Supreme Elder, they did not raise any more objections. Only Li Yuza clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Li Siyao and said, what a ing thing. Just like that Chen Haoling. All day long he likes to pull those useless things. Li Siyao took a deep breath at this time and suddenly calmed down in the face of Li Yuza's tirade. For a moment, she seemed to somewhat understand Chen Haoling's mindset. Soon, Li Haiping's communication jade ultimatum retrieved the message. And then, he opened the communication jade ultimatum's external voice. The voices of the scouts from the Li family's intelligence department quickly resounded through the scene. Reporting to the elders, we've already poked around the Su family. We haven't found any abnormalities. The family head and a few of the clan elders that are still there at the moment are still over at the clan ancestral hall, talking about wine and having a good time. It looks like the alliance is progressing very smoothly. The moment this voice rang out, everyone's eyes focused on Li Siyao's body. The look seemed to say, "Now how do you explain that?" Li Siyao, however, twisted her head and said, "This is the voice of the Su family. Although their voices have been disguised, it's certain that it's definitely not the Li family scouts." Li Yu's patience had obviously run out at this point, and he shouted at Li Siyao, "Enough! Li Siyao, what the hell are you doing? Is it fun to have to be so forceful? You said that the Su family has raised some kind of demonic child to victimize our Li family members. Well, now the elders have given you a chance to send someone to the Su family to investigate. Now, the message comes back and you say the voice was faked. What's the matter? Do you want all of us to head to the Su family together? And only die when you see all of us drinking celebratory wine in peace and harmony?" At this time, Chen Jingyi was the one who interjected. "I'm only afraid that when the time comes, this woman will again say that those Su family members are all that what's his name demons in disguise. Humph. This woman just has so many inexplicable reasons." At this moment even the very good-tempered Grand Elder Li Haiping was somewhat unable to endure it, and he said to his personal guards, "Someone come." The many guards stepped forward and said in unison as they clasped their fists right at Li Haiping, "My subordinates are here." Li Haiping announced aloud, "Lock up Li Siyao, and these guards of hers, all of them into the demon suppressing tower. Wait for the family master to come back, and then personally deal with them." Chapter 46, Bloodshed Demon Law. When the words fell, those guards clasped their fists in response. Then, they came to Li Siyao and the others in unison, picked up the handcuffs, and bound Li Siyao's hands. At the same time, there was also a great success, true martial realm powerhouse who personally held the family head's warrant and escorted Li Siyao to the demon suppression tower. But at this time, Li Siyao, obviously still not dead, she may be really unwilling to look at the Li family was destroyed in this way. To Li Haiping and other people on the roar said, "Li Haiping, Li Yujie, Chen Jingyi, you stupid, ignorant trash. You're the sinners of the Li family who can't distinguish between what's true and what's false. The Li family was destroyed in the hands of you fools." But as Li Siyao was dragged further and further away, her voice slowly disappeared. Only after Li Siyao was dragged away did Li Haiping say to the Li family members at the scene, all dispersed, all dispersed. Those who should go back to sleep should go back to sleep. Those who should go on patrol should go on patrol. Don't gather here." Like what? When the crowd heard this, they all retreated like a tidal wave. Li Yujie, however, looked at his communication jade ultimatum with a gloomy face. It was strange to say that his father, Li Jiangshui, could hardly drink. According to reason, after the conclusion of the Su Li alliance, he would also come back at the first time, and usually would not stay outside for so long. Also, even when he messaged his father, he didn't reply for a long time, which was a bit outrageous. However, after thinking about it, Li Yujie still didn't take it too much to heart. After all, his father was so old. It was impossible for him to wander off by himself, right? With that thought, he went back to sleep on his own. Su family, in the middle of the clan house compound, the bodies of Su family members were already lying all over the place at this moment. Their deaths were almost gruesome. Some of them even had their heads missing, and the scene was simply more horrifying than even the Morrow Hell. And in the middle of this compound, a massive figure stepped on the chest of Su Jingyang, the head of the Su family, with one hand choking Su Luoyang, the old ancestor of the Su family, and a communication jade ultimatum in the other hand. Just now, Su Luoyang had watched this monster, mimicking the voices of the Li family, send a message to the Li family's supreme elder, Li Haiping. It was only when he saw that this monster had such an amazing intelligence that Su Luoyang realized what kind of monster he had released. Not far away, Li Jiangshan's body was nailed to the wall by a spear. His body had changed from its original image of a super muscular man back to its original dry appearance, and his eyes were blurred, staring deathly at that huge figure. The thing was about 4 meters tall with black skin, kind of like some kind of ape-like creature. Its body was gnarled with muscles, and there were even countless worms wriggling under its skin. When it gave its face a turn, it saw Suishuan's face skin, which was actually grafted onto its face. This monster was the demonic creature that hatched out from amongst the fleshy eggs of the demonic fetus. Bloodshed Moloch, one of the 8 demonic tribes from the Abyssal Demon Cave, possessing superb defense, as well as aggressiveness. At the time of its birth, its strength was equivalent to the sum of 20 Limitru martial realm powerhouses. Even with a little bit of growth, it was possible to deal with the attacks of a Inyang realm powerhouse. only to see, with a forceful stomp of the bloodshed demon law's foot, Su Jingyang, the head of the Su clan, was stomped and exploded into a pile of flesh and mud under a terrified yell. A generation of lords fell. On the other hand of bloodshed demon Luo, Su Luoyang, the old ancestor of the Su family, was still only left with his last breath, and he said weakly to bloodshed demon Luo, Lord God, I am your devout follower and your most loyal slave. We are not your enemies, please spare us. Until this moment, Su Luoyang was still praying for the bloodshed demon Luo, to let them live. However, the blood fiend demon Luo was hemming and hawing, and its mouth emitted Suishuan's voice. Food, food, yummy. With that, it opened its bloody mouth, then stuffed Su Luoyang's head inside its mouth. Su Luoyang instantly yelled with his eyes wide open, don't! But everything was already too late. A large pool of blood splattered out the moment bloodshed demon law's teeth bit down. This old monster who had lived for 140 years also came to the end of his life at this moment. This time, the entire Su family was considered to be completely devoid of survivors. After finishing, the bloodshed demon law walked over towards Li Jiangshan's direction and said to him while letting out an oozing laughter, food and more. I want more. Li Jiangshan then said weakly, Lord City Lord will definitely kill you. However, the bloodshed demon Luo opened its mouth and ate Li Jiangshan's head in one piece. As of this moment, the Li family no longer has a family head. Gulp. As the bloodshed demon Luo decimated Li Jiangshan, all the memories about the Li family quickly surfaced in its mind. Then it laughed evilly. Food. So much food. I want more. I want more. With that, the muscles behind it began to squirm, and then two skeletons snapped out from under the skin. The skeleton was extending 7 or 8 bones in one direction. Then countless blood vessels grew from the bones, while a layer of skin covered them. In just the twinkling of an eye, a pair of gigantic fleshy wings grew behind bloodshed demon law. It looked similar to a bat, but bigger and longer. Along with that, the fleshy wings flapped with force, and a raging strong wind swept over, instantly carrying bloodshed demon law's body up in the air, and then it flew straight towards the direction of the Li clan. The sky was filled with rumbling thunder at this moment, which seemed to be crying and as if it was angry. It didn't take long for the blood-soaked rain to pour down. On the 9th floor of the demon suppressing tower, Li Xinyue looked at the light rain falling from the sky, and a strong sense of uneasiness struck her. The feeling was the same as in her last life, when she encountered some deadly danger, making her fidgety and anxious. But clearly, her strength had already arrived at the limit true martial realm level, so why did she still feel this way? With this thought, her gaze steeped to the Su family side. Her mouth whispered, coming? It's so fast. With that, she looked in the direction of the cultivation chamber again. Several hours had passed since Chen Haoling had entered it, and it was unknown when he would come out. In front of the Li family mansion, the two guards were still yawning, looking drowsy, but suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky, and then smashed heavily in front of them. This instantly caused both guards to be startled as they snapped their eyes open and shouted under their breath, "What's wrong? What happened?" But when their eyes looked at the black shadow that had suddenly appeared, a sense of instinctive fear surfaced. Then the black shadow rushed straight in their direction. Boom! This time, along with the two guards and the Li family's gate, they all gave a piece of collapsed. Then, bloodshed demon Law let out a beastly roar as he looked up to the sky. This roar was like the death god of hell, announcing that its arrival would require a large amount of life sacrifices. Meanwhile, inside a room, Li Haiping was still lying on a bed with Qian Jingyi, but he heard Li Haiping slowly say, after waiting for a while, "Jiang he might be coming back. And you still dare to come up to me?" Qian Jingyi pursed her lips and smiled, as if she was a gentle little rabbit. She snuggled into Li Haiping's arms and said, "That deadbeat. He comes back smelling of booze and then falls asleep, not paying any attention to whether I'm inside the room or not." Chapter 47, Changes. Li Haiping laughed. "That's right, if he cared enough about you, you wouldn't need to run out and steal food." Qian Jingyi's small mouth pouted and said with some dissatisfaction, "What's stealing food? Say so ugly. I'm called making friends, you know?" Li Haiping let out another laugh. Okay. Making friends is making friends." Just as the two of them were talking and laughing, the door of the room was knocked hard, and immediately afterward, a sharp voice came in. Elder, it's bad. It's a big deal." Li Haiping said with a frown when he heard the voice. "What's going on? Is Li Siyao making trouble again? Didn't I already tell you guys? After locking her up in the demon suppressing tower, just leave her alone, and after a long period of time where no one cares about her, she'll naturally stop making a fuss." The words were filled with dissatisfaction, but Li Haiping also managed to put his own clothes back on before walking towards the door. But at that moment, the voice outside the door said, "No, Elder, it's a monster." A monster suddenly appeared in the courtyard of our Li family, and then went on a slaughtering spree against our Li family members. Just this one time, several people have already been eaten by it. As soon as these words came out, Li Haiping was slightly startled as he opened the door with one hand, then said with a puzzled expression, "Monster? What monster? You're not awake and talking nonsense here either, are you?" That servant said emotionally, "It's true, that monster is 4 meters tall, with a pair of fleshy wings behind it. Its power is so immense that even a strong person of the earthly Shen realm was easily killed by it. Grand Elder, you should hurry over and take a look." When Li Haiping heard this, his face changed slightly, and at this moment, his mind suddenly recalled the words that Li Siyao had said earlier. But at this time, Chen Jingyi was the one who walked out, and followed with her mouth. No need to think, it must be that Li Siyao messing up again. Li Haiping, however, said to Chen Jingyi with a furrowed brow, "Whether or not it's her that's messing with me, I should have to go over and take a look." With that, he took out the family master's warrant from within his storage ring before handing it over to Chen Jingyi. "Just to be on the safe side, just go hide in the demon-suppressing pagoda for a little while, and come out after it's alright." Chen Jingyi saw this, but she said in a petulant manner, "You're asking me to go to that kind of haunted place? I won't go. I won't go even if I'm eaten by that monster." It was also when Chen Jingyi was spilling her guts like this that the ceiling of this one room of theirs was suddenly smashed down by something heavy. The whole room shook for it. This scene startled Chen Jingyi as well as Li Haiping, and they all turned their heads to look in the direction where the heavy object had smashed down. Then, their pupils shrunk slightly, only to see that the bloodshed demon Law was holding the corpses of several Li family members in his mouth as he chewed on them, his gaze still looking at Li Haiping and Chen Jingyi. The moment Chen Jingyi saw the bloodshed demon Luo, her small face was instantly whitened with fear, and letting out a shriek from her mouth, she directly picked up Li Haiping's family master's warrant before running wildly in the direction of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Li Haiping, on the other hand, was staring at bloodshed demon Luo with a horrified expression on his face. At the same time, a strong sense of fear spread out. The feeling was like a mouse meeting a cat, a fear that originated from the depths of the soul. And bloodshed demon lover directly let out a ghostly whine as he rushed over in Li Haiping's direction. Li Haiping immediately cast his own mana. The limit true martial realm aura was on display at this moment. His left hand was clenched into a fist, and he struck in the direction of the bloodshed demon Law. But the next second, a loud bang could be heard, and Li Haiping leveled the individual as if he had been hit by a rhinoceros. His entire body was knocked straight out. Pust. This instantly caused Li Haiping's mouth to spit out a large puddle of blood, and his entire body fell to the ground and rolled several times with it. At the same time, bloodshed demon Law then excitedly stomped down towards Li Haiping's head. Li Haiping was startled in his heart and hurriedly stood up with a spin, narrowly avoiding bloodshed demon Law's stomp. At that moment, he drew out his own magic weapon flying sword and roared lowly under his breath, "Sword Chi East." As the words fell, his entire body levitated in the air, and around him, hundreds of sword shadows were immediately gathered. As his mouth let out a loud roar, these sword shadows were like a long dragon that snaked and coiled around his body, and then violently flew toward the sky, before falling straight down again. The densely packed sword shadows were all aimed at the bloodshed demon Law below. In a matter of moments, hundreds of sword shadows shot the bloodshed demon Luo, as well as everything within 10 meters of the surrounding area, all into a sieve, especially the bloodshed demon Luo. Its body was pierced through by a dozen sword shadows, which even prevented it from moving the slightest bit, and Li Haiping, at that moment, yelled again, "Explode!" as his hands formed a seal of absolute. Those sword shadows actually exploded at the same time. Boom boom boom. As if it was the most overbearing potent explosive, the horrifying sound waves of the explosion instantly flattened all objects within a 20-meter radius. Several houses even collapsed on the spot, and the ground trembled as if it had experienced a small earthquake, along with a plume of smoke rising up. It couldn't be denied that Li Haiping, as one of the strongest members of the Li family, this kind of strength was still very possible. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that under the Inyang realm, it was estimated that there weren't many people who were his opponents. When the smoke dispersed, it was seen that the ground of this entire area had collapsed, and the surrounding buildings had almost all turned into a pile of rubble, while the bloodshed demon law at the center of the explosion was blown into a pile of weirdly shaped rotten meat. It also made a grunt like an old man's moan from its mouth. There were also many chunks of bloodshed demon lover's flesh scattered around. At that moment, many of the Li family members who had rushed here cheered after seeing this scene. Long live the Great Elder. The Great Elder is mighty. Even Li Haiping let out a slight sigh of relief. Good thing. This monster was still within the range that could be fought against. But in the next second, behind Li Haiping, a piece of minced meat suddenly turned into a meat knife, then shot straight at Li Haiping. Li Haiping's heart was violently startled, and he subconsciously dodged towards the side. Only a loud poof was heard. Li Haiping's left shoulder was actually sliced off at this moment by a meat blade made up of bloodshed demon law's shattered flesh. That entire arm, again, was caught by the meat cleaver, and then sent to the bloodshed demon Luo's main body, before being eaten by it in one bite. And that was when Li Haiping screamed in agony. His entire arm was cut off, and thick blood splattered out. And at that moment, bloodshed demon lover's form changed again, and his original rotten flesh form suddenly turned into a reptilian one. The wounds on its body also healed instantly at this moment, and at the same time, it grew a third, fourth arm, 4 hands, 2 feet, and a pair of fleshy wings behind him. Truly a disgusting flesh monster. At the same time, an indescribable stench was pounding on the face, and the smell was like rancid rotten meat that had been thrown into a pool of fecal water for 77 or 49 days. It almost made a lot of people vomit on the spot. Not only that, the bloodshed demon lover's body length continued to increase, from the original 4 meters to the current 6 meters long. Then, the bloodshed demon lover crawled straight towards Li Haiping's direction. The surrounding people of the Li clan, seeing this scene, all scattered in fear. As for Li Haiping, he then looked at bloodshed demon Luo in horror, crying frantically under his breath. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm the Li clan's supreme elder. As long as you spare me, I can give you anything. Wealth, women, even the entire Li clan. Please don't kill me. At this moment, Li Haiping had obviously been overwhelmed by the bloodshed demon Luo, and was even babbling a bit. However, when the bloodshed demon lover came close to him, he opened his large, fishy mouth. Chapter 48, the guardian boundary of the demon-suppressing pagoda couldn't be opened. Li family's complete despair. At that moment, Li Haiping's mind instantly reverberated with the words that Li Siyao had previously said to him. Li Jianghe is dead. My father is also dead. And everyone who went to the Su Li alliance. They were all killed by the people of the Su family. Those bastards from the Su family want to use the blood of our Li family members to raise a demonic fetus as a way to gain great power. I've come back now to save the entire Li family. I want to get the family master's warrant as a way to open the boundary of the demon-suppressing tower, and then have the entire clan hide in the demon-suppressing tower piece by piece. As long as we wait until dawn, when the sun rises, the demons will leave on their own, and at that time, my Li family will be able to escape this calamity and then flee Changyue City. 10 minutes ago, Li Xiao's words were still fresh in his mind at this moment, but Li Haiping couldn't tense up any longer. Because how could he possibly think that the demonic creature that Li Siyao had spoken of was actually real? At that moment, he was almost gutted. If he had followed Li Xiao's request earlier, and had brought the Li family clansmen together to hide in the demon-suppressing pagoda earlier, then by relying on the protection of the demon-suppressing pagoda, wouldn't such a thing have happened today? After realizing this, Li Haiping, in despair, let out a miserable scream to the sky, as if he wanted to proclaim the unwillingness in his heart through such a method. However, at this time, a figure rushed straight over, and under Li Haiping's astonished gaze, he kicked bloodshed demon Law in the face. Knock! The strength of this kick was so strong that it even sent a piece of flesh on the face of the bloodshed demon Luo flying out, and its head was thrown towards the side with force. Looking up, he realized that the person who had struck out was not the same as Li Yuza just now. It was thought that he should have been woken up from his dream again. Only, this time, it wasn't the Li family who woke him up, but this bloodshed demon Luo. Only to see, Li Yujie yelled right at Li Haiping. Grand Elder, run away! This loud roar instantly made Li Haiping, who was in a daze, come back to his senses, and he immediately stood up from his position, and at that moment, he yelled at the Li family members on the scene. Everyone listen to the order, immediately go to the demon-suppressing tower to take refuge. There shall be no mistakes. Those who disobey the order shall be executed. Many of the Li family's juniors hurriedly answered yes, and then they surged towards the direction of the demon-suppressing tower in unison. One by one, Their running speed almost reached their lifelong limit, and they just hated that their parents didn't give themselves an extra pair of legs. Perhaps this was the pathetic thing about the Li family. When they were warned of the impending danger and the need to escape immediately, they refused to go to the safe zone on the grounds that they had been awakened from their lucid dreams, and when the danger really came, they realized that they were in a hurry, each one scrambling to be the first, fearing that if they were one step late, they would be eaten by the demonic creature in general. And on the scene, the other great elders of the Li family also rushed to the scene, including some of the fathers, and the mainstays among the younger generation, all of whom were also present. At a glance, there were actually 10 true martial realms and 20 Earth-Shen realms. From this, it could be seen that the Li family was still very deep, and after Li Jiangshan and also Li Jianghe and the others were killed, they were still able to retain so many strong people. Only, even with so many powerful people, when facing the bloodshed demon Luo, they were still beaten back and forth, helplessly. These older generation of powerhouses could only burst their full power by stimulating their life essence blood, thus buying time for the Li family's juniors to escape. Li Haiping, as the chief Taishan elder, his battle intent was also rekindled at this moment as he let out a roar up to the sky. 9 dragons trapping heaven formation. With that said, the 10 great true martial realms and also the 20 high-level Earth-Shen realms stood in 30 different directions before forming seals of absolute. In an instant, a golden spatial spell formation manifested, after snapping straight onto bloodshed demon Luo's body. From afar, it looked as if it was a golden iron chain that was bound to its limbs. This time, it successfully slowed down bloodshed Moloch's actions, but it was only delayed and not completely trapped. Its body was still moving and approaching in the direction of the demon suppressing tower. Li Haiping twisted his head with difficulty to look behind him, and after seeing that the demon suppressing tower was already close at hand, he yelled at the crowd, block it for me. There are still a lot of juniors who haven't entered the tower, definitely can't let it get half a step closer." With that, Li Haiping's hands pushed forward and pressed straight on top of the golden space spell. It was like pressing against a clear glass wall. On the other side of the wall, the bloodshed demon Law was like a crazed beast, constantly advancing forward. No matter how hard Li Haiping resisted the advancing pace of the bloodshed demon Luo, it all seemed useless. At this time, a Taishan elder who was pulling the chains, then suddenly said, "What's the situation over at the demon suppressing tower? How come there are still so many people who haven't gone in? How long has this been going on?" At this time, Li Yujie also looked up over there as he used his pupil technique to look in the direction of the demon suppression tower. After taking a good look at the situation there, he yelled, "Grand Elder, the guardian boundary can't be opened. All the juniors of our Li family can't get in." The moment these words came out, these Li family elders who were still fighting to the death were all dumbfounded. Li Haiping, in particular, shouted angrily, "What kind of joke is this? How could the guardian boundary not open? Could it be that the family master's warrant is broken?" Li Yuza looked towards that side again, then said, "I'm not sure. Anyway, that woman Qianjingyi is still messing around. I don't know what the hell she's up to. In any case, the guardian boundary just can't be opened. The people outside can't even get in." When Li Haiping heard this, he was so angry that he yelled up to the sky, "Qianjingyi, you stupid bastard. If I can survive today, I will definitely chop your head off with my own hands." With that, he then looked at Li Yuza and yelled, "Yuza, you personally go over and open the guardian boundary, and if necessary, you can do it first." When Li Yujie heard this, he loosened the chains in his hands, then said, "Okay, I'll be right back." When the words fell, Li Yuza let those elders resist the bloodshed demon Luo alone while he himself rushed to the front of the gate of the guardian boundary. At this moment, a large number of Li family juniors were still screaming, "Let us in! Let us in!" While Chen Jingyi was still tinkering with the opening stone tablet, she also looked anxious, but she didn't know what was going on. The family head's warrant, which had worked in the past, didn't work today. The guardian boundary didn't react at all, but bloodshed Moloch had already come close, and everyone would die if they didn't open it up. And at that moment, Li Yuza rushed over and yelled at Qianjingyi, "Qianjingyi, what the are you doing? Why haven't you opened the guardian boundary?" Qianjingyi cried anxiously when she saw Li Yuza coming. "This damn thing doesn't know what's going on. It can't be used. The boundary doesn't react at all." Annoyed, Li Yujie arrived in front of the stone tablet and personally set the family head's warrant on the groove before injecting mana into it. But the result was just as Qianjingyi said. The guardian boundary did not respond at all, as if it was broken. Seeing this scene, Li Yujie's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed Qianjingyi's neck and yelled, "Idiot, What did you do to the family master's warrant? Why can't you use it now? Xian Jingyi was also confused at this time, and she said in an aggravated voice, what can I do to that thing? I'm counting on it to live too. Li Yuza, however, yelled, then what is this now? You've been the one keeping the family head's warrant all along, and now that it's broken, do you still want to shirk your responsibility? Chen Jingyi sniffed and tears brushed down her face as she said sadly, why are you talking so loud? It's not like that thing was broken in the first place and now it won't open. It's not my fault. Li Yuza's lungs were almost exploding with anger at this moment. If before, when Li Siyao came to look for the family head's warrant, this stupid woman didn't stop it, it was estimated that the big formation would have been opened long time ago. Why would it get to such a point now? Stupid. I'll kill you. In a violent rage, Li Yuza pulled out his longsword and wanted to kill this stupid woman, but at that moment, a voice came from within the guardian boundary, Li Yuza. Li Yuza twisted his head to look over, only to realize that it was actually Li Siyao and a group of guards such as Li Qingyun. They had been imprisoned within the demon-suppressing tower by Li Haiping beforehand, and that was why they were now within the guardian boundary. After Li Yuza saw Li Siyao arrive, he said excitedly through the guardian boundary, Sister, what exactly happened? Why can't the family master's warrant be used anymore? This was the only time he would call Li Siyao his sister. But Li Siyao was also oblivious to previous suspicions, and immediately responded, the family master's warrant can only be used once a day, and after it's used up, you have to wait until midnight of the next day before you can use it again. Li Haiping used it once just now when he locked us in. If we want to use it again, we have to wait until 12 hours later. Chapter 49, The Li family is finished, completely finished. The moment these words came out, Li Yuza's entire body was like falling into an ice cellar. It can only be used once a day? The next use will have to wait until 12 hours later? What kind of joke is this? Where can a few elders last that long? As he said that, his eyes became a bit flustered, his entire body was at a loss for words, and as he looked at Li Siyao, he knelt down and said in a supplicating tone, Sis, I know you must have a solution, right? Please, you must find a way to save us. If we all die, the Li family will be completely finished. Li Siyao glanced at the bloodshed demon Luo that was already approaching in the distance before she said, later on, I will draw a spell seal to be engraved on top of the guardian boundary. Then, you and I will launch our strongest attacks on that spell seal at the same time, and in doing so, we will be able to make an opening in the guardian boundary. Wait until all of them are brought in, and the opening will automatically recover. At that time, we will be saved. When Li Yuza heard this, he said excitedly, really? Then sis, hurry up and do it. I will definitely cooperate with you. The other juniors followed suit. Second miss, are there any other orders? We'll immediately follow them. At this time, they were obeying Li Siyao's orders. When Li Siyao heard this, she wanted to open her mouth and arrange for them to help out together. But at this time, Li Qingyun suddenly opened his mouth. Miss, we can't do this now. Li Siyao, as well as the people outside the boundary, then simultaneously turned their gazes towards Li Qingyun. However, he heard Li Qingyun say in a cold voice to Li Siyao, that monster is only less than 200 meters away from our side. If you open the boundary now, at that time, the monster might be able to pass through this opening and thus destroy the entire boundary. When it really comes to that, it may not only be them, but all of us will die. Li Siyao stiffened at his words. Indeed, right now, if an opening was made in the boundary, even if the opening could be healed automatically, it would mean that the weakness was exposed to the eyes of the bloodshed demon law. At that time, once the bloodshed demon lover seized this opportunity and frantically attacked this opening, then the entire guardian boundary would be destroyed. Li Siyao, who thought of this, actually hesitated when she looked at the crowd outside the guardian boundary. However, the crowd outside was roaring in anger, especially Li Yujie, who hammered his fist on the boundary and yelled at Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun, you son of a... Don't forget who adopted you in the first place. If it wasn't for our Li family, you would have starved to death out there. Now that the Li family is in trouble, you're the first to turn against the water. An unfaithful, unfilial, unkind, and unrighteous dog thief like you will surely be condemned by heaven. Li Qingyun also said to Li Yuza at this time, Prince Yuza, Miss has already reminded you before, telling you to hurry and enter the guardian boundary. But what about you guys? What did you guys say? You said we disturbed your sleep and even beat us up. Now, well, seeing the danger coming, it's a different set of words, that we're turning against the water. Mr. Yuzawa, didn't you ask for this? Li Yujie once again frantically hammered the protective boundary and yelled right at Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun, if I survive today, I will personally chop off the head of you dog thief and chop it into pieces before feeding it to the dogs. Li Siyao listened to the tirades of the people on both sides, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly yelled, "Stop it all." This time, all eyes focused on Li Xiao's body again. At that moment, Li Xiao said to Li Qingyun, "I will open the boundary, and I alone will bear all the consequences that I will need to face at that time." When Li Qingyun heard this, he was suddenly enraged and yelled, "Miss, are you crazy? Have you forgotten how they treated you just now? The abuse they hurled at you, the accusations they leveled at you, can't you remember it so quickly?" Instead, Li Xiao looked at Li Qingyun and chortled, "I am the first eldest daughter of the Li family, and my father is the head of the Li family. Now that father is gone, I have to protect the Li family no matter what." With that, Li Xiao began to carve spell seals on the Li clan's boundary under the attention of all the people. When Li Yuza saw this scene, he was so excited that he almost didn't cry. He excitedly said to Li Xiao, "Sister, from today onwards, you are my regenerative parent. In the future, if you say south I will never say west. If you go east I will never go north. This life of mine, Li Yuza, is all yours." Even Chen Jingyi knelt down for Li Xiao at this time, then cried and said, "Siyao, I'm sorry, just now it's the third aunt who did wrong. It's the third aunt who wronged you. Don't worry, when today's events are over, third aunt will definitely try to make it up to you." However, Li Xiao completely ignored their words of gratitude, still carving out spell seals on his own. However, when he saw that the spell seal was about to be engraved, Li Qingyun and the group of guards behind him actually struck out at Li Xiao. This scene happened too fast and too suddenly, leaving almost everyone unprepared. Even Li Xiao looked at the scene in shock. At this time, she was pressed to the ground by Li Qingyun and the others and couldn't move. So at that moment, she angrily rebuked, "Li Qingyun, what are you doing? Want to revolt?" Li Qingyun said with the same anger, "Miss, a mole cricket is still greedy for life, let alone our living human beings? That monster is already here. If you open the boundary now, we will definitely die. Even if you're not afraid to die yourself, I am, and so are my brethren, and we don't want to all die in that monster's mouth." As Li Qingyun yelled, the next moment, a soft thud was heard. Then, everyone saw that a head suddenly flew straight over, before smashing heavily on top of the guardian boundary. This scene startled everyone. Even Li Yuza was so scared that he almost sat on the ground, because they saw that the head was actually Li Haiping's head. From the expression of fear he showed before he died, it was not difficult to see just how cruel an act the bloodshed demon law had done to him. Then, as soon as they turned their heads, they saw that the bloodshed demon law had already rushed into the Li family crowd. A tentacle grew on its body, and the port part of the tentacle actually had a mouth. And as the tentacle extended out hundreds of meters, the range that the bloodshed demon Luo could attack to also extended to hundreds of meters, only to see that the 30 tentacles shot out, instantly unleashing a crazy massacre on the entire Li family. In an instant, heart-rending screams resounded as everyone tried to escape, only to be given a blow through the heart by the tentacles. For a time, the entire Li family echoed with a strong smell of blood, and various corpses and limbs quickly piled up into mountains. After seeing this scene, Li Yujie completely despaired. He powerlessly fell to his knees. The Li family is finished, completely finished. But immediately afterward, a monstrous hatred swept around Li Yuza, and he yelled at bloodshed demon Luo, "Even if I die, I will cut off a layer of your skin." Saying that, Li Yuza took out a machete weighing hundreds of kilograms from inside his storage ring. At the same time, he stuffed a large handful of pills in his mouth. By overdrawing his body, and all of his lifespan, it allowed Li Yujie's strength to climb rapidly at this moment. In an instant, he advanced from the limit Earthshan realm to the great success True Martial realm, and then, he rushed straight towards bloodshed demon Luo with his machete in hand. At this time, bloodshed demon Luo's form had entered the third stage, becoming like a lizard man, lying on the ground, using his arms and legs to crawl. The previous Suishuan human face skin had been propped up in the battle. It was now transformed into a skeletal human face, but the arms and legs remained humanoid. The difference was that it had 4 arms, 2 legs, and a pair of fleshy wings behind it, and in the middle of the fleshy wings, which was its back, a nasty tentacle grew. Each tentacle had a mouth growing out of the end, and the surface of the tentacle was also covered with poisonous thorns, so once you touched it, you would almost certainly die. But Li Yuza didn't care about that. He was seeing Bloodshed Demon Luo slaughtering his Li family members and his younger siblings. Then he must fight Bloodshed Demon Luo to the death. With the machete in hand, he rushed over in the direction of the Bloodshed Demon Luo, perhaps with the belief of certain death. At this moment, Li Yu's speed was actually twice as fast as it was at its peak, and he even cut down several tentacles at one point. Chapter 50, Chen Haoling's Exit. Limit, True Martial Realm. In the distance, the great clans of Changyu City, as well as the true martial realm powerhouses of the City Lord's mansion, totaling nearly 50 people, swarmed over in unison in the direction of Bloodshed Demon Luo. In fact, as early as the moment the Bloodshed Demon Law appeared in the Li family, these powerhouses had already sensed this rich demonic aura, especially after they saw that this monster had already slaughtered all the hundreds of people up and down the Li family. They were even more furious and wanted to immediately strike out and kill it. However, City Lord Zhou Hongsheng signaled the others not to rush first, or at least to observe Bloodshed Demon Luo for a while. Thus, they watched as one after another of the Li family's true martial realm fell into the mouth of the Bloodshed Demon Luo. Zhou Hongsheng's face became exceptionally ugly as he watched Li Yujie and Bloodshed Demon Luo spar, his mouth whispering, "Where in the world did the Su family's group get this kind of monster from? 20 true martial realms have already died in its mouth now. At this rate, I'm only afraid that everyone will fall into its mouth." Butler Long said at that moment, "The Su family has died out, so if you want to know where they got this from, I guess you'll have to do some investigating. As for how to deal with this monster at the moment, the old slave feels that he should strike immediately, thus avoiding the continued expansion of casualties." Zhou Hongsheng sniffed, but hesitated. Last time, in order to stop Chen Haoling's riotous behavior, Zhou Hongsheng had relied on a secret method to allow his strength to rise to the level of the Inyang realm in a short period of time. But after the secret method, his body fell into a very weak state. By now, his strength had fallen back to the level of the limit true martial realm. And if this level wants to deal with that monster, isn't this purely looking for death? But at this time, the Sun Clan's powerhouses could no longer stand to watch. So they said to the City Lord, "City Lord, I'll go and test the depths of this monster first." With that, this perfection true martial realm powerhouse, without waiting for a response from the City Lord, rushed over in the direction of the Bloodshed Demon Luo. This person was obviously unable to accept a group of unarmed Li clan juniors being slaughtered in such a brutal manner, so he wanted to personally deal with the Bloodshed Demon Luo. But immediately after that, the Qian family, and the Zhao family, and some other family forces also had many strong people who had come down to rescue them. There were more than 50 top-tier powerhouses in total, and 40 of them came out all at once. Even the powerhouses of the City Lord's family went down quite a bit. Obviously, these people were well aware that once the monster was allowed to continue eating people, it would push up its strength even further. When it grows to a new level, perhaps no one will be able to stop him. The reasoning of lips dying and teeth chilling would not be lost on these powerhouses, and if they wanted to survive and protect their own family's juniors, they would have to make a move now. Zhou Hongsheng could only choose to acquiesce to this. Below, Li Yujie was kneeling on one knee. His left arm was gone, and there were hundreds of wounds on his body. However, he still didn't flinch in any way, his gaze staring straight at the Bloodshed Demon Law who was crawling towards him step by step. Li Yujie gasped for air. He turned his head to look behind him and there were still 7 or 8 young children of the Li family. And then he yelled at the Bloodshed Demon Luo. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My Li family will not perish. Today I die. But in the future, my Li family's descendants will definitely avenge me. Saying that, Li Yuza actually copied his own machete, wanting to detonate his own mana and thus die with Bloodshed Demon Luo. However, the Blood Fiend Demon Luo screamed strangely, its mouth still chewing on a large number of the Li family's limbs, and its expression appeared to be very pleased with itself. It was clearly able to understand Li Yuza's words, but it didn't take it seriously at all. At that moment, it opened its mouth and lolled out its tongue. That tongue was like a frog's tongue, shooting straight towards Li Yuza. Looking like that, it was obviously ready to waste Li Yuza in one piece. Li Siyao, who was in the middle of the guarding boundary, was suddenly enraged when she saw this scene, and she desperately resisted, wanting to rush out piece by piece to protect the juniors of the Li family. However, her body was held down by Li Qingyun, hardening her so that she could not move a single bit, and could only watch those younger siblings of hers being killed. However, a blade light slashed down, directly severing the tongue of the Bloodshed Demon Law the moment it was about to approach Li Yuza. This scene made many people at the scene stare. Immediately afterward, countless strong people fell down from above the sky, then surrounded Bloodshed Demon Law in the center. At this time, the strongest member of the Qian clan, Qian Yongshang, inclined his head to look at Li Yuzhe behind him, and praised, "Kid, you've performed very well, you're a man, leave it to us next." When Li Yuzhe saw the visitor, he said excitedly, "Uncle Qian?" Even Qian Jingyi, who was hiding in the distance, said excitedly, "Brother." Qian Jingyi trotted out, her complexion looking excited. "Brother, you guys are finally here. I thought I was going to die here today." Qian Yongsheng glanced at this stupid sister of his, and then said helplessly, "Stand farther away, don't lean over." When Qian Jingyi heard this, she obediently let out an "oh," then assisted Li Yuzhe to retreat to the side. At that moment, the more than 40 top-tier powerhouses on the scene swung their weapons in unison, and attacked in the direction of the bloodshed demon law. In an instant, a tragic battle erupted, and a large number of buildings in the surrounding area were shaken by that terrifying mana fluctuation and collapsed on the spot. On the 9th floor of the demon suppressing tower, Li Xinyue reclined on a soft chair, eating fruit while looking at the scene below. This time, she had watched the show to her heart's content, perhaps because there were too many strong people coming. At this moment, she actually wasn't afraid that bloodshed demon law would fight up at all. But at this time, the cultivation chamber was suddenly opened, and Chen Haoling, who had been missing, slowly walked out from inside. Only, the Chen Haoling who walked out was bare-chested, his tight muscles full of explosive beauty, only to see Chen Haoling come to Li Xinyue's side, his gaze looking down at the battle below. He said, "How far have things developed?" Li Xinyue glanced at Chen Haoling and then said to herself, "You finally came out. I thought you had died inside." Chen Haoling said slowly, "I broke through a few more minor realms, so there was a bit of a delay." When Li Xinyue heard this, she subconsciously said again, "Broke through a few more minor realms? Don't tell me that you've already reached the perfection true martial realm level?" Chen Haoling sat down, casually picked up a cup of tea, just drank a big mouthful, and just said, "It's already at the limit true martial realm, only I've used up all those spirit stones you gave me again." When Li Xinyue heard this, her pupils shrunk slightly. On the one hand, he was surprised that Chen Haoling had actually broken through from the limit Earth Xian realm to the limit true martial realm in one go. On the other hand was that Li Xinyue had given Chen Haoling a total of almost 27,000 spirit stones before and after. In just this amount of time, Chen Haoling consumed all of it? It was important to know that for other cultivators to advance from the limit Earth Xian realm to the limit true martial realm, that would only require 9,000 or so spirit stones to be enough. But Chen Haoling's dosage was 3 times higher than that of an ordinary cultivator. In that case, what kind of level should Chen Haoling's strength expand to? Li Xinyue, who thought of this, then said to Chen Haoling again, "The Li family has more than 700 people, and now around 600 have died, with some old and weak women and children left. It's basically kind of all over. Right now, the city lord and the strongest men from the other clans in the city have already rushed to support them. And just those true martial realm people down there alone, there are around 30 of them, although they still have the upper hand right now, but with a little more time, it's probably not going to work." Saying that, she glanced at the sky again. Right now there was about half an hour or so left before dawn. She looked at Chen Haoling again. "With your current strength, can you deal with bloodshed demon Luo?" Chen Haoling, however, was silent, and it took a full 10 breaths before he slowly said, "I'm no match for that thing, and if I touch it, I'll probably die." Li Xinyue looked at Chen Haoling with some consternation upon hearing this, obviously not expecting that Chen Haoling would actually admit so bluntly that he couldn't defeat bloodshed demon Luo. However, just as Chen Haoling and Li Xinyue were talking, the bloodshed demon law below them, however, suddenly turned his head to look in their direction. Immediately after that, it let out a strange cry of excitement, and there was even a large amount of saliva flowing down from its mouth, as if it had discovered some extremely delicious food. Chapter 51, The East Leads to the Scourge. This scene happened to be seen by Li Siyao, who was not far away, and she followed bloodshed demon Luo's line of sight and happened to see Chen Haoling, who was on top of the 9th floor of the demon suppressing tower. In an instant, Li Siyao's mind had a flash of light, and she was surprised to realize that she had actually forgotten about Chen Haoling as a variable. With his strength, even if he couldn't kill the bloodshed demon Luo, he could at least stall it, and in this way, he could buy time for the remaining ones who were old and weak of the Li family to escape. Only, was it possible that Chen Haoling would help her to deal with bloodshed demon Luo together? It shouldn't be possible, should it? Thinking like this, Li Siyao's heart began to turn 100 times, and all kinds of thoughts kept flashing through her mind. Soon, she came up with a good idea. And the solution is simple. Just 4 words in total, woe to you. Backwards, Chen Haoling made a move to deal with the bloodshed demon Luo. Only, in this way, she and Chen Haoling might never have the possibility of getting back together again. And moreover, Chen Haoling would definitely hold a grudge against her for the rest of her life. But, in order to preserve those old and weak women and children left in the Li family, she had to do so. Between the family and Chen Haoling, she still chose the family. At this moment, outside of the protective boundary, the bloodshed demon Luo seemed to have fallen into some kind of berserk state, as it began to shout excitedly, and its attacks became more and more ferocious. The 30-odd true martial realm powerhouses that were clustered around it were soon knocked backwards in succession. Even Chen Yongxing was nearly paralyzed by the beating. On his chest, a hideous blood stain surfaced, a mark left after being lashed by the tentacles of the bloodshed demon Luo. Doesn't this get tired? After fighting for so long, it still has so much energy. Chen Yongxing panted heavily. The fiery pain in his chest made his face turn red. But in the next second, he was to see that the bloodshed demon Luo let out a loud roar. And then, those tentacles on its body changed once again. Some of the tentacles have port areas that change from mouths to sharp blades, while others grow heavy exoskeletons that resemble hammers. More than that, some of the tentacles actually grew heads. Yes, it was the head. And all of those powerful people who were eaten by the bloodshed demon Luo became part of the bloodshed demon Luo. Immediately after that, the tentacles that turned into blades swung wildly in all directions. Shoo shoo shoo. The speed at which the blade cut was so fast that it even brought up a trail of residual shadows the moment it cut through the air. Ding! A Sun Clan powerhouse blocked the blade's cut with a single slash. But the next second, another tentacle was right behind it. The port part of that tentacle was a mouth, and it opened its mouth wide right at that Sun Clan powerhouse, followed by a black mass of demonic fire that shot out steeply. Hoo hoo hoo! Wow! In an instant, the scorching demonic fire set that Sun family powerhouse ablaze, and his body was like a fireman, burned into a pile of charcoal in a very short period of time. The powerful members of the Grey clans who saw this scene were all silenced, and when they looked at bloodshed demon Luo, their eyes were filled with deep fear. Obviously, the strength of this monster had far exceeded their cognizance. Perhaps only a true Inyang realm powerhouse could make a move to subdue it. Otherwise, coming more people would just be a death sentence. Only Chen Yongxing yelled, "All of you, calm down. If you don't want to die, don't be hiding. I know you all have cards that you haven't exerted. Now immediately, use your full power for me. Otherwise, after the Li family is destroyed, our family will be next." These words were like a bomb, instantly sobering up the many clan powerhouses on the scene. At that moment, as they were twisting their heads to look over at Chen Yongxing had already made his move. He took a step forward and his body leapt up. Battle skill Wind Scroll. It was instantly unleashed. Hoo-hoo! A violent tornado steeply gathered around Chen Yongxing's body, and then it swept over in the direction of bloodshed demon Luo. Boom! The hurricane that was so strong that it actually swept the bloodshed demon Luo, which weighed tens of tons, into midair at this moment. Chen Yongxing immediately yelled at the crowd, "It's now! Quickly destroy him!" As soon as these words came out, the strongest members of each family struck out at the same time. The Sun Clan powerhouse made seals with both hands, and a thick beast fire rose steeply around him. And then, he raised his hand and waved his hand, and the battle skill dragon fire burning the sky was instantly executed. A dragon-shaped flame flew straight out of that Sun Clan powerhouse's hand, and then, amidst the gazes of everyone on the scene, it hardened and pierced through bloodshed demon lover's body. It was hard to imagine that the penetration of that dragon-shaped flame would actually be so strong. But things weren't over yet, as the Zhao clan's strongest members also formed their own family heirloom, the purple lightning thunderbolt, and pounced in the direction of the bloodshed demon Luo. As if it was a large net of purple thunderbolts, the bloodshed demon Luo was wrapped up in it, making it experience the storm of the thunderbolts every hour and every second. On top of that, all of the strongest members of the other clans below had also executed their strongest strikes and shot them towards the bloodshed demon Luo in the sky. The colorful spells seemed to light up the night. In the next moment, all of these spells were gathered into a single point by Chen Yongxing's wind scroll, before wrapping around the bloodshed demon Luo, compressing its body into a space that was only the size of a fist. Only Chen Yongxing clapped his hands together and yelled, "Explosion!" That little fist-sized ball of light exploded on the spot. Boom! A brilliant flame mass suddenly bloomed above the sky and spread out in all directions. Even the people who were at the bottom were swept by the powerful heat wave and almost flew backwards. Then, A piece of bloodshed demon law's shattered flesh fell down as if it were raining. Chen Yongsheng saw here, then slightly relieved. He faced a grateful wipe off his forehead sweat. In just said, finally, it was killed. The surviving Li family juniors all cheered after seeing this scene. The other powerhouses also looked at each other and smiled, looking like they had survived a robbery. Only Chen Haoling, who was above the demon-suppressing pagoda, quietly watched the scene as he slowly whispered under his breath. Would the Blood Fiend clan, one of the 8 tribes of the Abyssal Demon Cave, die so easily? It was also the instant that these words fell. The broken flesh of those bloodshed demon laws that fell to the ground suddenly turned into a sharp silver needle. Even Chen Yongsheng was pierced through his left shoulder by a sudden sharp blade. For a time, the whole place was in an uproar. More than half of the strongest people fell on the spot, and for the remaining strongest people, they were all seriously injured and dying. Then, everyone saw in despair that bloodshed demon law's body was actually pooling. In a short while, those broken pieces of flesh formed the bloodshed demon law's main body, and it was in a completely unharmed state. At this moment, I'm afraid that the only words that could come to mind to describe bloodshed demon Luo were the words monster. It really is just a monster, completely unkillable and unbeatable. In the next moment, the recovered bloodshed demon Luo let out a low roar, and then, it spat out dense black flames from its mouth. These flames, igniting everything around them, looked from afar like a sea of sweeping fire. Faced with that terrifying impact of the sea of fire, countless people were drowned on the spot, and some who could still move were able to escape by hiding on top of large rocks or wigwams. As he watched, bloodshed demon Law was ready to go on another killing spree. But suddenly, a clicking sound rang out abruptly. Then, Chen Yongsheng, as well as City Lord Zhou Hongsheng, and the strongest members of the surviving clan saw that the protective boundary on the demon-suppressing tower had actually shattered. It was as if it was a shard of glass, and underneath the protective boundary, Li Siyao stood straight next to a mouthful of array eyes. Behind her, Li Qingyun and the others had already been beaten unconscious by her. It didn't take much thought to realize that it must have been Li Siyao who relied on her knowledge of the guardian boundary of the demon-suppressing tower to forcefully destroy the formation eye from the inside. And that's how she managed to destroy the guardian boundary. Chapter 52, Chen Haoling was backstabbed by Li Siyao again. This scene also attracted the attention of the blood fiend demon Luo, and it turned its head to Li Siyao's side. Instead, Li Siyao shouted at bloodshed demon Luo. Bloodshed demon Luo, I know what you want. It's nothing but powerful spirit blood. Now I'll tell you. On the 9th floor of this demon suppressor tower behind me, there is a man named Chen Haoling there. There is a blood that flows in his body that is tens of thousands of times more powerful than our Li family's spiritine blood. The name is Fighting God Bloodline. Just eating him will be enough for you to complete your revolution and even advance to the level of bloodshed Shura. As soon as these words came out, fire once again surfaced in the eyes of the bloodshed demon Luo. As a highly intelligent creature, it was naturally able to understand Li Siyao's words. With that, its gaze lifted upwards to the direction where Chen Haoling was. Although just now, it had already sensed that Chen Haoling's aura was very unusual, but in the end, it was unsure of where exactly it was unusual, which was why it didn't make a move on Chen Haoling rashly. And now after hearing Li Siyao's words, bloodshed demon Law knew that he could make his move. At that moment, it let out an excited yell, and then just charged straight towards the direction of the 9th floor of the demon suppressing tower in front of everyone. It was like an oversized lizard with 4 arms and legs, piercing through the walls of the demon suppressor tower and rapidly climbing upwards. Many strong people were all confused after seeing this scene. Chen Yongsheng reclined under a rock, breathing heavily from his mouth. Fighting God Bloodline? What is that? Beside Chen Yongsheng, Qian Jingyi carefully bandaged his wounds and followed with her mouth. Don't talk, brother. I'll bandage you first, and when you're done, let's hurry up and leave, shall we? On the other side, City Lord Zhou Hongsheng also looked at the direction where Chen Haoling was in obediently before he suddenly laughed. Last time, it was this Chen Haoling who killed 8 of the top 10 true martial realm powerhouses at the extreme Earth Shin realm level. This time, again, we are facing a super monster. I wonder if we can still handle it. With that, Zhou Hongsheng revealed an expectant gaze. The dragon butler at the side then said, he's a whole lot stronger than last time, but if he wants to deal with that monster, it's still probably quite a long shot. City Lord, it's better for us to take shelter for a while, and wait until the Tendu Mansion's powerhouses arrive before coming out to clean up the mess. Zhou Hongsheng, however, waved his hand. How could he miss such a wonderful show? Then, he looked over to Li Siyao's side, and then teased, This Li Siyao is considered to have completely offended Chen Haoling to death, and afterward, it is estimated that she will be madly retaliated against by Chen Haoling. Butler Long was silent on this. Even Li Siyao below, when she saw bloodshed demon Luo really rushing towards Chen Haoling, her eyes were already filled with tears, and her heart was extremely self-condemning as well as difficult. She murmured to herself, Chen Haoling, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't want to be like this, but I really have no choice. I can't stand by and watch what little bloodline I have left in my Li family die in the mouth of the bloodshed demon Luo as well. I wouldn't have wanted to betray you if the strongest of the other clans could have dealt with bloodshed Moloch. I know that you will hate me very much afterward, but it doesn't matter. As long as the Li family can carry through this crisis, no matter how you punish me, I have no regrets. With that, Li Siyao wiped the tears from her eyes with all her might, and then, before turning around to rescue those young children of the Li family who were only 15 or 16 years old, or even only 7 or 8 years old. As for the 9th floor of the demon suppressing tower, Chen Haoling had already dressed himself at this time, and had also taken out the boundless blade at the same time. Li Xinyue helped him straighten his collar on the side as if she was a virtuous wife. Do you really intend to fight with bloodshed demon Luo? Chen Haoling looked at the swaying Jin demon tower. Inyang helplessly said, that has come up. Hide and cannot hide. In addition to the hands can still do it? However, this is good. As long as I get my hands on the blood core inside of it, then when the full moon descends, my boundless blade will be able to open up just the same. With that, he drew the Tang horizontal sword out of its sheath in front of Li Xinyue. Li Xinyue was slightly stunned when she saw this scene. Isn't this knife impossible to pull out? Chen Haoling stroked the blade. I don't know why, but I was able to pull it out after breaking through to the true martial realm. Only, it can't utilize its blade chi at all, and that leads to the fact that none of the various blade techniques, and Upanishads, that are uniquely belonging to it can be used. The boundless blade in this state is, at best, a very hard and very sharp ordinary Tang sword. He shook his head bitterly. It's true that you still have to open the light before you can use it. As he spoke, the bloodshed demon Luo had already rushed to the 9th floor, only that its body was too huge, and the moment it rushed up, it actually hardened the entire ceiling of the demon suppressor tower. That huge face stared straight at Chen Haoling as if it was staring at delicious food. Chen Haoling turned his head to look at bloodshed demon Luo, before saying to Li Xinyue, you go first, I'll look for you later. Li Xinyue took a few steps backwards, before saying to Chen Haoling, be careful yourself, don't be too heroic. As the words left her mouth, she made a turn and flew away against the floating spell, and at that moment, the bloodshed demon Luo bit straight towards Chen Haoling's direction. Underneath the demon suppressing tower, Li Yujie relied on his machete to support his broken body, wanting to go up and rush to Chen Haoling's aid, but at that moment, Li Mingxiao, who appeared out of nowhere, was pulling him back and said, Fifth brother, you're crazy, you're hurt like this now, what are you still doing up there? Li Wuzhe looked at Li Myunghyo, the son of A, who had been hiding from the start of the battle until now, and became furious, but still said, although Chen Haoling is not my Li family's son or grandson, he is still fighting for my Li family. No matter what, I can't just stand by and watch him get eaten. Li Mingxiao, however, cursed, forget it, if you go up there, you'll end up being eaten just the same. Let's go, hurry up and hide with me, if even you die, then the eldest uncle's family will be extinct. Li Yuzhe subconsciously tried to retort something, but all of a sudden, bloodshed demon Law's body crashed down from above the demon suppressing tower. Seeing this, Li Myunghyo screamed in fear and immediately pulled Li Wuzhe up and ran wildly towards the distance. It was also the moment they fled that bloodshed demon Law's massive body smashed straight to the ground. Boom! The ground immediately smashed out a deep crater. A ball of airwaves are swept to the surrounding. This directly let Li Myunghyo and others were blown backward, flying out. Directly the two of them fell into a dog. Chapter 53, Li Siyao orders Chen Haoling and bloodshed demon Law to die together. However, when they turned their heads in a single twist, they saw that Chen Haoling had stepped on bloodshed demon Luo's chest, and the Tang horizontal blade in his hand was deeply inserted into bloodshed demon Luo's body. Li Mingxiao's people were dumbfounded. Chen Haoling kicked bloodshed demon Luo down from above the demon suppressing tower with a single kick. Then it was seen that a tentacle once again grew out of bloodshed demon Luo's body, and then pierced straight towards Chen Haoling's body. Chen Haoling pulled the Tang horizontal blade out of bloodshed demon Luo's body. At the same time, solitary step was instantly cast. Perhaps it was because of the breakthrough to the true martial realm. Chen Haoling's solitary steps were played even more perfectly. When his figure faced the densely packed tentacle piercing, it was as if he was walking in the clouds, easily dodging them all. But at that moment, Bloodshed Demon Luo's big hand slapped straight towards Chen Haoling's body, and Chen Haoling made a spinning turn, and the battle skill, Scythe, was instantly executed. Phew! When Chen Haoling faced that slap over, he actually cut off his entire wrist with a single slash, and the blood fiend Demon Luo fiercely rose up from the ground, and opened his mouth right in Chen Haoling's direction, and a sticky and slippery tongue shot out, pointing straight at Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling backhanded the Tang Hengdao and stuck it on the ground, and the battle technique Infernal Hell was instantly unleashed. In the next moment, the tongue that was close to Chen Haoling spontaneously combusted out of thin air, and a white demonic fire quickly scorched the tongue. Chen Haoling's Infernal Hell was a self-combusting area within a 4-meter radius centered on Chen Haoling himself, and any object that approached this area would quickly spontaneously combust. As that tongue was set ablaze, the Bloodshed Demon Luo let out a loud cry of pain, and its tongue was quickly retracted by it, turning to use other tentacles to attack Chen Haoling. And when Chen Haoling saw this, he swung his boundless blade and charged up again. Soon, both sides were fighting hard. It was hard to imagine that Bloodshed Demon Law, who had been able to beat more than 30 true martial realm powerhouses out of their heads in 1 second, was counter-suppressed by Chen Haoling in the next. But at the same time, Li Siyao walked over quickly at that moment. Only, she wasn't there to help Chen Haoling, but instead, she came in front of the demon suppressing tower's boundary opening stone tablet. Then, Li Siyao shouted to the distant strongmen of the various clans, "Hurry over a few people to give me a hand and help me reopen the protective boundary." With these words, the Qian family, as well as the Zhao family, as well as the Sun family suddenly realized that the Bloodshed Demon Law was still within the shroud of the protective boundary of the demon suppressing tower. If the protective boundary was reopened at this time, then it would be possible to trap Bloodshed Demon Law inside. At that moment, countless strong men rushed over, and Chen Yongsheng also came close to Li Siyao and inquired, "What do we need to do?" Li Siyao glanced at these strong people who were still able to move, and immediately spoke out the locations of the various formations protecting the boundary. She then handed over the spirit formation diagrams for inscribing the boundary to these people before finally telling them how they should have to inject mana into the eye of the formation, which would allow the boundary to reopen. Her words were simple, and soon the people at the scene understood them, and then followed her instructions to the various array eye positions of the demon suppressing tower. But at this time, Li Yuza was the one who stood out and said to Li Siyao, "Sis, wait a minute. Chen Haoling is still inside. If you turn the guardian boundary on right now, you'll trap him in it along with Bloodshed Demon Law." Li Siyao, however, reddened her eyes and yelled, "I'm not blind. I don't need you to remind me." Her mouth was saying so, but her movements on opening the stone tablet didn't stop in the slightest. Soon the decree to restart the protective boundary was injected. Then it was just a matter of waiting until all the major powerhouses were in place before the boundary could be restarted. However, Li Yuza immediately came up and said to Li Siyao, "I'll go and remind Chen Haoling so that he can find a chance to escape." With that, Li Yuza wanted to approach the battlefield on Chen Haoling's side of them, but Li Siyao said loudly, "Stop." Li Yuza turned his head to look at Li Siyao, who said with a righteous expression on her face, "He is now completely entangled with the Bloodshed Demon Luo. Once he comes out, he will definitely get out of the trap along with the Bloodshed Demon Luo." These words were tantamount to telling Li Yuza not to remind Chen Haoling, but how could Li Yuza stand it? He directly cursed. Chen Haoling was originally staying fine on the 9th floor of the Demon Suppressor Tower, and it was you who led Bloodshed Demon Law in his direction. Now, it's so hard to find a way to trap the Bloodshed Demon Luo, and you want Chen Haoling to use his life to stall that monster. Sis, can you have some conscience as a human being? Li Siyao similarly cursed. "You shut your mouth to my mother. You think you're the only one who has a hard time? Do you think I don't want him to come out piece by piece? Do you think I wish for Chen Haoling to die inside? What can you do if you don't? Or maybe you have a way to keep the two of them apart now." Li Yuza was dumbfounded. Li Siyao's eyes once again had tears flowing down. She sobbed and said, "I know, I'm the one who's sorry for him, but I really don't have any other way. Moreover, at most, after having a tea, 15 minutes, the sun will come out, and at that time, the Bloodshed Demon Law will die under the scorching heat of the sun, and Chen Haoling will likewise be saved. With Chen Haoling's strength, he can definitely last for a tea time." When Li Yuza heard this, he looked again at Chen Haoling, who was still battling with the Bloodshed Demon Luo. Eventually, not in more words, but to himself, "And if he doesn't last? Li Siyao said plainly and directly. Then I will die with him. When the words fell, her palm slapped on top of the opening stone tablet, and at this moment, the mana of the major powerhouses had already poured into the Guardian Boundaries formation I. Along with, Li Siyao turned on the Operation Decree. A semicircular Guardian Boundary manifested from top to bottom, and trapped the entire demon-suppressing pagoda, along with Chen Haoling, and Blood Fiend Demon Luo in it. As for Chen Haoling, who was in the boundary, he had already killed his eyes, and completely failed to notice that the protective boundary had reappeared, trapping him along with the Bloodshed Demon Law in a piece of it, only to see that Chen Haoling stepped on the back of the Bloodshed Demon Luo, and the boundless blade in his hand was like a pile driver, frantically pumping its skin. This time, it directly brought up a large area of blood. However, the moment these bloods came into contact with the boundless blade, they were actually all absorbed, and Bloodshed Demon Law was already screaming madly in pain after being thrust several hundred times. In the next second, chunks of rotten pus grew on top of its skin, and then these pussies turned into a miniature head of Blood Fiend Moloch. Though they are said to be miniature, the form is actually about the size of a normal human, just very small compared to the mother. Chen Haoling then used the boundless blade to absorb the blood within the Bloodshed Demon Laws while frantically slashing against those miniature Bloodshed Demon Laws. Chapter 54, Li Siyao's Fall. In an instant, sharp blade chi and cold aura, demonic fire and white flame, mana and demonic power, and battle techniques and demonic techniques, there was an astonishing collision. Such an intense battle even caused the protective boundary to tremble violently. The demon-suppressing pagoda in the center even collapsed under this terrifying battle. As City Lord Zhou Hongsheng watched that battle from afar, his entire face froze as he subconsciously looked at Butler Long and inquired, "Uncle Long, is that Chen Haoling really only 19 years old?" Butler Long also swallowed his saliva and looked at the duel between Chen Haoling and also Bloodshed Demon Luo with a monster-like expression. Although the old slave is unwilling to admit it, his age is indeed just 19 years old, 2 years younger than our male son Zhou Haoren. As soon as these words came out, the corners of Zhou Hongsheng's mouth twitched. His son, Zhou Haoren, was known to be the first genius of Changyu City, having first fought with Li Siyao at the clan competition. But whether it was Zhou Haoren or Li Siyao, in front of Chen Haoling, they might not even be considered ants. Zhou Hongsheng was completely convinced that if his own son faced Chen Haoling, it was estimated that he would be severely injured by Chen Haoling in less than even a breath. It felt that compared to Chen Haoling, those so-called geniuses and heavenly prides inside Changyu City were simply like a joke. It was also at the same time that Zhou Hongsheng was thinking like this that a loud bang suddenly rang out. When Zhou Hongsheng looked up, he saw that Chen Haoling had stuck his sword in the head of the Bloodshed Demon Luo. Then, as if it was a bullfighting bull, he guided the Bloodshed Demon Luo to fiercely crash into the protective boundary. 1, 2, 3 times. Soon, cracks actually appeared above the Guardian Boundary. This scene directly dumbfounded Li Siyao. The Guardian Boundary of the demon-suppressing tower was a formation created by the Li family's ancestor, a true Inyang realm powerhouse, and at this moment, it was actually cracked by the impact? How is this possible? But without waiting for Li Siyao to figure out why this was the case, the Guardian Boundary let out a soft snap. Then, Chen Haoling rode the Blood Fiend Demon Luo and crashed through the massive Guardian Boundary before charging straight out. In an instant, it caused many people to lose their voices in fear. Even Li Siyao fell backward in a hurry. But Chen Haoling didn't stop on his side. He was standing right on the head of the Bloodshed Demon Luo, and the boundless blade was deeply inserted into the skull of the Bloodshed Demon Luo, and then crazily absorbed its blood plasma. Driven by the immense pain, the Bloodshed Demon Luo began to make all sorts of rampages, and a large amount of demonic fire was sprayed everywhere by it. The entirely family residence ignited at this moment, and countless buildings fell into ruins. Li Siyao jumped on top of one of the remaining houses at that moment. Looking at Chen Haoling and the Bloodshed Demon Luo in the distance, she contemplated for a moment before taking out a bow from her storage ring. It was a large bow forged from bronze, a magic weapon that had reached the level of superior grade spiritual weapon. When fully activated, it could even injure a Inyang realm powerhouse. And this bronze bow was none other than one of the Li family's secret treasures, the Hui Divine Bow. At that moment, Li Siyao slowly pulled the Hui Divine Bow, and then a sharp arrow materialized. Her arrow was aimed in the direction of Chen Haoling. It wasn't that she wanted to kill Chen Haoling, but that position Chen Haoling was in happened to be the location of the demonic core in Bloodshed Demon Luo's brain. As long as the demon core was shot through, then Bloodshed Demon Luo would never be able to recover his body again. Li Siyao took a hard, deep breath as she whispered under her breath, "Husband, I'm sorry, even though I know there's no way you'll ever forgive me, but I still want to say sorry to you." As the words fell, the fingers that were pinching the arrow gently loosened. Only a soft thud of a swoosh was heard. The arrow shot straight up. The speed was so fast that it seemed to be close to the speed of sound. From the flight trajectory of the arrow, it was not difficult to see that Siyao was trying to shoot through Chen Haoling's heart, along with Bloodshed Demon Luo's intracranial demonic core. However, at this time, Bloodshed Demon Law was suddenly making a sharp turn. This time, it actually hardened Chen Haoling and threw him out, and it was the moment the two of them were separated that an arrow slashed straight through the middle of them. This scene was also instantly captured by Chen Haoling, and his gaze looked viciously at Siyao. However, Siyao was completely unconcerned with Chen Haoling's eyes because, to her horror, she saw that the Bloodshed Demon Luo was actually charging towards her side. Due to experiencing the bloody battle with Chen Haoling just now, Bloodshed Demon Luo's eyes could no longer see, which was why he was charging across the room like this. And right now, the direction it was sprinting over was exactly on Siyao's side. Siyao tried to draw her bow and arrow again under the panic, but because the speed of the Bloodshed Demon Luo rushing in was just too fast, it was so fast that Siyao couldn't even pull the bow in time. In the end, her footsteps made a point toward the front, and then her figure jumped over in the direction of the Bloodshed Demon Luo. Only, she jumped at a higher height. Thus, from the perspective of an onlooker, it looked like Siyao chose to jump straight over its head when facing the onslaught of the Bloodshed Demon Luo. However, just as Siyao's body jumped into midair, she was horrified to see that Chen Haoling, just like a ghost, suddenly appeared in front of her. His eyes were bloodshot. A cruel smile hung on his face, and his face was hideous as he said, "Did you have fun just now? If it was fun, then I'll let you have even more fun." Saying that, the boundless blade in Chen Haoling's hand was like the scythe of the god of death, cutting straight towards Siyao's neck. When Siyao saw this, she immediately lost her voice in fear. She was trying to dodge before it was too late. Only a soft plopping sound was heard. It was as if a handful of light rays had pierced through Siyao's neck, as well as that Bloodshed Demon Luo underneath her. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone looked at this scene with disbelief, especially the many experts of the Chen family, and the remaining juniors of the Li family. They just watched straight on like that as Siyao's head flew out of her neck. Blood spurted from the severed neck, and Siyao's expression still kept a look of disbelief. Obviously, until her dying breath she hadn't expected that Chen Haoling would actually make a move to kill herself. Perhaps in her perception was that no matter what mistake she made, Chen Haoling would not blame herself. Even when she joined forces with his female disciples to attack and kill him when he was on the right path to becoming a god, he didn't do anything to her. But now, such a perception was completely shattered. Siyao, whose head was still in mid-air, hadn't completely lost her consciousness, but in her dying moments she still took a deep look at the man who had personally handslain her. There was no hatred in her eyes. There was relief, gratitude, but more than anything else, guilt, and she murmured under her breath until the moment death came. "Husband, I'm sorry, if it's possible, in my next life, I still want to be your wife again." As the words left her mouth, her eyes closed completely. Chapter 55, A Former Friend from a Past Life. Shen Yanran, the holy daughter of the beginningless sword sect. Knock! A beautiful head dripped and rolled to the ground, staining the ground it crossed along the way. For a moment, the remaining Li family juniors at the scene were all petrified in place, especially Li Nianghyo, Li Wuzhe and the others. They almost fainted. Until this point they couldn't believe that their Li family's contemporary and most outstanding second young miss had actually died, and that it was a headless death. This scene was simply unacceptable to those juniors. The Li family's fathers, grandfathers, and grandmothers have all died, and the only one they can rely on now is Siyao. But now that even Siyao is dead, how do they feel in their hearts? At that moment, Yushu angrily yelled up to the sky, swung the machete in his hand, and ran wildly in the direction of Chen Haoling, yelling under his breath, "Chen Haoling, I want you dead." At this moment, Yushu had been completely overwhelmed by anger, with only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Chen Haoling, the culprit. Even if he knew that the reason why Siyao was killed was completely self-inflicted, he would still have to kill Chen Haoling at all costs. But at this time, Chen Haoling slowly turned his head, his gaze slanting towards Yushu. In an instant, in Yushu's heart, a strong sense of fear steeply struck him. It was the instinctive fear of death as a creature, and there was no restraining that fear, much less making him do anything with that feeling. For a moment, Yushu's entire body seemed to be petrified in place, not even daring to move a single finger. He was afraid that a certain superfluous action would annoy Chen Haoling and then he would be killed by Chen Haoling with a slash. After Chen Haoling saw that this fellow didn't make any extra movements, he didn't care about him, but turned around and walked straight towards the direction of Bloodshed Demon Luo's head. Just now, the moment he beheaded Li Siyao, a piece of him cut down Bloodshed Demon Luo as well. Only the huge head was not dead and was still letting out a hideous roar. With such a terrifying vitality, it was no wonder that it had become one of the greatest threats to the human race. Chen Haoling, however, ignored the hissing of the Bloodshed Demon Luo, and after he came close, he raised his hand and slashed down with a knife. The massive head was then split in two, and a pool of thick plasma splattered out with it. At the same time, there were two crystals flying out after them. Chen Haoling raised his hand and grabbed those two crystals. Both crystals were only about the size of a thumb and had a yellow and reddish hue respectively. The red crystals were the blood crystals of the blood fiend Demon Luo, as well as the source of its power, similar to a cultivator's Yuan Gong. With this blood crystal, there was no need to be searching for the possessor of the spirit Yin's blood to enlighten the boundless blade. As for the yellow crystals, they were the Bloodshed Demon Luo's demon core, its life essence, similar to a human's heart. The target that Li Siyao wanted to shoot at before was this thing. As long as it was nullified, then Bloodshed Demon Luo's body wouldn't be able to grow back in, and at that time, it would be completely dead. But by the same token, as long as this thing wasn't destroyed, then the Bloodshed Demon Law couldn't die and would keep coming back to life. Chen Haoling first gave the blood crystal into the storage ring, and when the moon came out, it would be fine to take it out and sacrifice the sword. As for that magic core, Chen Haoling raised the boundless blade in his hand and was ready to completely destroy it. However, it was also at this time that a delicate voice rang out. Stop! With the instant that these words fell, Chen Haoling felt a super strong force slamming straight in his direction. Chen Haoling was startled in his heart and violently raised the boundless blade against himself. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and Chen Haoling only felt as if he had been hit by an elephant, and his body flew straight backwards. Knock knock! Just like a meteor, it continuously crashed through dozens of large trees, a few rocks, and a few building ruins, and kept crashing into a small mountain peak before coming to a stop. Pust! Chen Haoling's entire body was set on the mountain. His mouth violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and as he looked up, he was shocked to find that he had actually been sent flying more than 200 meters away. And this scene likewise made the various strong families of Changing Moon City look dumbfounded. What was the situation? Someone could actually send Chen Haoling flying that far away, and even got injured? At that moment, everyone's gazes unanimously looked towards the person who had just spoken. One could only see an immortal figure, standing on top of a magic flying sword, slowly landing. At a glance there were 8 people, and a woman at the head of them was the one who had just attacked Chen Haoling. It was a 17-year-old wonderful girl. Although she was not very old, her slender figure was very attractive to the eyes. Her features were exquisite, her face was slightly powdered, and her long black hair was coiled behind her head with various expensive hairpins. Only to see that the mysterious woman who came out of nowhere stretched out a hand with her palm facing the sky. In the next moment, it was seen that the magic core that was originally grasped in Chen Haoling's hand, fell straight from the sky, and in just steadily landed in her hand. The pupils of Zhou Hongsheng, the lord of Changyu City, shrunk slightly at that moment, and he whispered under his breath after noticing the purple golden long dresses that these 8 women were wearing. The Beginningless Sword Sect? It's someone from the Beginningless Sword Sect? Strange, why would they appear here? Although, Zhou Hongsheng felt puzzled, he still jogged over, perhaps because it was close enough for Zhou Hongsheng to feel the dense mana fluctuation on the person in charge. And this mana fluctuation was actually a Inyang Dao implication? Wouldn't that mean that this woman was a Inyang realm powerhouse? But not for a moment. This thought was rejected by Zhou Hongsheng, his mouth whispering, if you reach the Inyang realm you won't need a magic flying sword. Thinking like this, Zhou Hongsheng had already arrived in front of the woman and kneeled down on one knee. Little man Changyu City Lord Zhou Hongsheng, welcome the supreme immortal of the Beginningless Sword Sect in person. As the words fell, everyone at the scene all took a deep breath as they looked at this unrivaled beauty in horror. The visitor was actually someone from the Beginningless Sword Sect? For a while, all those who were still alive and could still move surged up, including Qian Yongsheng, Qian Jingyi, Li Mingxiao, Li Yujie and others, all kneeling on the ground in unison, saying in unison under their breath, welcome the supreme immortal of the Beginningless Sword Sect in person. However, the woman for these people's salute is not even look at a glance, just carefully measured the hand of the magic core for a moment. In on the control of the magic weapon, flying sword towards the direction of Chen, Haoling flew over. Behind her were 7 young girls, similarly riding their magic flying swords close behind. When the crowd saw this, they subconsciously looked over in the direction of those 8 people. Then, they saw that young girl from the beginningless sword sect, who was in the lead, come to Chen Haoling's nearness, and in just said with a smiling face, "Senior brother, it's been a long time." As the words fell, the scene was plunged into some sort of death-like silence, and all of the experts of Changyu City all looked at this scene with an expression of having seen a ghost. Qian Yongshang, in particular, opened his eyes wide and asked to his sister, "What did the Supreme Immortal just say? She called Chen Haoling senior brother?" Qian Jingyi also had a look of disbelief. Not only their siblings, but even City Lord Zhou Hongsheng had a look of a dog in the sun. Instead, Butler Long appeared calm and said slowly under his breath, "No wonder the sun's strength far exceeds that of his peers in Standing Moon City, so it's a guy who pretends to be a pig and eats tigers." For their part, the Li family juniors were all silent. They obviously remembered the suppression of Chen Haoling, and the bullying. At that time, he thought that Chen Haoling was just a small mole with no background and no strength. Hell, he actually knew that he was from the beginningless sword sect. This was great. I wonder if Chen Haoling would liquidate them regarding the previous events. But in fact, not only these outsiders, even those 7 attendants behind the woman also looked at their own holy maiden with some consternation. Obviously, these few attendants were also confused as to why their own holy maiden was calling someone she didn't know senior brother. At this time, Shen Yanran was saying to the 7 of them, "There's nothing more for you to do here." The 7 maidens then bowed respectfully, and then retreated to different directions on all sides, and then expelled all those who approached. In this way, it left Shen Yanyan a space to spend time alone with Chen Haoling in conversation, and at that moment, Chen Haoling slowly climbed out of the alcove of the small mountain peak, and then he patted the dust on his body, and by the way, wiped away the blood that was spilling out of the corners of his mouth, before finally looking at the woman in front of him and said, "What are you doing here?" Shen Yanran revealed a gentle smile. "If I don't come, are you still prepared to kill everyone here?" As she said that, a hint of hidden killing intent even appeared in her eyes. Chapter 56, Shen Yanran's Mind. Chen Haoling looked at those good-looking Danfang eyes and recalled the scene of being attacked and killed in his previous life when he crossed the threshold. Shen Yanran in front of her was one of the several main attackers. Even if the Chen Haoling of her previous life had saved her life more than once, even if her entire cultivation level was piled up by Chen Haoling with all sorts of cultivation resources, even though Chen Haoling had dutifully taken care of her for nearly 10,000 years after the destruction of the beginningless sword sect, but in the end, he couldn't escape being stabbed in the back by her. Thinking back to this, Chen Haoling said lightly, "You haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing here? It's not like you came here specifically to kill me again, is it? After all, I haven't joined the beginningless sword sect yet, much less become your senior brother." Shen Yanran raised her head slightly. She seemed to have guessed that Chen Haoling would say this, and immediately said calmly, "Don't get me wrong. I just happened to be passing by and thought that you and Sister Siyao should have been reborn as well, so I wanted to come and take a look at you guys, but I didn't expect to see you beheading Sister Siyao." When she said this, Shen Yanran's tone of voice was cold, and in her gaze towards Chen Haoling, the killing intent that seemed to be there also became a lot more severe as a result. Chen Haoling, however, laughed and asked rhetorically, "I killed Li Siyao, but so what? Didn't you guys use the same method to try to put me to death in the first place? How come you're not happy now that it's your turn to be killed instead?" Shen Yanran's face changed when she heard this, and then she said in a very reasonable manner, "Why did we team up to attack and kill you in our last life? Don't you have any numbers in your heart? It's not because you've committed too many killings that you forced us to step in and eliminate you. Do you know how hard that process was for us?" Chen Haoling smiled again at the words, "Last life, when they struck out at themselves, there was almost no mercy, all of them went all out, and they simply couldn't see that they had half a hard time." Immediately afterward, he said, "Just because I committed too many killings, you agreed to Li Xiao's solicitation and attacked and killed me when I was experiencing the 5 failures of the Celestials? That's more or less a flimsy reason, isn't it?" Shen Yanran's mouth pursed, and then her expression became somewhat complicated. "Senior brother, to speak from the bottom of my heart, I'm grateful for your cultivation of me. I'm also grateful that you took care of me and my senior sibling for such a long time after the destruction of the sect, and I'm even more grateful for the various protections you gave us later on in our path of cultivation. But none of this justifies you killing Xiaofan. If you hadn't killed Xiaofan, I might have helped you piece by piece to persuade Sister Siyao and the others to give up their siege against you, but just because you got Little Fan killed, I'm forced to stand against you. Therefore, you forced me to do all this. Gotta. The topic is finally back on point. Chen Haoling smilingly turned his head to the side. Although he had long known the reason why Xinyan and their several women attacked and killed themselves, but after hearing it with his own ears, he still couldn't help but feel a twinge at the bottom of his heart. For a moment there, I was really curious as to just how much ecstasy you and Qinlan and Yushu and the rest of them had to drink to be so dead set against that Lu Lin Fan. That is from the beast race, and the beast race feeds on the human race. He's a threat to the human race, even more than the abyssal demons. If I don't kill him, then the ones who die will be you, me, Qinlan, and Yushu, as well as the entire Tianju Empire. Do you hear me? Stupid. Perhaps it was due to being enraged by Xinyan, causing Chen Haoling to even use roar when he said the last sentence. And Xinyan seemed to be enraged as well, as she straightened up and asked back, do the people of the beast race deserve to die? Is it possible that only the human race is allowed to exist in this world, and no other races are allowed? Yes, Little Fan is indeed a member of the beast race, and it does eat people, but none of those it eats are great traitors or evil people. It has long since changed its nature as a beast race under the careful care as well as indoctrination of Master Sister and I. On the contrary, it's you, senior brother, who has killed more human races than any of the foreign races despite wearing a human skin. So what qualifications do you have to say that Little Fan is the greatest threat to the human race? Xinyan that a mouthful of a Xiaofan, called really have enough intimacy, do not know may also think that this Xiaofan to them how good, to make them to Lu Lin Fan love so addicted. But the truth was, that Lu Lin Fan could do almost nothing other than sweet talk. It's just that women seem to eat it up, or else there wouldn't be so many honest men in the world being cuckolded. Chen Haoling took a deep breath. He no longer wanted to be arguing with this stupid woman about so many crap, since they felt that the beast race could be indoctrinated and Lu Lin Fan's cannibalistic nature could be changed. Let them be. It had nothing to do with them. At that moment, he raised a hand and said, return the magic core to me, and from now on, we'll stay out of each other's way. You guys don't come looking for trouble from me, and I won't take the initiative to mess with you, much less that Lu Lin Fan. At that time, even if he does get into any trouble, it will be your business. The devil core did not have a gaining effect on Chen Haoling himself, but it was a hidden danger because just now, during Chen Haoling's entanglement with the bloodshed demon Luo, a portion of his blood had been absorbed by the bloodshed demon Luo in reverse. This led to the fact that it had also gained the power of the fighting god bloodline. If, by letting this demonic core go unattended, then in time, the bloodshed demon law would be able to completely resurrect, and perhaps even break through the existing realm to reach the level of a bloodshed cultivator by relying on the support of the fighting god's bloodline. And according to the Blood Fiend clan's vindictive character, after being resurrected, the Blood Fiend demon Luo would definitely come to seek revenge on Chen Haoling at the first opportunity. Therefore, Chen Haoling had to completely destroy the magic core at this time, thus eliminating any hidden dangers that might exist. And Xinyan automatically ignored the latter half after hearing Chen Haoling's words, because she didn't believe that Chen Haoling could really manage to stop pestering them. Only that she didn't argue with Chen Haoling about this topic, but instead focused her attention on this magic core in her hand. Since Xinyan also had 10,000 years of experience from her previous life, she quickly guessed that this magic core was a potential hidden danger for Chen Haoling. Then, if that was the case, it would be even more impossible to return the magic core to Chen Haoling, only to see Xinyan then in front of Chen Haoling's face. This magic core watery put into the storage ring. Inyang said, the bloodshed cultivator has killed too many living beings. I'm going to bring it back to the Sect to hand it over to the Sect for punishment. Chen Haoling, however, was confused. In then questioned loudly, this kind of thing, wouldn't you just execute it now? Is there a need to make such a big deal out of it? Xinyan did not make any response to this, but her mind recalled a conversation she had previously had with her master, Qinlan. It was a conversation in the middle of a secret room, and within the secret room, there were only Xinyan and her master Qinlan. Qinlan sat cross-legged on the futon, a black ribbon tied around her eyes, giving off an inexplicable sense of coolness, while across from her, Xinyan cupped her fists and inquired, Master, what are your orders for calling your disciple here? Qinlan said succinctly, you will go to Changyu City tomorrow and find a way to get rid of Chen Haoling. If you can't get rid of him, bring him back to the Sect and let Master personally take action. Xinyan heard this, but she revealed a hint of disdain. Master, Chen Haoling doesn't pose any threat to us now. Do we need to make such a big deal out of it? Moreover, Little Fan has also been hidden by us. Even if he is trying to do something against Little Fan, he won't be able to find anyone, will he? Chingan sat cross-legged on top of the futon and said calmly, he is indeed no longer a threat to us now, but what about after? Yen, don't forget that in his last life, he did so many unscrupulous things to get our master and disciple that he even went so far as to get Little Fan killed. Even if we were to relive our lives now, with his character, he definitely won't let us off easily. He's determined that if we're his women, we can only be his women. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for him to allow a heretic like Little Fan to exist. In the future, when his strength recovers, then what awaits us will be to be put under house arrest by him once again, and then to be abused by him night after night. That kind of day, do you want to experience that again? So, in order to prevent him from pestering us again in the future, it is necessary to nip him in the bud. Moreover, in a new life, Master will definitely not allow Chen Haoling to harm a single hair on Little Fan's head. Shen Yanran understood when she heard this. In her master's view, as long as Chen Haoling was still alive, he would definitely come to pester them in the future. At the same time, his presence was a potential threat to Fanny. That was why the master teacher chose to nip Chen Haoling in the bud before he could grow up again. As long as Chen Haoling died, then no one could hurt Lu Lin Fan anymore, and they wouldn't have to worry about being pestered by Chen Haoling anymore. After thinking about this point Shen Yanran, she then added, then disciple will head to Chanyu City tomorrow and get rid of him? Chapter 57, Li Siyao's body is missing. However, Qinlan opened her mouth and vetoed. No, you can't do it yourself. Shen Yanran asked doubtfully, you can't do it yourself? Why? Could it be that you, Master, are still afraid that I won't be able to defeat him? Qinlan said very bluntly. That's right. Shen Yanyan immediately became displeased and argued. Disciple has already arrived at the 7 turns in halfing stage, and with 3 more turns will be able to formally break through to the Inyang realm level. And he, Chen Haoling, is currently hovering in the true martial realm category at most? Such a huge gap, yet you think that the disciple might not be able to defeat him? Qinlan, however, said coldly, in your last life, haven't you seen his methods clearly? Our group of 17 people, plus your sister Siyao, a total of 18 top-tier powerhouses, simultaneously formed the Taiku First Killing Formation, and surrounded Chen Haoling, and it was only after he experienced the 5 failures of the celestial beings, where his strength could not even be utilized at 1% of his full strength, that he was barely able to defeat him. But what happened? Still let him escape. Yen, how sure do you think you'll be able to win against him if you go up against him? Shen Yanyan was dumbfounded at this point. Indeed, just as Master said, Chen Haoling's strength was too strong, and there were too many undercards, and all sorts of tactics were coming out. Even in the case of being a large realm above him, he could not say that he would win steadily, not to mention that Shen Yanran had not yet arrived at the true Inyang realm. Thinking back to this, Shen Yanran then asked again, then how should we have to deal with him? Is it possible to ask the law enforcement hall elder to personally go over there? Qinlan, however, pondered for a while, and then said, the Su family of Chanyu City has raised a demonic tire flesh egg, and it should hatch completely tomorrow. At that time, the Su clan and also the Li clan will meet their doom, and if we can use the hands of that bloodshed demon Luo to get rid of Chen Haoling, then the threat of Xiaofan will be completely eliminated. When Shen Yanyan heard this, she revealed a thoughtful look, and soon her mind came to a clear understanding, and then she respectfully cupped her fists at Qinlan and said, disciple understands what to do. Qinlan nodded, but still didn't forget to remind, one more thing, even if bloodshed demon law didn't get rid of Chen Haoling, you should try your best not to get into a head-on conflict with him. After all, if he dies a rotten death, no one cares, but you can't be compared to him. Understand? Shen Yanran gave a hard indicating that she understood. Thinking back to last night's scene, Shen Yanran revealed a knowing smile. It was also not difficult to see from that memory that Shen Yanran's master and disciples had even gone so far as to get rid of Chen Haoling, the person who had protected them for 10,000 years and taken care of them for 10,000 years, in order to protect Lu Lin Fan, the man-eating monster. The girls themselves hadn't felt there was anything wrong with them, only to see that Shen Yanyan's gaze fell back onto Chen Haoling. Inan said slowly, it's not impossible for you to want this demon core, but you have to return to the beginningless sword sect with me? When Chen Haoling heard this, a hint of alertness appeared on his face. Although he had originally had the intention of returning to the beginningless sword sect, but if he was taken back by someone on his own initiative, that would have a different meaning because he couldn't feel clearly what Xinyanran was holding back. After thinking for a moment, Chen Haoling replied, I will go to the beginningless sword sect, but not now. Xinyanran laughed when she heard this. Her eyes became more and more vicious as she thought to herself. Senior did not guess wrong. This bastard Chen Haoling really did want to kill Xiaofan after all. He really will use any lowly means in order to get himself and his master's sister. As soon as she thought of this, Xinyanyan's tone suddenly became strong and said in a cold voice to Chen Haoling, I'm not discussing with you. I'm reminding you that this summoning of you back to the sect is an order from the master. You have to return even if you don't. Chen Haoling frowned and said, Qin Lan, doesn't she hate for me to die far away? What's the point of looking for me to go back? Xinyanran said without thinking, that's not something I can ask about. Anyway, you honestly just go back with me. Although Shen Yanyan wanted to obliterate Chen Haoling right now, and she also had this confidence that she could make Chen Haoling completely close his eyes, she still listened to her master's instructions and did not create a head-on conflict with Chen Haoling. When Chen Haoling heard this, he calmly thought for a while. Right now, the Blood Fiend Demon Law's blood crystal had already arrived, and there was no longer any meaning for him to continue to stay in Changyue City. Then the next thing to do was to enlighten the boundless blade and then awaken one's blood will pupils as a way to deal with the tribulation of calamity that would follow. In that case, there was nothing wrong with following her back. Even if those stupid women wanted to make a move on him, he was still confident that he could escape. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Haoling slowly inserted the boundless blade back into its sheath before taking the entire blade back into the storage ring, and finally raised his hands before signaling the other party that he could tie it up. When Xinyanran saw that Chen Haoling was so cooperative, she decisively took out the immortal binding rope from within her storage ring, and then bound Chen Haoling's upper body tightly. She raised her hand again and waved it, making her magic weapon flying sword longer and wider, so that she could allow Chen Haoling to stand up piece by piece as well. After Chen Haoling came up, Xinyanran controlled the flying sword to float up in the air, and then flew towards the direction of the beginningless sword sect. Seeing this, the remaining 7 female immortals also followed a piece of control flying swords to float in the air, and then followed behind Xinyanran. Chen Haoling silently stood in place without saying anything, but his gaze was directed towards the distant sky. In his heart, he suddenly thought, beginningless sword sect, old me is back again. Below, the crowd of Changyue City looked at each other in disbelief after seeing Chen Haoling being taken away by the people of the beginningless sword sect. Zhou Hongshang let out a slight sigh of relief and sighed. Finally, these killing gods have been sent away. Long Butler but looked toward the devastated Li family residence. In then said, just the next aftermath work also have busy. Qian Yongsheng stood up from his position with great difficulty. In then said, the beginningless sword sect. In the future, I will also become a disciple there. Qian Jingyi assisted his arm and pouted. You say less. Don't wait for the wound to leave again. On top of a big tree, Li Xinyue crossed her legs and ate fruit in her hands, and just like that, she looked at the back of Chen Haoling and the others leaving, and just giggled and said, it seems like that woman Qin Lan can't sit still anymore and is ready to make a move against Chen Haoling. It's just that I don't know if she can bear the price of being an enemy of Chen Haoling. Saying so, a pigeon suddenly flew over. It landed on Li Xinyue's shoulder, and just mouthed, Master is bad. Something has happened. Li Xinyue said slowly while eating the fruit. What's wrong? Pigeon said with difficulty. Li Xiao's body is missing. As soon as these words came out, Li Xinyue's pupils shrunk, and after twisting her head to look at the pigeon, she said, the body is gone? How is that possible? Wasn't it still there just now? With that, Li Xinyue immediately got up and quickly ran towards the direction where Li Xiao's corpse was. Soon, after arriving at the place where Li Xiao's body was, he saw that the original headless body was gone. Even the bloodstains had disappeared, as if it had evaporated out of thin air. Seeing this, Li Xinyue immediately jumped down from the tree, a trace of trepidation showing on her face as she twisted her head to look around. Just now, she had merely watched Chen Haoling and Xinyanran's tearing battle for a while, but in just a moment's time, the body had been stolen? But what would that body snatcher want with a corpse? Does he have some kind of special fetish? But that's not right, is it? After all, who can take a headless corpse? If not, then there was only one possibility left, and that was that someone wanted to take Li Xiao's corpse to refine the corpse. As soon as she thought of this, Li Xinyue felt a chill down her back, feeling as if someone was staring at her. When she turned her head, she realized there was no one. Chapter 58, The Beginningless Sword Sect. On the way to the Beginningless Sword Sect, Chen Haoling's upper body was tightly bound by the immortal binding rope, and he glanced at the 7 Imperial Sword female immortals that balled him up around him. The feeling was like that of a prisoner, being escorted to the place of execution. Then, his gaze went back to Xinyanran in front of him, and then he added, "Are you going to take that magic core to Lu Lin Fan for devouring and absorption? Or are you planning to use it against me?" As soon as these words came out, Xinyanran, who was standing in front, her delicate body trembled slightly, and at this moment, she unexpectedly had the feeling that her mind had been penetrated. But despite this, her surface remained unmoving as she said, "I'll return the things to you. You don't have to worry about that. However, it will also depend on how the master will deal with you, and how the elders of the law enforcement hall will judge you." Chen Haoling frowned slightly. "I'm not a disciple of the Beginningless Sword Sect yet. What's a law enforcement hall elder judging me for?" Xinyanran, however, hummed daintily, "All cultivators within the territory of the Tendu province are under the jurisdiction of my Beginningless Sword Sect. As a cultivator of the true martial realm, yet you openly killed your married wife. How come we, the elders of the law enforcement hall, can't judge you?" Chen Haoling laughed. "Really is the desire to add to the crime. Why do not worry about it? Don't you know why I killed Li Siyao? Or perhaps you are only allowed to attack and kill others, but not allow them to fight back?" These words were like a steel needle stuck in Xinyanran's heart. "That's all in the past, and it's no fun to keep mentioning it." Chen Haoling gave another disdainful sneer. He still wanted to argue with Xinyanran some more, but after thinking about it, he finally didn't open his mouth because he felt that it wasn't necessary. Soon, the mountain gate of the Beginningless Sword Sect surfaced in front of the eyes of several people. Looking at it from afar, one would realize that it was actually a gigantic mountain that was 1,000 feet tall, and surrounded the mountain were 7 secondary peaks. Each sub-peak corresponded to a peak master of the Beginningless Sword Sect, and according to Chen Haoling's memories of his previous life, every peak master here seemed to have the strength of the Inyang realm. From this, it could be roughly determined that within the Beginningless Sword Sect, at least 10 Inyang realms existed. 10 Inyang realm. It was no wonder that the Beginningless Sword Sect was able to hold the position of the #1 immortal cultivation sect in the Tendu province for 200 years without falling. Xinyanran piloted her flying sword and descended after entering the sect gate overhead, then followed the requirements of the mountain guarding disciples to go through the relevant procedures for entering the sect, and finally, only then did she let Chen Haoling enter. Chen Haoling took a rough look at those mountain guard disciples. Basically all of them were at the high level of the Qi gathering realm. Some patrol squad leaders were even able to reach the level of the Earth Xian realm. Oh, taking the Qi gathering realm to be a gatekeeper disciple is simply extravagant. After finishing, Xinyanyan was leading Chen Haoling to the top of a sub-peak, Green Luan Hall, the main hall of Green Luan Peak, and the hall where the peak master resided. Walking in from the main entrance, a faint fragrance could be smelled between the noses. It's like being in the middle of a woman's boudoir. Chen Haoling took a look at the surrounding furnishings, which were pretty much the same as what he remembered from his last life, with almost no changes. Then Chen Haoling's gaze looked toward a figure sitting directly in front of him on top of a high seat in the Great Hall. It was a delicate figure dressed in black and gold gauze, with a thin ribbon tied around her eyes, covering those gorgeous eyes. But even so, it was still hard to hide her amazing beauty. This person was none other than the peak master of Qingluan Peak, Xin Lan, and the first master that Chen Haoling had worshipped after joining the Beginningless Sword Sect in his previous life. Only when Chen Haoling looked at Xin Lan, his eyes widened slightly and he whispered under his breath, "Out-of-body incarnation?" That's right, the Xin Lan sitting on the high seat at the moment was not her original body, but rather an avatar of her consciousness. But even if it was an avatar, the aura exuding from it had unexpectedly reached the level of the 10 turns Haoling stage. When the true martial realm breaks through to the Inyang realm, there will be a transitional stage called the Haoling stage. It actually existed to allow true martial realm cultivators to transform the mana in their bodies into a higher order energy body, the Yin Yang Dao Yun. After 10% of one's mana had been transformed into Yin and Yang Dao energy, it could be called the first turning Haoling stage. Similarly, when 20% of the mana had been transformed into Yin and Yang Dao energy, it could be called the second turning Haoling stage. And only when all 10% of the mana of the entire body had been converted into Yin and Yang Dao energy could one have the ability to impact the level of the Yin and Yang realm. It was evident how difficult it was to reach the Yin Yang realm. At the same time, it would not be difficult to speculate that an incarnation had already reached the 10 revolutions semi-Yin stage. So to what level should Xinlan's main body be strong? With that, Xin Yanyan led Chen Haoling into the Great Hall, and then, she bowed to Qin Lan at the first opportunity. Disciple see master. With that, she knelt down on one knee, and the few female immortals behind her similarly half-kneeled. Only Chen Haoling stood straight in place without any indication, partly because his upper body was tied up solidly and it was indeed inconvenient to salute. On the other hand was the fact that Chen Haoling wasn't a disciple of Qin Lan now either, so why would he salute a stranger? Qin Lan, who was at the top of the list, however, didn't bother with Chen Haoling about anything, and only raised his hand, signaling those female disciples to be exempt from salute. A couple of the women straightened up then. In the next moment, Qin Lan's voice rang out from above the high platform, and inquired to Chen Haoling, "Chen Haoling, do you know what this seat has summoned you here for?" The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone on the scene. Chen Haoling, on the other hand, felt that his ears were being shaken by this not-so-big sound, causing his eardrums to ache, and he even had a feeling of dizziness. Then, he shook his head to clear his consciousness a bit, after which he glanced at the few female immortals who had already retreated before finally smiling faintly at Qin Lan. "Master, it's been a long time now. You're still as beautiful as ever, and it would be even better if your original body could come out to see me." Shen Yanyan, who was on the side, immediately shouted, the long sword in her hand pointing straight at Chen Haoling's neck. "How dare you, Chen Haoling? Who allowed you to speak to your master with such a frivolous tone?" Chen Haoling glanced at her, then looked at Qin Lan again and asked, "Aren't those the ones you summoned me here for? Either that or avenge Lu Lin Fan like in the last life? Either that or they simply see me as a bad influence and want to get rid of me?" Seeing this, Shen Yanran's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she just wanted to rebuke again, but Qin Lan raised her hand to indicate that there was no need to get angry. Then, Qin Lan opened the window of heaven and spoke her mind very directly and plainly. "Since that's the case, then this seat doesn't want to play dumb riddles anymore. So let's get straight to the point. This seat doesn't want you to continue living. That's why I asked Yan Yan to bring you back to the beginningless sword sect." "Oh," Chen Haoling spat out this one word in a salty manner. It was as if he had heard some trivial matter. Then he asked again, "So what's your reason for wanting to kill me? It can't really just be that you don't like me, can it?" Qin Lan lifted a cup of tea on the tabletop in front of him, then gently took a sip before saying, "Reason? You should know it very well. First, your existence is a very great threat to Fanner. Even if he hasn't had any conflicts with you in this life, this seat doesn't dare to guarantee whether you'll do the same thing again in the follow-up. Moreover, you should also know how important Fanner is to this seat. He is this seat's scales, a forbidden domain. No matter who it is, this seat will not allow anyone to harm half a finger of Fanner. That's why, in order to ensure that you won't subsequently pose a threat to Fanner, this seat has decided to get rid of you." Chapter 59, Are You Guys Nuts? Chen Haoling laughed. In his last life, he had a brain fart and could see that Lu Lin Fan wanted to sacrifice Qin Lan and Shen Yanran, a few stupid women, as a way to summon his own beast race army, thus annexing the entire Tianzhu Empire, so he killed Lu Lin Fan in advance. As a result, it was unimaginable that these few stupid women held a grudge against themselves because of this matter, believing that they had taken away the love of their lives, and then decided to launch an attack on them on the day of their own tribulation. Now that he has relived a life, how can Chen Haoling be doing that kind of thing that has no boundaries? Chen Haoling, who thought of this once again, said, "If I tell you that I won't be doing anything to Lu Lin Fan in this life, will you let me go?" When Qin Lan sniffed, her delicate red lips then curved up slightly as she asked rhetorically, "Do you think I would believe you? Chen Haoling, in the last life this seat has been with you for so many years. For your person this seat really knows too much. You won't make any changes for anyone or anything. Even if in this life, Fanner won't be at odds with you, there's absolutely no way you'll let him go." The corners of Chen Haoling's mouth twitched as he immediately pursued. "Why?" Qin Lan said succinctly. "In your last life, you went out of your way to kill Fanner in order to forcefully take over the seat and your senior sister. In this life, once you grow up, do you dare to say that you won't be having crooked thoughts about this seat and your senior sister?" Saying that, Qin Lan's delicate body even trembled slightly, obviously being infuriated. Although many years had passed since her last life, whenever she thought back to the scene where Chen Haoling had gone out of his way to kill Lu Lin Fan in order to get her and her two other female disciples, she was furious all over. In her last life, countless nights, she lived in the torment of nightmares, living a new life, no matter what. She wouldn't allow Chen Haoling to take her for himself in the same way he did in his last life. Therefore, there were only two reasons why she was desperately cultivating now. One was to protect Fan Air from being harmed by Chen Haoling. Another one was to desperately cultivate so as to gain more strength. In this way, one could make sure that, in the event that he was unable to successfully kill Chen Haoling, he would not have to worry about being harassed by Chen Haoling in the meantime. But Qinlan's words came into Chen Haoling's ears, but he was dumbfounded. He had repeatedly explained to them countless times in his last life that Lu Lin Fan was the one who really wanted to persecute them, but they were completely deaf, because as far as they were concerned, even if Lu Lin Fan wanted to hurt them, they were willing to do so, and they were even willing to let the three of them share a husband. In this way, the Chen Haoling of the previous life had to kill Lu Lin Fan if he wanted to protect them. But how could Chen Haoling not have thought that his behavior of getting rid of Lu Lin Fan in order to protect them was, in their eyes, actually his own doing so in order to get them? Right away, Chen Haoling said with a very speechless expression, "Master, to be honest, even though you're very pretty, I really don't have any thoughts about you in this life. As for that Lu Lin Fan, I don't care at all what he wants to do to you guys. If you guys really don't believe me, just lock me up in the heavenly prison. Now you can always rest assured, right?" But Qinlan was chortling. "No!" The voice was loud and even carried a force of mana sound waves, and in an instant, it caused Chen Haoling to fall back a dozen steps, his head nearly exploding from the sudden blast of mana sound waves. Even the entire Green Luan Hall shook a bit. When Chen Haoling looked up again, the vision in his eyes became blurred. This was the strength of the 10 turns semi-in stage. Even though it was an out-of-body incarnation, it was completely beyond Chen Haoling's ability to cope with. However, Qinlan stood up from her position, and in the next second, she steeply disappeared from her position, and then, came close to Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling's pupils shrank and subconsciously tried to escape, but one of Qinlan's hands suddenly grabbed his neck and lifted him high. Then, he saw the ribbons on Qinlan's eyes slowly fall off and revealed a pair of beautiful eyes that were like sapphires. However, red blood had surfaced in those bright, beautiful eyes. However, he heard Qinlan say in a cold voice, "I don't want to be your tool for lust, much less be imprisoned by you like a pet. I will protect Fanner, Yan Yan, Ru Xue, and everyone. So, in order to do all that, I have to make you go to hell right now. Chen Haoling, a selfish, lust-addicted, killing villain like you should have to go to hell and suffer the pain of not being allowed to reincarnate for eternity." Saying that, Qinlan's hand on Chen Haoling's neck started to become harder and harder, even making Chen Haoling feel like he was going to suffocate. For Qinlan, she could accept Shen Yanran and also Yushu together to serve Lu Lin Fan alone, or even be Lu Lin Fan's dog, but she couldn't accept that Chen Haoling had the slightest thought about her, not even a tiny bit, because even if Chen Haoling touched her fingertips, it would make her so nauseous that she would retch and dry heave. Therefore, in order to protect Lu Lin Fan and at the same time make sure that Chen Haoling wouldn't harass her again, she would have to get rid of Chen Haoling. But Chen Haoling could be killed by her so easily? At that moment, a dense pupil power was quietly released in Chen Haoling's eyes, and that stance was obviously ready to fight for his life. But it was at this time that a soft voice rang out. "Master? What are you doing?" With the instant this voice rang out, Qinlan's hand on Chen Haoling's neck steeply loosened. After she turned her head to look at the source of the voice, she revealed a hint of panic and said, "Fanner, why are you here? Quick, hurry back, it's dangerous here." Chen Haoling collapsed on the ground at this time, and also subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a teenager of about 17 or 18 years of age, hiding in front of an offset door, surreptitiously surveying their side. That stunningly beautiful, red-lipped and white-toothed teenager was none other than Qinlan's forbidden domain, her beloved disciple Lu Lin Fan, who she regarded as her lifelong scales. Only, looking past this point in time, it was clear that he was quite young. In his last life, Chen Haoling's first meeting with him was 10 years later, and at that time, Lu Lin Fan, who was already 28 years old, was at the peak of his face value. However, just as Chen Haoling was thinking in this way, he was surprised to see that Qinlan rushed to Lu Lin Fan's side at the first time, and protected him with a hand. At the same time, the many experts, guards, and armorers within the Green Luan Hall also surged out in unison under Qinlan's secret call. They wrapped Lu Lin Fan in 3 layers almost immediately, as if they were afraid that Lu Lin Fan would suffer a single bit of harm. At the same time, the lances as well as machetes in the hands of these armored soldiers were almost all aimed at Chen Haoling. Shen Yanyan, who was one of Qinlan's disciples, was even standing at the front, her eyes equally vigilant as she stared at Chen Haoling. For a while, everyone looked as if they were on the verge of an attack. Even Qinlan said with a tense expression, Chen Haoling, I'm telling you, even if you have more means today, you won't be able to harm Fanner with half a finger. Xinyanran also said loudly at this time. Chen Haoling, I'm also warning you, it's best not to act rashly right now. If you dare to make the slightest unfavorable move against Xiaofan, I will definitely drag you to die with me. Saying that, Xinyanyan even summoned a large number of detonation talisman seals and applied them to her body. Looking at her posture, it seemed that as long as Chen Haoling dared to take half a step closer to Lu Lin Fan, she would really dare to die with Chen Haoling. But the corresponding Chen Haoling was a straight twitch of his face. Looking at such a big battle was a very speechless expression, and said directly under his breath, "You guys are crazy, right?" Chapter 60, Judgment Elder of the Beginningless Sword Sect. Saying that, Chen Haoling stood up from the ground, and in the process, he peeled off the immortal binding rope on his body. This kind of low-ranking stuff couldn't trap him. After raising his head to look at Qin Lan and the others who were waiting in a tight line, Chen Haoling revealed a look of disgust and spat in their direction. Ah, 2A. When he was done, he swaggered towards the outside and it turned just like that. The Qin Lan and Xinyanran who saw this scene, as well as the other armorers and guards, were all confused. Obviously, neither Qin Lan nor Xinyanran had expected that Chen Haoling actually did not even have the slightest killing intent the moment he saw Lu Lin Fan. Wouldn't he be jealous because he and the others had fought to the death to protect Lu Lin Fan? To know the last life, Chen Haoling as long as see Qin Lan to protect Lu Lin Fan that can be jealous. I hate to rush up to Lu Lin Fan to the death of 1,000 cuts look. But now, what's with the psycho look? Qin Lan and also Xinyanran looked at each other face to face. And even the teenage version of Lu Lin Fan was somewhat overwhelmed as he looked at Qin Lan and softly said, "Master, what happened? Who is that person? Why are you all so nervous?" Only when she heard Lu Lin Fan's voice, Qin Lan reacted from her daze, and at that moment, she tenderly touched Lu Lin Fan's head, and said in just a soft voice, "Fanner, good boy, you wait over here first, Master will come over later." With that, she even kissed Lu Lin Fan on the face, and then, she turned around and rushed towards the direction where Chen Haoling had left. Fortunately, at this moment, Chen Haoling hadn't gone very far, and hadn't even left the door of the Green Luan Temple yet. Thus, Qin Lan raised her hand and struck towards Chen Haoling's back. For Qin Lan, although the current Chen Haoling wouldn't have murderous intentions towards Lu Lin Fan because of jealousy, there was no guarantee that she wouldn't in the future. Therefore, in order to put an end to the hidden danger in this regard, she still decided that she would first kill Chen Haoling. But at this time, Chen Haoling was stopping his steps, and just shouted in a direction, "My lord, I'm about to be beaten to death by this stupid woman. Aren't you going to step in?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Lan's palm that was striking at Chen Haoling abruptly came to a halt. For a moment, the space in front of Qin Lan seemed to have been transformed into a mass of water ripples, rippling in a circle. Immediately afterward, a laughing voice came out, "Peak Master Qin, what's the reason for such anger?" With that, the instant the voice sounded, Qin Lan's figure, which had stopped in midair, was affected by a repulsive force, and in an instant, it turned into a stream of light and flew backwards. Phew! Boom! The stream of light steadily crashed into the opposite wall, and in an instant, it pierced through the wall there, followed by a terrifying large explosion that swept away. The Great Hall of the Green Luan, which was made of Xian crystal essence iron, even appeared to be shaking under the influence of this great explosion. The crystal chandelier at the dome shook even more wildly, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows around it exploded on the spot. Even the beams and pillars that supported the Great Hall had a crack in them. After seeing this scene, Xinyanran instantly exclaimed, "Master!" With that, she immediately rushed over with her men. Only Lu Lin Fan, who was standing in place, glanced at Qin Lan, who had been sent flying, and then a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes as he whispered under his breath, "What a useless waste! You actually couldn't even last a single glance before being sent flying. How dare you have the nerve to be the peak master of the Beginningless Sword Sect?" Of course this was something he definitely would not say, but instead he put on an expression of incomparable nervousness and jogged with Xinyanran to the front of the pile of rubble, crying out under his breath as he followed, "Master, how are you doing, Master?" But without waiting for Xinyanran and Lu Lin Fan to start digging, the next moment, those ruins were dispersed in all directions under the release of a repulsive force. In an instant, it revealed Qin Lan standing at the center of the ruins, only to see that Qin Lan's face was somber. His gaze deadpan in one direction as he said, "Elder Nye, I don't think my Green Luan Peak has invited you to come, right? Don't you think it's a bit rude to come here uninvited like this?" As soon as the words fell, Everyone's gazes turned to Chen Haoling's side. The next thing he saw was that an old man in a white Taoist robe hovered beside Chen Haoling at an unknown time. There were no mana fluctuations on his body, giving off a feeling as if it was a piece of air, and if it wasn't for his eyes being able to see, he wouldn't even notice that there was a person there. However, it was such a person who didn't seem to have any breath, but was a true Inyang realm powerhouse. Even Chen Haoling couldn't help but turn his head to look at Niet Sangdao, before just clasping his fists and saying, "Many thanks to this lord for coming to the rescue." Niet Sangxiong's figure slowly fell to the ground. His hair and beard were all white, but there was not a single wrinkle on his skin, giving a feeling that could only be described by 4 words: crane hair and childhood face. However, he heard Niet Sangxiong smile at Chen Lun. This little friend has some sort of subtle aura about him, which seems to have some sort of commonality with my old man's techniques. I don't know if Peak Master Chen can give a thin face and transfer him to me, and I will be grateful afterwards. Niet Sangxiong's words, although they sounded like a negotiation, from an onlooker's perspective, it felt like a direct demand, and it's the kind of tone that, if you don't give it, you'll kill your whole family. At this moment, even Chen Lan's face couldn't help but gloom. Niet Sangxiong was a veteran Inyang realm powerhouse of the beginningless sword sect, not to mention that she was only a conscious avatar right now. Even if her main body was out of the gate, she wouldn't necessarily be a match for Niet Sangxiong. Chen Lun, who associated himself with this, said cautiously, "Elder Nye, if it was in normal times and you asked me for something, I would absolutely give it to you with both hands without saying a word, but only this person cannot be given to you." When Niet Sangdao heard this, he stroked his goatee, and asked with a smile on, "Why? Could it be that Peak Master Chen is eyeing this little friend's beauty and wants to pull him in as his dual cultivator couple?" Shen Yanyan, who was on the side, was so angry that she almost burst out on the spot after hearing this bad old man speak to her master with such a frivolous tone. But the words came out of her mouth and she swallowed them. Shen Yanran knew very well how terrifying the old man in front of her who smiled all day long was. He was the Supreme Inquisitor in charge of all the criminal laws of the beginningless sword sect, and when looking at the entire sect, he could dispose of almost anyone except for the Patriarch and also the Supreme Elder. On top of that, he was also in charge of a number of halls such as pill refining, weapon refining, and formation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Niet Sangdao's position in the beginningless sword sect could be completely described as one person under 10,000 people. Just such an old man, how could Shen Yanran dare to offend? Therefore, after Shen Yanran took a deep breath, she gave her head away to not look at this old man. Only Chen Lun spoke up and explained, "Elder Nye, this man's name is Chen Haoling, and he has always held strong animosity towards my youngest disciple Lu Lin Fan. If I let him go today, I'm afraid he'll find an opportunity to frame my little disciple in the future. So I'll have to execute him today no matter what. So, please also ask Elder Nye not to meddle in the affairs of my Green Luan Peak." As he said that, Chen Lun even respectfully bowed to Niet Sangdao with his fists, which was considered to give this Supreme Inquisitor of the beginningless sword sect enough face. As for Lu Lin Fan, who was standing beside Chen Lun, he was confused when he heard this, and he subconsciously looked over to Chen Haoling's side as he whispered under his breath, "He's harboring strong animosity towards me? No. Who is this guy? What's the point of being hostile to me? I don't seem to be inviting him or messing with him, do I?" However, when Lu Lin Fan looked into Chen Haoling's eyes, he realized that Chen Haoling didn't even give him a squint, completely treating him like air. This look was the complete opposite of Chen Lan's explanation that he was very hostile to him. For a while, even Lu Lin Fan was a bit confused. Even Niet Sangxiong couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. "Whether or not this junior friend Chen Haoling is hostile to that little disciple of yours, old me can still tell. From the time that little disciple of yours appeared until now, he has hardly ever looked at him with his true eyes. So tell me, how is it that he is hostile to your little disciple?" Chen Lun sniffed, and for a moment, she was actually a bit speechless as well. Indeed, from Lu Lin Fan's appearance, into her mobilizing a large number of armored soldiers to protect Lu Lin Fan's side, into the present Niet Sangdao's appearance, throughout the entire process, Chen Haoling truly just didn't even give a bird's eye to Lu Lin Fan. In that case, saying that Chen Haoling wanted to kill Lu Lin Fan was indeed a bit too far-fetched, but she couldn't just let Chen Haoling be taken away like that. So she said, "Even if he doesn't want to kill my Fanner now, what about later? If he has bad intentions towards Fanner, then who should bear the responsibility?" Niet Sangxiong said very straightforwardly, "I'll take it." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed slightly. Even Chen Haoling looked at Niet Sangdao with some surprise, because Niet Sangdao's words were equivalent to saying that he had given Chen Haoling a guarantee, and in the future, if Chen Haoling really made a move to kill Lu Lin Fan, then Niet Sangdao would be the first person responsible. Chapter 61, Chen Haoling on Qingwan Peak's blacklist. This scene instantly confused Qinlan, but she didn't wait for her to open her mouth to say something, but Niet Sangdao said before her, I've lived for so many years, although I can't talk about reading countless people, but I can still do the basic right and wrong. This little friend is not interested in that little disciple of yours, or any of you for that matter. Therefore, I dare to guarantee that this little friend will not think ill of that little disciple of yours. Of course, the premise is that this little disciple of yours doesn't make a fool of himself and take the initiative to mess with this little friend, or else even if Lord Patriarch himself comes, he won't be able to save him. When the words fell, Niet Sangxiang turned to look at Chen Haoling, and then said, This little friend, are you willing to follow the old man to learn pill refining? When Chen Haoling heard this, he clasped his fists and said, Senior is willing. Niet Sangxiang nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Go, leave with the old man. No one can stop you here. When the words fell, Niet Sangxiang stopped saying anything and directly walked towards the outside, while Chen Haoling also greatly followed Niet Sangxiang to leave together. Before leaving, Chen Haoling even glanced at Qinlan and the others with a look of contempt. The look in his eyes seemed like he was looking at a bunch of clowns. Only Qinlan gritted her teeth in anger, but there was nothing she could do. Xinyanran saw this but stamped her feet anxiously. As she watched Chen Haoling strutting away, she reluctantly turned to Qinlan and asked, Master, just let them leave like this? In annoyance, Qinlan raised her hand and slapped Xinyanran's face. This snapping light sound put Xinyanran all slightly stunned, and then heard Qinlan said angrily, Niet Sangxiang has given his word. Who dares to stop them? What else can we do if we don't let them go? I've told you before, try to execute that Chen Haoling while you're still in Changhua City, but you wanted to bring him back, and now it's good that he's been robbed, and in the future, if he comes back to harass us or hurt Fanner, all these responsibilities will be on your head. When the words fell, Qinlan turned around and left in a huff, holding Lu Lin Fan's hand along with her in the process. Only Xinyanran stood in place with an aggrieved face, one of her hands covering her red and swollen face that had been beaten. In just said, Wasn't it you who ordered me not to start a head-on conflict with him before and then brought him back to the sect? Now that something has gone wrong you're blaming the problem on me again. Saying that, Xinyanran stomped her foot hard in anger. At the same time, she also counted all of that dissatisfaction and anger in her heart on Chen Haoling's head, because she thought that all the crap today was all invited by Chen Haoling. If it wasn't for Chen Haoling, how could she have been chastised by her master? At that moment, she too turned to leave. At the same time, Qinlan's main body also issued the Supreme Peak Master Order in the first instance, placing Chen Haoling on the highest-ranked blacklist of Dao Qinghuan Peak. Definitely do not allow Chen Haoling to take half a step near Qinghuan Peak. At the same time, all ordinary disciples entering and exiting Green Luan Peak should also be inspected. Once it was found out that it was Chen Haoling who had infiltrated into Qingluan Peak disguised as another disciple, he would immediately be put to death, and all consequences would be borne by the Peak Master. Obviously, Qinlan's original body had already guessed that this capture of Chen Haoling wouldn't go smoothly, and it was even more unlikely that he would be easily put to death. Otherwise he wouldn't deserve to be called Chen Haoling. But at the same time, Qinlan had made a lot of preparations in order to prevent Chen Haoling from coming back to harass her or her other female disciples after she grew up, including this blacklist listing, in addition to setting up various extermination formations. Once Chen Haoling dared to forcefully break into Qingluan Peak or wanted to do anything unfavorable to Lu Lin Fan, he would immediately activate these extermination formations. At that time, even if the beginningless sword sect patriarch came, Chen Haoling would be killed on the spot. On the other side, Niet Sangxiang and Chen Haoling walked idly along a winding mountain road. The old man didn't seem to like flying in the air. Instead he liked this feeling of walking on the ground. In his hand, he was also holding a wine gourd, and while walking, he inquired to Chen Haoling, Your name is Chen Haoling, right? Chen Haoling nodded and hummed. Niet Sangxiang poured himself a mouthful of fine wine, and then said, Old man remembered. It seems that I hadn't seen you before, right? Chen Haoling hummed again. Senior hasn't met Senior either. Niet Sangxiang looked at Chen Haoling with some curiosity and asked after him, Then why were you able to detect my presence just now? Obviously Niet Sangxiang was still very curious to this day. When he infiltrated into the Green Luan Hall, he had obviously disguised himself exceptionally well, but why would he still let Chen Haoling discover it? And only Chen Haoling found out. one must know that he, Nyat Sangxiong, was a true Inyang realm powerhouse. To be able to detect his aura, unless it was someone who was far stronger than him, or someone who was very familiar with him, no one could do it at all. However, it was obvious that Chen Haoling could not be the former. So the old man wondered if Chen Haoling had seen himself. But Chen Haoling smiled lightly at this and said, "My junior's nose is more sensitive. And when you appeared, senior, that strong scent of wine on your body had already pounced on you. So, I judged that a certain senior might have appeared. So I opened my mouth and shouted with the intention of trying to see if I could save my life. I didn't expect senior to actually make a move. This is a bit of a surprise to my junior." Chen Haoling wouldn't be surprised because he was the one who intentionally released his own aura, thus attracting Nyat Sangxiong to come over and save him. In his last life, Chen Haoling and Nyat Sangxiong were considered to be friends who had forgotten years. So Chen Haoling dared to conclude that as long as Nyat Sangxiong would definitely come to his rescue after sensing the unique mana aura on his body. In short, all of this situation was within Chen Haoling's expectations, while Nyat Sangdao obviously didn't think that much in this regard. He was sort of more agreeable to this explanation from Chen Haoling, because, when he sneaked into the Green Luan Peak, he really didn't cover himself with the scent of wine. In this way, it was also true that it was possible to do so without recognizing him and thus detecting his presence. Thinking of this, Nyat Sangdong continued to walk forward, his mouth following with another question. "How did you offend that crazy Qinlan? I actually managed to get her to pull you onto the highest blacklist. Today if old me didn't step in, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to walk out of Qingluan Peak alive at all." Chen Haoling, however, shrugged his shoulders at this. "I wouldn't know that woman. It was that female disciple of hers who ran into me when she was out cruising and then captured me. Then she said a bunch of inexplicable things to me and tried to dispose of me when she was done." When Nyat Sangdao sniffed, he smashed his mouth again, and he let out a leisurely sigh. "Qinlan, this crazy, her persecution paranoia is really getting worse. Make it sound like everyone wants her for themselves, especially that little disciple of hers, Lu Lin Fan, who wraps his arms around him all day long, with the look that everyone in the world is out to harm that little disciple of hers." With that, Nyat Sangdao gave a contemptuous smile, before coming in just as lightly. "Nervous woman, only she herself will take that little disciple as a treasure. Out of Qingluan Peak, who cares if that Lu Lin Fan is dead or alive?" Although the old man was a handful of years old, the tone of his voice was one that felt like a young man, and even gave off the impression that he was very easy to get along with. And when Chen Haoling heard it, he didn't hold back a smile and thought to himself, "It seems that after being reborn, Qinlan's popularity in the beginningless sword sect has also become worse and worse. Even Nyat Sangxiong would call her a crazy woman. So it was obvious just how scared she was right now that someone would hurt her fanner." Then, Nyat Sangxiong looked at Chen Haoling again and asked oddly, "Why did she count on you to harm that little disciple of hers? Moreover, what was said before that if you dare to harass her and her other female disciples, you will be cut into 1,000 pieces? Hey, could it be that your kid is really interested in those women? Otherwise, why would they be so worried about you harassing them?" Chen Haoling laughed and said, "Maybe they themselves feel that I can't live without them? Who knows?" When Nyat Sangxiong saw Chen Haoling's indifferent attitude, he poured another mouthful of wine and said, "Since this is the case, then other words old man does not want to say in more words. As for you, from now on, you are considered to be old man's disciple. Since you are old man's disciple now, then in the absence of anything, do not go to Qingluan Peak anymore. Save those few fools from thinking that the old man's disciples would covet them. Furthermore, they have now set up all sorts of traps on Qingluan Peak, so if you really go in there, I'm afraid you'll only die 10 deaths. Chen Haoling rolled his eyes. He was surprised why everyone thought that he would definitely go to Qinlan and the others. Even Nyat Sangdao said so. "Do you look that hungry yourself?" However, just as Chen Haoling was thinking like this, his shadow was suddenly opening its mouth to remind him, "Hey, Chen Haoling, did you forget that there are still things left in Qingluan Peak?" As soon as these words came out, Chen Haoling's footsteps lurched, and then he looked in the direction of Qingluan Peak with a grimace on his face as he whispered under his breath, "Bad. The magic core is still in the hands of that Xinyanran." Chapter 62, Moon Like Snow. Nyat Sangxiong also stopped at this time as he turned his head to look at Chen Haoling and asked, "Something landed on Qingluan Peak?" Chen Haoling nodded, and then he told everything that had happened in the middle of Chinyu City. After hearing this, Nyat Sangxiong laughed again. "I thought it was something big? Turns out it's just a tiny demonic creature." Chen Haoling, however, said with an ugly face, "Demonic creatures are already vindictive. If I let the demonic nucleus come back to life, then the follow-up will surely come to find me in trouble. So, find a chance. I want to go back to Qingwan Peak and get the things back. Nyat Sangqiang poured another mouthful of gourd wine. Have you forgotten what the old man just said to you? Chen Haoling heard, subconsciously slapped his head. He actually forgot. Qinlan, that crazy woman, is now defending herself against very dead. If this time to run back words, only afraid immediately will be her advance arrangement of the extermination array to kill. Chen Haoling, who thought of this, then looked at Nyat Sangqiang and inquired. Senior, then what should I do now? I can't just sit there and wait for the demonic creature to revive and then come over to kill me, right? Nyat Sangqiang, however, was unimpressed and said, this is the beginningless sword sect, not your Changyu city. A small demonic creature can't make any waves yet. If that thing does appear in the world, then without you having to make a move, old me will personally put it to death. When the words fell, Nyat Sangqiang's figure levitated, while Chen Haoling saw this, but he wanted to say something else. But Nyat Sangqiang clearly no longer had the patience to be talking to Chen Haoling about that, as he snatched a step ahead of him and opened his mouth. Alright, the matter of the magic core should not be mentioned in the future. That girl took it. Just take it. You just take it as buying a lesson. When the ceremony of paying respect to the master is held in a while, and you officially become the old man's disciple, the old man will protect you by himself. Wait, just go back to Congdong Peak first. There will be disciples there to arrange for your accommodation. I have to make a trip to the main peak to meet the patriarch now, and I won't be back until later. After the words were spoken, Nyat Sangqiang flew straight towards the main peak in the distance, leaving Chen Haoling alone in the wind. That's when the shadow surfaced, and as it looked at the direction Nyat Sangdo had left, it said, this old man doesn't look very reliable either. He himself is in the Inyang realm, so he's fearless, but you can't. Furthermore, the bloodshed demon Luo absorbed your Doshan bloodline, so when it is in the process of resurrecting itself, it might be able to evolve to the level of the bloodshed Shura. At that time, I'm afraid that not even a strong person from the Inyang realm will be able to save you. Chen Haoling sighed and shook his head helplessly. It's true that you have to do everything on your own. If you count on others, you won't even know how to die. The shadow, however, added, what? You're not going back to Green Luan Peak right now, are you? Chen Haoling let out a light laugh. How could I be that stupid? Go back now? With that, he took out his boundless blade, and then walked towards the direction of Congdong Peak, while walking at the same time. Let's first enlighten the boundless blade, and after that, we'll find a way to steal the magic core. Shadow sniffed, and said nothing more. It seemed to be the only way left at the moment. That night, in the middle of the cultivation chamber of Qingwan Peak, Qinlan's main body slowly opened his own eyes. She glanced down at her hands, a hint of annoyance in her eyes. It was clear that he had relived a life, but the path of cultivation was not much simpler because of this, and it was even much more difficult to walk than even in his previous life. Until now, she was unable to make her cultivation further from her original base. Could it be that without Chen Haoling's assistance, she really couldn't grow to the heights of her previous life in? No, she doesn't believe it. In her previous life, before Chen Haoling had appeared, she was known as the first-day talent of the beginningless sword sect, shocking the entire Tendu province Earth realm by breaking through to the Inyang realm at the age of less than 30. Living again, she'll only go farther and stand taller, and it's entirely on her own. Qinlan, who thought of this, was ready to continue cultivating, but at that moment, the door to the cultivation chamber was knocked on. Then, her eldest disciple Yushu's voice came from outside. Master, is it convenient to come in? After hearing that it was Yushu's voice, Qinlan spoke. Come in. In the next moment, the door of the cultivation chamber opened automatically, and then he saw a woman with white hair and snowy hair, walking in a graceful manner. Her breath was very strong, and her body exuded a dense, cold aura, so that anyone who approached would feel an inexplicable chill. Although she had only just turned 20, her aura had already reached the level of the 10 turns halving stage. This also meant that all of the mana in her body had all been converted into Yin and Yang Dao energy. Subsequently, as long as she gathered all of this Yin and Yang Dao embedded power into the Yuan Palace, before fusing it into a Dao seed, she would then be able to truly ascend to the category of the Yin and Yang realm. Only to see, Yushu came to Qinlan's near front, in on a modest sitting down. At the moment there was no one around. She asked to Qinlan, Sister, the extermination formation has all been deployed, and Little Fan has already found someone to watch over it. So it's basically safe to assume that there's no need to worry about Chen Haoling causing any disadvantage to him. Saying that, Yu Ruoshua's expression became a bit odd. She pursed her lips then said with courage, is it really necessary for us to make such a big deal out of it? When Xinlan was confronted with Yu Ruoshua's questioning, she immediately slammed her face down and asked rhetorically, why isn't it necessary? Little Snow, have you forgotten how Chen Haoling killed Fanner in his last life in order to get the three of us? Master and disciple? Do you want to go through it a second time when you live again? Yu Ruoshua thought back to the memories of her previous life, and at this time, she revealed a hint of complexity, and then she explained again. I don't mean that. I just feel that Chen Haoling seems to have become somewhat different. He doesn't seem to care about us as much as he did in his previous life. With that, she looked up at Xinlan. This is something that you should have already noticed as well, right? Xinlan, however, rebuked loudly, impossible. This time, it caused Yu Ruoshua to faintly freeze. She obviously didn't know why her cousin reacted so strongly. Then, Xinlan said with an angry face, Chen Haoling is just in disguise. You think he won't care about us? That's only because he's too weak right now to do anything about us. That's why he has to act this emboldened. If we let our guard down because of this, then it won't take long for him to make a comeback and force us to marry him and be his Taoist couple once again. Yu Ruoshua sniffed, but revealed a hint of displeasure. Sister, when did Chen Haoling ever force us to marry him? You've forgotten that in the previous life, when the beginningless sword sect was destroyed, it was Chen Haoling who kindly took us in and offered us shelter. Subsequently it was also us who took the initiative to want to marry him and become his dual cultivation couple before we became his cultivation cauldron. Don't you remember all this? Xinlan, however, argued, even if we took the initiative, it was still him who coerced us. If he hadn't threatened us, saying that he would reduce our cultivation resources, why would we have offered to marry him and be his Taoist couple? To put it bluntly, it's all just a plot on his part. Yu Ruoshua followed suit and argued, but if we don't become his Taoist couple, why would he go through the trouble of providing us with enough cultivation resources? Sister, we have to be more or less reasonable. It's like the way the sect treats us. If we can't provide value to the sect, wouldn't the sect similarly cut off our cultivation resources? Chapter 63, Gambling. Yu Ruoshua actually looked at her past life in a more rational manner. It was a pity that just because Chen Haoling had killed Lu Lin Fan, this had led to Yu Ruoshua from her previous life to darken and then join in the plan to attack and kill Chen Haoling. Living a new life, Lu Lin Fan was alive and well, so she would naturally not have the hatred towards Chen Haoling that she had in her previous life, and therefore, would be able to look at these issues from a more rational perspective. But Xinlan sneered at this time. It seems that you've already gotten used to wagging your tail at Chen Haoling's crotch. When Yu Ruoshua heard this, she angrily stood up from her position and said in a dissatisfied tone, who's used to wagging their tail at Chen Haoling's crotch? Sister, can you calm down a bit? Don't envision everything in those disgusting directions. Xinlan also stood up, facing Yu Ruoshua's questioning, a mocking look still on her face. Since you're so concerned for him, how about we make a bet? Yu Ruoshua asked suspiciously. A bet? What kind of bet? Xinlan turned around and walked to a mural, looking at the labeled diagrams of the many extermination formations on Qingluan Peak drawn on the mural. Inyang said in a cold voice, let's just bet on whether he'll sneak into our Green Luan Peak within 10 days. If he will, then that means that in his heart he's still planning to get rid of Fanner and then force us to be his Taoist couple. When that time really comes, you're not allowed to be pleading for him, much less putting in a good word for him, and you have to stand firmly on my side. But if he didn't come, then I'll admit that you have a point, and that the Chen Haoling of this life has indeed changed, and won't come back to harass us, much less turn against Fanner. At that time, I will personally announce the removal of Chen Haoling from our Green Luan Peaks blacklist. When the words fell, she then looked at Yu Ruoshua again before saying, how about it? Do you dare to make this bet? When Yu Ruoshua heard this, a hesitant look appeared on her face, although she was much calmer than Xinlan, and likewise much more rational. When she really associated it with Chen Haoling, she was a little uncertain again, because it was also true that her heart was not sure if Chen Haoling really had no thoughts for them. One must know that in the last life, the extent to which Chen Haoling had pampered them could almost be described as the point where they could have all the wind and all the rain. Living a new life, could Chen Haoling really manage to completely forget about them? Frankly speaking, Yu Ruoshua felt it was unlikely. For a moment, she froze in the face of her cousin's question, not knowing how to speak, and when Xinlan saw her look, she smiled smugly, and she didn't care if Yu Ruoshua accepted the bet or not, so she just said, If you don't say anything, then I'll take that as an acceptance. Then from now on, let's wait quietly for 10 days. After 10 days, our bet will naturally see the light of day. Saying that, Chinlan also stretched out a fingertip and gently hooked up Yu Rushue's chin, before just exhaling her breath like an orchid. When the time comes, you're going to listen to me completely, okay? Yu Rushue's mouth pursed, then she nodded with difficulty. Although Yu Ruoshue and Chinlan were cousins, Chinlan had always had a strong desire to control Yu Ruoshue. He could not wait to lock Yu Ruoshue to his side all the time. This time, with the help of this bet, it just gave Chinlan a good opportunity, thus making Yu Ruoshue completely fall to her. The sisters parted after saying some other things. Then, Chinlan took out his communication jade ultimatum before sending a message to Xinyanran. Yan, you find a few random people to enter Songdong Peak in the past 2 days, and reveal a message to Chen Haoling, saying that the extermination formations of our Chengluan Peak are all turned off, and all disciples can come in and out as they please, and in 3 days, a martial arts competition will be held for Fanner, inviting disciples from all peaks to come along and observe. Not a moment after this message was sent, Shen Yanran's side replied, and she inquired with some confusion. Tell Chen Haoling that the extinction formation has been shut down, and he still wants to organize a tournament for Little Fan? Isn't this leading the wolf into the house? Senior, aren't you afraid that Chen Haoling will do something unfavorable to Little Fan? Shi Lan didn't hold back a smile when she saw this message, and then replied, you don't have to care about that, just do as I say. Remember, this time, don't ever screw up, or else I'll lock you up for half a year. Shen Yanran's side immediately assured, alright, disciple will go and do it now. After saying this, the communication jade ultimatum went dark. Xinlan put away the communication jade ultimatum when she saw this, and then she revealed an expectant expression. She was thinking about what kind of method she should use to tease Chen Haoling after she had captured him alive. Perhaps it was because she thought of Chen Haoling's incomparably wretched appearance. At this moment Xinlan actually did not hold back her laughter. Above the Tsong Dome peak, in the middle of a small detached courtyard that Nyatsang Dome had prepared for Chen Haoling, Chen Haoling sat cross-legged on the ground, a sharp tang horizontal sword resting horizontally on top of his knees. As the light of the full moon above the sky lightly sprinkled on Chen Haoling's body, the boundless blade quietly levitated at this moment, its sharp blade seeping under the moonlight. It was like a propeller, slowly rotating above Chen Haoling's head. Then, Chen Haoling took out the blood fiend demon Luo's blood crystal. The blood crystals similarly levitated, before just slowly falling onto the boundless blade. As Chen Haoling changed the seal absolute in his hands, the hard and incomparable blood crystal, just like a melted candle, evenly merged into the body of the boundless blade. In an instant, the silver-white blade was as if it had been coated with a layer of red paint, which instantly caused the blade to tremble slightly along with it. Chen Haoling's eyes were tightly closed, and cold sweat was even breaking out on his forehead as the seal absolute in his hand continuously changed and injected more mana towards the boundless blade. Time began to pass rapidly at this moment. By the time the power of the blood crystals was thoroughly integrated into the boundless blade, the moon above the sky had already gone down. Along with that, a flash of fish belly white surfaced in the distant sky, and the boundless blade instantly erupted with a sharp blade aura. Brush! The boundless blade, which was suspended 2 meters above Chen Haoling's head, suddenly swung out in a distant direction. In an instant, a sharp blade cold aura shot out, rigidly slicing through the wall of this compound, and then slicing in half a heavily ancient tree at the back of the wall. At that moment, Chen Haoling then opened his eyes, and after seeing that the boundless blade had caused such a huge destructive force with a single swing, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. It's done. When the words fell, he raised his hand and made a move, and the boundless blade, which was suspended in mid-air, directly fell down, before falling steadily into his palm. Chen Haoling raised his hand and stroked, once again turning into a white silver-colored blade. He then said to himself, it seems that using the blood crystals of the blood fiend demon law to enlighten the boundless blade is indeed more effective than the spiriting blood of the Li family. That's when the shadow surfaced, and he suddenly inquired, when are you going to head to Greenluan Peak and steal back the magic core? Chen Haoling inserted his sword back into its sheath, looked up at the rising sun, and then stood up. Now, after all, something like a magic core, the later it is delayed, the more unfavorable it will be for me instead. Chapter 64, Grumpy Chinlan. When the words fell, Chen Haoling was ready to get up and head to Qingluan Peak. Although he knew that the place had already been dragnet by Chinlan, as long as he was careful, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Even if you can't break in, you should be able to steal it. What's more, now that the boundless blade had been quickened to light, the various mysteries within it, as well as the massive blade chi could be used. So in that case, it would be even more impossible for that woman Chinlan to capture Chen Haoling, only to see Chen Haoling putting the boundless blade into his storage ring, then preparing to move. However, it was also at this time that Chen Haoling's heart suddenly beat violently, and immediately followed by a strong sense of powerlessness. This hit even caused Chen Haoling's entire body to almost fall to the ground. When the shadow on the side saw this, he was slightly startled, and subconsciously stepped forward to assist Chen Haoling and inquired, "Hey, Chen Haoling, what's wrong with you?" Chen Haoling glanced down at his palms, then said with a frown, "The mana in my body is converting towards the direction of Inyang Dao Yun." When these words came out, the shadow was instantly dumbfounded. "No, you're about to be promoted to the first turning, halfing stage now? What should I do with that magic core? In case Shen Yanyan or Qin Lan, that idiot, just took advantage of the time you were breaking through and secretly hid the demon core. Wouldn't it be even more difficult for you to get the demon core back?" Chen Haoling's face was also gloomy and ugly at this time, but it was filled with hopelessness. Originally, according to the normal cultivation path of an ordinary cultivator, after reaching the limit true martial realm, if one wanted to transform their original mana into Inyang Dao implications, they would need to ask a true Inyang realm powerhouse to assist them in the transformation. Or, one could find a way to find the two opposite elemental energies of ice and fire to quench one's mana. But either path basically requires at least 5 years of conversion, especially the second one, relying on one's ability to use the elemental energies of ice and fire to quench mana. More so, it would take at least 20 years to quench a trace of the Yin-Yang Dao implications. Chen Haoling, on the other hand, was completely different. He was the possessor of the fighting god bloodline, so there wouldn't be any bottlenecks or realm barriers on his cultivation path. As long as there were enough spirit stones, his strength would be able to grow all the time without any limitations. However, this also caused a drawback, and that was that every time Chen Haoling made a breakthrough, the amount of spirit stones he needed was almost 3 to 5 times more than that of a regular cultivator. Moreover, the further back one went, this multiplier would continue to increase, which led to Chen Haoling almost always being short of spirit stones. On top of that, there was an even more damaging drawback, and that was Chen Haoling's inability to effectively control his body's breakthrough time. There may be times when a sudden reaction to a breakthrough occurs in the middle of a fight, in which case it can be literally fatal. Only to see, Chen Haoling climbed up from the ground with great difficulty, and then walked towards the inside of the room. While walking at the same time, he also said to the shadow, "You disguise yourself as me and go tell that old fellow Nyetsangcheng that I'm going to make a breakthrough now, and that the master worship ceremony will be postponed for a few days. As for the magic cores, it'll be a while before we can say anything." When the words fell, Chen Haoling wobbled towards the inner room. Instead, the shadow suddenly inquired, "But if you break through now, will that spirit stone be enough? Don't realize halfway through your breakthrough that you've run out of spirit stones. It'll be just as deadly." Chen Haoling slowly said, "There are still 40,000 to 50,000 spirit stones. I think it should be enough. That womanly Xin Yue gave me quite a few spirit stones last time." When the shadow heard this, it didn't say anything else, but just to be on the safe side, it still had to take the time to go and get some spirit stones back for Chen Haoling. After all, if Chen Haoling died, it would have to follow suit. Then, the shadow disappeared into a black shadow, while Chen Haoling went straight back to his cultivation chamber. He sat cross-legged on a futon, and at the same time took out his storage ring, before just absorbing all the spirit stones inside one by one. Time began to pass slowly at this moment as well. Compared to the realm before the true martial realm, this breakthrough took significantly longer. The reason was also very simple. Between the true martial realm and the Yin-Yang realm was a very huge watershed. The gap between the two was so large that it could not even be described as the same creature. It's like the difference between a mortal and a land god. The former is even stronger, but after all, it is only a mortal. And after his lifespan exceeds 100, he will enter a period of decline, and after a maximum of 140 years, he will be seated. And although the latter was only a land immortal, he was already able to do so with clouds, Nianli perception, and even create his own divine abilities, and the lifespan limit will be extended to 300 years. It's a real half-step immortal. Looking at the entire Tendu province realm, any family that gives birth to a Yin-Yang realm powerhouse, then the family can directly be among the ranks of the first-class great clans, and even the Tendu prefects have to treat each other with respect. And right now, a stream of mana from Chen Haoling's body was pouring into his Yuan Palace world. These mana were empowered by a subtle force, and from their original gaseous state, they solidified into a liquid state. And these liquid mana were the Inyang Dao implications that had been quenched to the extreme. They were like small droplets of water, falling bit by bit into the Yuan Palace world. As long as Chen Haoling's own mana of about 10% was transformed into these Dao-impregnated water droplets, then he would be considered to have formally stepped into the level of the first transformation, semi-Yin stage. Although it was still far from the true Inyang realm, at the very least, it was considered the first step. And when a cultivator is in seclusion, there is no concept of time. Especially after Shadow disguised himself as Chen Haoling and told Niet Sangxiong that he needed to make a breakthrough. Niet Sangxiong ordered at the first opportunity that the area of 100 meters in the vicinity of Chen Haoling's compound would all be designated as a no-footing zone, forbidding anyone from stepping foot in it. In this situation where there was absolutely no disturbance from anyone, another 9 days passed in Chen Haoling's seclusion. In this short period of 9 days, the vast majority of the beginningless sword sex people were as usual, going out to do their tasks when they should go out to do their tasks, going out to do their tasks when they should go into seclusion for cultivation, going into seclusion for cultivation, and were hardly affected in any way. But certain people are sitting on their hands a bit. Qingluan Peak. In the middle of the Peak Master's royal study room, Qingluan was like a shrew, frantically smashing the furniture, as well as the tables, chairs and teacups. This scene immediately made those maids and slaves serving her all kneel on the ground in fear, not daring to act rashly. Even Yurushua and also Shen Yanran were looking at each other and did not go forward to stop them. It was also fortunate that Qinlan did not utilize the Yin Yang realm's mana energy, otherwise all the maids at the scene as well as Yurushua and the two of them might all die. Get out! All of you! Qinlan smashed a vase on the ground with great force, then berated everyone to get out. Those slaves immediately scattered in all directions, not daring to hang around in front of the Peak Master Lord, fearing that they would accidentally annoy her and then be slapped to death. Only Yurushua and also Shen Yanran didn't leave. Chapter 65, Chen Haoling's breakthrough to the first turning half-Yin stage. Shen Yanran kept her head lowered and did not say anything, but Yurushua was the first to step forward and said, "Sister, isn't it a good thing that Chen Haoling didn't come? Are you as angry as this?" But Qinlan looked viciously at Yurushua and said in a cold voice, "Good thing? You think this is a good thing?" Yurushua pursed her lips, and then relieved. "Chen Haoling didn't come, which means he did put us down. In that case, there's no need for us to watch out for him every day. And besides, Little Fan doesn't have to be locked up in his room by us all day. Isn't that a good thing? Of course, if you're angry because you lost that bet, then I'd say that's even less necessary, because that kind of thing, it was supposed to be something that we verbalized, and whether we win or lose it doesn't have much of an impact. But if you get so angry about it, then it's really not worth it, don't you think?" Yurushua's gentle character was the same as in her previous life, giving people a sense of the big sister next door. However, Qinlan was even angrier after hearing Yurushua's words as she loudly rebuked. "Impossible. I'm Chen Haoling's favorite woman. He will put me down? Unless the sun comes out of the west." It wasn't hard to hear from these words that Qinlan couldn't accept the fact that Chen Haoling didn't care about her anymore. Perhaps even she herself didn't notice that ever since Chen Haoling had arrived at the beginningless sword sect, her entire state had become extraordinarily anxious, and even a bit depressed. Even if Chen Haoling barely did anything to her, she still couldn't forget Chen Haoling's figure. While Yurushua at this time was once again saying, "Today is already the 9th day, let alone him sneaking into our Green Luan Peak. Even Song Dong Peak he hasn't left. That's it. Do you still think he cares about us?" Yurushua was obviously much more calm than Qinlan, and didn't even care at all whether Chen Haoling would come to Qingluan Peak or not, because in Yuruoshua's opinion, as long as Chen Haoling didn't go and hurt Lu Lin Fan, then she didn't care what Chen Haoling did elsewhere. But Qinlan did not think so. In her last life, Chen Haoling's pampering of her, she could remember it clearly. Naturally, it was impossible to forget it easily. At that moment, she loudly refuted. Chen Haoling is just using the excuse of being in seclusion to cover up his weakness. He must be hatching a bigger plot. Saying that, Qinlan's gaze went back to Shen Yanyan, questioning, "Yan, tell me honestly, did the news I asked you to put out reach Chen Haoling's ears? Does he know that our Green Luan Peak has relaxed its guard and also organized a tournament for Fanner at the same time?" When Shen Yanran saw her master asking about herself, she immediately said, "Senior, I've already spread the matter all over the place as you requested, and almost everyone in the entire sect knows about it." However, Chen Haoling has been in a state of seclusion, so I'm not sure if he knows these things or not. Qinlan sniffed and seemed to want to scold Xinyanran again, but in the end, these words were swallowed back by her. Then, she was pacing back and forth in front of the two women, and she was chanting something under her breath. Conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. He only broke through from the true martial realm to the semi-in stage. How could he possibly have to be in seclusion for such a long period of time? So it must be a conspiracy. With that, Qinlan came to Yu Shui with a somewhat maniacal expression and grabbed her shoulders with both hands with a hideous expression. One day, there's still one day left. Before midnight arrives tomorrow, Chen Haoling will definitely come. He will definitely come. Yu Ruoxue let out a leisurely sigh after seeing that look on her sister's face. It was true that no matter how high one's cultivation level was, one would be constrained by human nature. In her previous life, when her sister was spoiled by Chen Haoling, she was just all kinds of bored, all kinds of resistance, and she always scolded Chen Haoling for confining her and not giving her a single bit of free space. Now, having lived a new life, Chen Haoling ignored her and let her go free, but she was even more annoyed and anxious. Good guy, so Chen Haoling is not doing anything right? In the end, Yu Ruoxue didn't argue with her sister about anything. She turned her head towards Xinyanran and just said, Yan Yan, you take Master Teacher down for a good night's sleep first. Master Teacher has been too tired these past few days. Xinyanyan gave a sticky O, then came to Qinlan's side. Inan said softly, Master, I'll help you go down to rest first. Qinlan's emotions, which were still somewhat agitated after hearing Yu Ruoxue's words, calmed down at this time. She loosened her grip on Yu Ruoxue's shoulders, and then she allowed Xinyanran to help her down. However, at this moment, Qinlan's expression was incomparably despondent. In her mind, the words that Yu Ruoxue had just said kept echoing. The fact that Chen Haoling didn't come means that he has indeed put us down. The fact that Chen Haoling didn't come means that he did put us down. The fact that Chen Haoling didn't come means that he did put us down. Just that one sentence, as if it were a repeater constantly echoing in her head, even made her say along with herself, he really doesn't care about me anymore? For a while, Qinlan's eyes became hollow, and his entire body seemed to have aged hundreds of years. The next day, at dusk in the afternoon, at Songdong Peak, in the courtyard that Chen Haoling belonged to, the door to the cultivation chamber was suddenly kicked open. Then, Chen Haoling swaggered out of the secret room. Although only 10 short days had passed, the aura on Chen Haoling's body, as well as his mana energy had undergone a drastic change. At this moment, Chen Haoling had truly stepped into that stage between mortals and terrestrial immortals, the Half-Yin stage. Although it was only the first turning Half-Yin stage, the comprehensive strength was already not comparable to the limit true martial realm period. If in conjunction with the use of the boundless blade, Chen Haoling could even go through with a second turn Half-Yin stage powerhouse, only to see that Chen Haoling clenched his palm, and then a bone-crunching sound was emitted. As he felt the trace of Yin and Yang Dao energy inside the Yuan Palace world, an incomparably soothing feeling appeared on his face. It was true that this kind of strength breakthrough was the most enjoyable feeling, and it would be even better if there was someone to try his hand and test his current strength. After thinking about it, perhaps Green Luan Peak was a good choice. However, he didn't move immediately, but first took a steaming hot bath and then changed into clean clothes before finally going out without a hitch. Perhaps it was because the breakthrough in strength had given him a great deal of self-confidence. He didn't even disguise his aura as he made his way to Green Luan Peak, and just strutted through. That was when the shadow surfaced, and it followed behind Chen Haoling, saying, that crazy Qinlan, she's gone crazy thinking about you these past 2 days. She doesn't even practice anymore, and she's been chanting all day long. Why hasn't he come? Why hasn't he come? Conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy. Words like that. Chapter 66. What? Play? When Chen Haoling heard this, he was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, isn't she putting up so many extermination formations because she's afraid that I'll retravel to their Green Luan Peak? What's the point of all this bull ***** now? Shadow shrugged. Who knows? Oh yeah, I've already helped you find out. Xinyanran's magic core has now fallen into Lu Lin Fan's hands. Just as you guessed before, Xinyanyan took this magic core because she wanted to boost Lu Lin Fan's strength. She should have known that the beast race would be able to grow rapidly if they devoured the power of the demon core. So she gave the demon core to Lu Lin Fan. As soon as these words came out, Chen Haoling was slightly stunned as he said with some surprise, gave it to Lu Lin Fan? Then has he devoured it now? For Chen Haoling, if Lu Lin Fan had devoured the devil core, then there was no need for him to be going to Qingluan Peak. Anyway, The magic core was destroyed, so the potential hidden danger was gone. As for whether or not Lu Lin Fan's strength would increase greatly, that had nothing to do with him. After all, in this life, there was no conflict that had arisen between him and Lu Lin Fan. The shadow, however, shook his head. Lu Lin Fan didn't absorb it right away, but instead bottled it up. Originally, I wanted to manifest and then encourage him to devour the magic core, but I'm afraid that I'll be perceived by Chinlan after manifesting my main body. When Chen Haoling heard this, his face became a bit ugly. As a Inyang realm powerhouse, Chinlan could already materialize her perception into divine thoughts, and under the probing of divine thoughts, even shadows would find it hard to evade her gaze. If the shadow manifested its body at that time, even for just a second, it would probably be immediately discovered by Chinlan. At that time, it would not even be possible to escape the estimation. Chen Haoling, who thought of this, said slowly, "Sure enough, the Yin-Yang realm is the most tricky existence no matter where it is placed." With that, Chen Haoling lifted his hand and took out his boundless blade, and his steps towards Qingluan Peak all quickened a bit, and Chen Haoling's movements were quickly observed by many people with a heart of gold. Among them were those scouts that Qinlan had planted around Chen Haoling, and one of them immediately reported to Qinlan, "Lord Peak Master, Chen Haoling has emerged from the customs and is now walking in the direction of our Green Luan Peak." At the same time, in the Green Luan Peak Master's chambers, Qinlan was wearing a white nightgown, sitting in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in a state of infatuation. It was the 10th day, and in a few hours it would be the hour of dawn. By the looks of it, Chen Haoling should really not be coming. But why would he not come? Is it angry? Qinlan bit her own lower lip, and just said to herself, "Even if I became one of the main members who attacked and killed him in his last life when he was transiting, but that was his fault first. If he hadn't killed Fanner and coerced me into being his Taoist mate, how could I have hated him? What gives him the right to be angry? Why is he ignoring me? On what grounds? Or maybe..." Qinlan seemed to have thought of some kind of possibility. She suddenly stood up from the floor-to-ceiling window, her eyes suddenly bloodshot, and she said sternly under her breath, "He found another woman?" At the thought of that possibility, a wave of anger quietly tumbled up from within her, because, in her opinion, only this kind of situation could explain why Chen Haoling could hold back from coming to her. At that moment, Qinlan pulled out a sharp longsword, then a strong killing intent erupted from his body, and his expression said with a fierce smile, "This seat would like to see which vixen dares to seduce someone else's Taoist." She seemed to have forgotten that she and Chen Haoling were no longer Tao couples, but at this time, the communication jade ultimatum on the side was ringing, and this time, it caught Qinlan's attention. She subconsciously picked it up, and after seeing what was on it, her expression froze once again. At this time, Yu Rushue, who was still outside, trotted in and turned to her cousin Qinlan and asked, "Sister, what happened? Why did you suddenly release such a large surge of mana energy?" But as soon as these words were said, Yu Rushue saw that the corners of Qinlan's mouth began to slowly rise. Her face began to turn red, and even her breathing became a bit rapid. The ecstasy that came out from the inside out was almost a state that could not be suppressed. Not only that, even the mana in her body couldn't control the outward surge, and for a time, the entire vast bedchamber seemed to be swept by a gale. The curtains kept swaying, and various stools and tables fell on the spot. Seeing this, Yu Rushue subconsciously said, "Sister, what's wrong? Who sent you a message?" And Qinlan is a pinch burst in the hands of the communication jade ultimatum. In on the heart cannot help the ecstasy. Yang Tian issued a shriek, "Ah!" The booming sound wave even made the glass on the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the chandelier crystals on the dome, explode on the spot. The fluctuation of mana from a Yin-Yang realm powerhouse instantly sent Yu Rushue flying backwards. With a loud boom, Yu Rushue crashed into the wall, making a human-shaped crater there. At the same time, a mouthful of blood was spat out of both her mouths, and a hint of palpitations appeared in her eyes. Was this the power of a Yin-Yang realm powerhouse? Even a mere trace of breath could cause her, a 10 turns half-in stage expert, to spit out blood from her mouth and even be completely defenseless. Then, Qinlan cheerfully came close to Yu Rushue and pulled her out from the mouth of that human-shaped pit. In just said, "He's coming, he's coming. Rushue, sister didn't lie to you. I've told you, he'll definitely come. I won this bet. I won." At this moment, Qinlan was happily jumping and dancing, just like a little girl. However, Yu Rushue said with some surprise, "Chen Haoling has come? Isn't he still in seclusion? Moreover, what is he doing here at this time?" Qinlan didn't care about that. She was still smiling and said, What else can I come for? It must be to look for me. Now that I think about it, he's actually okay with me. Much better than some smelly men? If this time he comes over and can apologize to me properly, then I might even be able to forgive him for his previous acts of great disrespect towards me. Maybe I'll agree to continue being his Taoist couple once I'm in a good mood. When Yuruashu saw Chinlan's smiling face, she immediately revealed a speechless expression. She suddenly felt that this sister of hers didn't have to be schizophrenic in some way. This was because 10 days ago, she was still afraid that Chen Haoling would return to Qingwan Peak, and had set up all sorts of extermination formations. And the result? It had only been 10 short days, and she was instead overjoyed beyond belief when she heard that Chen Haoling was really coming. What? Playing? But suddenly Qinlan looked at the pajamas on her body again, in on some uneasiness. Oh yeah. I need to change this dress I'm wearing too. I can't just go over there and meet him like this, can I? Quickly, Yuki, help me find a new dress out. The kind that shows off your figure and has an air of class. And one that can't be worn. Oh yeah. And I'm not wearing any makeup yet either. This is just ugly. Oops. What to do? He's almost there now and I'm running out of time. This fellow Chen Haoling, couldn't he give a notice in advance? It made me not prepared at all. Yuruashua looked at Qinlan's appearance, feeling just like a little girl seeing her lover for the first time. At that moment she pressed her hands on Qinlan's shoulders, and just said, Sis, have you forgotten the things Chen Haoling did to Little Fan? He came over this time, and his purpose is most likely to be unfavorable to Xiao Fan. But what's the matter with you being so happy right now? Yuruashua was still very principled. Once Chen Haoling really dared to hurt Lu Lin Fan, she would definitely attack and kill Chen Haoling again. That's why this is the time to tell Qinlan to calm down a bit. Chapter 67, Are you blind? But Qinlan was unimpressed and said, Happy? Where is it? What are you babbling about? How could I possibly be happy to see him? I just want to present myself in a perfect position for others. With that, Qinlan smiled and said to one of the maids, Shui'er, come help me put on some makeup. I need to go out immediately now. That maid answered and hurriedly followed Qinlan to the dressing room to dress up. At this time, they were less than 2 miles away from the mountain gate of Qingwan Peak, and Chen Haoling said while smoking his smoking gun, If I directly and plainly tell that woman Qinlan that the magic core is mine, I wonder if she'll give it back to me. The shadow followed behind Chen Haoling as he glanced at the distant mountain gate of Qingwan Peak, and then said, Isn't this nonsense? Definitely won't give it back to you. Using something like that against you, she could have saved herself the trouble of doing it herself. Chen Haoling thought about it and felt that it was also true, and then said, Then it seems that we can only steal the things out. Just don't know if it will work or not. But Shadow was suddenly suggesting, Actually, I don't think it's necessary to have to fight them to get the magic core back. Chen Haoling twisted his head to look at him and asked, How so? The Shadow laughed. Doesn't the head of the law enforcement hall of the beginningless sword sect, Yi Wushuang, have a grudge against the abyssal demons? If he knew that someone inside Green Luan Peak was harboring the demon core of an abyssal demon, what would happen? When Chen Haoling heard this, his eyes instantly lit up, and he said excitedly, You mean, killing someone with a borrowed knife? Shadow snapped his fingers. With Yi Wushuang's level of hatred towards demons, there's no worry that the demon core won't be destroyed, and it's unlikely that Qinlan would offend Yi Wushuang for a small magic core, so that would avoid a clash with the people from Qingluan Peak. After Chen Haoling heard this, he immediately became excited and praised the Shadow. You kid can do it. Your head has suddenly become smart. Shadow grunted arrogantly. That's not true. Chen Haoling immediately quickened his pace and walked in the direction of Qingluan Peak. Seeing this, Shadow asked, Hey, why are you still going up to Qingluan Peak? Isn't the law enforcement hall on the other side? Chen Haoling rolled his eyes and said, Of course I know. It's just that the journey will be a bit closer if I go this way. Shadow immediately followed, and then said with some concern, But, if you strut past someone's door like this, will they make a move on you? Chen Haoling, however, said loudly, How dare they? It's not like I'm entering their Qingluan Peak. I'm just passing by them. What right do they have to make a move on me? Shadow touched his head. Chen Haoling's words were reasonable, but for some reason, Shadow just felt as if he had a bad premonition. On the other hand, Qinlan had already put on a beautiful makeup, then led a large group of people to the foot of Qingluan Peak in a big way and waited. She rode on top of a spirit seat, and below the seat was a rhinoceros-sized wind-chasing beast that carefully held the seat forward. After the group arrived at the entrance of the mountain, Qinlan was still a little excited as she kept holding a small mirror to check if the makeup on her face was drawn properly. She even kept asking the maid beside her if there were any wrinkles in the clothes she was wearing. At this moment, Qianlan was really trying very hard to bring out her most perfect posture, and her mind even pictured Chen Haoling's blushing and embarrassed appearance after seeing her. Qianlan, who thought of this, smiled in a flamboyant manner again. Then, she turned to Yu Rushue, who was following beside her, and asked, "Little Snow, what kind of gesture do you think I should use to reject Chen Haoling's apology later?" Yu Rushue looked at her and asked, "How did you know he came to apologize to you?" Qianlan said rightfully, "What else? What else could he have come to our Qingluan Peak for?" Yu Rushue's face was grim as she said, "What if it's here to assassinate Little Fan?" Qianlan, however, smiled disdainfully and said, "If he was really coming to assassinate Fanner, he wouldn't have been so stupid as to expose his whereabouts. The fact that he dared to strut around like that means he wasn't worried about people seeing his whereabouts. Then try to ask if there would be any other reason for him to come to our Green Luan Peak other than coming over and actively begging me to get back together? To put it bluntly, this guy, Chen Haoling, wouldn't be able to live without me." Qianlan even looked smug as she said this. When Yu Rushue heard this, she sighed. "Let's hope so." Soon Qianlan saw a silhouette in the distance walking slowly in their direction. Shen Yanran on the other side immediately said, "Master, Chen Haoling is here." Qianlan sniffed and also raised her eyes to look over. And sure enough, she saw that it was Chen Haoling, idly walking towards their side while smoking a bong. Only, where does he look like he came to apologize? He didn't even bring any gifts. Although Qianlan was a bit dissatisfied in her heart, she still forgave Chen Haoling for this rude behavior. And at that moment, she straightened her hair again before sitting upright. At the same time, she cleared her throat, her mind already thinking of all sorts of scenarios where Chen Haoling knelt down and apologized to her. And she herself simulated the scenario of how she should reject Chen Haoling's apology. Of course, it wasn't like she couldn't forgive Chen Haoling if his apology was sincere enough. As long as he could promise not to harm Lu Lin Fan and also stop interfering with her freedom, she would allow Chen Haoling to continue to be her husband and continue to provide her with all kinds of cultivation resources as a way to help her break through. However, just as Qianlan was doing all sorts of brainstorming, she was the one who saw that Chen Haoling was slowly walking past her. Didn't even look at her more than once in the process, just completely like a passerby. At this moment, Qianlan's entire body seemed as if she was petrified in place, as she stared blankly at Chen Haoling's back that was gradually walking away, and suddenly said aloud, Chen Haoling, who had walked out not more than a few steps, suddenly stopped in his footsteps, and he subconsciously turned his head to look at Qianlan and asked, "What for?" Qianlan directly jumped down from the spirit seat, then angrily said, "Which way are you going? I'm sitting over here. Are you blind?" Chapter 68, Choices. Chen Haoling said with a puzzled face, "What's it to me where you sit? Why are you barking at me in the middle of the night? If you want to go crazy, go back to your chambers and don't scare people here." With that, Chen Haoling turned his head, ignored her, and continued to walk forward. Only Qianlan's entire body went numb, and her eyes were filled with a look of disbelief. Chen Haoling actually dared to call her crazy in front of so many people, and said that she was barking at a dog. Was this still the same Taoist she knew who was incredibly gentle with her? At that moment, a dangerous glint erupted from her gaze and she said in a cold voice under her breath, "Stop him, don't let him escape." As these words fell, Chen Haoling, who hadn't had the time to take 2 steps ahead, suddenly saw that a large group of people were blocking straight in front of him. Their bodies were all wearing the standard armor of Qingluan Peak, and the various weapons they held in their hands were also the exclusive magic weapons of the beginningless sword sect. These equipments, when stacked with their own not-so-weak cultivation, could completely and easily push a small sect sideways. But now, Qianlan actually used such an elite team to surround Chen Haoling? Chen Haoling laughed. He turned around once again and looked at Qianlan who was walking slowly towards him. In said, "Grand Peak Master Qin, is there anything else?" Qianlan came to Chen Haoling's nearness with an expressionless face and suddenly asked for no reason. "It's been almost 10 days since you came to the beginningless sword sect. What have you been doing during those 10 days? Chen Haoling somewhat oddly looked Qianlan up and down, and then returned, "In closed-door cultivation. Or else, what do you think I should be doing?" Qianlan, however, chortled, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk." She had already come close to Chen Haoling at this time, and her face was even less than 30 centimeters away from Chen Haoling's face. And then she said in a cold voice, "The Hall En Sing King, the #1 powerhouse of the entire northern border continent, actually took a full 10 days to break through from the true martial realm to the semi-in stage. Chen Haoling, are you fooling around? Xinlan was obviously a bit angry, and actually even gave out Chen Haoling's past life identity. However, looking at the reaction of the people around them, there didn't seem to be any doubts. Perhaps they had long since gotten used to this peak master lord of their own family. That babbling. Even Yushu stood out at this time and said to Chen Haoling, if it was someone else who had broken through from the true martial realm to the semi-in stage, and it had only taken 10 days, then I would think that he was a first genius that would be hard to come by in 10,000 years. But if this person is you, then I would think that this time is clearly abnormal. Because, with your ability, it wouldn't even take 10 days, at most 3 days to make a complete breakthrough. So, of the 10 days you've been here in the beginningless sword sect, at least 7 of them have been spent doing something else. Then I'm curious, what have you been doing for the last 7 days? Chen Haoling took another look at Yushu, before looking again at Xinlan, who was staring intently at him, and then said with some annoyance, whether you guys believe it or not, but this is indeed the truth. The time it took me to break through did take 10 days. And, to take a step back, even if I did have an extra 7 days of free time out of thin air, those 7 days would still be my own personal time. What I have done and where I have been during this period, that is also my freedom. May I ask if it is necessary for me to report to you in full? These words immediately blocked Yushu, perhaps because she was used to the condescending questioning of Chen Haoling in her previous life. This moment Yushu was actually choked speechless when facing Chen Haoling's rhetorical question. However, Xinlan spoke up. Fine. I'll assume that you've been in closed-door cultivation for the past 10 days. So tell me now why you're now in front of my Green Luan Peaks mountain gate? Chen Haoling replied very directly and plainly. I'm going to the law enforcement hall. This road is relatively closer. Xinlan once again pursued. What's the point of going to the law enforcement hall? Chen Haoling also asked back. Does it have anything to do with you? Xinlan's eyes were bloodshot, and the dense mana energy on her body began to emanate uncontrollably, and she questioned Chen Haoling loudly. I'm your bishop couple. How is it not related to me? Chen Haoling, have you been away for a while and you don't even remember your last name? Also, I've been waiting for you for 10 whole days, but you didn't even come over to see me, and you didn't even send me a message. Do you really think I don't exist? When he said this, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings, and in no time, the many guards at the scene, as well as the armorers, all flushed, only feeling that tens of thousands of pounds of extra weight had been placed on their own bodies, pressurizing them to the point of collapsing to the ground. Even Chen Haoling was somewhat breathless by the invisible oppression. If he hadn't broken through to the half-in stage, it was estimated that he would have to kneel on the ground on the spot just from this. He took a deep breath, before just turning to Xinlan and said in a cold voice, I am no longer a Taoist couple with you. From the day you joined forces with others to besiege me, there was no longer any relationship between the two of us. Also, you claimed that you waited for 10 days on Qingluan Peak, but don't forget that this Qingluan Peak is already filled with all sorts of extermination formations, and since my name is on your blacklist, may I ask, even if I wanted to come and see you, how should I be expected to get through these hurdles you've set up? Chen Haoling's voice was not loud, but hearing it in Xinlan's ears made her wilt on the spot like a deflated balloon. Her expression was a bit complicated, and her eyes couldn't help but avert. Yes, those extermination formations on Qingluan Peak were all set up by her, and Chen Haoling's name was also the one she personally put on the blacklist. Obviously, it was her who had done this series of actions in order to prevent Chen Haoling from approaching Qingluan Peak. But why was she the one who was anxious when Chen Haoling really didn't come to Qingluan Peak? Also, Chen Haoling's sentence just now, I'm no longer a Taoist couple with you. For her, it was like a sharp silver needle that plunged deep into her heart. Although it didn't cause her any substantial effects, it made her hurt all over, and even had the urge to cry out. But, so many people were still watching at the scene. She was the head of a peak of the beginningless sword sect. She absolutely could not shed tears in front of so many people. Taking a hard, deep breath and adjusting his current state, and then looked at Chen Haoling again and questioned. Fine, even if you and I are no longer Tao couples, then do you dare to say that you no longer have any feelings for me at all? Chen Haoling said very directly and clearly. Yes, not only you, but also Yushu, and Shen Yanran, and the other 15 people who attacked and killed me in the first place. They all have nothing to do with me anymore. What you'll do, where you'll go, and who you'll meet is not half my business, and I don't care at all. This was said without any emotion and without any hiding in his eyes, obviously in a very serious tone. But it was this serious look that made Xinlan's eyes moist. but she was still holding back her tears from flowing out of her eyes. She raised her head and asked at the end, "Alright, even if what you say is true, then why did you follow Yan back to the clan in the first place? If you really don't feel anything for us anymore, why did you come back to this place of wrong?" After seeing Chinlan's look, Chen Haoling slapped his forehead with some hurt feelings, then said helplessly, "Xinyanran took my magic core and then blackmailed me into returning to the clan with her, or else she wouldn't return the magic core to me. Oh, and by the way, if I remember correctly, she seemed to say at the time that it was you who gave the order. So how come she's now coming to ask me rhetorically why I've returned to this place of wrongdoing?" After hearing this, Qinlan understood. Together, after half a day, Chen Haoling's purpose was for that one magic core. She twisted her head to look at Xinyanran, and then said, "Go, bring over the magic core." Xinyanran was slightly stunned. She just wanted to say that the magic core had already been given to Lu Lin Fan by her, but after seeing Qinlan's fierce eyes, the words that came to her mouth were stifled, and she finally just obediently clasped her fists, bowed and said, "Disciple will go and do it now." With that, she turned to leave. It also didn't take long for Xinyanran to bring back that yellow magic core. She just wanted to hand it over to Qinlan, but Qinlan looked at Chen Haoling and said, "Didn't you say that you don't have any feelings for me anymore? Well then, prove it to me now. Me or this magic core. Your choice. If you choose me, then there's still a chance we could be reanimated and be a couple again. But if you choose that magic core, then I promise that from now on you will never see me again. We'll never see each other again." When Chen Haoling heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly uncontrollably as he thought to himself, "Is there such a good thing?" Before coming, Chen Haoling had been thinking about how he should explain the matter of the magic core to the law enforcement hall elder after meeting him, in order to ensure that, smoothly, the magic core would be destroyed. But how could he not expect that Qinlan would actually take the initiative to bring something out? Taking it out was fine, but she actually offered to never come to see herself. It's a buy one get one free deal. It's just not a good deal, is it? Chapter 69, The Reason Yushu Hates Chen Haoling. At that moment, Chen Haoling took that magic core with a smiling hand, and just laughed. "I'll take this magic core, Qin Peak Master. I wonder if your words count." When Qinlan saw that Chen Haoling actually did choose the magic core instead of her, she instantly broke her defenses completely. Tears slipped directly from her eyes, but her expression was in a sardonic smile as she said, "Good. What a good choice. I hope you won't regret your actions today." As the words fell, Qinlan made a turn and her body rose up in the air before she flew back above the green one peak with a brush sound, so fast that she was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. And when those armorers around them saw that their master had suddenly left, they looked at each other in confusion. The master's gone, so what do they do now? Keep looking at Chen Haoling? Or do we leave together? This awkward situation didn't last long before Yushu took the lead. "All of you go back. Just leave this place to me. I'll go and explain to her on master's side." Only then did the crowd of armored soldiers put away their weapons, and then they retreated like a tidal wave. Then, Yushu looked at Xinyanran again, and then said, "Yan, you also go back first. Go and accompany your master." Xinyanran gave a sticky O. Only on her way out, her eyes also gave Chen Haoling a somewhat odd look. Xinyanran was not like Qinlan, who would break her defenses on the spot in the face of Chen Haoling's ruthlessness, but she likewise could not do what Yushu did, ignoring everything, especially when she heard Chen Haoling say that he had completely disregarded all the women in his previous life. Her heart would still feel a twinge of pain as well. It's just that the manifestation isn't obvious. She wanted to open her mouth to question Chen Haoling, but the words came to her lips and she didn't know what to say, so she ended up holding them back. With a leisurely sigh, Xinyanran turned to leave. Could it be that elder brother was really angry with them because of what happened in his last life? Can't we? Although they did go a bit too far in that incident. But isn't senior brother okay? Why is he so angry now? Xinyanran kicked away a stone with a somewhat angry foot, then cursed, "Stinky senior brother. I'll ignore you from now on as well." With that, she walked away quickly. For a while, only Chen Haoling and Yushu were left at the scene. Chen Haoling didn't want to pull so much nonsense with Yushu, and at this moment, he also wanted to turn around and leave. But Yushu said suddenly, "Do you know why Master and I and Yanran were so good to Little Fan? Even going so far as to betray you in order to avenge him?" Chen Haoling scratched his hair and said, "Who knows? That's your business." Yushu took a step closer and said in just as disgruntled, "Just because you never took care of our thoughts and emotions. Perhaps in your opinion, As long as we are given enough cultivation resources as well as a safe environment to live in, it is considered to be doing your duty as a Dao couple. But what about the facts? The truth is that what we need is emotional value. It's respect, it's care. For example, in the scene just now, you clearly had sensed that my sister was in a very sad state. In such a situation, instead of going to comfort her, you even embarrassed her and brought her down in front of so many people. Is this what a man is supposed to do? With that, Uruashue took a deep breath as she pushed her head aside, her eyes filled with disappointment. You can't compare to Little Fan. You really can't compare at all. You can't even reach 100th of what he is. He would comfort us when we were sad and upset and would tell jokes to cheer us up when we were down. And you? From the beginning to the end, you just follow that logic of yours to dictate our lives? Keeping us like a chattel, a potted plant. So now you know why all the women around you choose to betray you? When Chen Haoling heard this, he laughed. In this cloudy and treacherous cultivation world, countless man-eating scenes are staged every day. Living in a place like this, there are a grand total of 2 choices: eat or be eaten. How many cultivators have fought over a single spirit herb, a single spirit stone? And how many people, for the sake of not being made into a potion, go out of their way to make themselves stronger? Chen Haoling looked towards Urushue, and then asked with a smile, "Senior sister, I suddenly realized that you are like a flower in a greenhouse, completely unaware of how cruel the real cultivation world really is. You likewise don't know how many cultivators would want an environment with ample cultivation resources and no existential crisis. But you, and the women, think all this is bondage. Okay, if you guys think I'm doing all this to hurt you, then I apologize now. Furthermore, I, Chen Haoling, also swear here that from now on, if I ever interfere in your lives, I will not be allowed to die, and I will be struck by heavenly thunder." That's the worst kind of poisonous oath to swear. However, these words were very satisfying to Uruashue, who seemed to be waiting for Chen Haoling to assure her that he wouldn't be coming to interfere in her life. But she still couldn't help but add, "Right, on top of that, when that beast tide arrives in a month's time, you can't be in a position to forcibly take me away. Can you guarantee this?" When Chen Haoling heard this, his mind recalled the scenes of his previous life. In that timeline of his previous life, the Li family had just been killed off by the bloodshed demon Luo. So Chen Haoling rushed back from the imperial capital, sacred city of Silla, with Li Siyao in tow. Originally, he wanted to collect the corpses of the Li family members, but ended up accidentally discovering on his way back that a small-scale beast tide was about to sweep through another city in the Tendu prefecture, Yangon City. Chen Haoling originally didn't want to care, but he couldn't help but let Li Siyao's Madonna's heart overflow and wanted to save people. So Chen Haoling pulled a few random people out of the city in his haste to escape. And one of them was the current Urushue. But just a moment after Chen Haoling fled Yangon City with Urushue, the beast tide descended. And then Yangon City was completely destroyed, with more than 80,000 commoners in the city, all of whom perished, none surviving. It was also at that time that Uruashue, who had been saved by Chen Haoling, became murderous towards Chen Haoling. Only, until now Chen Haoling hadn't fully understood why Urushue would be murderous towards herself at that time. And now, after hearing Urushue's words, he seemed to have guessed something and opened his mouth to ask, "Without taking you away from Yangon City? Do you mean to say that with your strength, you can survive that beast tide?" Urushue lifted her chin slightly and said proudly, "Why not?" With that, she took out a formation scroll from within her storage ring before throwing it to Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling smoothly caught it and then looked up at it. Urushue continued, "This set of Great Luotong Tian formation is a super powerful formation that I made with my heart and soul. As long as this formation is opened when the beast tide comes, it will be completely resistant to the onslaught of the beast tide." Saying that, Uruashue similarly traced back the memories of her previous life, and in her gaze towards Chen Haoling, she brought on another trace of hatred. She said in a cold voice, "In my last life, as long as I opened this formation, then Yangon City would be safe and sound. But it's because you, a bastard, dogged me and meddled in my own business, forcibly taking me away, that I didn't have the chance to use this formation. The result was that I could only watch as my father, mother, and 2 sisters, as well as other relatives and friends, all died under the beast tide. And from that day on, I lived for one purpose, and that was to kill you with my own hands as a way to avenge my loved ones. But at that time, I knew very well that I couldn't defeat you, so I chose to worship to the beginningless sword sect. I cultivate very hard every day, and every day I desire to become stronger, just so that one day I can kill you, though until the end, I was unable to accomplish this purpose of mine. It doesn't matter anymore, because God made it all over again. So this time, I'm going to personally make these mistakes you've caused right. I'll protect Xiao Fan and won't let him be killed by you bastard again. I'll protect myself just as well, and won't be taken by force by you. More than anything, I will protect my native land, Yangon City, and will not let it be annihilated at the feet of the beast tide. The tone of the words actually gave off a sense of ambition. Even Chen Haoling was a bit surprised, only that he snorted after looking at the formation diagram of the Great Luotong Tian formation that Yushu had drawn, and then immediately before tossing the scroll back to her. Relying on this kind of thing and wanting to resist 100 beast-level scale beast tide? This Yushu was simply more of a psychopath than Qinlan. However, after listening to Yushu's words, Chen Haoling also sort of understood why. Among all those women of his, Yushu was the only one who treated herself with the coldest feelings. It turned out that she had been with herself from the beginning with the determination of wanting to kill herself, and on the contrary, she had acted like a two-bit cutie. He had provided her with so many resources for her to grow. As a result, in the end, those resources invested in her ended up as swords stabbing themselves. Thinking about it this way, Yushu was right. Chen Haoling had indeed been a dog with a mouse in the first place. He shouldn't have taken Yushu away when the beast tide arrived. Letting her die piece by piece under the beast tide would have been the wisest choice. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Haoling shook his head with a bitter smile, but immediately afterward, he seemed to have thought of something else and then said, "Wait, according to the timeline of your last life, you should still be in Yangon City right now. How did you become a disciple of the beginningless sword sect so quickly?" Yushu proudly said, "Then you don't have to care. Anyway, I've already applied with the clan to head to Yangon town to defend it a month later. In time, I will prove it to you, how well my family can live without your interference, and how unbearable those beast clans are." Chapter 70, The Magic Core is Fake. As the words fell, Yushu no longer paid attention to Chen Haoling and turned around to leave. Chen Haoling's mouth pursed, then he looked down at the magic core in his hand again. Since the item had already arrived, there was no need for him to continue traveling to the law enforcement hall, and he could just find a random place to destroy the item later. Thinking like this, Chen Haoling returned along the way he came. The shadow quietly surfaced and inquired to Chen Haoling, "When are you going to head to the martial tomb?" Chen Haoling was walking in front of him, and when he heard Shadow's words, he was silent for a while. This martial tomb that Shadow spoke of was naturally the main purpose of his visit to the beginningless sword sect, because, in that graveyard, there was a top-grade treasure, Hell's Blood, which was the key element that allowed Chen Haoling's blood will pupils to reopen. As long as one had the blood will pupil, then there would be more than enough means to follow up on the first tribulation. Chen Haoling, who thought of this, was the one who suddenly said, "I don't even know where the martial tomb is. How can I go there?" The shadow heard this but was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked back, "Didn't you go to the martial tomb in your last life? What's the matter? This doesn't remember where the location is?" Chen Haoling rolled his eyes and said, "The martial tomb is not a fixed grave. It is a special space where ancient gods are buried, and the location of this particular space changes every 5 years. In my last life, I entered the timeline of the martial tomb 12 years later, and my location at that time was in the cave of the 10,000 Caves mountain on the west side of the beginningless sword sect. As for now, that place is probably just a cave, and not even a hair of the tomb of Wushu can probably be seen." Shadow understood when he heard this, and then said with some chagrin, "If the location of the martial tomb will keep changing, then how are you supposed to find it? It's impossible to wait for 12 years in the middle of that 10,000 cave mountain cave, right?" Chen Haoling was also a bit brainwashed by this. In fact, he didn't have any good ways to accurately find the exact location of the martial tomb. It was just known that the distance between the location of the martial tomb each time it appeared and the location where it appeared the last time was usually no more than 100 miles. Chen Haoling also deduced that based on this characteristic, the place where this time's martial tomb would be opened would be in the vicinity of the beginningless sword sect. But even if the scope is narrowed down to within 100 miles, it's still a very large area, and if he alone searches for it, how long will it take to find it? But at that moment, the shadow seemed to have thought of something and then reminded, "Generally speaking, once a special space like the martial tomb is opened, it is often accompanied by some sort of special vision. Do you remember what strange things happened when the martial tomb was opened in the last life? Let's see if we can deduce where the martial tomb will open based on these events." When Chen Haoling heard this, he thought carefully, and his brows subconsciously frowned slightly, and one hand still couldn't help but rub his chin. It was only after a moment that Chen Haoling spoke. The number of times I've been into the martial tomb isn't that many. If I had to say that something strange happened, it would be a natural disaster. The shadow let out a soft, oh so softly, subconsciously asking, a natural disaster? Chen Haoling nodded. Inside my impression, before every opening of the martial tomb, it would be accompanied by a natural disaster. The first time was the 100 Years Realm Natural Disaster Night Rain, and the second time was the 300 Years Realm Natural Disaster Mountain Avalanche. When he said this, Chen Haoling's mind flashed, and his steps stopped, while the shadow seemed to have thought of something as well. It directly locked eyes with Chen Haoling, and both of them said in unison, Beast Tide, Yangon City. Yes, if there's any place that's going to have a natural disaster in recent times, it's only Yangon City. Although the Beast Tide was different from those natural disasters, the destructive power was equally amazing. Therefore, the only place where the martial tomb might appear might be the Yangon City one. Chen Haoling, who thought of this, slapped his hand on his forehead with some annoyance, and wiped it down before wiping it down with force, cursing under his breath. Am I stepping in ing? Wherever those stupid women go, I somehow follow. What's the matter? I'm not destined to get rid of them in this life? The shadow chuckled as it wrapped its arms around its chest in earnest. The martial tomb is only opened after a natural disaster. So if you do the math like this, you could have waited until that stupid woman Yushu died at the foot of the Beast Tide, and then went in search of the martial tomb. So wouldn't you not have to worry about running into them? Chen Haoling continued to walk forward with some inexplicable annoyance on his face. It's not wrong to say that. It's just that the thought of traveling to the same place as Yushu makes my heart irritated for no reason. Shadow let out another laugh and said in relief, it's good to get used to it. After those women Yushu died, there can be 14 more behind them. I have a feeling that even if you don't want to mess with them, they will definitely come to mess with you. When Chen Haoling heard this, his expression became a bit complicated, but he didn't say anything else. Soon, he arrived in a small forest, and then, he took out the magic core and prepared to destroy it in this place. But at this time, Chen Haoling was somewhat surprised to find that the soul on this magic core had actually disappeared. Only a shell remained. It's like when you want to eat an egg, but when you break the shell, there's no egg inside, just a layer of shell. Seeing this, Chen Haoling's entire body was dumbfounded, cursing under his breath. Holy, what the hell is this? Where is the soul inside the magic core? How come it's gone? The devil's core was the eggshell, and the soul inside the eggshell was the key to determining whether or not the devil could be successfully resurrected. Right now, the soul inside was gone, so this magic core was useless. Right away, Chen Haoling realized that he might have been tricked by that stupid woman Chingan, and he angrily smashed the magic core on the ground before crushing it with one foot, cursing under his breath. Chingan, Qin, you guys actually dared to trick me. With that, he drew his own boundless blade and prepared to kill back again. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Are you looking for this thing? As soon as these words came out, Chen Haoling's footsteps gave a slight lurch as he subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. Only a handsome figure slowly walked out from the darkness, with a cruel smile on his face. Upon seeing the visitor, Chen Haoling's eyes narrowed slightly and he whispered under his breath, Lu Lin Fan? That's right. The person who appeared in this place at this moment was none other than Qin as well as Xinyanran as well as Yushu, who were treated as if they were treasures of their hearts. Lu Lin Fan, and in its hand, it was holding a crystal ball, and inside the crystal ball, the soul body of the bloodshed demon Luo was like a small fish, swimming back and forth. Chen Haoling, who saw this, instantly understood. The soul inside the magic core was extracted by Lu Lin Fan, and the purpose of it doing so seemed to be to come here specifically to wait for itself. Chen Haoling, who thought of this, said in a cold voice, if you don't want to die, you'd better give me that thing now. Saying that, Chen Haoling then gripped the blade of boundlessness tightly, and then just took a step towards Lu Lin Fan's direction. Although, living a new life, Chen Haoling no longer has any interest in killing Lu Lin Fan, but if this dares to take the initiative to provoke himself, then he does not mind giving it a knife. What's more, the current Lu Lin Fan's strength was equivalent to the limit true martial realm, and at this level, Chen Haoling didn't even need a sword. A palm could kill the other party. However, Lu Lin Fan showed no panic at all, and it directly put the fist-sized crystal ball into its mouth when it saw Chen Haoling approaching him. Right in front of Chen Haoling's face, he let his mouth open more than the limit of what human cheeks could carry. Then, it swallowed the fist-sized crystal ball in one hard swallow. In the process of swallowing, it even made a big bulge in its neck, and then the bulge moved down and was swallowed into its stomach. After swallowing, It spat a long snake letter out of its mouth and licked it on its lips. When Chen Haoling saw this scene, his advancing feet stopped. He almost forgot that the Lu Lin Fan in front of him was not a human, but a beast race disguised as a human. Chapter 71, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Only to see. Lu Lin Fan suddenly said with a sardonic smile, Chen Haoling, although I don't know what kind of relationship you have with Master Teacher, it's because of you that Master Teacher started to cold shoulder me, and didn't even want to be sleeping with me. Even Senior Sister Yan Yan has become indifferent to me, and Senior Sister Rushua doesn't care about me as much as she used to, and this has never happened before. So, can you tell me why they were so much colder towards me from the moment you came to the beginningless sword sect? Why does Shifu become so agitated when he sees you? Why does Elder Sister Yan Yan become distracted whenever she mentions you? Why is it that as soon as Senior Sister Rushua saw you, she completely ignored me? Why? What the hell is this? Lu Lin Fan shouted angrily at Chen Haoling. Thinking about it, it should be that during the 10 days that Chen Haoling was in seclusion, those 3 women inadvertently cold-blooded this fellow a few times, and that was why it made it specifically look for Chen Haoling. Right away, Chen Haoling said expressionlessly, why are they cold-shouldering you? Then you should have to ask them. What's the point of you asking me? It's not like I know what they think in their hearts. Besides, that's no reason for you to privately gobble up someone else's stuff. Now I'll give you 3 breaths of time to spit out Bloodshed Demon Law's soul to me, or else I'll stab you along with that soul. Lu Lin Fan heard this, but said provocatively, really? Come on then. Saying that, it also arrogantly spread its hands out, signaling Chen Haoling to come over and hit it. But at the same time, the Communication Jade ultimatum and its storage ring had already sent the situation here back to Green Luan Peak. Lu Lin Fan actually knew very well that it was impossible for it to beat Chen Haoling, so the only way to deal with Chen Haoling was to kill with a borrowed knife. As long as it let Senior Sister see it being bullied by Chen Haoling, then Senior Sister would definitely stand up for it. According to how much the Master Teacher favored himself, this Chen Haoling wouldn't want to live to see tomorrow's sun. Thinking of this, Lu Lin Fan's entire body became excited. Instead, Chen Haoling raised the boundless blade in his own hand and charged straight towards it. Phew! The speed at which the blade slashed past was fast, as if it was a bolt of lightning that shot over. This scene, directly Lu Lin Fan was dumbfounded. It only hoped that Chen Haoling would give it a brutal beating, but it did not think that it was really going to give Chen Haoling a kill. At that moment, when facing Chen Haoling who was slashing over with a knife, Lu Lin Fan's upper body fell backward and directly made a downward motion. This narrowly dodged Chen Haoling's chop. However, those trees behind Lu Lin Fan were hardened to bear Chen Haoling's blade chi cuts. Only a swish-light sound could be heard, as if 100-meter-long huge silver-white shadow of light cut through, and in an instant, 40 to 50 sky-high ancient trees were sliced through, the cross-section appearing incomparably smooth, and even some of the stiff rocks were separated flatly and neatly. Lu Lin Fan, after dodging this attack, quickly fell backward, and it had cold sweat running down its forehead as it saw the dozens of trees being instantly sliced apart. If it had been slashed in that earlier, it would have 100% surely died. Then, Lu Lin Fan looked at Chen Haoling, only to realize that Chen Haoling's ferocious gaze was once again locked onto it, and copied the boundless blade to kill towards it once again. Seeing this, Lu Lin Fan ran wildly in the direction of Qingluan Peak without even thinking about it, followed by yelling under his breath, "Help! Murder! Murder! Master! Senior Sister! Save me! Save me!" It roared hysterically, afraid that others might not hear it, but who could hear its call in the middle of the night? And when Chen Haoling saw it escaping, he also rushed up without saying a word. Although Lu Lin Fan's strength was only at the limit true martial realm, he relied on the beast race's innate physical strength to add to it, as well as its own innate magical abilities, and as such, his strength was completely comparable to the first turning half-in stage amongst the human cultivators. Even after Lu Lin Fan had devoured that demon core soul, he had gained a portion of the soul's soul power to add to it. In this way, Lu Lin Fan's current strength was actually at the level of the second turning half-in stage. It was also because of these buffs stacking up that Lu Lin Fan was able to dodge that slash from Chen Haoling when he faced it. But if you can dodge the first cut, can you dodge the second? Chen Haoling's speed steeply accelerated, and his battle technique Vermilion Bird was immediately executed. In an instant, a ball of flame wrapped around Chen Haoling, causing him to transform into the appearance of a vermilion bird, and rushed straight towards Lu Lin Fan's direction. But Shadow reminded Chen Haoling at that moment, "Hey, Chen Haoling, this asshole wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife." Later on, If Chinlan and Yushu and the others rush here and still see you chasing Lu Lin Fan, you won't be able to say anything at that time. Chen Haoling, however, said coldly, then just kill Lu Lin Fan before they come. Saying that, in Chen Haoling's eyes, killing intent erupted as his mouth followed. This fellow has devoured bloodshed demon Luo's soul, and will most likely merge with it subsequently. In case it also inherits bloodshed demon Luo's resentment towards me, then it will definitely come to take revenge on me afterward. And when it really comes to that time, I'll be in trouble. The shadow responded when he heard it. Imagine a super monster that had fused the soul power of a demon, and the flesh of a beast race. Once it grows up, how terrifying will it be? Moreover, it was also blessed with Chen Haoling's Do Shun bloodline, so that its growth speed could even surpass that of Chen Haoling himself. Because Chen Haoling still needs to find his own way to find a spirit stone to absorb, but Lu Lin Fan can completely obtain it from among the Qingwan Peak. And as far as Chinlan, that woman's character, is concerned, she will definitely satisfy all of Lu Lin Fan's cultivation needs, and yet Sangdao wouldn't take out his entire reserve to provide for Chen Haoling. In this way, Lu Lin Fan would gain a very terrifying power in a very short period of time, and the threat it posed to Chen Haoling would even exceed that of the bloodshed Shura. It was the superposition of these reasons that made it imperative for Chen Haoling to get rid of Lu Lin Fan immediately, even if it meant tearing his face off with Qingwan Peak. At that moment, Chen Haoling relied on the terrifying movement speed of the battle skill Vermilion Bird and stomped on Lu Lin Fan's back. Lu Lin Fan was shocked in his heart and lunged to the side, actually allowing it to dodge Chen Haoling's stomp again. And Chen Haoling's paw then steadily stepped on the ground where Lu Lin Fan was originally located. Boom! The moment the Vermilion Bird flame touched the ground, it exploded, and a dense heat wave swept in all directions, immediately sending Lu Lin Fan flying out. Pust! Lu Lin Fan spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his entire body fell straight to the ground. At this time, Chen Haoling, who was at the center of the explosion, once again killed in Lu Lin Fan's direction, and the sharp boundless blade was like the scythe of the god of death, cutting straight towards Lu Lin Fan's neck. Lu Lin Fan was so scared that he lost his voice and shrieked, "Ah! Help!" But Chen Haoling didn't care about its pleas for mercy. If he wanted to blame it, he should blame it for making a fool of itself and actually swallowing the demon core soul. Otherwise, Chen Haoling wouldn't have wanted to kill it. However, just as Chen Haoling's boundless blade was about to slash Lu Lin Fan's neck, a dainty voice suddenly sounded. "Stop!" Then, there was a soft ding sound, and as if Chen Haoling's boundless blade had slashed on some metal object, it was instantly shaken by a strong counter-vibration force that caused it to fall backward repeatedly. In the next moment, Chen Haoling saw that Yushu, who had just been separated for a short while, reappeared, and she stood straight in front of Lu Lin Fan's body. In her hand she also held a snow-silver-colored whip, which was like a spiritual snake that surrounded her body in the air, and at the tip part there was a snake's head, and her eyes were filled with a dangerous light. After Lu Lin Fan saw that Yushu had arrived, he hurriedly stood up and then hid behind Yushu, saying with a face of fear and resignation, "Master, senior sister, this guy, he tried to kill me. He also took that knife of his and tried to cut off my neck. Almost, just a little bit, I would have died in his hands." Saying that, Lu Lin Fan's eyes actually squeezed out tears in an aggrieved manner, while Yushu just gently patted his shoulder, indicating that it was already fine. She then looked at Chen Haoling with an incomparably angry look and said in a cold voice, "Chen Haoling, you are truly incorrigible. Thanks to that, I even told Master Teacher that you have changed, that you won't be in the same place as your last life, where you had murderous intentions towards Xiaofan in order to get us. But I didn't realize that you're still the same as ever. You haven't changed at all. What Master said really isn't wrong at all. All those behaviors you did previously were all your disguises. You still want to include me and Master Teacher all in your harem, right?" Chen Haoling but suddenly yelled at her, "Get out of your mom stuff, give me a dead side. Otherwise even you a piece of slaughtered." Chapter 72, The Furious Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling was already very angry at this time. He didn't even bother to explain to Yushu why he wanted to kill Lu Lin Fan. At the moment he only wanted to finish Lu Lin Fan off immediately. But Yushu was also enraged at this moment after hearing Chen Haoling actually dare to yell at herself. She immediately droned out, "Someone come." As the words fell, the many armored soldiers on Qingwan Peak descended here in unison. At that moment, Yushu calmly said, "Protect little Fan, well, come on. If anything happens to him, I'll kill your entire family." The many armored soldiers clasped their fists and answered yes, then arched around Lu Lin Fan's side, looking at Chen Haoling vigilantly. Then, Yu Ruoshua's gaze looked ferociously at Chen Haoling. Inyang said in a cold voice, Chen Haoling, I don't want to kill you. I really don't. But why do you have to force me? Her last words came out in a growl, obviously angry to the core. It was because Chen Haoling's act of attacking and killing Lu Lin Fan had touched her backbone, reincarnated in a new life. The purpose of her living was to not let the tragedy of her last life repeat itself. But now, Chen Haoling was letting things go in the original direction little by little. And wouldn't that force her to have to kill Chen Haoling herself? As a person who made a clear distinction between grudges, Yu Ruoshua would remember what Chen Haoling had done. But likewise, she also remembered how Chen Haoling had taken care of her in her previous life. Therefore, she really didn't want to make a move with Chen Haoling until it was absolutely necessary. But now, it was no longer possible not to kill Chen Haoling. As Qin had said, if Chen Haoling did not die, then Lu Lin Fan would be in danger. And there was no chance that he would still intervene in the Yangon City Beast Tide incident a month later. Yu Ruoshua will never allow her parents and friends to die in front of her again. Thinking of this, Yu Ruoshua, with tears in her eyes, lifted up the spirit snake whip and smoked it in the direction of Chen Haoling. In her last life, she had been taken care of by Chen Haoling for 10,000 years and spoiled for 10,000 years. And today she was going to personally kill this man who had taken care of her for 10,000 years. But is Chen Haoling that easy to kill? At that moment, Chen Haoling compared a seal with one hand. Spatial art voiding. Open. In an instant, the spirit snake whip that had been drawn towards Chen Haoling went straight through Chen Haoling's body. However, it did not cause any strength attack on Chen Haoling, and it felt more like hitting a shadow. The next moment, Chen Haoling burst straight towards Lu Lin Fan's direction. Yu Ruoshua was at the 10th turn halving stage, while he, Chen Haoling, was only at the first turn halving stage. If he fought alone, Chen Haoling simply couldn't be her opponent, so he definitely couldn't tangle up with her at the moment. Therefore, the strategy adopted by Chen Haoling was to fight a quick battle and kill Lu Lin Fan at the first opportunity, and then immediately escape from the beginningless sword sect. Anyway, he had already roughly guessed the location of the opening of the martial tomb, so naturally, there was no need to stay any longer. However, just at the moment when Chen Haoling circled around Yu Ruoshua was suddenly shrieking in alarm. Jin! This was a terrifying sonic skill, as if it was a phoenix singing, instantly causing Chen Haoling to spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and his original forward footsteps were even directly tripped over, and his vaporized body quickly turned into a solid body. Knock! Chen Haoling's entire body fell to the ground, and Yu Ruoshua took advantage of this time to pick up the whip in her hand and whip it in Chen Haoling's direction. Chen Haoling did a backward flip and directly dodged that whip fling. With a soft snap, the ground that Chen Haoling had just been on actually directly split apart the moment it came into contact with the spirit snake whip. It was as if it was an earthquake, and the huge cracks stretched out 40 to 50 meters away. It was obvious that this one had really come down hard, and when Yu Ruoshua saw that the strike didn't hit Chen Haoling, she once again drew back her whip and then stabbed in Chen Haoling's direction. It was the same as stabbing a sword, stabbing the whip forward, and in an instant, the spirit snake whip split into countless white pythons that tore towards Chen Haoling's direction. Because the speed was too fast, Chen Haoling simply couldn't dodge, so he swung the boundless blade in his hand and swung it wildly. As the speed of the dance was really too fast, it even brought up a trail of residual shadows, while those white pythons that were close to Chen Haoling were directly sliced into pieces of minced meat. However, at this time, on the land beneath Chen Haoling, a white python suddenly drilled out and took a bite on Chen Haoling's abdomen. Then it even pushed Chen Haoling's body above midair. Pust! Chen Haoling was struck by a huge object in his abdomen, and a large mouthful of blood was violently spat out from his mouth. With a backhanded swing, he sliced open the white python that had bitten him. Then, his gaze was looking at Yu Ruoshua below, and with his mouth open, he took in a hard, deep breath, and the battle skill Vermilion Bird was instantly unleashed. Phew! In Chen Haoling's mouth fiercely spat out a ball of flame, which directly transformed into the form of a Vermilion Bird and slammed straight into Yu Ruoshua. But Yu Ruoshua similarly took a deep breath and spat it out right in the direction of Chen Haoling. Secret skill, Cold Mantle, was then released. A white mist of ice rushed directly towards Vermilion Bird's direction. Looking from afar, one could see a red Vermilion Bird flame, and a white ice mist clashing together in midair. Between the clash of the two attributes of one ice and one fire, a large amount of water vapor was directly formed. However, the energy of the ice attribute was obviously much stronger. In an instant, the ice mist engulfed the vermilion bird flame, then covered over in the direction of Chen Haoling. Chen Haoling held the boundless blade against himself and formed an invisible protective boundary. In the next moment, the ice mist was as if it had formed a substance, and when that seemingly light mist landed on Chen Haoling's shield, it was as if a mountain had crashed through. Boom! The shield was shattered on the spot, and Chen Haoling's entire body was sent flying. One had to admit that after entering the semi-yin stage, the gap between each small realm would be enormous. It was even much greater than the large realm gap before the true martial realm. Chen Haoling had single-handedly challenged the 10th half-yin stage Yuruwashua with the strength of a first half-yin stage. Yet he had not been killed in an instant, but had instead resisted so many moves, which was indeed very impressive. Because the difference between the two is the equivalent of a sheep comparing its strength to an elephant, which is simply not comparable. However, it was the tremendous impact of this ice mist from Yurushua that straightened out Chen Haoling at this time, and the direction he flew out in was actually Lu Lin Fan's escape route. After Yurushua saw this scene, her pupils shrunk violently and she exclaimed under her breath, "Not good." But at this moment, Chen Haoling's body had already drawn a splendid arc above mid-air, and then slashed straight towards the direction where Lu Lin Fan was below. And Lu Lin Fan below lost his voice after seeing this scene. "Ah!" Chen Haoling roared. "Die for me!" However, not waiting for Chen Haoling's boundless blade to slash Lu Lin Fan's neck, a strong to the extreme Inyang Dao implications attacked. Boom! Chen Haoling was directly sent flying on the spot when he was only less than 2 meters away from Lu Lin Fan. Phew! As if it was a ray of light, it hardened a huge mountain and crashed through it, and even flew backward hundreds of meters away before it smashed heavily on the ground. Vomit! Poof! The boundless blade in Chen Haoling's hand had been knocked away, and several bones in his body had been broken, so his entire body was suddenly in a state of serious and dying injuries. And in front of him Chingan slowly descended from above the sky. A single strike, just a single strike that Chingan had casually swung out, had knocked Chen Haoling into this current state of near death. One could imagine how big the gap was between the half-yin stage and the true Inyang realm. And Chingan said indifferently at that moment, "Didn't you say that you were no longer interested in Fanner? Then what are you doing now?" An hour ago, Chingan was still furious and shedding tears because Chen Haoling no longer cared about her. But now, just because it involved Lu Lin Fan, she didn't hesitate to beat Chen Haoling to death. Evidently, in her heart, Chen Haoling's position was still far inferior to Lu Lin Fan. And at this time, after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Chen Haoling slowly climbed up, to be able to stand up despite receiving such a serious injury. Only Chen Haoling could do it. Then, as if he were nothing, he casually patted the dirt on his body, and just said, "Today, Lu Lin Fan must die. On top of that, you, and that Yurushua, are just as dead." Chapter 73, The Art of Blood Sacrifice to the Spirit of Grievance. Chingan's expression changed slightly. She seemed to have thought of something, and almost instantly, she struck towards Chen Haoling's head. The force of this palm was very sufficient. Hitting with the strength of a Yin-Yang realm powerhouse, it was enough to blow Chen Haoling's head off on the spot. However, Chingan saw that her palm lightly passed through Chen Haoling's head, and it felt as if it had hit the air. In the next moment, Chen Haoling quickly retreated backwards, and at the same time, he changed a mysterious spell seal in his hand. The forbidden technique Blood Sacrifice of Grievance Spirit was immediately cast. In an instant, Chen Haoling's face began to turn flushed, and his breath began to skyrocket at this moment. The so-called Blood Sacrifice Grievance technique was actually a forbidden technique that burned the lifespan of a person in exchange for their strength expanding in a short period of time. Back then, Zhou Hongshang, the lord of Changyue City, had performed a similar divine ability in order to stop Chen Haoling in his berserk state, and the result was that half of his life had been taken in, and this set of forbidden arts that Chen Haoling was currently using could be countless times stronger than the one Zhou Hongsheng used. When Chingan was looking at Chen Haoling, a rare hint of panic appeared in her eyes. Obviously, she should have known how terrifying Chen Haoling's Blood Sacrifice Grievance Spirit technique was, which was why in that instant just now, she didn't hesitate to lay her deadly hands on Chen Haoling, only to miss, only to see that Chingan's body levitated in the air, and a sheet of flower petals steeply surfaced around her. Although they were petals, they shone with a metallic luster under the moonlight. Immediately afterward, these sharp petals attacked straight towards Chen Haoling's direction, and at this time, Chen Haoling's breath was still expanding. As soon as he was faced with that large swath of attacking petals, Chen Haoling took a deep breath and whispered under his breath, "Infernal hell." As the words fell, All the petals that were close to Chen Haoling rose up in a cloud of white demonic flames, and these demonic flames incinerated the petals almost instantly. Looking from afar, one would realize that the flower petals that Chinlan swung out were like laser rays, densely shooting towards Chen Haoling, and it was as if an invisible protective shield appeared in front of Chen Haoling. When those rays approached Chen Haoling at a distance of about 2 meters, they all turned into a ball of sparks and dissipated. No matter how fast those rays were and how hard their texture was, they could not touch Chen Haoling's body in the slightest. And with a cold smile, Chen Haoling's body levitated in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived close to Chinlan. Chinlan was so shocked by the terrifying speed that she fell backward, her little face turning morose white, because, among her perceptions, Chen Haoling's aura had actually reached the level of the Inyang realm. But how long has it been? Not even 2 breaths, right? The strength had crossed over from the first turning, halving stage, to the Inyang realm level. Even if it's only temporary, it's a little too soon, isn't it? And at this time, Chen Haoling was obviously not prepared to let Chinlan figure out why. He directly swung his fist and rushed over in Chinlan's direction. Knock! A punch, without any fancy moves. Just a simple punch that directly whacked Chinlan in the face. This punch even sent one of the teeth in her mouth flying out. And then a clear fist mark surfaced on that delicate little face. Boom! Chinlan slammed heavily into the ground and sent a thick cloud of smoke up from the ground there. Chen Haoling lifted a finger and pointed it in the direction where Chinlan was, and a flame ray that was concentrated to the extreme shot straight out from his finger. Phew! A red light streaked above the dark night sky, steadily hitting Chinlan, who had fallen to the ground. Put! The red light shot through her heart on the spot. Chinlan screamed in pain. An incomparable look of despair appeared on her face, and then, her body convulsed twice with force, before she stomped on both feet and was lifeless. Chen Haoling didn't go down to take a closer look. He just searched Chinlan with his divine thoughts, and after determining that her heart had stopped beating, he immediately rushed back towards Lu Lin Fan's direction. In the distance, the boundless blade that he had flung away also returned straight back to his hand at this moment. While flying rapidly above the sky, Chen Haoling's face became increasingly pale, and there was even blood spilling out from the corners of his mouth. The effects of blood sacrifice to the spiteful spirit were indeed very powerful, allowing a cultivator's strength to advance by a large realm in a short period of time. But the cost is equally huge. That is, within this time when Chen Haoling reached the Inyang realm, every second that passed, his lifespan would be consumed by 1 year. Based on the fact that Chen Haoling's current lifespan was only 120 years at most, then the time he could maintain on the Inyang realm would only be 120 seconds in total. Once those 120 seconds passed, his strength would fall back down to the first turning, halving stage, and at the same time, his lifespan would be completely used up. And that was why, after instantly killing Chinlan in seconds, Chen Haoling didn't go up to her to check if she was cleanly dead or not, because time was too tight. So if he wanted to kill Chinlan, Yu Ruoxue, and Lu Lin Fan all in this short 120 seconds, then he was destined to not be able to check their corpses one by one, and could only do it quickly. Soon, Chen Haoling flew back to Lu Lin Fan's original location. Only, at this moment, Lu Lin Fan had already run away somewhere. Solely, Chen Haoling directly unfolded his divine thoughts to release them outward. Wow! Only to see, a point of light emerged from Chen Haoling's brow, and then, the point of light violently erupted outwards, and from afar, it looked like a huge circle of light, centered on Chen Haoling, rapidly spreading out. In just these few seconds of effort, Chen Haoling's divine thoughts covered an area of tens of miles around. Then, his eyes lit up slightly and he sneered under his breath. Found you. With that said, Chen Haoling's figure fell straight down towards the ground, his palm striking towards the ground in a smooth manner. Boom! The moment Chen Haoling's palm made contact with the ground, this ground all began to tremble violently, a crack spreading out in all directions as if it were a spider's web. At the same time, a ray of light erupted from within those cracks, and with Chen Haoling's low roar, explode. In the next moment, the cracked ground began to expand dramatically, and after a loud explosion, countless rocks were blown upwards, and in the middle of the ground hundreds of meters deep, Yu Ruoxue as well as Lu Lin Fan and the others were blasted out together. They were gathered in a transparent light shield, and it was thought that it should be Yu Ruoxue's secret method that wrapped her and those armored soldiers and Lu Lin Fan in it, and then took them to vanish into the ground. Unfortunately, they still failed to escape Chen Haoling's divine probing. After Yu Ruoxue felt that Inyang realm aura on Chen Haoling's body, her pupils shrunk slightly and she whispered under her breath, How is that possible? But soon, she understood what was going on, and at that moment, she controlled the transparent light shield to fall to the ground, and then raised her eyes to confront Chen Haoling, saying loudly under her breath, "Chen Haoling, I know that you used a blood sacrifice to grieve, but, knock." Before Yu Ruoxue could even finish her sentence, Chen Haoling suddenly arrived in front of her and violently struck out with a left hook, hardening Yu Ruoxue's soft and boneless delicate body and sending it flying hundreds of meters away. At the same time, Chen Haoling was gripping the boundless blade in his hand tightly before swinging out thousands of scythe blades in the direction of Yu Ruoxue. Boom boom boom! Yu Ruoxue crashed into a mountain on the opposite side, and without waiting for her to react, thousands of spiral blade chi had already approached. And then, in the midst of her cry of surprise, the sickle blade chi bombarded the entire area she was in into rubble. This time, even if Yu Ruoxue didn't die, she would be crushed under the rubble and unable to move. Chapter 74, Ancient God Exorcising Sword Formation, Returning to Earth. Finally, Chen Haoling's gaze was looking at Lu Lin Fan. At this moment, the other armored soldiers still wanted to make a move in to block them, but Chen Haoling was the one who stuck the boundless blade on the ground. Blade technique, heavenly communal killing. It was instantly launched. In the next moment, a sharp spike, as if it was a spear, violently rushed out from under the ground. These ground thorns rushed out at a very fast speed, and in an instant, they pierced through those armored men who were resisting in front of Chen Haoling, the kind that pierced from the bottom up. Even Lu Lin Fan, whom they had protected at the end, was similarly pierced through his body. Ah! Lu Lin Fan cried out as its chest was pierced by a ground spike, which then carried its body upwards. Seeing this opportunity, Chen Haoling drew the boundless blade before slashing in Lu Lin Fan's direction. Lu Lin Fan was a member of the beast race, and its body structure was different from that of a human, so if he wanted to kill it, he had to destroy its beast spirit. However, just as Chen Haoling was about to slash Lu Lin Fan's head, a sharp sword light rushed over and shot straight at Chen Haoling's vital parts. Chen Haoling's eyes were red at this time. Why was it like this every time? What he wanted to do would be thwarted in every way. Could it be that the heavens were deliberately messing with him? Under his anger, Chen Haoling could only turn the boundless blade around and slash at the long sword instead. Ding! The moment a sword and a knife clashed in midair, Chen Haoling was immediately shaken by that force and flew backwards. Stomp! After continuously falling backward a dozen steps, Chen Haoling was able to stabilize himself. When he was looking at the person attacking towards him, his pupils shrunk slightly. One could only see a silver-white ancient dragon silhouette, hovering above mid-air, with countless sharp longswords weaving back and forth within the ancient dragon silhouette, and the person controlling the ancient dragon's shadow was actually Xinyanran. Behind her, there were 15 other beautiful young girls who stood amongst the various key parts of the ancient dragon shadow, thus supporting the normal operation of the entire ancient dragon shadow. Xinyanran glanced at the seriously injured Lu Lin Fan, and then stared at Chen Haoling in anger. And finally she laughed maniacally, and while she laughed maniacally, there were still tears flowing out of her eyes, and then, she said to Chen Haoling, "Senior brother, do you remember this sword formation? Back then, the 18 of us relied on this formation to defeat you." With that, Xinyanyan controlled this huge ancient dragon silhouette to let out a dragon roar that resounded through the 4 fields. The huge sound waves caused all those ground thorns to disconnect, and even Chen Haoling, who was standing in place, revealed a stunned expression, because, at this moment, this set of ancient dragon void that Xinyanyan was performing, was exactly the Swire execution sword formation that Li Siyao and the others had used in order to deal with him in the previous life. Chen Haoling couldn't forget the scene where he was defeated under this formation until now. At the same time, a figure in the distance flew straight over, then quickly merged into the ancient dragon's shadow. The person who came was actually Chingan, who had just been pierced through the heart by Chen Haoling, and she actually didn't die. At this moment, she even replaced Xinyanran and took the position of the dragon head. Then, her gaze was cold and said, "Chen Haoling, I couldn't kill you in the last life. In this life, you won't be able to leave no matter what." Chen Haoling was still standing still without saying a word. On the other side, Yu Ruoxue walked out from the ruins, and although she had a large portion of her clothes rotted, she still retained her main battle strength. After she saw that the Taiku exterminating god sword formation had been gathered, she rushed over as well without saying a word, quickly finding her position, before just quickly returning to her position. With Yu Ruoxue's addition, the 18 array eyes were completely complete, and the volume of that ancient dragon silhouette, at this moment, expanded dramatically. The original length was only about 10 meters, but the moment the eye of the formation was perfected, the ancient dragon's figure expanded to nearly 50 meters long. At the same time, Yushu's incomparably angry voice came out, yelling at Chen Haoling, you'll have to pay for your actions of hurting Little Fan. As Yushu's words fell, a thunderclap suddenly resounded above the sky, and an electric snake shuttled back and forth through the clouds. Along with the sound of thunder and lightning, the howling gale followed. Chen Haoling, who was underneath the Swire execution sword formation, slowly raised his head and looked at the ancient dragon sword formation silhouette, and then looked at the surroundings. This scene was as if he had returned to his previous life, when he had just crossed the threshold. Qin Lan, Yushu, and Chen Yanran were all old faces, and if Li Siyao and the girls were also there, then the scene where they had teamed up to kill Chen Haoling would be able to reappear. Chen Haoling finally raised his head again to look at the head of the dragon. Qin Lan as well as Yushu and the girls were still looking down at Chen Haoling from a condescending angle, just as they did in their previous life. The disciples, junior sisters, senior sisters, masters, wives and maids that he had spent his entire life protecting and loving, were all united at this moment for the sole purpose of killing him and getting rid of him as a demon. But unlike their last life, in this life, their purpose of executing Chen Haoling was to protect another man, a man who wanted to put them to death. Chen Haoling, who thought of this, could no longer hold back her snort of laughter. Then the laughter got louder and louder, even to the point of tears. With that look, it seemed as if he had heard some of the funniest jokes, and then, he violently plunged the borderless blade into the ground and yelled at Qin Lan and the others, "The same moves you guys think will still work on me?" Saying that, Chen Haoling folded his hands together and began to breathe heavily in his mouth. The Upanishad Kuan-Pang breathing technique was directly exerted to the maximum. Then, it was seen that a Kuan-Pang silhouette actually manifested around Chen Haoling's body. When Qin Lan saw this, she snorted coldly, "Sculpture," saying that, the seal absolute in her hand changed once again. And then, the ancient dragon sword formation shadow, it snaked and coiled around above the sky, before it slammed straight towards Chen Haoling's direction. In an instant, the densely packed sharp long swords on the shadow all materialized, and then, the ancient dragon sword formation shadow circled around Chen Haoling. From the outside perspective, it was Chen Haoling surrounded and encircled by countless sharp longswords around his body. Then, the encircling area rapidly increased, and in an instant, it actually formed a huge tornado. A tornado composed of millions of sharp long swords. The terrifying power of suction and pulling sucked all the surrounding scenery into the tornado, and then was cut into powder by the sharp long swords on the tornado. The tornado at this moment was truly like a meat grinder, bound to cut the Chen Haoling at the center of the formation into pieces. At this time, Chen Haoling, who had manifested a Kuan-Pang silhouette, could naturally feel that his Kuan-Pang silhouette had to withstand millions of slashes every second. Although this time around, the ancient god executing sword formation was more than a few 100 million times weaker than the previous life. It could be that Chen Haoling's current strength was not necessarily able to carry it. Thus, the furious Chen Haoling used the Kuan-Pang breathing method to delay the depletion of his lifespan so that he could stay at the Inyang realm level for a little while longer. Right now, his mana had pretty much gathered, and it was time to return the favor. Chen Haoling's hand seal absolute changed. Demon fire burning sky. Open. In an instant, the Kuan-Pang silhouette around Chen Haoling rapidly shrunk before forming a protective shield, which then began to glow and heat up, and it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. In an instant, under this dark night sky, a blinding light shone from the center of the tornado-killing formation composed of countless long swords. The light was like the sun, reflecting people's eyes. The scorching heat even made those long swords melt into steam, and this terrifying aura caught the attention of the strongest members of the beginningless sword sect. Chapter 75, Are you guys really undefeatable? Inside the main peak Patriarch Hall, the sect leader of the beginningless sword sect, Qin Xiaohe, walked out of the hall in a graceful manner, and as his gaze looked in the direction of Chen Haoling and their battle, a hint of a playful expression appeared on his face, and beside Qin Xiaohe, the law enforcement hall master, Yi Wushuang, and the Tsong Dome peak master, Nyat San Dome, followed them out, and the faces of the two old guys were a little less than pleasant. At this time, Yi Wushuang grabbed the first opportunity to speak. It's really too chaotic, actually making such a big commotion within the sect. Is this wanting to tear down the entire sect? With that, he cupped his fists at Qin Xiaohe and said, Patriarch, I'll go and take them all down. Qin Xiaohe but laughed, there is no hurry. This seed is curious. If we let them continue to fight like this, who will lose and who will win? With that, Qin Shaohui sat down on a throne and watched with good humor. Only Niet Sungdo had a shadowy face. Chen Haoling was his reserved disciple. If he really broke into any trouble, then he would also be to blame. For a moment, he even regretted a little bit for saving Chen Haoling in the first place. It was also while he was thinking like this, over at the side of the battlefield where Chen Haoling and the few of them were, a terrifying large explosion was released and detonated right at the center of the Swire execution sword formation. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded, and the intense high temperature instantly pushed the surrounding air up to tens of thousands of degrees. The ground began to tremble violently at this moment, and the roaring heat wave vaporized everything around it. And this terrifyingly extreme destructive force directly caused the beginningless sword sect's protector formation to sound an alarm. At the same time, a large number of experts from the law enforcement hall emerged and then rushed towards the center of the explosion. When these law enforcement hall experts arrived, they froze and saw that 18 figures that had been burnt to black charcoal fell straight to the ground as if they were burnt salted fish, with a thick charred odor permeating their bodies. And Chen Haoling fell from the sky above at this time. The power of the demon fire burning sky was indeed great enough, but if he were to execute it with his current strength, Chen Haoling felt that his body might even be ruined. But the good thing was, he wasn't dead now, and used the boundless blade to support himself with great difficulty, then limped towards the direction of the fainted Lu Lin Fan. That guy had been dazed until now after being hit by Chen Haoling's heavenly communal killing just now. But to think, no one should be able to stop themselves from killing him this time, right? However, just as Chen Haoling was thinking like this, a hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. Chen Haoling was slightly stunned as he subconsciously looked down at his body, only to see Yushu, who had already been burned to black charcoal, say in a pleading tone, "Please, don't kill him. If you want to kill, just kill me. I know that the only person you hate is me, and the only person you really want to kill is me. As long as you can spare his life, no matter what the conditions are, I'll promise you." Even Xin Yanran, who was in the back, sobbed at this time. "Senior brother, I beg you to, don't hurt Xiaofan. He's innocent. If you're not relieved by now, why don't you just kill me in one piece? But I just beg you, after you kill me, don't hurt Fan anymore. Can you? Please." Xin Lun, who was the most severely injured, seemed to want to open her mouth to say something at this time, but since she had endured the vast majority of the demon flame burning skies attack, at this time, she couldn't even speak, and her entire body had been weakened to the extreme. But even so, she still looked at Chen Haoling with tearful eyes, obviously also wanting to pray that Chen Haoling would not hurt Lu Lin Fan. After Chen Haoling saw this scene, his entire body was on the verge of crying as he exclaimed in despair, "Ah, are you guys really undefeatable? I've clearly pierced through your hearts and even hit your vital parts. But why? Why are you still alive? Why can't you guys just die? Why?" Chen Haoling was truly desperate to the peak at this moment. Clearly he had already put in his best efforts. He had no mercy left. He had even used the demon fire burning sky, this kind of forbidden method that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800 at its own expense. But they actually still hadn't died. Chen Haoling felt that he had gone crazy. Completely crazy. The kind where the spirit is not even normal. Under the anger, Chen Haoling lifted up the boundless blade in his hand, and said in a cold voice right at Yushu, "I just don't believe that by chopping off your head as well, you guys still can't die." But at this time, a palm was grabbing Chen Haoling's wrist, and then a voice came out, "That's enough. This farce should stop." As soon as these words came out, Chen Haoling turned his head to look at the person behind him who was speaking, only to see the law enforcement hall patrol squad leader, Yi Weiyang, staring at Chen Haoling with an expressionless face. Chen Haoling's eyes narrowed as he thought about whether or not to kill this fellow piece by piece, but a loud laugh sounded above the sky. Wu Yang is right. It's time to stop this farce today in moderation. The moment this laughter sounded, Chen Haoling's expression changed slightly as he looked up with difficulty, only to see that Qin Shouha, the sect leader of the beginningless sword sect, was hovering not far away in mid-air, and his mana fluctuations were actually of the great perfection Inyang realm. On top of that, Yi Wushuang, the law enforcement hall master, and Niet Sunqiong, the Tsungdao peak master, followed closely behind. Although these two powerhouses weren't as high as Qin Shaohui, they were also veteran Inyang realms. The moment these three people stepped forward, Chen Haoling knew that, come on, today was a waste of time. Lu Lin Fan didn't kill them, and Yushu as well as Qin Lan and the girls were still alive and well, but he got himself all bruised up, and even his life expectancy was depleted. Oh, if this was the result, then what was the point of all that Chen Haoling had done previously? Chen Haoling, who thought of this, let go of the boundless blade in his hand and allowed the blade to fall to the ground, and then, his entire body fell straight down. At this moment, he had no strength left, and at the same time, his aura had also fallen back to the level of the first turn halfing stage. Yet Sangxiong stepped forward to help Chen Haoling up, and then turned to Qin Xiuha and asked, Patriarch, how should this brat be dealt with? Qin Xiao he glanced at the damaged scene, before looking at Chen Haoling again and said, take him back to your Xong Dome Peak and watch over him. The moment these words came out, Yi Wushuang was offended. He immediately stepped forward and said, Patriarch, this brat has caused so much destruction, should we just let it go? Qin Xiaohua, however, said indifferently, his life force is already approaching a state of exhaustion, and he will die completely in 3 days at most. Do you expect a dying man to compensate us for these losses? As soon as these words came out, Yi Wushuang looked at Chen Haoling in shock, and then said, he only has 3 days left in his lifespan? Qin Xiaohui put his hands behind his back and said with some regret before just turning his back, forcing his cultivation to rise is already a move against the heavens, not to mention bursting out with such a powerful technique, and in doing so, it further exacerbated the depletion of his longevity. It's a pity. This kid is also considered a good seedling. If he can survive, if he is properly cultivated in the future, perhaps my beginningless sword sect will be able to give birth to another young powerhouse.